Shin Ziming looked at the woman not far away. She seemed more beautiful than he remembered, perhaps because she had grown up. Seeing the man standing beside her, Shin Ziming felt a strange feeling in his heart. Is he her fiancé? With such a lovely girl, is she really marrying someone so fierce? Maybe the man's gaze on Shi Tingyu was too intense, so Lu Weiguo moved her behind him for protection. Shi Tingyu looked at the car that suddenly stopped in front of them. She was momentarily stunned, unsure who it was. It wasn't until Lu Weiguo gently pulled her back that she snapped out of her surprise. Looking at Shin Ziming again, his face matched the man she remembered. This man was Shin Ziming. But now, Shin Ziming seemed different. He didn't look quite the same as the person she remembered. His temperament had changed. Originally, Shin Ziming was handsome, gentle, and had a sunny vibe. Now, he seemed less cheerful and more gloomy. Lu Weiguo first saw Shi Tingyu at a state-run restaurant. At that time, she and Shi Muhan were waiting for a blind date, but he didn't know that the person who cancelled was the man in front of him. Perhaps sensing a rival, Lu Weiguo looked at Shin Ziming with a scrutinizing gaze. Shin Ziming slightly curled his lips and said to Shi Tingyu, "Xiao Yu, long time no see." Shi Tingyu slightly furrowed her brows, then politely smiled and replied, "Comrade Shin, long time no see." Shin Ziming's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. He said, "Are you here to see your brother? I can give you a ride. I'm heading to see him too." Shi Tingyu glanced at Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo held her hand and opened the back door of the car. "Thank you." Shi Tingyu got into the car with Lu Weiguo. No matter what her relationship was with the man in front of her, her main goal was to visit Shi Muhan in the hospital. Shin Ziming looked at them as they left. The hand they held was a deep pain in his eyes. Shi Tingyu didn't want to talk to Shin Ziming either. She remained silent the whole time. Lu Weiguo patted her hand to reassure her. The car drove along the main road. After entering the highway, Shin Ziming said, "Muhan was injured in his calf. The surgery was successful, and after resting, he won't have any lasting effects. He can continue training in the military camp." Shin Ziming understood Shi Muhan's injuries even better. As his partner and instructor, he had been running back and forth to the hospital camp over the past few days. Shi Tingyu let out a sigh of relief, and her expression softened. She hesitated for a moment but finally spoke to Shin Ziming, thanking him. "Thank you, Comrade Shin. I guess my brother's injuries have caused you quite a bit of trouble." Shin Ziming replied, "There's no need to thank us." He wanted to say they didn't need to be so polite, but he suddenly remembered the man beside Shi Tingyu. His words caught in his throat. If the man was petty, he was worried that if he spoke openly, it might make things difficult for Xiao Yu in the future. So, he changed his tone. "Your brother and I have been partners for many years. No need to be so formal." After speaking, the car fell silent again. Lu Weiguo raised an eyebrow and looked at him, catching the unspoken words. But he didn't say anything. Right now, his wife was focused on her brother-in-law's injury, and he didn't want to upset her. About an hour later, Shin Ziming's car stopped inside the hospital. Knowing Shi Tingyu and the others were anxious, Shin Ziming didn't hesitate and took them to the inpatient department on the second floor. The gray concrete floor and the partially painted green walls, with some peeling spots, reflected the hospital of this era. They arrived at the door of the ward, which was not closed. Shi Tingyu saw Shi Muhan struggling to walk with a crutch toward the door. His face was pale, lacking his usual color. When he saw the three people at the door, Shi Muhan froze for a moment, then looked a bit guilty. Why did Xiao Yu and Lu Weiguo come? Seeing Shin Ziming and his sister's husband appear together, worry immediately rose in his heart. His gaze first fixed on Shi Tingyu. He didn't know if Xiao Yu had let go of her feelings for Shin Ziming. "Brother, how are you?" Shi Tingyu didn't care about Shi Muhan's gaze. She stepped forward and supported his arm. "You got hurt. Why didn't you tell me? I'm on leave now and have nothing to do. If you tell me, I can take care of you." Shi Muhan pursed his lips, then looked up with a slight smile. "It's not a serious injury. I don't need anyone to take care of me. See? I'm fine now. I can walk with a crutch." Shi Tingyu looked at the veins bulging on his crutch hand and knew he was pretending to be strong. Shen Ziming also looked at him with a reproachful expression. I told you to call Xiaoyu, but you refused. Such a stubborn temper. Han remained silent. On one hand, he knew his sister wouldn't have time to visit her parents during the new year. On the other hand, he didn't want Xiaoyu to encounter Shen Ziming. Her letters always said her life was good and that Lu Weiguo treated her well, but he didn't know if her words were true. Sometimes he wondered if she was like him, only sharing good news and hiding worries. If her marriage wasn't happy and she met Shen Ziming again, would she feel disappointed or regretful? Lu Weiguo glanced at Han and stepped forward to take his wife's place. Brother, do you need to use the bathroom? I'll help you. Han. He really was just planning to go to the bathroom. Fortunately, they weren't strangers, so it wasn't too awkward. He thought Lu Weiguo looked rough, but was quite attentive. Shi Tingyu looked at Lu Weiguo. Now that the new year had just passed, her family's Lu Weiguo was 29, while her brother was only 25. His older brother's way of calling him was very clear. Then you guys should go quickly, Shi Tingyu said. Lu Weiguo, a tall and strong man, helped him, and Han felt like he was being lifted. His burden on his legs was really eased. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Ziming. Ziming, come help me too. Shen Ziming was stunned for a few seconds and then stepped forward to hold Han's other arm. He said he was helping, but it was more like a token gesture, otherwise he wouldn't be able to exert strength with his crutches. This meant Han only needed one person to support him, but he specifically called Shen Ziming, clearly trying to keep him away from Xiaoyu and prevent them from being alone. He understood, but he had to help. Lu Weiguo, walking backward, told Shi Tingyu, Wife, you rest in the ward for a while. We'll be back soon. Shi Tingyu nodded. Got it. Watch your step. At the bathroom, Lu Weiguo looked at Han, worried about whether his crutches made it hard for him to take off his pants. He hesitated, unsure whether to help him like caring for an elderly person. Han looked at the two bodyguards and asked suspiciously, Are you watching me? Both shook their heads. Shen Ziming remembered that right after his surgery, he had to go to the bathroom by himself, so he naturally didn't need anyone to help now. The two of them left the bathroom together. Outside the bathroom, Lu Weiguo and Shen Ziming stood on either side. A man was about to enter, saw the two of them, and hesitated for a long time without moving. Lu Weiguo cleared his throat. Comrade, are you going to the bathroom? Go ahead, no need to wait in line. The man then nervously entered. Shen Ziming glanced at Lu Weiguo, wanting to ask many questions, but he had no chance. He no longer had the right to ask about Shi Tingyu. Lu Weiguo didn't miss his hesitation, but since he didn't speak, Lu Weiguo pretended not to notice. Soon, Han came out. He looked at the two of them like they were arguing silently, but said nothing. He couldn't tell if his brother-in-law knew about Shen Ziming's situation. Lu Weiguo naturally stepped forward to support Han, while Shen Ziming stayed nearby, no longer pretending. When the three returned to the hospital room, Shi Tingyu was peeling an apple. There was no one else in the room. She saw some apples and oranges on the cabinet, knew they belonged to her older brother, and used her space to exchange them for fruit. Lu Weiguo helped Han onto the bed. Shi Tingyu watched and said honestly, When I get old, Weiguo will definitely take good care of me. Han glared at her. What are you talking about? You're still young. Shi Tingyu handed him the peeled apple. Brother, have an apple. Han smiled. I never thought I'd get to eat an apple peeled by my sister myself. Shi Tingyu sighed, acting as if she had always been kind to him. Shen Ziming didn't feel like an outsider, at any moment. He couldn't say he regretted the arranged marriage, but he chose family. Xiaoyu had already become a military wife, and everything was beyond return. Although injured, Han still had a good appetite. He bit into a big piece of apple, feeling it was especially crispy and sweet. Could it be because his sister peeled it? Lu Weiguo watched his lively brother-in-law eat happily, then took an apple and started peeling it himself. Han looked at Lu Weiguo and thought he was a good brother-in-law, caring for him well. Before Lu Weigua finished peeling the apple, Shermuhan ate the rest of his own apple in a few bites. When the last peel was removed, Shermuhan instinctively reached out to take the apple, but he ended up with nothing. Lu Weigua handed a shiny apple to Shirtingyu, saying, "Wife, have an apple to quench your thirst." Shermuhan silently put down his hand. Shirtingyu saw this and pushed the apple toward him, asking, "Are you going to eat?" Shermuhan cleared his throat and said, "You eat it." At this moment, Lu Weigua realized his brother-in-law's awkwardness and asked, "Big brother still wants to eat? I'll get you another one." "No need, one is enough." Then Shermuhan started asking questions. "Xiaoyu, when did you arrive? You didn't call me in advance." Hearing this, Shirtingyu couldn't help but glare at him, saying, "Good thing I didn't call you, or else I wouldn't know someone got hurt." Shermuhan felt guilty and quickly changed the subject. "Did you arrive today? Where's your luggage? I asked Ziming to help you get a room at the camp's guest house." Shin Ziming was pleasantly surprised. Since the last matchmaking incident, Shermuhan hadn't asked for his help in a long time. This time, after he was injured, he saw no one taking care of him and had even offered to go back, saying he could manage on his own. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have done this. It was just politeness, very polite, not wanting to trouble him. Lu Weigua looked at Shirtingyu and thought she probably wouldn't stay at the guest house, as it was far from the hospital and inconvenient for her to come back and forth to care for her brother-in-law. Sure enough, Shirtingyu said, "Brother, we won't stay at the guest house. I'll look for a nearby inn. We'll stay there for a few days, so it'll be easier to take care of you." Shermuhan said, "I just hurt one leg. You don't need to take care of me." Shirtingyu was a bit angry, saying, "It's not about whether you mind or not. Do you want to wait until you're better before you want someone to take care of you?" Shermuhan immediately fell silent. Seeing his reaction, Shirtingyu finally softened her heart and said, "We'll find a guest house or rent a place nearby. We'll stay for a few days and at least bring you some food." Seeing that Shirtingyu was determined, Shen Ziming offered to help. "I'll go nearby and see if there are any guest houses or houses for rent with a stove." He then left. Shirtingyu wanted to give him money first, but in the blink of an eye, he had already gone far. "Forget it. She'll wait until he returns to discuss it." Since there were no other people around, Shirtingyu activated her spatial scanning function to prevent eavesdropping and told Shermuhan about her parents' situation. Learning that her parents weren't suffering and that there was a hidden reason behind their demotion, Shermuhan felt much more relieved. His eyes were slightly red, and when his parents were sent away, his faith almost wavered. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Shirtingyu held his hand and said, "Brother, I won't ask why you got hurt this time. As a military wife, I know you follow discipline, but next time, don't push yourself too hard." Shermuhan was silent for a long time before slowly nodding. His parents were sent away, and he had no other way but to keep taking on tasks to build merit, aiming to rise quickly and clear his parents' name. Shirtingyu knew when this movement would end, but Shermuhan, who was born and raised here, didn't know. He was prepared for a long fight. Unexpectedly, things turned around. His parents were now safe. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Shirtingyu changed the subject. "Doctor said when you might be discharged?" "In 2 days, I can leave. Then I'll rest at the military camp." Shirtingyu calculated. Today is the 17th day of the Lunar New Year. Our leave to visit family ends on the 25th, so we can stay about another week. Shermuhan was happy to hear that. He had been alone in the hospital bed before, feeling a bit lonely. Now, at least someone could talk to him. By noon, Shen Ziming returned. "I asked around. The guest house can't cook fire. I rented a room behind the hospital where we can cook." Finding a suitable place made Shirtingyu very happy. "How much is the rent?" "I'll pay you." Shen Ziming said, "Muhan is getting out in 2 days, so I only rented it for 2 days. Not much money." Shirtingyu refused to let him pay. "If you don't tell me, I'll still ask the landlord later." Shen Ziming didn't know whether to be angry or sad. After a moment, he said, 150 for 2 days. The invoice from the online guest house roughly listed the amount. Shirtingyu immediately paid him. Shen Ziming held the money, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Lu Weigua glanced at him, quietly took Shi Tingyu's hand, and said, "Thanks to Comrade Shin today.
It's almost mealtime.
I saw a state-run restaurant nearby when we arrived. Let's go there for lunch." After Lu Weigua mentioned this, Shermuhan realized it was getting late. When he was in the hospital, he felt like each day lasted forever. He didn't expect someone beside him to make time pass so quickly. Shi Tingyu also suddenly realized how fast time was passing. Luckily, Li Jian was with the guards, and they also had some food supplies. Otherwise, Li Jian might have gone hungry at noon. Shermuhan urged, "Hurry up and go eat." "I'm fine here now." Shi Tingyu poured a glass of water for Shermuhan and placed it nearby for easy access. "Brother, we'll come back after eating. We'll bring you something tasty." The group headed to a state-run restaurant and arrived shortly. Fortunately, it wasn't crowded inside. Lu Weigua let Shin Ziming order first. Whether or not the other person had bad intentions towards his wife, he had indeed helped them, so he thought it was better to be polite. And judging by his wife's attitude, she clearly had no other thoughts about the other person. Shin Ziming let Shi Tingyu choose first. Shi Tingyu said, "Comrade Shun, you order. Thanks for your help this time. Also, you probably know this place better than us." Hearing this, Shin Ziming didn't refuse anymore. He ordered 2 dishes. Lu Weigua looked at the small menu and ordered 2 of Shi Tingyu's favorite dishes, plus a pork rib soup and a plate of dumplings for Shermuhan. They brought lunchboxes with them, so they could take leftovers home. The waiter didn't find it strange when they asked to pack food, because the restaurant was near the hospital and many people came here to eat and take food away. She was familiar with the process. However, when paying, Lu Weigua and Shin Ziming kept trying to pay first. They kept insisting, and Shi Tingyu was worried they might start a fight over it. Fortunately, the waiter, intimidated by Lu Weigua's presence, hurriedly took Lu Weigua's money. She was worried that if she took the other man's money, he might get angry. The food was served quickly. Lu Weigua, remembering that Shi Tingyu had sat on the train for a long time and was tired, kept offering her more food, hoping she would eat more to regain her strength. Shin Ziming originally thought Lu Weigua didn't deserve Shi Tingyu, but seeing how they interacted now, he had to admit that the other was very attentive. He would pick out the side dishes Shi Tingyu didn't like and knew exactly what she enjoyed eating. Throughout the meal, Lu Weigua was taking care of Shi Tingyu, and her image filled his eyes. Could this be the reason why Shi Tingyu finally chose Lu Weigua? Seeing Shin Ziming remain silent, Lu Weigua encouraged him to eat more. Shin Ziming felt a strange mix of emotions. They didn't plan to stay and eat slowly. They were worried about Shermuhan still in the hospital room. So, after quickly finishing their meal, they packed up and left for the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital room, they saw a woman dressed as a doctor sitting by Shermuhan's bed, trying to feed him. Shermuhan frowned and moved to the side to avoid the food. "Dr. Lu, my sister will bring me food soon. You should eat by yourself." The feeding doctor replied, "Patients shouldn't go hungry. You need to listen to the doctor." Shermuhan's face didn't look good. "Really, I don't need it. My leg is hurt, not my hand." If he weren't worried about physical contact, he would have stopped her with his hands. Shi Tingyu thought her brother would have a sweet moment in the hospital, but it seemed more like unrequited love, one-sided affection. She quickly spoke to help her brother out. "Brother, we brought you food." Hearing her voice, Shermuhan relaxed and said to Dr. Lu, "Dr. Lu, my sister is here. You can go now. There are patients who need you more." Shi Tingyu sat beside Shermuhan's bed, close to Dr. Lu, and simply smiled at him without showing any displeasure. Dr. Lu looked like he was burned and quickly got up from the bed, awkwardly smiling. "Since you've come to bring food, I won't bother you anymore." "Thank you, Dr. Lu," Shi Tingyu said. Dr. Lu nodded, looked embarrassed, and left. Shi Tingyu looked at Shermuhan carefully. "Even lying in bed, you still look good. No wonder people come to check if you're hungry." Shermuhan poked her forehead. You're making fun of me. Back then, you were also." He wanted to say she was often courted by others, but suddenly remembered her big brother-in-law nearby and stopped himself. Lu Weigua understood what his brother-in-law meant. With such a beautiful wife, It was no surprise if some men had their eyes on her. But in the end, his wife married him. Sure Muhan finished all the soup and dumplings in his lunchbox. Sure Tingyu was about to wash the lunchbox when Lu Weigua took it from her hand. I'll wash it. You talk to your older brother. Watching Lu Weigua leave, Sure Muhan asked, does he usually do chores at home? Sure Tingyu smiled. Yes, as long as he's at home, he does all these things. Now, Weigua has even learned to cook. This new year, she learned from her mother-in-law that Weigua's cooking skills were quite good. So, there's nothing he can't do in the kitchen. It's just a matter of whether he wants to learn. Shen Ziming had many thoughts about a future life with Tingyu, but he never expected her to be so kind to him. Looking at it this way, that Lu Weigua also had some good qualities. Seeing that Tingyu had no intention of talking to him, Shen Ziming felt a bit useless here. He took a deep breath and said, Xiaoyu, are your belongings at the camp guard post? I can go back and bring them here for you. Tingyu hesitated a little. My dog is there too. He usually doesn't go with strangers.
Then,
will you come back with me? Shen Ziming thought this and spoke out loud. Tingyu didn't agree. It's okay. We can go back by ourselves later. Shen Ziming then looked at Muhan. We've been partners for so long. Your sister is my sister. This trip really isn't a big deal. Muhan wouldn't decide for Tingyu. Everything depends on what Xiaoyu wants. Shen Ziming pursed his lips and after a pause said, Xiaoyu, are you still upset about the matchmaking before? That was my mistake. I'm sorry for what happened. He was excited to go home with gifts and luggage, but his parents found out he was going to meet Muhan's sister for a date and stopped him. He didn't understand why he was so stubborn, refusing to compromise with his parents. In the end, his father locked him up. He could have just said he didn't want to go on the date and called the other person to explain, but he didn't. He subconsciously accepted his father's words, but deep down, he didn't want Tingyu to go on the date. He stubbornly believed that if he didn't go or say anything, the marriage plans might be delayed or suddenly change. But in reality, he almost offended his best friend completely. Shen Ziming's apology was sincere, but Tingyu's indifference was also genuine. She still smiled and said, Comrade Shen, that was so long ago. Even though you didn't even notify me back then, I respect your choice. We only met a few times, and our feelings weren't that deep, so you don't need to feel sorry. Shen Ziming felt his heart sting from her words. Sure Tingyu chuckled softly and said, Comrade Shen, you are my brother's comrade. Your relationship with my brother comes first, and your relationship with me is secondary. You should act as you would with my brother, without worrying about me. If I were in your place, I would also choose family. Sure Tingyu truly didn't mind. She was a bit angry earlier, but not because the other person didn't come to the matchmaking meeting. She was upset because he didn't come and didn't even notify her. Moreover, she and the other person had never met, so there was no real emotional connection. If anything, her feelings were just a vague fondness from her memories of the original owner. They hadn't made any promises or vows. Overall, their relationship was not significant. Just as Shen Ziming was about to say more, Lu Weigua returned. Sure Tingyu looked at him and blinked at him. Lu Weigua looked a little embarrassed. He had overheard everything at the door earlier. He wasn't trying to eavesdrop. He just finished washing the lunchbox and happened to hear the conversation. It wouldn't have been proper for him to go in at that moment. He didn't expect his wife to notice him either. He also didn't realize Shen Ziming and his wife had such a story. Suddenly, he remembered the first time he met her at the state-run restaurant. At that time, he didn't look at her, just focused on eating. He only heard their sibling conversation and learned that the matchmaking date had been cancelled. Later, when Feng Wei helped introduce him, he found out that the person he was supposed to meet was the same woman who had cancelled on him at the restaurant. He hadn't expected that the man who cancelled was Shen Ziming. Thinking about her appearance and comparing it to his own, he felt a bit relieved and grateful. If he hadn't missed that appointment, his wife might not have been his. Seeing Lu Weigua arrive, Shen Ziming decided not to mention the matchmaking incident anymore. He said, I'll take you to the military area to pick up your luggage and move it to the rented house. This time, he said you all, knowing that with Lu Weigua there, Sure Tingyu might feel more comfortable. Lu Weigua thought for a moment and said, That would be helpful, Comrade Shin. But I can go alone. Little Yu, stay here and take care of the elder brother. He knew what kind of person Li Jian was. They definitely needed someone to go, and it wouldn't be right for him to hide here while others went. The road to the military area wasn't smooth. His wife had been in the car for a long time, so it was better to let her rest here. Shin Ziming looked at Lu Weigua, guessing he might have overheard their earlier conversation and was wary of his interactions with Shi Tingyu. In the end, Shin Ziming drove Lu Weigua to the military area. They didn't talk much during the trip. Shin Ziming wanted to explain a few words, but was afraid it would seem like he was trying to hide something. Lu Weigua noticed him hesitating several times and started a conversation about the military, which eased the atmosphere inside the car. Aside from other complicated relationships, the other person had indeed helped a lot, so proper manners still needed to be shown. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Shi Muhan and Shi Tingyu talked about the new year. He asked her if she had a good time at her in-laws' house. Shi Tingyu had a fulfilling time there and told Shi Muhan about it, feeling bored. When Shi Muhan heard her describe how she identified the murderer through a portrait, he suddenly sat upright. He really didn't know about this. You mean you can recreate a person's face from a description? Shi Tingyu nodded. You know my drawing skills. Shi Muhan knew his sister was a talented artist who had held exhibitions, but her daily creations couldn't compare to making a portrait from a description. His eyes lit up. Xiao Yu, help me out. I'll describe and you draw a portrait.
Who do you want to draw?
Shi Tingyu asked suspiciously, then remembered his injury. Is it related to this mission? Shi Muhan didn't expect his sister to guess so accurately. Now he needed her help, so he had nothing to hide. The reason goes back to our parents being sent away. I don't know when those spies found out about our parents being sent away, but they secretly contacted me, thinking I might be shaken by my family's situation. Shi Tingyu was very surprised. Was her brother almost turned by spies? Shi Muhan continued, I thought to lure out the people behind this, so I pretended to cooperate with them, then reported everything. Later, our squad leader made a plan, and I went undercover to find the spy's location. So, you got injured at the spy's base? Shi Tingyu asked. Shi Muhan nodded. We caught many, but one escaped. That was the person who hurt me. He always disguises himself, and I only saw him once. Now, as you see, I can't participate in the operation. The longer it takes, the more likely he is to escape. Shi Tingyu understood the seriousness of the situation and, without thinking much, stood up. I'll buy some paper and pens. Shi Muhan stopped her. No need to trouble yourself. Go see Director Zhao at the hospital. He should have some. This is a military hospital. The staff there wear military uniforms. Even if they can't share information, it's okay to ask them for some paper and pens. Sure enough, after Shi Tingyu went there once, he soon returned with some paper and pens. He closed the ward door, and Shi Tingyu and Shi Muhan each drew pictures, working well together. Shi Muhan described the person very clearly, and the drawings were accurate. He could immediately point out anything that looked wrong. As officers, they had training in remembering faces, so there was no confusion. Soon, they finished drawing a portrait of the spy. Shi Muhan carefully examined the picture, then asked Shi Tingyu to make a few small changes. He kept praising little Yu, you're amazing at this. Shi Tingyu just smiled and said, brother, maybe this time you can make a contribution? Shi Muhan laughed and replied, we found the spy and caught many of them. I've already made a contribution. It was just a third-class merit. Shi Muhan stored the portrait carefully, waiting for Shin Ziming to come and take it back. At 3 p.m., Shin Ziming and Lu Weigua arrived. Shi Muhan handed the portrait to Shin Ziming. This is the picture of the person who escaped. With this, it will be much easier to find him. Shin Ziming looked at the portrait, then glanced at Shi Tingyu, and turned to leave. Such things wait for no one. Lu Weigua took Shi Muhan to the bathroom, then went back to their rented house with Shi Tingyu to pack up. They also bought some vegetables to prepare dinner. When Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu returned, they bought a chicken, some dried mushrooms, and a few red dates, planning to make chicken soup for Shi Muhan in the evening. There was no service to slaughter chickens like in later times, so Lu Weigua naturally took on this task. He skillfully plucked the chicken, and Shirtingyu watched with admiration in his eyes. Feeling the gaze beside him, Lu Weigua couldn't help but smile. Once the chicken was cleaned and cut into pieces, he brought it into the kitchen. The house they rented was quite nice. The kitchen was kept very clean, and the owner was cooking on the stove these days, which didn't interfere with them. The owner was an elderly woman. When she first saw Shen Ziming bringing Lu Weigua to drop off things, she almost changed her mind. Previously, Shen Ziming came to rent a house dressed in military uniform. The old lady agreed to rent it without hesitation, thinking it was just a few days and wanting to help a fellow soldier. However, now seeing Lu Weigua, the old lady looked at him as if he wasn't a good person and was starting to hesitate. As an elderly woman, if she ended up living with a bad person, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Lu Weigua used to not care about how others saw his face, but in front of Shen Ziming, he didn't want to be laughed at. He was about to show his officer ID when Li Jian, a large Kunming dog, ran over with his food bowl in his mouth. The badge on the bowl, awarded by the police station, was very noticeable. Li Jian barked twice at the old lady. If you had been there, she would have recognized that Li Jian, a tall dog from Kunming, was making a sound that was a bit like a clipped voice. He was worried he hadn't helped Lu Weigua enough and might scare the old lady. The old lady, a native of Beijing and a retired doctor from a hospital, was literate. Seeing Li Jian's food bowl, she exclaimed, "Is this dog a police dog? Are you with the police?" Perhaps sensing her suspicion, she relaxed a bit. Lu Weigua explained, "I'm a soldier. I'm here visiting my wife's family. My brother-in-law is hospitalized, so I want to rent a place for a couple of days to take care of him." The only hospital nearby was a military hospital. The old lady knew most of the patients there were soldiers, so she felt reassured. You took out the dried red dates she bought and soaked some dried mushrooms, then started preparing other ingredients. To help Shiming Han recover quickly, she cooked chicken soup using spiritual spring water, but diluted it to prevent it from being too powerful. Soon, the aroma of chicken soup filled the kitchen. Since it was for a patient, she kept the seasoning light, but it still smelled very delicious. Li Jian carried his bowl around the kitchen door, saliva dripping from his mouth. She poured the chicken soup into a clay pot to simmer, then cooked 2 more dishes before finishing. The main food was plain white steamed buns they bought outside. In just 2 days, it wasn't worth buying rice. After preparing Li Jian's meal, Yu and Lu Weigua carried the clay pot directly to the hospital. They planned to eat together with Shiming Han. When they arrived at the hospital with the food, they saw Dr. Lu there as well. But this time he didn't bring food again. Seeing his sister and brother-in-law arrive, Shiming Han felt relieved. Dr. Lu is not exactly a persistent person. At least after Shermuhan refused the meal she offered, she stopped bringing food. However, she still often shows concern for him. But Shermuhan truly has no romantic feelings for her. If he did, he wouldn't wait for her to make the first move. He would act himself. Since he grew up in the United States, where relationships are more open than here, he is more relaxed about such matters. When Dr. Lu saw someone coming, she went back to her shift. Shermuhan has a very good appearance. Just looking at Shirtingyu, you can tell, brother and sister, the brother handsome, the sister beautiful, drawing the attention of many medical staff. But only Dr. Lu dares to take action. Even in today's more open times, it's rare for women to pursue men. She carefully placed the dinner she brought on a small side table. Shirtingyu handed her big brother some chopsticks. Seeing the chicken soup in the pot, Shermuhan felt his mouth watering. After taking a sip of the fresh chicken soup, he sincerely said, "Xiaoyu, your cooking gets better and better. Now your skills are on par with mine." Lu Weigua's radar immediately went off in his mind. Was his brother-in-law really so good at cooking? Shirtingyu teased Shermuhan, "Brother, if someone marries you in the future, they'll really be lucky." Lu Weigua felt a little hurt. He decided he needed to improve his cooking skills so his future wife could be freed from the kitchen. While eating a steamed bun, Shermuhan looked at Shirtingyu and hesitated, asking, "Are you hinting at something? Is this a subtle way of urging me to get married?" Dr. Lu had come twice before, and both times, his good sister had noticed. Yu almost rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? I'm not urging you to marry. Marriage should be your own choice. After all, you'll be the one living the days after marriage. Shermuhan nodded. He was already 25 after the new year, and there were many relatives and sisters-in-law introduced to him. But most people knew about his family background, and those who introduced him often made things complicated. His parents were still in the countryside, and he wasn't interested in marriage. So, he generally refused all matchmaking attempts. Seeing his brother lost in thought, Yu gave him a chicken leg. Don't think too much. Don't feel pressured about marriage. Mom, Dad, and I aren't in a hurry. As long as you're happy, you don't have to get married. All right, eat quickly. Filling the stomach with food is the best way, she said. Shermuhan smiled at her and accepted the chicken leg she offered. Lu Weiguo quickly picked up another chicken leg and placed it in Yu's bowl. You should eat more too. Yu glanced at him and quietly squeezed his hand beside her. A smile flickered in Lu Weiguo's eyes. After dinner, Yu helped clear the dishes, while Lu Weiguo went to fetch water to help Shermuhan wash up. When he was injured, they had to ask the doctor for help with washing. For these soldiers who prefer to keep good news to themselves, they seemed to have gotten used to it. Now, with someone helping, Shermuhan felt more secure. The two of them didn't leave until after 9 o'clock. When they returned home, Lu Weiguo washed the dishes in the yard. The old lady of the house heard the noise and brought over 2 thermos flasks. This is hot water I boiled on my stove. You can use it to wash up so you don't have to boil water again. Lu Weiguo quickly thanked her. The old lady waved her hand and went back inside. It's not easy being away from home. The bed at the old lady's place wasn't very big, but the two of them could squeeze in and sleep. Lu Weiguo held Yu, worried she might accidentally turn over and fall off the bed. Yu looked up at her husband, who had his eyes closed, and softly asked, Today during the day, I heard you and Shinziming talking about me? Lu Weiguo paused his hand as he patted her back and nodded slightly. Are you jealous? Yu asked. Although his expression didn't show much at the time, his small actions often increased. He kept trying to hold her hand. She thought about how this man liked to keep everything inside, and she decided it was better to talk openly to avoid him worrying or feeling insecure. Lu Weiguo cleared his throat awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. He believed men shouldn't be jealous, but thinking about his wife almost becoming someone else's, he felt a little sour inside. Yu could tell from his expression that he was probably feeling shy or embarrassed. She said, Don't worry. Shinziming and I have met a few times, but there's nothing between us. The main reason I agreed to the blind date was because my parents were about to be transferred, and later he also canceled. Lu Weiguo tightened his hold on her hand and said after a while, I understand. What do you understand? About you being stood up on the blind date. Yu suddenly perked up. How do you know? Lu Weiguo smiled because when you were on the blind date at the state-run restaurant, I was sitting next to you and Feng Wei eating. It suddenly started raining, and I wondered if this was when they first met. I am very grateful to Shinziming. If he had come, I probably wouldn't have had much to do with this. Hearing this, Yu also laughed. Once they talked openly, both felt more relaxed and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Yu woke up early to make breakfast for her older brother. Red date millet porridge paired with potato pancakes. Remembering the kind-heartedness of the homeowner last night, Yu asked Lu Weiguo to deliver a bowl of porridge and some pancakes to the elderly lady. She initially declined, but in the end, she accepted. This was mainly because Lu Weiguo was very skilled in this area. Yu was glad that her brother Weiguo was so good at these tasks. For someone with social anxiety, it was truly a blessing. After breakfast, Shermuhan had a visit from the doctor. During the dressing change, the doctor looked at Shermuhan's leg and exclaimed in surprise, Your wound is healing very well. Yu quietly watched the doctor's expression. She didn't have much spiritual spring water left, so it probably couldn't achieve miraculous effects. The next second, the doctor praised, You're young and strong, so your recovery is quick. Shermuhan smiled and replied, It's mainly because my sister has come and cooked 3 delicious meals for me every day. He had no idea that his quick recovery was truly thanks to his sister's efforts. The doctor flipped through the medical records and said, "Are you planning to leave tomorrow?" Shermuhan quickly nodded. "Yes, my leg is healing well. Staying in the hospital all the time is just wasting bed space." The doctor looked at him with a smile. "All right, since your wound is healing nicely, you can leave tomorrow. I'll approve it then." Shermuhan let out a sigh of relief, thinking he almost couldn't make it. Seeing that his older brother was now fine, Shertingyu went outside to buy a newspaper to pass the time. Shermuhan looked at the fresh Hwaxia daily and praised, "My sister is so thoughtful." But when he saw a particular article, his face turned serious. Shertingyu was surprised. "Did something happen?" Shermuhan asked. "Did you come from Lian City, Huai County train station?" "Yes." Shermuhan handed the newspaper to his sister, looking worried. "The train from Huai County to Jinling derailed, with many casualties. Luckily, you didn't take that train." Shertingyu took the newspaper and saw the black and white photo, feeling a wave of fear. She remembered what the heroine, He Ping, had said before leaving, and thought to herself, "Fortunately, I followed the schedule strictly." It seems that in the future, she needs to take what He Ping says more seriously. After all, the other person has lived a full life, and sometimes her casual words can change many people's fates. He Ping didn't expect that even after she sent a letter to remind her, the train still derailed. Because of this incident, several people from the Railway Bureau lost their jobs. The news spread quickly in Huai County. The Liu family was surprised and thought, luckily, Wei Guo and his wife didn't take that train, though it was a tragedy for the families of those who died. On the 19th day of the first lunar month, Shermuhan was discharged from the hospital. Since he still needed to recover and family members came to care for the injured, Shen Ziming helped apply for him to stay in a family member's courtyard during his recovery. There were some empty houses in the courtyard, which was very convenient. Shermuhan injured his leg, so they didn't arrange an apartment but a single-story house with a small yard, similar to the one Shertingyu and others had in Jinling. When they arrived at the courtyard, they found the rooms had already been cleaned and were neat and tidy. The neighbors nearby heard the noise and came to help. This was their first time meeting the family of Commander Sher, and they didn't expect her to be such a beautiful young girl. They also looked at the tall Lu Weiguo. The two looked very different in appearance, but the atmosphere between them was harmonious in an indescribable way. After everything was settled, Shertingyu invited Shen Ziming to stay for dinner. "Comrade Shen, stay and eat with us tonight, and bring the helpers who helped with the cleaning," she said. Shen Ziming mentioned that two of her brother's comrades had come to help with the cleaning. Shermuhan agreed. "Yes, let's have a meal together." Shen Ziming glanced at Shertingyu and nodded obediently. They brought plenty of cured meats and sausages for the visit, enough to make 2 dishes. They also bought some supplies on the way, so there was enough food for the 3 of them. Shen Ziming went to call others, while Shertingyu, Lu Weiguo, and Shermuhan kept busy. Lu Weiguo was in charge of washing vegetables, Shermuhan sat and cut them, and Shertingyu was the head chef. When they arrived, everything in the kitchen was running smoothly, and they couldn't help but want to help but couldn't. The 2 visitors got along very well with Shermuhan and were very friendly. They couldn't help in the kitchen but could tidy up the yard. Although they might not stay long, they needed to stay during his recovery. When the food was ready and Shermuhan introduced his sister and brother-in-law, both were a bit surprised. However, they are much better than some people outside. Knowing that Lu Weiguo is a soldier, they roughly guessed how the injuries on his face happened. They also heard that he had served on the battlefield for 8 years, which made everyone admire him even more and feel a strong sense of connection with Lu Weiguo. At this moment, looking at Sheryu and Lu Weiguo, the beautiful woman and the hero, they seem very well matched. After dinner, Shen Ziming and Shermuhan talked about the recent efforts to catch spies. They have already tracked down the person, and catching him should happen in the next couple of days. He told them not to worry. Setting aside everything else, Shermuhan approves of Shen Ziming's work attitude. That's why, when the portrait was handed to him, he felt at ease. Knowing that the person was close to being caught, he stopped worrying about it and focused on healing his injuries in the meantime. Getting better early means he can return to training sooner. After Shermuhan was discharged from the hospital, many people came to visit him one after another. Shi Tingyu was busy entertaining them. Lu Weiguo was chatting very comfortably with Shermuhan's leader, Captain Zhu. They are peers, so they had many topics to talk about. After seeing off the visitors, Shi Tingyu let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you so popular? So many people came to see you." Shermuhan lowered his eyes and sighed softly. "They didn't all come just to visit me." Shi Tingyu was a bit confused and signaled him to continue. Shermuhan thought for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. "The incident of our parents being sent away was spread around the military camp. I don't know who shared it, but many people found out." Shi Tingyu frowned. Her brother's situation was much more serious than hers at that time. After she got married, she had a period of peaceful days until Wei Jian came back, and then the news about their parents being sent away spread. No one dared to get involved in that kind of thing. If I hadn't made a contribution on the battlefield, I probably wouldn't even keep my current position. Some of my former friends gradually distanced themselves, and there was a lot of gossip in the camp. Only Shun Ziming remained consistent. Hearing this, Shermuhan couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. If it weren't for the matchmaking with his sister, Shun Ziming and he would have been the best brothers. But unfortunately, this incident made things awkward for everyone, caught in a difficult position. He found it hard to judge Shun Ziming. Perhaps this is just the complexity of human nature. Because of this, his relationship with Shun Ziming was always a bit cold and hot. Someone helped you, and you can't pretend you don't know. But thinking about your sister, he can't be completely at ease. Fortunately, everyone is generally getting along well. This time, I went on a mission and destroyed a spy gathering spot from the US. The higher-ups saw my stance, so the gossip has lessened. The leader's attitude is like a weather vane. I was injured this time and they took good care of me, so even those who kept their distance are starting to come around. Shi Tingyu finally understood that many people use the chance of visiting the sick to repair their relationships. However, his brother might still have to stay in the military camp for many years, so he can't cut ties completely. He still needs to be polite and respectful. But he didn't expect that in the afternoon, a very important person would arrive. Shun Ziming's father came over. Shun's father looks very much like Shun Ziming, with a youthful appearance that defies age. He said he was here to visit the sick. Shi Tingyu just smiled, thinking anyone who believed that was a fool. Shun's father looked at Shi Tingyu's face and felt a strange sense of realization. At this moment, Shi Tingyu's beauty was truly remarkable. No wonder his son couldn't forget him. If his parents hadn't been sent away, he wouldn't mind having such an excellent daughter-in-law. But it was all fate. After observing Shi Tingyu, his gaze shifted to Lu Weiguo. Unlike others who only looked at Lu Weiguo's face first, Shun's father admired him. Looking at the way Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu interacted, Shun's father quietly felt relieved. Since he heard that Shermuhan's sister came to visit, he had been tense, worried that his son might do something inappropriate. Recently, Shun Ziming kept visiting Shermuhan, which made him even more anxious. He took a break from Shun Ziming's training to come see how things were going here. A few days ago, he and his wife arranged a blind date for their son with the daughter of Commander Wang. Although their son didn't show much interest, the girl from the Wang family was very attentive to him, giving them hope. Ever since his son didn't match well with Shi Tingyu, he looked distracted and seemed determined to live a lonely life. They watched anxiously from the side. Finally, they forced a marriage arrangement, but they couldn't afford any mistakes before the relationship was confirmed. Now, seeing that Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo got along well, he felt a bit more relaxed. At least, there was no entanglement from the girl, but his son might have to suffer a bit. Having seen such an impressive girl, it will probably be hard to be interested in other young girls in the future. But compared to family and future prospects, this doesn't matter much. When acting, one must do it thoroughly. Father Shin was very concerned about Shermuhan's leg. Shermuhan used to be a younger relative that he liked very much, and even now, he still admired him. While Shermuhan and Father Shen were casually talking, the breathless Shun Ziming suddenly arrived. His face was flushed, and he asked Dad, "What are you doing here?" Father Shin frowned. Catch your breath first, then speak. Why are you so hurried? Shin Ziming took a deep breath, calming himself down. Aren't you supposed to be at the camp today? Why are you here at Muhan's place? I heard Muhan was discharged from the hospital. As an elder, I should come and see him, right? General Shin's expression was as usual. He seemed used to speaking in this kind of rhetorical tone with Shin Ziming. Shi Tingyu looked at Shin Ziming, clearly feeling oppressed. Shin Ziming knew his father's temper. He softened his tone and said, "It's getting late. You've seen enough. There are still things at the camp. Let's go first." General Shin looked at him, then finally stood up, took his clothes, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he also advised Shirmuhan, "Take good care of yourself. If you catch a spy this time, you'll earn a credit." Afterward, he and Shin Ziming left the small courtyard. On the way, Shin Ziming looked angry. "Dad, what exactly are you trying to do? I and Xiaoyu are no longer involved. Can't you stop with these little tricks?" Father Shin almost laughed out of anger. "So, I'm just looking for trouble? Don't tell me you came purely to visit the sick?" Shin Ziming retorted. Father Shin was momentarily speechless. He indeed didn't come just to visit the sick. He also wanted to see Shi Tingyu's condition and whether she would bother his son in the future. But he wouldn't say that out loud. "What else can I do besides visiting the sick? That girl is already married. You should settle down." Shin Ziming almost felt his heart twist. Breaking a military marriage is illegal. Father Shin naturally knew this, but he said casually, "If it weren't illegal, would you really be planning to do it?" Shin Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his father had said that. He didn't argue further and turned to leave. Watching his hurried figure, Father Shin's eyes were distant. After a moment, he cursed under his breath, "Stupid kid." After the Shin family father and son left, the small courtyard became peaceful again. Lu Weigua's face looked unhappy. When Shin's father came over, he could guess the reason. Because he guessed it, he felt angry. He had such a good wife. What did those people have to do with her? Why did they come here to criticize? Even if they didn't say anything directly, their scrutinizing eyes were obvious. At this moment, he was once again glad that Shin Ziming didn't come for the matchmaking back then. Not because he wanted to marry the girl, but because his wife wouldn't have to marry into that kind of family. Shi Tingyu looked at Lu Weigua's face, then reached out and held his hand. Was Shin's father angry? The answer was yes, but he didn't say it openly. If they reacted badly, it would make things worse. Her brother still had to work here. Offending the higher-ups was not a good choice. When her parents' reputation was restored, they would live their own lives happily, better than anything else. All right, everyone has left. Let's tidy up and put things away. Lu Weigua gently held her hand again, obediently going to put things in order. The visitors mainly brought some food, eggs, brown sugar, vegetables, and even a live old hen. Those from better-off families brought canned food, peach biscuits, and malted milk. After tidying up, he felt he wouldn't need to buy vegetables for the next few days. When everything was arranged, it was almost evening. Shi Tingyu started preparing dinner. The kitchen supplies, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, were all things they bought when cooking in the rented house. After moving out, they brought everything back. In the yard, Shirmuhan sat on a chair, with a colorful entertainment sword beside him. By the well, Lu Weigua was washing vegetables. Since the weather was cold, the water from the well was still warm, so washing vegetables didn't feel freezing. Shirmuhan looked at this rare peaceful scene, then turned to Shi Tingyu cooking in the kitchen and said, "Little sister, if I don't get married in the future, will you take care of me when I grow old? Otherwise, when I'm old, no one might even know I'm dead in the house." Lu Weigua paused while washing vegetables and said, "No. Based on age, I might go before you. How can my wife take care of you alone?" Shirmuhan suddenly felt blank and then said, "Then, won't you have children by then? Let your son take care of me, your uncle. I'll give him all my property in the future." Lu Weigua. Speechless. Talking about the children, Shirmuchan looked at his sister, and then at Lu Weigua. "I've been married for over half a year, so why is there still no news? Hey, Weigua, are you?" Before Shirmuchan could say something that might get him in trouble, Shi Tingyu interrupted. We're not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious? Because he's my future support, said Shermu-chan. You two should hurry up. Shi Tingyu never expected that her first push for marriage wouldn't come from her parents or in-laws, but from her own brother. If you're so anxious, go find someone yourself, she said. Shermu-chan stayed silent. The dinner was rich tonight. Now that everyone was home, Shi Tingyu no longer diluted the spiritual spring water. Luckily, the water's effect wasn't immediate healing. It took some time. After dinner, the brother-in-law finished pouring water and was taken care of. Then Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu went to bed. They didn't do anything special. One because the brother-in-law was still injured and they weren't in the mood. The other because the brother-in-law had better hearing than older people, so to avoid hearing things he shouldn't, they both kept under the blankets and just slept. On the 21st day of the Lunar New Year, the escaped spy was caught in Jinshi City. This finally settled Shermu-chan's unclear stance. Relatives who usually came to chat with Shi Tingyu also increased. Fortunately, with Shermu-chan injured, there was an excuse to avoid endless visits when they didn't want to talk. Their family visit leave lasted until the 25th day of the Lunar New Year. But they still had 2 days of travel, so they had to leave on the 23rd. That afternoon, Lu Weigua went to the train station to buy tickets. Shermu-chan originally thought his sister and brother-in-law could stay a few more days, but time flew by quickly. He knew Lu Weigua couldn't delay returning to duty, so he could only watch helplessly. Shi Tingyu helped Shermu-chan tidy up the house before they left, so she could feel better afterward. She also took some sausages next door, asking her sister-in-law to watch her brother and lend a hand if needed. Shermu-chan watched his sister busy around and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He smiled and said, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you're my mom. Hearing this, Shi Tingyu almost went to hit him. Lu Weigua bought the tickets smoothly this time and even brought some meat and vegetables. Next, Shi Tingyu asked Lu Weigua to chop the meat, while she prepared the dough to make dumplings. These dumplings were made for Shermu-chan. He is injured and finds it hard to cook. She plans to prepare some dumplings and freeze them outside so they can be cooked and eaten anytime. Since the weather is cold today, there is no worry about them spoiling. If these dumplings were stored in Jinling, it might not work well. After wrapping the dumplings, Shi Tingyu also told Shermu-han a few words. Eat a few meals, then ask someone at the cafeteria to bring you some food. Change it up to get a balanced diet. Shermu-han listened carefully and replied, I'm grown up now. I can take care of myself.
Don't worry about me.
Shi Tingyu didn't say anything more. On the 23rd, Shen Ziming drove them and their dog to the train station. Before leaving, Shi Tingyu specifically checked Shermu-han's wound. It had healed quite well, and now he could walk without a cane. She felt truly relieved. She thanked Shen Ziming again, and the couple went into the train carriage without looking back. They arrived in Jinling early on the 24th. Early in the morning, Feng Wei came to pick them up at the train station by car. Shi Tingyu was surprised. Lu Weigua said, after buying the tickets, I called Lao Feng from the post office. Feng Wei still had his cheerful smile and helped carry the luggage. Meanwhile, he also had time to play with a shiny sword. The sword was proud and loved to show off. It carried its own food bowl and followed Feng Wei eagerly, as if saying, look at me, look at me. Feng Wei exaggerated and said, wow, our sword has done a good deed again. This food bowl looks great. Sword, you're awesome. Shi Tingyu was sure she saw pride in the dog's face. When the car entered the residential area, the neighbor, Demao, was the first to run over. He was very excited and said, Auntie, you're back. And Sword too. I missed you so much. Sword barked excitedly.
Crash.
Its food bowl fell to the ground. The ceramic edge chipped off a piece. Sword was stunned. After a moment, it reacted and anxiously circled around the food bowl. Shi Tingyu went over to check and said with hope, it dropped a piece of ceramic. Sword was shocked and disappointed. Shi Tingyu comforted it and said it's okay. It doesn't leak, so it can still be used. Sword felt relieved. It carefully picked up its food bowl and returned to its doghouse, ignoring Demao calling behind it. Especially in the vegetable garden area, I can't say the grass has grown very tall, but look at how lush and lively it appears. Someone who doesn't know might think spring has arrived, and everything is coming back to life. The year has already passed, and it's almost March. The climbing roses by her house haven't lost their leaves and are still blooming beautifully. Is this the incredible effect of Lingquan water? Even when diluted, it still helps plants grow strong. After putting everything away, Lu Weiguo started to fetch water and tidy up the house. He hadn't been back for a month, so the house needed a good cleaning. Mostly just dust on the surfaces. They cleaned it thoroughly before the new year. Feng Wei was also busy. He found a cloth and helped with the cleaning because today was Sunday, his day off. Both men were used to manual work, so they finished tidying up quickly. Next door, Sister Zhang brought over a burning coal ball to save them the trouble of relighting the stove. Shi Tingyu quickly took the tongs holding the coal ball, placed it into the stove, and once everything was ready, handed the tongs back to Sister Zhang. Thanks, sister. Oh, it's nothing. You just got back, I didn't want to delay your cleaning, she said, then took little Mao away. She filled the stove with water, looked around the yard, and decided to clear out the weeds. But in the end, Lu Weiguo and Feng Wei took over the job. Young sister-in-law, you just rest well. We two men can handle this, Feng Wei said while pulling weeds. If you really feel bad, just give me some vegetables you grew later. Speaking of those vegetables, Feng Wei couldn't help but drool a little. Young sister-in-law, I must say, your gardening skills are top-notch. Before you went back to your hometown, my wife praised those vegetables several times. After eating your vegetables, and then ours, it just feels like something's missing. Shi Tingyu thought to herself, missing what? Probably the Lingquan water. She carefully looked at Feng Wei's expression. Everything seemed normal. What she didn't know was that her vegetables had become a big feature in the military area. She had given some excess vegetables to the kitchen staff before they left, and they cooked with them that very day. The feedback was very positive. Some people asked where the vegetables came from, and later, when they heard Shi Tingyu grew them, everyone lost interest in buying any. But the fact that Lu Weiguo's wife also grew delicious vegetables spread as well. Feng Wei was very talkative. After praising Shi Tingyu's vegetables, he started praising her garden again. Why do I say your family's vegetables are so good? The land is so fertile. Look at this grass. It's growing stronger than most people's. Lu Weiguo's eyes sparkled as he plucked some grass and flicked it at his thick coat. Work hard. Stop talking so much. Feng Wei chuckled. I'm just talking because I can't keep my mouth shut. Shi Tingyu cleared her throat softly and said, maybe it's because I take good care of the land. I usually use vegetable leaves and fruit peels for compost. She had set up a compost bin in the corner of the yard, layering soil with vegetable leaves and peels. Once it ferments, she mixes it into the soil. She learned this method from flower-raising techniques in later generations. To give her garden vegetables a good boost, she often tinkered with composting, and now it was finally useful. This composting method really works, so she wasn't worried about others testing it, though its effect wasn't as miraculous as spring water. When the vegetable garden was tidied up, it was almost noon. Shi Tingyu wanted to invite Feng Wei to eat, but he refused. You just came back, finish your work and rest. There will be plenty of time for meals later. Lu Weiguo knew he was speaking sincerely, so he didn't insist. Before leaving, Feng Wei suddenly remembered he hadn't said something. Oh, Battalion Commander San, Chen Chong, was promoted to Deputy Regiment Commander? The person replacing him is Li Dongsheng, who was transferred from the southwest. Their family was supposed to have a celebration meal long ago, but since you were on leave visiting family, they postponed it. Now that you're back, I'll mention it to him. It should be happening in the next couple of days. Lu Weiguo finally remembered that when they returned to their hometown, the other party hadn't reported in yet. He waved to show he understood, and Feng Wei left. Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo steamed sausages and cooked a dish for lunch, then relaxed. In the afternoon, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo finally had some rest. It's been a really busy time. The next day, Lu Weiguo woke up to the familiar wake-up call. Shi Tingyu opened her eyes too, smiling as she listened to the familiar sound. After so long, I still feel a bit out of place, she said. Lu Weigua told her to sleep a little longer as he went to get breakfast from the canteen. Shi Tingyu felt the temperature outside the blanket and pulled it back. Okay, I'll sleep a bit more. She wouldn't have many days to rest. The elementary school was about to open. When Lu Weigua returned with breakfast, she finally got up. She planned to buy some seeds today and plant the vegetables in the yard again. Next door, sister-in-law Zhang was also going to the supply and marketing cooperative, so the two of them rode together. On the way, they met a woman who looked unfamiliar and seemed to be from the local neighborhood. People said that everyone in the family compound knew Shi Tingyu, but she looked somewhat familiar. However, she was sure she had never seen this woman before. Shi Tingyu looked confused, and sister-in-law Zhang said, "That is the new wife of Battalion Commander Li Dongsheng. I heard she's a high school graduate." As soon as she arrived, Director Lu from the Women's Federation Propaganda Department took her. She then gave Shi Tingyu a knowing look. Since Lu Wenchang joined the art troupe, the propaganda department hadn't found a suitable person. Seeing Shi Tingyu's skills, Director Lu didn't want to find someone like Lu Wenchang, pretty, but not very capable. Li Dongsheng's wife is named Lu Tsaixia, 28 years old, with a 5-year-old child. She is much better at household chores than Lu Wenchang. It seemed Lu Tsaixia noticed the gaze coming from nearby, and she looked toward Shi Tingyu and the others. Sister-in-law Zhang knew Lu Tsaixia. Her husband was at the same level as Lu Tsaixia husband, but she didn't know who the pretty woman next to her was. Just by looking at her bicycle, a 26-inch women's bike, it was clear her family was well off. Thinking this, she greeted sister-in-law Zhang first. "Sister-in-law, are you also going shopping?" Sister-in-law Zhang smiled and said, "Yes, the kids at home are craving meat, so I'm just going to buy some." Seeing Lu Tsaixia's gaze on Shi Tingyu, sister-in-law Zhang introduced her. "Let me introduce you. This is the wife of Battalion Commander 1, named Shi Tingyu. She lives next door to me." Lu Tsaixia looked a bit surprised. Those who could become battalion commanders were usually not young. Her husband, who had some background, was 33 years old and had reached that position. Sister-in-law Zhang's husband was even a few years older than her. But the battalion commander's wife looked quite young, probably in her early 20s. How old could her husband be? Lu Tsaixia guessed that even if the battalion commander was older, he probably wouldn't be over 30. Someone in that position, especially if they weren't newly promoted, either had strong backing or outstanding military achievements. People like that needed to be well-connected. Thinking this, a smile appeared on her face. "So you're the wife of Battalion Commander 1. I heard you were on leave earlier, so I hadn't seen you before. Now I see, and I'm really impressed. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in the army since I was born." While praising, Lu Tsaixia said, "Let's do it together. I just arrived here recently, and am not very familiar with the place." Sister-in-law Zhang has a better relationship with Shi Tingyu, but since she was asked, she wouldn't refuse. Shi Tingyu knows that sister-in-law Zhang is kind-hearted, so she happily agreed. Most of the conversation on the way was Lu Tsaixia asking questions, sister-in-law Zhang talking, and Shi Tingyu occasionally adding a few words. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. After this, the three of them became a bit more familiar with each other. When they returned to the residential area and were about to part ways, Lu Tsaixia invited them, saying, "In a few days, we're having a family dinner. You and your younger sister-in-law should come too." They usually don't invite family members when hosting, but when the host invites, it's a different matter. Both agreed to come. Shi Tingyu also saw that Lu Tsaixia is quite clever, with some small plans of her own, but she's not a bad person. After returning home, Lu Tsaixia started tidying up her things. That evening, when Li Dongsheng came back, she told him about meeting the battalion commander and the 2nd Battalion commander's wife, and also about inviting them to dinner. Li Dongsheng praised her, saying, "That's good. You always handle things carefully. I'm new here, so I need to build good relations with them." Lu Tsaixia replied, "That's what I thought too. I only invited them, but I was worried others might have opinions. So, I plan to invite the wives from a few other families tomorrow. Their family is quite well off. Although they can't compare to Shi Tingyu's style, they can still host a dinner." Li Dongxing's eyes showed a hint of a smile. I knew my wife is quite perceptive. If it were an ordinary family, they might not even be willing to spare that little grain. Lu Saishao looked at him with a playful scolding. I'm not that shallow. Meanwhile, Lu Weigua finished a day of training and returned home. Seeing that the vegetables in the yard hadn't been fully planted, he changed clothes and finished planting the remaining vegetables. Shi Tingyu was busy in the kitchen. At dinner, Shi Tingyu talked about her encounter with Lu Saishao that day. Lu Weigua said, Today, I heard Han Tuan mention that Li Dongsheng is a bit proud, but otherwise he's fine. His family has some background in the military. This shows that having connections in the government helps. Today was his first day of training, and Han Tuan brought up this matter. If she invited you all to dinner, then we'll go together. Shi Tingyu smiled and said no need. I'll go with sister-in-law Zhang. We need to go early to help out. Lu Weigua frowned slightly, suddenly feeling reluctant to let his wife go. Shi Tingyu didn't pay attention to his worries. She quickly finished her meal, washed up, and went to bed because she had to start work tomorrow. On the first day of school, Shi Tingyu arrived at school early. The children had already helped clean the school during the past 2 days. Older students were even asked to bring small shovels to clear weeds from the playground. Everyone was used to these preschool activities and enjoyed doing them. As long as it wasn't class time, they were all happy to participate. When Shi Tingyu arrived at the office, she found Han Wei had arrived even earlier and had already cleaned the place. Seeing Shi Tingyu, Han Wei's eyes lit up. Teacher Shi, you're here. Good morning, Shi Tingyu greeted him with a smile. Han Wei took some candies from his drawer and offered them to her. Teacher Shi, would you like some candy? Shi Tingyu paused, surprised at his sudden enthusiasm, but still accepted the candies. As time passed second by second, Han Wei looked hesitant and blushed. Shi Tingyu raised her eyebrows and asked, Xiao Wei, is there something you want to tell me? Han Wei isn't very outgoing. When asked, he felt a bit shy, as if bringing candy was just a way to ask for help. He hesitated, unsure whether to speak or stay silent. Seeing his struggle, Shi Tingyu said, Just tell me if you have something to say. It's okay. Finally, Han Wei spoke. Teacher Shi, I saw an announcement about a clay sculpture contest in the Jinling Daily. I want to try, but I'm worried I won't do well. I hope when you have time, you could give me some advice. Shi Tingyu was surprised. She didn't expect there would still be such contests during this special time. Did you bring the newspaper? Yes, Han Wei said excitedly, pulling out a neatly folded newspaper from his bag and handing it to her. Shi Tingyu looked at it. The contest required sculptures of people. When she heard about the clay sculptures, she suddenly remembered some stories about Jinling clay figurines from later times. Back then, Jinling clay figurines were a provincial-level intangible cultural heritage. She recalled reading an article that in the early 1960s, some art editors from Xinhua Daily created Jinling colorful sculptures based on exaggerated shapes and compositions from Liangxi clay figurines, which became known as Jinling clay figurines. After being exhibited in Beijing, they received high praise. In the 1980s, Jinling clay figurines became very popular and were sold both domestically and abroad. Could it be that Jinling now plans to promote these figurines internationally? Shi Tingyu thought about many things, but it was only for a short moment. She looked at Han Wei with eager eyes and said, Okay, if there are parts you're unsure about, I can help you check them. Han Wei was very excited. To him, Shi Tingyu was an expert in this area. With her guidance, his work would definitely improve. He immediately started sketching the character design on paper. Actually, he had a vague idea in his mind, inspired by the three-dimensional wall painting outside the school. The image of a soldier walking out of the chaos left a deep impression on him. He wanted to create a clay sculpture related to soldiers. 2 days later, Han Wei showed Shi Tingyu his rough sketch. It was a running soldier, full of scars, but with a hopeful expression. Teacher Shi, does this look okay? Looks good, Shi Tingyu approved his idea. In today's world, this kind of work is very good.
很被 smilet.
When I get the initial shape done, I'll show it to you. Shi Tingyu nodded, took a pen, and made slight adjustments to his sketch, especially to the eyes and mouth. Eyes and mouth are important for showing emotions. You can make the details more delicate. Pay attention to the muscle lines on the face. Hanwei looked carefully and nodded from time to time. In the evening, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo returned home one after the other. Seeing his wife busy in the kitchen, Lu Weiguo changed his clothes and went to help. Wife, is it still busy after the new semester started? Shi Tingyu smiled and said, it's not too busy. I actually feel a bit more relaxed than before. You know, I haven't been drawing comics anymore. Lu Weiguo finally remembered about the comics. He used to think his wife had too many things on her plate. She was a teacher, drawing comics, training every day, and sometimes teaching soldiers. Now, she seemed to be doing well. Shi Tingyu had no plans to continue drawing comics. She had already earned quite a bit from the 2 stories of Loyal Dog. There might be reprints later, which would bring in a good income. After the big event ended, she planned to pick up her brushes and create again. So, she decided not to draw comics anymore. People are not afraid of having no money, but of not being able to turn their work into cash. Their family's financial situation is definitely among the best here. The few thousand yuan in writing fees that the family suspected had already amazed them. If they knew she could earn 12,000 in one go, they wouldn't know what surprises might happen next. After a few days, once you're used to it, we'll start training in martial arts again. Okay. Shi Tingyu happily agreed. Even if Lu Weiguo didn't mention it, she would bring it up herself. Learning it thoroughly was her goal. After dinner, when they were about to take a walk with the sword, the family received Sergeant Li from the military dog training base. Shi Tingyu was surprised. Why was Sergeant Li here at this time? The sword, Li Jian, was familiar with Sergeant Li. Shi Tingyu often took it to the training base for practice. Sergeant Li saw them holding Li Jian and reached out to pet its head. Captain, sister-in-law, are you taking Li Jian for a walk? Yes, today the school started, so I didn't have much chance to take it out during the day, Shi Tingyu replied. Lu Weiguo invited him inside and poured him a glass of water. Sergeant Li, is there something you need? This time, Sergeant Li indeed had a reason for coming. He said, Captain, I heard you made a muzzle for Li Jian. Is it still around? Yes, it is. Lu Weiguo probably understood why Sergeant Li was here. He was after the muzzle. He told Li Jian, go get your muzzle. Li Jian barked and quickly grabbed the muzzle from its nest. Sergeant Li was once again shocked by Li Jian. This dog is incredibly smart. He carefully examined the muzzle and tried it on Li Jian's mouth, his eyes shining brighter with each test. He said excitedly, Captain, how did you think of this? It's so good. I can't believe you came up with it. Lu Weiguo. He felt this didn't sound like a compliment. Shi Tingyu secretly chuckled. Lu Weiguo said, this was your sister-in-law's idea. Sergeant Li looked at Shi Tingyu with admiration. Captain, you know, dogs are sometimes afraid of heights, and during missions, they can become stressed and accidentally bite soldiers. With this muzzle, such accidents can be avoided. So, I want to ask the higher-ups for permission to make a few more for the military dog team based on this design. Lu Weiguo had no objections. Sergeant Li was relieved and hurriedly left, planning to report the matter tomorrow. Shi Tingyu didn't expect that the muzzle she made just for easier transportation would catch the military dog team's attention. If not for squad leader Li mentioning it, I would have forgotten that military dogs in later generations also wear muzzles. However, the current muzzles are quite simple. She told Lu Weiguo to take Li Jian for a walk first, while she went to her room to pick up a paintbrush and drew a design based on the style of future muzzles, also noting the materials used. Li Jian's muzzle was made quickly as an emergency measure and wasn't the best quality. The next day, when Han Tuan learned about this, he thought, Weiguo is about to make another contribution. It was clear that Hugo was indeed Lu Weiguo's capable partner. He called Lu Weiguo over. Bring your dog Li Jian and that muzzle over here, so we can study it. Lu Weiguo then took Li Jian to the camp. On the way, some soldiers resting saw Li Jian and looked at him with curiosity. Li Jian's reputation was well known in the camp. But Li Jian was a dog who only cared about work. When he was brought to show his muzzle, he looked very serious and respectful, as if he was about to join the party. After Lu Weiguo and Li Jian entered Han Tuan's office, Han Tuan immediately focused on the muzzle. The muzzle was made from bent iron wire, wrapped with cotton cloth. Lu Weiguo handed Han Tuan the revised design drawing his wife had drawn last night. This is the improved version my wife drew last night. Hua Tingshui's design combined iron wire and leather materials. The muzzle wasn't complicated, so Han Tuan quickly understood it. It seemed like this idea could work. Alright, I understand. I'll keep this drawing. I'll find someone to make one and see how it looks. Li Jian saw his muzzle back on his face and relaxed. This was his own thing. He couldn't just give it to others. From testing to production, the process went very quickly. The craftsmanship wasn't complicated. The camp partnered with a steel factory in Jinling. Although there weren't many military dogs in the unit, the steel factory paid great attention because it was a military order and the quality of the muzzles was excellent. After using the muzzles for a while, their effectiveness became clear and the camp leaders reported the matter. There are more military dog bases across the country, not just in Jinling, so it could be promoted nationwide. As the muzzles became popular in the military dog units, Lu Weiguo's name was often mentioned. It was a happy surprise. As for Hua Tingshui, the person who originally suggested the idea, the camp respected her opinion but credited all the achievement to Lu Weiguo. She only mentioned it briefly, and it was Lu Weiguo who was doing the work. Because her identity was sensitive, she didn't want to draw too much attention. The issue of the mouth restraint was settled, and time moved into March. Han Wei showed Shi Tingyu the clay sculpture he made. Shi Tingyu helped him improve some imperfect parts. Han Wei watched carefully, trying to learn as much as he could from her techniques. Even the smallest change in her subtle expressions gave him a feeling of enlightenment. Seeing his look of sudden realization, Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "You still need to improve your understanding of the skeleton and muscles of the figure. When I have time, I'll make a skull model and a muscle model for you. You should observe and copy them often. Over time, you'll get better." Han Wei's face turned red with excitement, but he felt a bit guilty. "Would that be too much trouble for you? It's okay. Reviewing what I already know helps me learn again, like revisiting muscles and bones." When he saw the finished clay sculpture, Han Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Teacher Shi, can you also put your name on this piece?" Han Wei thought Shi Tingyu only made some minor adjustments, but she had helped him a lot in the early stages. After her adjustments, the final product was much better than his previous work. He felt uneasy about claiming it entirely as his own creation. Shi Tingyu was a bit surprised. Seeing the serious expression on the boy's face, she smiled and nodded. "Just mark me as the instructor. You don't need to put my name as the creator." Han Wei wanted to say more, but Shi Tingyu stopped him. "This isn't my original work. I just guided and helped improve it. Just indicating I was the instructor is enough." Han Wei then gave up. That day, he rode his bike to the city and submitted the work. The results would be announced on March 15th. It was only the beginning of March, so he had to wait over a week. Shi Tingyu used this time to make a clay skull and muscle models. Making the muscles wasn't very difficult. She built them onto the skull, attaching each muscle piece and creating muscle textures with thin bamboo sticks. She had drawn countless skeletons and muscles since she was young. She knew the direction of each muscle very well. Every time Lu Weiguo saw her work, he found it incredible. Do artists need to know all these details? He often thought about how delicate his wife looked. When she first learned about skull muscles, he wondered how scared she must have been. Maybe he was lost in thought, because when Shi Tingyu saw him staring silently at the skull model she made, she asked, "Is something wrong?" Lu Weiguo noticed her question and said, "You're learning about skull muscles for the first time. Are you scared?" Shi Tingyu was surprised by the question and thought back to her first time seeing a skull in art class. She replied, "It didn't feel strange. At first, we used plaster skulls, which weren't real. I only saw real skulls in college, but I was already used to it by then." Only now did Lu Weiguo realize how hard it is to learn to draw. He usually saw his wife drawing effortlessly. But to draw good human figures, knowing about bones and muscles is necessary. Without that, it's impossible to do well. Anything worth doing well is not easy. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Shirtingyu smiled and said, I thought you might find it scary that I made a skull model. If someone timid saw it, they might be a little frightened. Lu Weiguo was surprised. Why would you think that? On the battlefield, there are many more terrifying and bloody scenes. How could he find this scary? That day after school, Shirtingyu told Hanwei, the skull and muscle models are ready. Later, you can come with me to pick them up. Hanwei happily agreed and followed her home. When he saw the lifelike skeleton and muscle models, he felt very excited. Shirtingyu covered them with a cloth before letting him leave. At that time, everyone was cooking dinner and children were outside playing wildly. If they accidentally saw the models, they might get scared. Fortunately, Hanwei's house was just behind Shirtingyu's, so they got home quickly. Hanwei's mother saw her son holding something mysterious under a cloth and asked, What do you have there? Afraid of scaring her, Hanwei quickly said, It's just some clay for drawing. His mother nodded and then asked about the clay modeling contest. How did your clay sculpture turn out? It's been so long without news. Did you not get in? Hanwei sighed, Mom, I told you. The results won't be announced until March 15th. His mother awkwardly responded, I thought it was already time. I thought it would be over by now. Worried that her words might pressure Hanwei, she turned and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Hanwei placed the clay sculpture on his desk in his room and carefully examined it. Soon Leader Han also came home. He helped his wife carry dishes from the kitchen. His wife washed her hands and called everyone to eat. When she pushed the door open, she saw Hanwei holding a human skull and looking at it. Ah, she screamed in shock, her body went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Luckily, her experience with household chores gave her strong hands, and she quickly steadied herself by grabbing the door frame. Hanwei suddenly turned his head and saw his mother looking frightened. He realized that she must have been scared by the clay sculpture. Leader Han heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing his wife standing unsteadily by the door frame, he was surprised. What's wrong? Did something happen? Hanwei looked embarrassed and quickly went to support his wife. Mom, don't be afraid. It's made of mud. It's fake. Leader Han was stunned. Made of mud? Fake? Seeing that Leader Han was helping his mother, Hanwei took the two clay sculptures from the table, one in each hand. Only then did Leader Han see what he was holding and almost slapped him on the head. You little rascal. Why did you make a skull? You scared your mom. At this moment, his wife also saw what he was holding. Is this the thing you brought back this afternoon? Yeah. Hanwei carefully placed the sculptures back on the table. Teacher sure made them for me. They're for practicing drawing portraits and laying a foundation. Leader Han and his wife didn't know much about drawing, but they thought it looked a bit strange. Since they knew it was a tool for their son, they didn't say much. Leader Han helped his wife out and said to Hanwei, All right, go eat first. After you finish studying that skull, cover it with cloth. Hanwei obediently did as told. The next day, after Leader Han and Hanwei left for work, his wife started cleaning the house. When she reached Hanwei's room, she hesitated for a moment, but then gathered her courage and went inside. She first tidied up his desk and saw the cloth covering the sculptures. Her curiosity grew, and after mentally preparing herself, she carefully lifted the cloth. During the daytime, it wasn't as scary as what she saw yesterday, but she still had to say that the sculpture was very frightening. She had never seen a real human skull, but that didn't stop her from thinking the sculpture looked very realistic. She admired Shiryu even more. Perhaps having overcome her fear, his wife was no longer as afraid. After finishing the cleaning, Sister Han thought about how her daughter-in-law helped her son so much. She felt she should thank her. She also wondered if next time she should ask Hanwei to bring something as a gift. Asking questions isn't a waste of time either. So, during dinner that evening, Hanwei brought a bowl of braised pork to Shirtingyu. Uncle Lu, teacher sure this is from my mom. She asked me to bring some extra dishes for you. Hanwei isn't very outgoing, and giving gifts like this makes him a little shy. After he sets the food down, he quickly leaves. Shirtingyu hadn't even had time to reach out her hand. This kid, I haven't even finished setting my plate for him. Lu Weiguo looked at his wife and couldn't help but smile. She's still young herself, but she always calls Hanwei kid. The day to announce the clay sculpture contest results arrived quickly. Early that morning, Han's mother bought a newspaper. The contest results would be announced both privately and published in the Jinling Daily. The results didn't take up much space. They listed 1 grand prize winner, 2 first prizes, 3 second prizes, and 5 third prizes. The grand prize was 100 yuan, the first prizes 50 yuan each, the second prizes 30 yuan, and the third prizes 10 yuan. When Han's mother saw Hanwei's name among the 2 first prize winners, she was so excited she almost cried tears of joy. Money didn't matter to her. What mattered was the honor her child received. When they first arrived at the military district, Hanwei was seen as a quiet kid who did nothing but play with mud all day. Now he had a job, and even won a prize. That was something she never dared to imagine before. Soon, the award certificate was delivered to their home. Everyone found out about it. Many couldn't help but feel envious. They all knew what Hanwei was like before, rarely seen around, a big kid with no real job, staying at home every day. Now he had a job and a prize. How could people not be jealous? Some who saw the newspaper also noticed the name of Shi Tingyu in the guidance teacher column, which was very eye-catching. They realized that Hanwei's success was thanks to teacher Shi's help. For a moment, some people's thoughts started to stir. When Principal Ren heard the news, he put up a banner at the school gate. She is happy to help promote activities that increase the school's reputation and improve its soft power. The banner reads, "Congratulations to our teachers Hanwei and Shi Tingyu for winning first place in the clay sculpture competition." When school ended, Shi Tingyu and Hanwei saw the banner at the school gate. Shi Tingyu felt her face flush with embarrassment. It was fine to include Hanwei, but why was she also mentioned? She wasn't a participant. Principal Ren had his own considerations. The name of Shi Tingyu, the guiding teacher, was also published in the newspaper. Previously, the school's mural project was credited to Shi Tingyu. Including her name this time recognized her contributions to the school. Now, their school has gained some fame among other schools in Jinling. If the elementary school for the military zone hadn't been built for the children there, many outside children might also want to attend. She wasn't worried that Han's family would be upset, thinking that Shi teacher overshadowed Hanwei. Just the fact that Hanwei could have her guiding teacher's name listed shows she's not ungrateful. That evening, Han's mother cooked a good meal and insisted Shi Tingyu and her family come to eat. Shi Tingyu looked at her husband. Lu Weiguo smiled and said, "Go ahead. Your sister-in-law has invited us." That night, Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu had dinner at Han's sister-in-law's house. After dinner, Hanwei wanted to give half of the prize money to Shi Tingyu, but she refused. Hanwei participated in the competition, but they didn't create the work together. Besides, she didn't need the money. That day, when Shi Tingyu returned home from school, she saw a woman with a young boy near her door, holding some things. This scene felt familiar. The woman warmly greeted Shi Tingyu. "Teacher Shi, school's out?" Shi Tingyu nodded and asked, seemingly confused, "Sister-in-law, do you need something?" The woman smiled and tried to hand something to Shi Tingyu. She quickly put her hands behind her back. "Sister-in-law, just tell me if you need anything. We don't do this kind of thing." The woman's husband was surnamed Lin, a battalion commander under Unit 721, living in the front apartment building. The boy with her was about 16 or 17, her only son. She came to ask if her son could learn painting from Shi Tingyu. She had recently realized that painting had a promising future. Not only could he become a teacher, but he could also draw comic strips. Even working in the publicity department of other units was possible. If her son could participate in a competition, maybe he could find a better job. Because the two men are not in the same group and don't have much interaction, Sister Lin brought a rather valuable gift this time. She said, "Teacher Shi, this is my son. Please see if you can take him as an apprentice to learn painting or something." While speaking, she handed the item in her hand toward Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu is not good at dealing with this kind of thing. "Sorry, sister-in-law, I am usually busy, so I can't take on an apprentice." Sister Lin's smile faltered slightly. Her husband and Lu Weigua are on the same level. Does the other person look down on them by refusing so straightforwardly? Yes, their family's position is not as high as Captain Han's, but being refused so bluntly still made Sister Lin feel uncomfortable. Teacher, sure, our child is very smart. If Han Wei can learn it, he can too. It won't take much of your time. Shi Tingyu frowned. Sister-in-law, Han Wei is not my apprentice, and I haven't taken him as one. I have no plans to take on any apprentices myself. Sister Lin's expression changed unpredictably. She thought to herself, even though I haven't officially taken him, he's achieved what he has because of your guidance. But she could only keep that thought to herself. The boy, called clever by Sister Lin, stood aside with an arrogant look, watching his mother talk to Shi Tingyu with a detached expression as if it didn't concern him. Not to mention, she had no intention of taking on an apprentice. Even if she did, she wouldn't accept someone with such a personality. It's fine if you don't take an apprentice. Teacher, sure, just bring him along and teach him. It doesn't matter if there's no formal master-apprentice relationship. Shi Tingyu sensed that the other was determined to push the boy onto her, and she spoke more directly. Ma'am, I won't take an apprentice. Someone has asked before, and I gave the same answer. If there's nothing else, please go back. I need to cook dinner. She was about to open the gate and head home. Sister Lin quickly grabbed her, her eyes flickering with determination, and said firmly, Teacher, sure, this matter is important. This gift was carefully selected by me. You must accept it. As long as she could get the other to accept the gift, she would find a way to make her accept her son. Hey, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of her. Hearing the commotion, Sister Zhang came out to see what was happening. She was surprised to see the situation and quickly came to help Shi Tingyu. Seeing someone come out, Sister Lin tightened her grip even more. Shi Tingyu struggled to free herself, but couldn't. Just as she was about to make a move, a hurried voice sounded. What are you doing? Everyone looked back and saw Lu Weigua and Zhang rushing over anxiously. Shi Tingyu took the opportunity to pull her hand away, while Sister Lin relaxed her grip. Lu Weigua stepped forward and blocked her behind him, looking seriously at Sister Lin. Are you trying to hit my wife? Sister Lin was frightened by Lu Weigua's serious look. She quickly shook her head. No, it's not like that. Lu Weigua pulled Shi Tingyu closer, examined her wrist, which was red around the edges from being pulled. He held her arm out to Sister Lin. Is this what you meant when you said she didn't hit you? Seeing the red marks on her delicate wrist, Sister Lin was also surprised. She explained that she was worried the other person might enter the yard, so she pulled back hard. She knew the teacher's house had a fierce dog, and she was afraid that after the teacher entered, the dog might chase them away. She didn't expect the teacher's skin to be so tender. Shi Tingyu looked up at Lu Weigua. His current expression made him seem like a family man upset because his child was bullied, like someone looking for the other parent. He looked fierce, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Lu Weigua getting angry, Sister Lin quickly explained, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted Teacher Shi to take my son as an apprentice. Lu Weigua knew his wife well and said coldly, My wife doesn't take apprentices. If there's nothing else, you can go back. He wouldn't have been so stern if the other person hadn't made a move. As a military family member, Lu Weigua was usually more tolerant than most, which was common among soldiers, but only if it didn't hurt his wife. Sister Lin saw that there were many people and looked at Shi Tingyu's wrist, feeling angry but unable to say anything. She grabbed her things and left. After she left, Lu Weigua reached out and gently took Shi Tingyu's hand, examining it carefully. Fortunately, it was only red and not bruised. Zhang's wife winked at her husband.
See?
Little Lu cares. Zhang Jin touched his nose and cleared his throat. Little Lu, there's nothing more, so let's go home. He then pulled Zhang's wife along and left. Lu Weigua also took Shi Tingyu home. Dinner was cooked by Lu Weigua. During the meal, Lu Weigua said, Tomorrow I'll talk to her husband. From his look, it didn't seem like he would let this go easily. Shi Tingyu smiled and agreed, saying okay. When a man fights for you, it's good to encourage him properly. Shi Tingyu's way of encouraging was a sweet kiss. After Sister Lin returned home, She felt worse the more she thought about it, especially when she looked at the things she bought, which cost her quite a bit of money. She felt upset inside and couldn't help but let some of it show while talking. When she spoke, the neighbors just listened like they were gossiping. As she sought others' approval, the neighbors only nodded a few times and didn't say much. But even so, Sister Lin seemed to find someone who understood her, and she became more excited as she talked. When she felt she had said enough, the neighbors looked at her differently. She smiled awkwardly and hurried home. After she left, the neighbors started talking.
How bold she is.
Everyone knows Captain Lu's wife is impressive, but who really goes to her for lessons? Before, when Captain Lu's wife published a book, didn't someone ask her for help? But she didn't agree. That's right. Look at Han Group leader's son. She didn't take him in either. If she could take apprentices, she wouldn't need to come to her. Someone close would have already taken her place. So, many things aren't because others don't know, but because they don't want to understand. People are driven by interests. Before hitting a wall, they always want to try, just in case it works out. Sister Lin didn't hide her plans from her husband. He supported her. He's not young anymore and has reached his limit in his position. Since he's still in the camp, he wants to do more for his children. He also hopes his son will join the army, but because his son is an only child and spoiled, he probably can't handle the hardships of military life. His son is about the same age as Hanwei from the Han Group leader's family. Seeing Hanwei's current situation and comparing it with his own son, he feels a bit disappointed. So, the couple decided to let their son apprentice somewhere. They heard that Captain Lu's wife is very popular, so much so that the Women's Federation and the elementary school almost fought over her. Captain Lin didn't expect things with his wife to fall through, and the next day, he was targeted by Lu Weigua. And he couldn't avoid it. Lu Weigua reported to Captain Han about organizing a contest against their unit. Captain Han and Lu Weigua are old comrades from the battlefield, so they worked well together. When Lu Weigua mentioned it, Captain Han immediately contacted the commander of Unit 721 to discuss the contest. Although there were some personal feelings involved, the outcome was good. Raising soldiers' enthusiasm is always a plus. The commander of Unit 721 thought it was a good idea, so they agreed. At the competition, Captain Lu's team was full of energy. In the end, even Lu Weigua joined the game. Captain Lin had no choice but to step in himself. The result was obvious. He was beaten quite badly. At that moment, he finally realized that Commander Lu was probably just trying to find trouble for his wife. Could he say anything? The other side had won fairly and openly. From that point on, Commander Lin decided not to let his son become a disciple. Maybe because this incident caused quite a stir, some people who had been tempted to act now held back. With April arriving, everyone took off their heavy cotton clothes and felt lighter. That day, Shirtingyu was resting and planning to buy some oil at the supply and marketing cooperative. On the way, she met Lu Wenchang, who was also heading there. Lu Wenchang no longer looked as proud and aloof as when they first met. Long hours of training with the arts troupe and not performing on stage had made her feel down. Lu Wenchang wondered if she was just not meant to have that kind of luck. She thought she might perform during the May Day celebrations. But in January, one of the leaders, Premier Comrade, passed away. The group of four suppressed the public's morning activities, which caused widespread dissatisfaction. During this 10-year period of wrongful policies, the long-standing frustration and anger of the people erupted around Qingming Festival. Now, many people in Jinling City organized memorial activities on their own, and poems and flyers were everywhere. Recently, the military district sent people to maintain order, worried that something might happen. So, this year's May Day performance was cancelled. Her chance to perform seemed very far away. Seeing Shirtingyu looking at her, she glared at Shirtingyu. She was riding her bike very fast and soon disappeared from Shirtingyu's sight. Shirtingyu rolled her eyes. She didn't care about riding side by side with her. But sometimes, people just can't help but keep thinking about it. After buying the oil, Shirtingyu saw her from afar again. Just as she was about to leave on her bike, she heard whispering voices coming from a corner near the supply and marketing cooperative. Because of the space's spiritual spring, her hearing was better than average. She seemed to hear them talking about the city and something about moving. Thinking about the recent frequent memorial activities in the city, Yu felt uneasy. She looked around to see if anyone could help. Since she was close to the military area, she hoped to meet a familiar soldier. But as she moved, the other person's gaze turned toward her. Yu calmly placed the oil in her bike basket, not looking at them. They exchanged glances, showing suspicion in each other's eyes. Their actions didn't escape the space's scanning, and Yu's heart beat faster. She held the handlebars tightly, ready to ride away quickly. Yu was thinking about protecting herself first, even if she had to go back and draw a portrait before catching someone. But things did not go as planned. The other party was in a tense state, and anyone nearby would be looked at more carefully, especially since Yu's presence was very strong. Before Yu could get on her bike, they blocked her way. Yu calmed down and frowned, looking fierce. "What are you two poor guys doing? I tell you, if you dare to mess with me, I will make sure you regret it. During broad daylight, you dare to harass women? Are you pretending to be a leader or something? Move aside, or I'll start shouting about hooligans." Caught off guard by her words, the two men looked at each other with fear. They suspected Yu might have overheard their conversation, but didn't want to make things worse. Just as she was about to shout, one man in black smiled slightly. "Comrade, don't be afraid. We don't mean any harm." Yu was aggressive. "Then why are you stopping me? I've seen plenty of men like you. Don't think you can get my attention that easily." They looked at each other, unsure if her unreasonable, confident attitude was working. The man in black said, "Comrade, we're just asking for directions. We really don't mean anything else. Look at our age, we have families and kids. We wouldn't do anything inappropriate."
"Exactly, comrade."
"Don't wrongly accuse us," added another man dressed in dark blue, speaking in support. Yu looked at them suspiciously, showing annoyance. "Just tell me where you want to go." The man in black asked, "Comrade, do you know where there's a bathroom around here?" The man in blue. Yu. Unlike later times, there weren't many shops or public toilets available for use. People didn't usually borrow toilets from the supply and marketing cooperative. Many men just found a quiet spot by the roadside and faced away to take care of their business. Sticking to her character, Yu's face showed embarrassment and anger. "And you say you're not hooligans. This isn't a deserted place. I don't believe you can't find a toilet. Sorry to ask, but can't you just find a bush to hide behind?" The man in blue subtly glared at the man in black. "That useless fool. Many modern toilets are built outside in the yard, which is more convenient than solving nature's call on the roadside. It's perfectly fine to use someone else's toilet nearby." The man in black realized that what he just casually said was inappropriate. Since the play was already underway, he had to continue acting despite feeling awkward. "Sorry, comrade. We are new here and not very familiar with the place. We mean no harm." Hearing this, Yu hummed softly and was about to leave on her bicycle. As her bike moved, a military green water bottle in the basket swayed, catching the attention of the two men. Although some people now used military water bottles, they usually had family members in the army. This woman was a military family member. That thought flashed through her mind instantly. The two men, who had planned to send her away, changed their minds in an instant. They hurriedly ran after her in her direction. Yu kept an eye on their movements with her space surveillance. The moment they moved, she quickly pedaled harder. But just as she got on her bike, she needed some time to speed away like a flash. The man in black was very strong. He took a big step forward and suddenly reached out to grab the back of her bike. Because of inertia, Yu lost her balance and fell. Luckily, she reacted quickly and managed to steady herself. Her mind raced. The way they blocked her path clearly showed that her previous words hadn't fully convinced them, or maybe she had revealed something. That's why they were stopping her from leaving. This thought flashed through her mind in an instant. They were in the parking area of the supply and marketing cooperative, which wasn't crowded because not many people had bicycles. Next to it was an alley beside the wall of the cooperative. If they dragged her into the alley, it would be bad. Thinking about their sneaky behavior, she guessed they probably had bad intentions. She believed calling for help was her best option. She had space abilities, but she couldn't use them openly in front of everyone. As for going into the alley with them, she never even considered it. Only someone with a serious problem in their head would lead others into an alley. She could enter her space later, but not without risking exposure if she didn't deal with them first. Plus, these two men weren't easy to handle or kill. Not to mention, she had never killed anyone before. Even if she managed to get past this, she couldn't just kill them. She needed to find out what they knew. She had overheard their conversation earlier. She suspected they might be planning to cause trouble under the guise of a memorial event. There are so many people at the gathering now. If someone really tries to cause trouble, the consequences could be terrible. Thinking this, Tingyu suddenly shouted, "Help."
Ugh.
At the moment she shouted a word, her mouth was covered by a tall man in black. When they saw a fellow woman look over, they glared fiercely at her, causing her to lower her head immediately. Tingyu struggled but couldn't break free, so she gave up resisting and let the two men drag her into an alley. When the black-clad man relaxed, thinking she was just a weak woman with no strength, she seized the opportunity, quickly and accurately kicking the man in blue in his lower body. The pain made the man in blue scream loudly. He clutched his injury, knelt on the ground, and curled his body like a shrimp, rolling around in pain. Perhaps the black-clad man didn't expect this move, and he was momentarily stunned. Feeling the grip on her mouth loosen slightly, Tingyu secretly used her strength and suddenly elbowed the man in the ribs. The man in black was prepared, blocking her attack, but this allowed Tingyu to break free from his hold. She was a little surprised. This man seemed to be skilled in martial arts. She had learned a few months of self-defense with Lu Weigua, mostly quick, opportunistic moves for emergencies. She probably couldn't beat him in a fight. Seeing her kick his partner out of action, the black-clad man's alarm bells rang loudly, and he became more certain that she had overheard their conversation. With this in mind, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Tingyu ran towards the alley exit, shouting as she ran, "Help." The tall, long-legged black-clad man quickly blocked her path after a few steps. His fists swung like hammers, aiming straight at Tingyu. She dodged nimbly by crouching down. Seizing the moment before he could recover, she punched him in the stomach. The black-clad man bent over, feeling the pain in his abdomen, which was lighter than he expected. He knew that although this woman knew some moves, she still couldn't match his strength. This made him feel a bit more confident, and he no longer held back. Tingyu was quick and agile, preventing him from landing a hit. The black-clad man didn't expect her to be so slippery and quick, and a flash of urgency crossed his eyes. The noise here was loud, and he knew he had to finish the fight quickly. Tingyu suddenly noticed that the black-clad man's movements had become much more aggressive, and before she could react, he grabbed her arm. She kicked out with her leg, but he pressed her leg down with his. The two of them had their hands pressed together, and their legs couldn't move either, so they were stuck in place. The standoff didn't last long. Tingyu used all her strength to finally stop the other person's movements. She broke out in cold sweat and wondered if she could somehow use her mind to grab a brick from the space and drop it on the other's head. But she couldn't be sure where the brick would land. If the other person picked it up, it might turn into a weapon against her. Right now, Tingyu was really missing her sword. If she had it, she could bite and not let go. The longer they stayed like this, the more she felt her grip loosening. Just as she was thinking about fighting with her space ability, the space skin warned her that a woman was coming from the alley entrance. She turned her head to look and cursed silently. It's Lu Wenchang. She wished the heavens would take her away. She had hoped someone would come, but at least someone she knew well, or even a stranger, would be better than Lu Wenchang, who always looked at her with disapproval. Or better yet, no one at all. She was ready to fight for her life with her space power. But now the other person was just staring at her, so how could she use her space ability? Lu Wenchang at the alley entrance was trembling slightly. She had come out of the supply and marketing cooperative, planning to ride her bike home, but saw Tingju's bike lying on the ground. She definitely recognized that brand new 26-inch bike. Her first thought was that Shitinjiu might be in trouble. She felt relieved. But just as that thought crossed her mind, she heard a cry for help from the alley nearby. The voice was familiar, Shitinjiu's. Curious to see what was happening, she secretly peeked into the alley from the entrance. But Shitinjiu was very cunning. As soon as she looked over, the other person saw her and made eye contact. In that instant, her mind went blank. Shitinjiu felt she couldn't hold on anymore. She shouted toward Lu Wenchang at the alley entrance, "Lu Wenchang, come help quickly." Lu Wenchang shivered, and the man in black also looked toward the alley. One was restrained and couldn't move, the other was helpless. If Lu Wenchang came over and hit the man with a stick or brick, it would be perfect. But Lu Wenchang had no intention of coming out. Thinking about the other person's identity, Shitinjia shouted, "Lu Wenchang, they are spies. We can't let them escape." She was gambling, betting on Lu Wenchang's sense of duty as a female soldier in the art troupe, and also betting on people's strong hatred for spies in this era. This was a turbulent time, but also a time when people's unity was stronger than ever. Most people deeply admired their leaders at this moment. Collective honor was above everything, especially when it came to traitors and enemies. When Lu Wenchang heard that the man was a spy, she was deeply shaken. Her brother was a soldier, and she was now a female soldier in the art troupe. Even though she disliked the rain, long-term ideological education made it impossible for her to walk away. Shi Tingyu saw her hesitation and unconsciously felt hopeful. "Lu Wenchang, hurry. Hit him in the head. We don't have much time." Seeing the man in black struggling more fiercely, Lu Wenchang knew Shi Tingyu couldn't hold on much longer. She clenched her teeth, picked up half a brick from the ground, and ran over. In the terrified eyes of the man in black, she smashed the brick toward his head with great determination. She was very resolute in this strike. If the man didn't fall, she, who was helping, would be in danger. For her own safety, she had to use all her strength. It showed that the training in the art troupe was not wasted. At least, Lu Wenchang was much stronger now than before. With one brick, Shi Tingyu felt the grip on her by the man in black loosen. Lu Wenchang's face twisted with anger as she struck him again with the brick, until the man finally collapsed. Once the man in black fell, Shi Tingyu's hands and feet were free. She panted, her hands trembling uncontrollably. TSK, she had used too much strength. At that moment, Lu Wenchang's eyes suddenly widened in horror as she looked behind Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu's hair stood on end instantly. She didn't have time to think and quickly turned around, throwing a punch. The punch hit something hard, and she didn't feel pain. This punch knocked down the blue-clad man who had just gotten up to attack her. Taking advantage of his weakness, Shi Tingyu snatched the brick from Lu Wenchang and struck him in the head. The man in blue immediately fell to the ground. This time, he really couldn't get up because Shi Tingyu saw him roll his eyes before fainting. Both men were down. Shi Tingyu finally relaxed, leaning against the wall and struggling to stand. Lu Wenchang silently swallowed hard. At this moment, she finally saw how fierce Shi Tingyu could be. Those were two tall, strong men, and they were easily taken down by Shi Tingyu, a seemingly gentle woman. Although she had some help from her own strength, her quick punch was enough to scare them. Feeling the other's gaze, Shi Tingyu looked up at Lu Wenchang. Lu Wenchang instinctively took a half step back. Shi Tingyu was feeling a bit weak and shaky, but she saw that Lu Wenchang could still move her feet. She asked, "Can you still walk? Help me report this at the nearby police station." Lu Wenchang didn't know why she was listening to her, but before she realized it, she was already running towards the police station. She comforted herself, thinking that since she had already fought two tough men, she didn't mind making this trip. When the police station heard they were military family members from the military district and that they had caught two spies, they quickly followed Lu Wenchang into a small alley. Those who hadn't gone out called the military zone. They could handle normal security or criminal cases, but the spies would be handed over to the military zone for final processing. When Han Tuan received the call, he was shocked. Hearing that Shi Tingyu and Lu Wenchang, both military family members, had encountered spies, he was very anxious. After hanging up, He found Lu Binbin and Lu Weigua and asked them to bring 2 soldiers and drive over to handle the situation. When Lu Weigua heard that his wife had encountered spies, his face turned pale. Without hesitation, he took people to the supply store nearby. The new supply store was close to the military zone, and they had shopped there before, so they knew the place well and arrived quickly. At this time, the alley next to the supply store was already empty. The car went straight to the police station. Inside, police officers had brought a doctor from Zhujia village's pharmacy to bandage the 2 spies, so the situation wouldn't worsen before they finished questioning them. Fortunately, although their wounds looked serious, they weren't life-threatening. Lu Weigua strode into the police station, with Lu Wenji and 2 young soldiers following quickly. The police saw their military uniforms and knew they were likely sent by the military zone to handle the spies. Just as they were about to greet them, Lu Weigua saw his wife sitting on a bench against the wall. He didn't have time to say anything, nodded at the police officer, and went straight to Shi Tingyu. She saw him come in and look over, and she felt a little guilty. She wasn't worried about catching spies. She was worried about making the other person anxious. It had only been a short time since they arrived at the police station, and he was already here, showing how anxious he was. Lu Weigua looked at her sitting peacefully, confirmed she wasn't bleeding, and then picked her up and patted her. He is tall and was standing. When he hugged her, she accidentally bumped her head against his waist. The man was really worried. Usually, he wouldn't hug her so openly in public, as society isn't very open now. Shi Tingyu pushed him gently.
I'm fine.
The police are watching us. Lu Weigua frowned when he heard that, loosened his hold on her, and looked at her arm and finger joints. Seeing the scratches and bruises, his lips pressed tightly together. He held her hand carefully and asked after a long pause, "When we go back later, I'll take you to the hospital to check." Shi Tingyu nodded obediently. "Are there any other injuries? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" She quickly said no. Just as she wanted to say something about the spy, loud crying came from nearby. "Brother, I was so scared at the time." When the police said that the younger sister had hit the spy with a brick, Lu Wenbin initially thought his sister was finally standing up for herself. But then he realized she was still the same girl, crying loudly like when she was a child. Still, he felt sorry for her having gone through such a big ordeal and comforted her patiently for a long time. Lu Weigua looked at his delicate, fair wife, who hadn't shed a single tear at this moment. He felt a strange, unspeakable sadness. Most women who face life and death situations might not cry as loudly as Lu Wenchan, but they would at least have tears in their eyes. But she didn't. Instead, she kept trying to comfort him, saying she was fine. Thinking about this, he wished she could just cry openly in front of him. Lu Wenchan's crying gradually stopped under Lu Wenbin's comfort, and the police officer also relaxed, noting that her voice was really loud. The police officer, who went to the scene with Lu Wenchan, described what happened. Shi Tingyu filled in details that the police didn't know, from her leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, hearing the spy's conversation, to finally— but she didn't. Instead, she kept trying to comfort him, saying she was fine. Thinking about this, the police had finished explaining everything, and Lu Weigua was ready to take his people back. Shi Tingyu stood up, swayed slightly, and Lu Weigua quickly supported her. "What's wrong? Is your leg hurt?" Shi Tingyu chuckled uncomfortably and whispered, "Maybe I pushed too hard. My legs are sore now." When she first fought with the spy, her adrenaline was high, and she didn't feel any pain. Now that it's over, her whole body aches, especially her limbs and fingers. Lu Weigua bent down and carried her horizontally. He supported her back with his right hand and gently pressed her against his shoulder. Shi Tingyu rested her head on his neck, leaning into his shoulder as he carried her out of the police station. 2 young soldiers who followed quickly took the handcuffed spy and left. Lu Weigua placed her into the car. Lu Wenbin also arranged for his sister to sit in the back seat. The young soldier looked at Lu Weigua's cold face and asked carefully, "Captain, how are we getting back?" Shi Tingyu leaned against the window and said, "Weigua, my bicycle is still at the police station." Lu Wenchang also quickly said, "My bicycle is here too." Shi Tingyu rested her head on his neck, leaning into his shoulder as he carried her out of the police station. Two young soldiers who followed quickly took the handcuffed spy. "Ride your bikes and follow those two back." The two nodded and saluted, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the two spies, who had just recovered, heard they would walk back to the military area. They almost fainted from shock. Normally, the distance wouldn't be a problem, but now they were injured. Especially the man in blue, whose legs were trembling as he walked. Lu Weiguo looked at their expressions and coldly said, "If you don't want to walk back, you can run." The two immediately "Ride your bikes and follow those two back." The two nodded and saluted, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the two spies, who had just recovered, heard they would walk back. If it weren't for their injuries, he might have punched them out. So Lu Weiguo drove, with Lu Wenji in the front passenger seat, Shi Tingyu and Lu Wenchang in the back. The car slowly started moving, but the atmosphere inside was a bit awkward. Only the occasional conversation between Lu Weiguo and Lu Wenji broke the silence. Shi Tingyu was fair-minded and didn't blame anyone. This time, Lu Wenchang had helped her, so she thanked him. Lu Wenchang snorted coldly. She had helped Shi Tingyu, but it was because of her patriotism. As for Shi Tingyu, she secretly hoped she would get into trouble. If those two spies had been robbers, she wouldn't have intervened. She might have even enjoyed watching the show. Lu Wenbin looked at his sister with some embarrassment when he saw her. "Captain Lu, sorry about my sister. She's not very sensible." Lu Weiguo looked straight ahead and said, "This time, it was really your sister who helped. We should thank her. As for her attitude, we don't mind." It sounded like a compliment, but it felt a bit awkward. Lu Wenbin is someone who works on people's thoughts, but he found he really had no way to deal with his sister. This time, he did a good deed, but her words and actions were still quite annoying. Instead of returning to the camp, the car went straight to the military hospital. Lu Xiu was carried out of the car by Lu Weiguo and headed straight to the consultation room. There weren't many people, so no need to wait in line. The doctor was surprised when he saw the scene. "What's the patient's condition?" Lu Weiguo showed the doctor her wrist injury. "She was just in a fight.
She's sore all over now."
"Please check if anything is wrong." Hearing this, the doctor relaxed. From Lu Xiu's condition, he could tell there was no big problem. After a careful check, the doctor said, "Nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. The redness and swelling on her arm are not serious. I'll get some ointment. If there are bruises elsewhere, you can rub this on them." Lu Weiguo took note. The doctor added, "She might feel some pain over the next few days, but it will get better slowly. Don't worry too much." When they came out of the consultation room, Lu Wenbin and his sister were already waiting outside. Lu Weiguo supported Lu Xiu as she walked slowly, looking worried. "Really, do you not want to carry her?" "No need." Seeing them come out, Lu Wenbin couldn't help but ask, "How is Comrade Shi?" "What did the doctor say?" Lu Xiu replied, "Nothing serious. Just apply some ointment on the bruises and massage them." "That's good," Lu Wenbin said. He was most worried about someone looking fine but actually having internal bleeding. When Lu Weiguo and the others returned to the camp by car, the two young soldiers and the spy had already arrived. After sending Lu Xiu home, Lu Weiguo poured her a glass of water. Then, with a worried look, he returned to the camp. Han Tuan saw him come over and couldn't help but scold him. "There's no rush here. Today, you should go take care of your wife first. I heard she can't even stand up. It's a great achievement catching the spy, so you can go back today." Lu Weiguo was indeed worried about Shi Tingyu's condition, so he decided to go back. On his way out, Han Tuan shouted, "Don't forget to ride your wife's bike back." Lu Weiguo nodded and left. The bicycle was left at the door, and Lu Weiguo pushed it home. Because of his height, he couldn't straighten his legs when riding his wife's bike. When Shi Tingyu saw Lu Weiguo turn back, he was a bit surprised and asked, "Why did you come back?" Lu Weiguo carried in the oil and water bottles while replying, "Han Tuan told me to come back. I also feel uneasy leaving you alone at home." At lunchtime, Lu Weiguo cooked some soup to help Shi Tingyu regain strength. Shi Tingyu went along with him. After the meal, Lu Weiguo heated some water for his wife to take a shower. He also checked her for any other injuries so he could apply medicine oil if needed. Although they had been honest with each other before, this was the first time they did so in broad daylight. Shirtingyu's skin was very fair, with some bruises on his arms, legs, and back from a fight. Lu Weiguo washed him carefully, dried him, and then wrapped him up and carried him to bed. Shirtingyu curled up under the blanket, looking at him pitifully. Weiguo, can you not use that medicated oil? I think the bruises might heal better if I just let them be. Lu Weiguo firmly refused, no. Finally, amid Shirtingyu's occasional cries, the medicated oil was applied. After helping his wife get dressed, Lu Weiguo stayed with Shirtingyu in bed for a while. His energy from the morning was exhausted, and Shirtingyu quickly fell asleep. Lu Weiguo gently held him close, silently deciding to spend more time practicing martial arts in the future. Fortunately, neither of the two men was very skilled in fighting, and they were initially fooled by his wife's delicate appearance, so they underestimated her. If similar situations happen again, it might not turn out so easily. The next day, Lu Weiguo took leave for Shirtingyu. Actually, Shirtingyu thought he was fine, but seeing him move a bit more vigorously and hearing him wince, Lu Weiguo decided she should rest for a couple of days. Meanwhile, there was progress with the two secret agents. According to their report, protests and gatherings had appeared in many places. They received orders to blend into the crowds and escalate conflicts, ideally leading to violent clashes. Their goal was to cause chaos within the country. They also revealed the identities of their accomplices. The military quickly took action, arresting 6 secret agents. Han Tuan reported the situation, looking worried. Lu Weiguo came in to report the situation. Seeing his worried expression, I couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? Han Tuan sighed. Our Jinling is like this, and I guess other places aren't much better, especially Beijing and Shanghai. It feels like chaos is coming. However, Lu Weiguo's eyes sparkled with hope. He said, I don't see chaos. I see the dawn of stability coming soon. Han Tuan was surprised for a moment. After thinking carefully, his worries gradually eased. After a long pause, he burst into laughter. Good, now I see things more clearly than you. It seems you're likely to get promoted this year. Not sure about this year, but it doesn't matter whether it happens now or later. Once the big movement ends, my father-in-law and mother-in-law will be cleared of any wrongdoings, and there will be no reason to hold back my promotion. After Qingming Festival on April 4th, a large protest occurred in Beijing Square. Although they didn't achieve their goal, it strengthened some people's resolve to end the chaos. It was springtime, with flowers blooming beautifully. Lu's garden was especially vibrant, and every day, Shirtingyu felt very happy. When she opened the door, she saw flowers everywhere, which made her feel joyful just thinking about it. Recently, Shirtingyu also added some vegetables and crops to her space. There weren't many, but they were enough for both of them to eat comfortably. Some items that could be stored were occasionally sent to her elders and brother. That evening, after dinner, Lu Weiguo took Shirtingyu to the military camp. During dinner, Lu Weiguo had already told her that Han Tuan wanted Shirtingyu to teach them English. Because in a month, Lu Weiguo would go to the United States on a mission. They arrived at the classroom where Shirtingyu used to teach soldiers. Han Tuan was also there. Seeing Shirtingyu come over, he smiled sincerely. Sister-in-law is here. Once again, I'll trouble you. No trouble at all. It's what I should do, Shirtingyu replied. If language could help them complete their tasks more easily, she was happy to help. Han Tuan explained the task to Shirtingyu. Next month, the main task is to bring Professor Chen Shueru and his family back to China. So when teaching English, you can focus more on common phrases related to this. Shirtingyu understood. Thinking about the task of bringing the professor back, she remembered how their family returned to China back then. It was also the soldiers who went to pick them up. The journey from picking them up to returning home was full of twists and turns. Based on the memories of the original owner, Shirtingyu understood the situation and was aware of some possible scenarios. Don't worry, Korean group. I am familiar with this matter. Our family was also brought back in the same way initially. Lu Weiguo looked at her with understanding and gently held her hand. Shirtingyu smiled and said to the Korean group, Leave the language matters to me. Do you know when the classes will start? The Korean group is proactive and immediately gathered people to start from tonight. Although Shi Tingyu hadn't prepared lesson plans, the beginning was not difficult. Since the teacher is her wife, Lu Weigua had many chances to learn. At home, he often struggled with English. Shi Tingyu patiently corrected his pronunciation and kept repeating scenes from when they first took in people, so Lu Weigua improved quickly. During evening classes, he even helped Shi Tingyu and acted out scenarios. Time quickly moved to May, and Lu Weigua and the others were ready to leave. Although his English was still not perfect, he could understand some common phrases in special situations. The original owner had experienced the same events, and memories kept flashing back, making Shi Tingyu especially anxious about this task. She silently prayed in her heart that everything would go smoothly this time. The original owner's memory of being brought back to the country was very vivid, because it was the most dangerous experience of her life. Being chased, blocked, and having documents seized were nothing compared to the terrifying way the other side operated, destroying things when they couldn't keep someone. They pursued relentlessly, even avoiding using their own country's soldiers, instead hiring mercenaries and then shifting blame afterward. Bringing scientists back was a difficult journey. Maybe because of these memories, Shi Tingyu felt even more uneasy. When the original owner's family was brought back, it took more than half a month. This task was actually more difficult than some destructive missions because they had to ensure the safety of the experts, which made everything very restrictive. Sometimes, the soldiers risked their lives. Shi Tingyu counted the days and never felt time pass so slowly. After 2 weeks, she truly felt like each day was a year. Before Lu Weigua went on his mission, Shi Tingyu prepared some spiritual spring water for him to take. But Lu Weigua refused, and the look in his eyes was full of disapproval. Under his gaze, she had the feeling that he knew what it was. Lu Weigua only said that the items were provided by the camp and could not be brought privately. Shi Tingyu wasn't sure if he was telling the truth or just using that as an excuse to refuse the spiritual spring water. At this moment, she regretted not insisting that he bring the spring water. If he had taken it, she would worry less. Time passed slowly as Shi Tingyu worried day after day. It wasn't until May 24th that she received news about Lu Weigua. The young soldier who came to deliver the message looked at Shi Tingyu very carefully. Her face turned pale. She managed to stay calm and asked your camp leader, "Is he still alive?" The soldier paused briefly, then quickly responded, "Sister-in-law, our camp leader is doing well. He was just a little injured and is now in the hospital." Shi Tingyu let out a deep breath. As long as he's alive, that's enough. With the spiritual spring, she believed she could save him. The leader asked me to inform the family to come and take care of him, and also to help you carry your things. Shi Tingyu nodded and asked, "Is his injury serious?" The camp leader was hurt in the chest and arm, the soldier added, worried about explaining clearly, but it's not life-threatening. Shi Tingyu felt relieved. She told the soldier to wait for her and hurried back to pack her things. She took Lu Weigua's usual toiletries, clothes, and her own essentials, and planned to buy anything else needed later. Thinking for a moment, she took some cherries, loquats, and strawberries from her space to bring along. They would be good for Lu Weigua to eat later. These fruits were in season now, so taking them out wouldn't raise suspicion. Eating produce from her space would help his wounds heal faster. Seeing Shi Tingyu holding the packed items, the soldier quickly went over to help carry them. Li Jian saw Shi Tingyu carrying the bag and immediately followed. Shi Tingyu patted Li Jian's head and finally took it and its food bowl to Sister Zhang's house next door. Sister Zhang looked at Shi Tingyu with some surprise. "Girl, what's wrong?" Shi Tingyu said, "Sister-in-law, Weigua was injured on a mission and is now in the hospital. I need to go take care of him. Could you please look after Li Jian for a few days?" Sister Zhang took the leash and agreed repeatedly, "Don't worry, girl. I'll take good care of Li Jian. You go see your camp leader Lu first." Shi Tingyu thanked her and hurriedly followed the young soldier. At this moment, Demao came out of the house and his eyes lit up when he saw Li Jian. Sister Zhang sent the child away and looked a bit worried. Thinking about how the other person hurriedly left, Sister Zhang guessed she probably didn't have time to ask Principal Ren for leave before going to talk to him. Principal Ren understood and asked Hanwei to take on more art classes these days. Li Jian looked a bit sad. It understood what Shi Tingyu said. It was also worried about the master, but it couldn't cause trouble for its owner. So, it behaved very well at Sister Zhang's house. Sister Zhang couldn't help but comment, Li Jian is so sensible. Meanwhile, Little Warrior drove Shi Tingyu to the military hospital. On the second floor of the inpatient department, Shi Tingyu hurried upstairs, with Little Warrior following, carrying a package. When they reached the door of the ward, Shi Tingyu heard voices inside. A young girl's voice, with a crying tone, was apologizing, "Sorry, it's all my fault. I really didn't mean to.
I was just a little scared at the time."
Shi Tingyu frowned. Could it be that Wei Guo's injury was related to this girl? Before she could think more, her worry took over. She pushed the door open and entered the ward. Lu Weiguo's originally furrowed brow relaxed when he saw Shi Tingyu. His eyes then showed a hint of guilt and worry. "Mommy," Lu Weiguo called out. Everyone looked over and saw a cold, beautiful woman enter. When Shi Tingyu was not smiling, her aura was cold and icy, like winter frost, which could be quite intimidating. She didn't look at others, but focused on Lu Weiguo. He was lying half-reclined on the bed, with his arm hanging, but her eyes couldn't see his chest injury because it was covered by clothes. At this moment, Little Warrior also came in. He helped put things down but didn't leave. If anything happened later, he could still help. Besides Lu Weiguo, there were 3 other people in the ward. 2 of them, a man and a woman in their 50s, looked like a couple, and the young girl who was crying at the door was also there. The man in his 50s saw Shi Tingyu and bowed deeply to her, saying, "Sorry, Captain Lu was injured because of us. We're really sorry." Seeing her father like that, the girl couldn't help but cry. She went to hold her father and sobbed, "Dad, it's all my fault." Shi Tingyu ignored them and turned to sit by Lu Weiguo's bed. Carefully, she lifted his clothes and saw the bandage on his chest. There was some red blood seeping through the gauze. Lu Weiguo's uninjured left hand pressed on Shi Tingyu's hand as she checked the wound, comforting her, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Shi Tingyu bit her lip and stayed silent. Even now, she still said everything was fine, but she clearly wasn't. She didn't want Lu Weiguo to worry about her when he was hurt. She forced a small smile and gently held his hand to comfort him. Lu Weiguo looked at Professor Chen, who was still standing there, and said, "Professor Chen, there's no need to be so formal. It was just an accident." Professor Chen straightened up, his eyes filled with guilt that didn't fade away. Shi Tingyu looked at Lu Weiguo and asked, "How did you get hurt?" Before Lu Weiguo could answer, the young girl who was crying non-stop spoke first. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I'm too scared to follow orders, and I ended up holding everyone back. Captain Lu got hurt trying to save me." Shi Tingyu listened but only understood part of it. She didn't press further. She respected the old professor who had given up everything to return to the country. At his age, he still bowed and apologized. She didn't know the full story yet, so she didn't judge whether she should forgive or not. Lu Weiguo told Professor Chen's family, "My wife is here. You should go back now." Professor Chen's wife was perceptive. Seeing that Lu Weiguo was focused on his wife, she took her husband and daughter and left. They still had many things to deal with since they just returned to the country. Lu Weiguo looked at the young soldier standing nearby and asked Shi Tingyu, "Do you need to bring anything? Let Xiao Zhao help you get it. Xiao Zhao will leave for training tomorrow." Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and asked, "Can you help me bring my bicycle?" Since Lu Weiguo had been in the hospital these days, she wanted to cook something for him to help him recover. Having a bicycle would make it easier to go back and forth. Lu Weiguo asked, "What do you want the bicycle for?" "I was thinking of going to the residential area to cook for you." "It would be more convenient with a bicycle," she replied. "This road takes over an hour by bike. It's too troublesome. You can just buy food when you get there," Lu Weiguo said. Shi Tingyu wanted to cook herself, mainly to add some spring water to the food. "Home-cooked food is more nutritious," she said. Lu Weiguo looked at Shi Tingyu with a flicker in his eyes. "My injury isn't serious. Even regular meals I buy can help me recover well, he said. Shi Tingyu's heart skipped a beat. She felt there was something hidden in Lu Weigua's words. If there's nothing else you need, Xiao Zhao, you can go back to the camp now, Lu Weigua said. Xiao Zhao looked at Shi Tingyu. Hearing her say there was nothing else, he left. At this moment, only Shi Tingyu and Lu Weigua remained in the ward. Shi Tingyu stood up to get the thermos to pour hot water but was stopped by Lu Weigua. There's already hot water in the thermos, no need to pour more. Shi Tingyu asked, then should I wash some strawberries for you? Lu Weigua looked at the strawberries she brought, paused for a moment, and finally nodded. Shi Tingyu let out a sigh of relief and left with the strawberries. Lu Weigua watched her somewhat evasive back, unsure whether he should tell her that he had already discovered her secret. He was a former reconnaissance soldier and had noticed some unusual things about her family. The flowers they grew were unusually beautiful, the vegetables in the yard were delicious, and his own hidden injuries were healing faster. He even once looked in the mirror and saw that the scar at the corner of his eye had faded a bit. Besides these, there was her extraordinary intelligence and sharpness. He also noticed that sometimes the fruit her wife bought was very tasty, just like the vegetables from their yard, even better than those from the garden. Other times, the fruit was just average in flavor. He then thought of his brother-in-law, whose leg injury healed very quickly, and guessed that his wife might have something that could repair injuries and boost the vitality of plants and animals. Before going on a mission, his wife asked him to bring some special water. This confirmed what he suspected about her. Knowing this, he refused to let her do certain things. He had invited Professor Chen Shueru, an expert in biology from abroad. If he used that miraculous water and it was discovered, it might reveal her secret. This time, he didn't want her to go back and cook. Instead, they bought food to eat. It was not only because the journey was tiring but also for safety reasons. He saw how well his brother-in-law's injuries were healing, so he couldn't let his wife use that water to cook for him. If the wounds healed too quickly, it might raise suspicion. Even though the chance of suspicion was small, he didn't want to take that risk. At this moment, Shi Tingyu brought in a large teapot filled with washed, bright red strawberries. She sat by the bed and fed them to Lu Weigua one by one. Lu Weigua accepted them all without question. After finishing the strawberries, Lu Weigua suddenly said, "Wife, from now on, just eat these kinds of fruits at home. Don't bring them out." Shi Tingyu looked up at him in surprise. Lu Weigua held her cold hand with his left hand and said, "Wife, prioritize your safety. Extremely miraculous things can easily attract unwanted attention." When Shi Tingyu opened her mouth to speak, she realized she didn't know what to say. When Lu Weigua said such words, she was surprised and nervous, but she wasn't afraid. Perhaps because of this, she didn't always watch him closely when she used the space and spiritual spring normally. Seeing his wife like this, Lu Weigua smiled and said, "You don't need to say some things. I won't ask. We're both fine, better than anything else." Shi Tingyu nodded heavily. Thinking about the injuries on Lu Weigua, Shi Tingyu took the opportunity to ask, "How did you get hurt?" Lu Weigua's arm was broken, and his chest was grazed by a stray bullet. These injuries were much lighter than those he had suffered on the battlefield. When his wife asked, he told the truth. "We were bringing Professor Chen back when we were ambushed. We took a detour through the woods, but since we didn't know the terrain well, it was easier to hide and set up ambushes in the forest. At that time, there was a steep over 2 meters high in the woods. I asked 2 soldiers to go down first and support from below, while others jumped down." Hearing this, Shi Tingyu guessed roughly, did that young girl hesitate to jump and waste time? Lu Weigua praised, "My wife is really smart." Shi Tingyu continued to ask, "And then?" Lu Weigua replied, "Later, those mercenaries hired by the Americans caught up. To save her, I got injured." Shi Tingyu pursed her lips, feeling a bit angry that they were still hesitating while fleeing, which caused her husband to get hurt. But this was Lu Weigua's mission, and protecting their safety was his responsibility. She couldn't say anything. Lu Weigua reached out and pinched Shi Tingyu's face gently. "It's just a minor injury, so don't worry." What could she do? She couldn't just yell at the injured Lu Weigua. She sighed and said, Be honest, you're still hurt. Lu Weigua smiled and didn't move again, only to avoid making her worry more. Lunch was prepared by Shi Tingyu at the hospital cafeteria. It didn't taste as good as her homemade food, but Lu Weigua ate happily. As long as his wife was well, he was willing to eat bland meals for the rest of his life. At night, Shi Tingyu slept on another bed in the hospital room. She originally wanted to make a bed with chairs, but Lu Weigua firmly disagreed. Finally, she asked the doctor, who found out that the bed next to her was empty, so she was allowed to sleep there. The next day, the Chun family brought over many nutritional supplements. The young girl injured by Lu Weigua is named Chen Wenting. Whenever she sees Shi Tingyu, she feels a bit guilty. Because she caused her husband's injury, she feels a little afraid of the other person. It's said that you shouldn't hit a smiling face, and the Chin family has shown a very humble attitude. Lu Weigua didn't make things difficult for them. He only said it was his duty and that they didn't need to bring anything next time. Chen Wenting felt relieved after hearing this. She was actually a bit scared of Captain Lu because he looked too stern. She didn't understand how he managed to marry such a beautiful wife. She looked back at Shi Tingyu's face again. She was truly beautiful. But the more she looked, the more Chen Wenting felt that the other person's face looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Chen Wenting's gaze was fixed on Shi Tingyu, making it hard to ignore. Shi Tingyu turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Chen Wenting quickly looked away. Professor Chen and his wife wanted to help, but Shi Tingyu politely declined. Professor Chen, I can handle things here. You don't need to worry, Shi Tingyu said. Someone they didn't know very well was being overly enthusiastic, busy running around, which made Shi Tingyu feel uncomfortable. But Mrs. Chen, who was more thoughtful, said to Shi Tingyu, Comrade Shi, if you have any difficulties, just tell us. We will help if we can. We won't bother you any longer today. We'll come back in a few days to see Captain Lu. Then she took her husband and daughter out. When Chen Wenting left, she still felt a bit reluctant. She was someone who needed to know the answers when there was a problem. Not knowing who someone is made her feel uncomfortable, stuck in the middle. Mom, do you think Sister Shi looks familiar? I feel like I've seen her before. Mrs. Chen thought for a moment, and also felt it was somewhat familiar. Professor Chen said, whether she's familiar or not, it's our fault this time. We caused a soldier to get hurt. Wenting, you should train more next time. You can't afford to slack off at critical moments. Chen Wenting felt a bit guilty after her father's words and promised to do better. Until they returned home and saw the painting hanging in the room, Chen Wenting suddenly felt a surge of joy and shouted, Mom, I remember who Sister Shi is now.
Who is she?
Mrs. Chen asked curiously. Chen Wenting patted the painting on the wall. Mom, we went to her art exhibition. Don't you remember? The painting on the wall isn't by Shi Tingyu, but they did buy a painting by her before. However, because it was hard to carry, they sold it to a friend. Mrs. Chen suddenly remembered and looked surprised. No wonder the name Shi sounds familiar. It turns out she's her. They are from the same state as Shi's parents, but they don't know each other. Since they are abroad, they have their own Chinese community. When Shi Tingyu held her art exhibition, it made a big impression on the Chinese community there. Back then, Chinese people abroad faced discrimination. Of course, talented people like them rarely experienced this, but those who came before fleeing war didn't get the same treatment. When they heard about a Chinese person holding an art show, they naturally wanted to see it. The exhibition was very successful, and everyone was impressed by Shi Tingyu's talent. They didn't know that the Shi family had returned to China and settled in Jinling. Chen Wenting remembered Shi Tingyu because, when she was learning piano, she was mocked by white students who said, What does a yellow-skinned monkey know about music or art? She wasn't very brave, but she was so angry that she remembered the art exhibition she visited before. She gathered her courage and said loudly, It's you who don't understand. Our country's Fiona even held an art show. She's only 18. Has anyone around you ever held an art show at that age? Fiona is Shi Tingyu's English name. She didn't want to use her Chinese name because Americans often mispronounced it, so she chose an English name instead. But her paintings are all signed with her Chinese name, Shi Tingyu. Chen Wenting still remembers their surprised expressions when they were asked about it. Since then, whenever someone mentioned her, she would refer to Fiona. This time, because Shi Tingyu used her Chinese name, she didn't react immediately. Shi Tingyu thought that after Professor Chen and the others went back, they probably wouldn't come again. But the next day, she saw Chen Wenting. This time, she came alone. When Chen Wenting saw Shi Tingyu, she was very excited, completely different from her previous cautious and guilty attitude. Sister Shi, you're Fiona, right?
I saw your art exhibition abroad.
Our family even bought one of your paintings. Shi Tingyu was surprised and turned to look at Chen Wenting, who was checking Lu Weiguo. She quickly changed the subject to stop her from talking. How did you come here? Are your parents okay with you coming alone? Chen Wenting said, I'm already 20, so they don't worry about me anymore. Then she added, Fiona, you don't know how famous you are among our Chinese community abroad. Some American classmates tried to trouble me before, but I used your grades to counter them, and they had nothing to say. Watching the doctor frequently glance over, Shi Tingyu wondered when the other person would stop talking. But clearly, Chen Wenting was excited and animated whenever she spoke. Shi Tingyu didn't manage to steer the conversation back. They chatted for a while longer until the doctor left, and Shi Tingyu said, You just came back, so you don't know many things. It's better to keep quiet about things abroad in the future and don't mention my English name. Chen Wenting instinctively covered her mouth, forgetting her excitement for a moment. When she returned, her parents had already told her about this matter. Chen Wenting had always been very lively, which made Shi Tingyu feel a bit pressured. As someone with slight social anxiety, she wasn't good at dealing with people. It wasn't until more people from the military area came to visit Lu Weiguo that Chen Wenting stopped talking and said goodbye, leaving the room. Once the visitors had left, the room was quiet again. So, my wife is so famous? Lu Weiguo thought about what Chen Wenting had said and teased her lightly. Shi Tingyu rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Why are you getting involved? Lu Weiguo reached out with his left hand, gently holding her hand. Professor Chen's family just came back. It's okay if their child speaks a bit Western style. When Chen Wenting mentioned her English name, the nervous look in her eyes was obvious to him. All right, I understand. Lu Weiguo knew more about this era than she did. She was just a little shadowed by her parents' reassignment. Although her parents' reassignment had other reasons, it didn't stop her from being cautious during this special time. Your foreign name is Fiona? Lu Weiguo asked curiously. Shi Tingyu covered his mouth. You just need to know. Don't say it out loud. Lu Weiguo smiled, but didn't tease her further. Currently, due to memorial activities and protests, Beijing was quite chaotic. Professor Chen was brought back by people from the Jinling military district, and the military leaders worked hard to keep Professor Chen and his family at the Jinling Biological Research Institute. Because Professor Chen's family had just returned to the country and had many things to do, Chen Wenting was free and kept going to the hospital every few days. Fortunately, Lu Weiguo was discharged at the end of May. Since the weather has warmed up today, Shi Tingyu moved 3 chairs together and placed them in the yard. She wanted to give Lu Weiguo a good hair wash. At the hospital, washing hair always felt uncomfortable. Lu Weiguo lay on the chair, his body a bit stiff. Shi Tingyu poured water over his head from a basin placed on a small stool, hesitatingly saying, Maybe I should just wash your hair while you're standing? Honestly, lying down like this is more tiring than bending over to wash hair while standing. Shi Tingyu looked at the height difference between the chair and the stool, then at Lu Weiguo's stubborn posture, and decided to compromise. Yes, washing while bending over is also fine. Lu Weiguo's right arm was fractured, considered a mild injury, with some ligament damage. The doctor advised him to rest for at least 2 or 3 more months. So now, Lu Weiguo is staying at home to recover. He spends his days thinking about encouraging his wife to exercise. After Shi Tingyu goes to work, he helps with house chores and laundry. As for cooking, he wants to do it, but Shi Tingyu doesn't agree. He can sweep the floor with his left hand and wash clothes on the washboard with his left hand. When wringing out the clothes, he places them on the washboard and presses hard to squeeze out the water. But cooking is different. It requires both hands working together. During this time, Han Tuan also came to visit. Seeing him stubbornly washing clothes with his injury, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Lu Weigua didn't notice the teasing and simply asked why he was there. Han Tuan then remembered the purpose of his visit. They successfully brought Professor Chen and others back to the country, which was a great achievement. He told Lu Weigua to focus on recovering, as he should be on the promotion list in September. Lu Weigua remained calm and said nothing until the orders came down. After Han Tuan left, Lu Weigua didn't tell his wife about this news. If he wasn't promoted in September, he was afraid his wife would blame herself for not being promoted. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-June. The splint on Lu Weigua's right arm had been removed. Once the splint was off, he couldn't sit still. If Shi Tingyu hadn't been watching him, he might have been flying high. That day was a day off, and they were giving Li Jian a bath when a little soldier came to say someone was looking for Shi Tingyu at the door.
Shi Tingyu was a bit surprised.
Her family wouldn't come over, and she had no friends nearby. Who would come to see her? "I'll go see," Lu Weigua said, as he wiped his hands. The two let the sword stay in the basin first, and went to the entrance of the family compound. From afar, Shi Tingyu saw a man in his 50s, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, wearing glasses, with a pen tucked in his pocket, and carrying a briefcase. He was chatting with a young soldier at the gate. Occasionally, military personnel and family members passed by, and they couldn't help but glance at him more than once. Nowadays, people who wear glasses always seem very knowledgeable. Shi Tingyu asked Lu Weigua, "Do you know that man?" Lu Weigua shook his head and asked, "You don't know him either?" Shi Tingyu truly didn't recognize him. As they approached, the man with glasses looked at them, attracted by their very different appearances, and took a few more glances, but his eyes showed he was completely unfamiliar. Shi Tingyu looked at the entrance and saw only some soldiers and family members coming and going. There were no strangers. She then said to the man, "Hello, I am Shi Tingyu. Are you looking for me?" The man was surprised for a moment and instinctively adjusted his glasses. The young soldier at the gate saw him pause and reminded him, "This is Comrade Shi Tingyu, the one you're looking for." The man with glasses finally reacted, smiled, and extended his hand to Shi Tingyu. "Comrade Shi Tingyu, seeing is believing. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Shucheng, the chief editor of Beijing City Art Publishing House." Shi Tingyu shook his hand, not expecting the visitor to be from Beijing City Art Publishing House. After exchanging greetings, she also introduced her husband to editor Luo. Being experienced, Luo Shucheng was surprised by Lu Weigua's appearance, but did not show any fear. He looked at Luo's introduction letter and work ID, registered her, and then took her home. As they left, those who overheard the conversation were stunned. Could it be that Teacher Shi has a new book coming out? Why else would the chief editor of a publishing house come here? They also hadn't heard any news about Teacher Shi's latest work for a long time. This was Luo Shucheng's first visit to the military family compound, and his eyes showed curiosity. Shi Tingyu asked, "Why does editor Luo have time to come here?" Actually, after learning that he was the chief editor of Beijing City Art Publishing House, Shi Tingyu roughly understood his purpose. In March this year, the publisher had sent a letter earnestly asking her to continue illustrating the Loyal Dog series of comic books. However, she declined in her reply, as she had her own reasons. She was not planning to continue with it anymore. This time, editor Luo came over, probably for this matter. I didn't expect that the other person would send editor Luo. Sure enough, editor Luo smiled and said, "I'm also worried. Last time, when I received your reply, Teacher Shi didn't want to continue creating, which made the editors very anxious. So, I came to see if Teacher Shi is facing any difficulties." Shi Tingyu smiled but didn't respond directly. She just said, "I'm doing fine here, no difficulties." The three of them returned to the yard. The sword was still obediently lying comfortably in the basin. Seeing this, editor Luo's eyes lit up. "Teacher Shi, you even have a dog. No wonder the story of Loyal Dog is so wonderful." At this moment, Li Jian's fur was wet, and his legs were in the basin. He didn't look like the picture in the comic, and editor Luo didn't recognize him. Shi Tingyu said, "This is our Li Jian. His parents are both military dogs." Editor Luo became even more interested in Li Jian. Seeing that the dog was not afraid of him, Shi Tingyu felt more at ease. She said to Lu Weigua, Weigua, you finish giving Li Jian a bath first. I'll take Editor Luo to the main hall for a while. Unexpectedly, Editor Luo asked to stay and watch. After reading Your Loyal Dog, I became very interested in dogs. I wonder if I can stay and watch it take a bath. Shi Tingyu didn't refuse and brought over a chair for him. Then she started bathing Li Jian. Li Jian was very obedient during the bath. Shi Tingyu asked him to lift his paw, and he did. She asked him to lower his head, and he did. He lay down when asked and rolled over when told. He was incredibly obedient. Editor Luo watched with amazement. Seeing that the other person looked like he had never seen such a dog before, Li Jian proudly lifted his head. When they reached the injured right front leg, Editor Luo was surprised. Is this a chasing wind? Li Jian was very familiar with the name Chasing Wind. He looked at Editor Luo and barked loudly. Shi Tingyu explained, Loyal Dog is based on Li Jian. Li Jian was born with a disability, and we adopted him from a military dog base. But his genes are excellent. Even with his injury, he's no different from healthy dogs. After drying Li Jian's fur, Li Jian shook his body, and only then did Editor Luo see his true appearance. This dog looked very strong and mighty. Even with his disability, his commanding presence was not affected at all. I have no doubt about his ability. If a bad person appeared in front of him, he could probably knock them down instantly. At this moment, Editor Luo admired Shi Tingyu's painting skills even more. Chasing Wind was almost an exact replica of Li Jian, nearly identical. He even noticed that Lu Jian's occasional movements could match the chase scene in Loyal Dog. He sincerely said, Teacher Shi, with such good material, it's a real shame not to continue creating. Knowing that Editor Luo wanted to talk about the reprints of the first 2 parts of Loyal Dog, Shi Tingyu smiled but didn't reply. Editor Luo genuinely liked Lu Jian. He played with Lu Jian for a while before feeling satisfied. It seemed like the right time to move on, so Editor Luo got to the main point. Teacher Shi, I mainly came to discuss the reprints of the first 2 parts of Loyal Dog and the upcoming 3rd part. I don't know if you've encountered any difficulties. If there's anything I can help with, please let me know.
We will do our best to assist.
If it's about payment, we can also discuss that. Editor Luo Chung lowered his stance. Just these 2 Loyal Dog books had already earned the publisher a lot. Shi Tingyu was no longer an unknown newcomer. If the other side wanted to ask for more payment, it was understandable. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and said, Honestly, Editor Luo, Loyal Dog is just a project I work on in my free time. My main focus in the future will be oil painting, so I didn't plan to continue creating comic stories. Editor Luo was a bit surprised. It wasn't that there were no oil painters, but the situation was special. Those skilled in oil painting hadn't appeared in a long time. He didn't expect Shi Tingyu's career plan to be like this. However, he didn't want to give up just yet. The readers love Loyal Dog, and the publisher has already received several large bags of fan letters. They are all eagerly awaiting the continuation of the series. Initially, Shi Tingyu was worried that fan letters might cause trouble if they appeared in the military area, so she asked the publisher to keep them safe and selected some to reply with thanks. She hadn't expected so many letters to arrive now. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and said, There's no problem with the reprint. But if I continue creating, I need to think it over. Editor Luo Chung didn't expect to persuade her immediately, so he first confirmed the reprint plan. He took out the reprint documents from his briefcase. Both Loyal Dog books needed reprinting, with a print run of 100,000 copies. This time, they increased the royalty rate from 12% to 14%. The royalty for 100,000 copies was 7,000 yuan. For both books, it was 14,000 yuan. Lu Weigua, standing nearby, listened and secretly marveled. This really feels like earning money while lying down. After finishing a comic book, there are also ongoing earnings. He calculated that if his wife reprints this book again, it would be almost 6 years' worth of his salary. No wonder his wife decided to stop creating. The speed of making money was simply too eye-catching. Fortunately, Everyone knows that she makes money through publishing books, so no one doubts where their family's wealth comes from. No wonder she looked so calm when rumors first spread. After signing the reprint contract, Luo Shuqing felt much more at ease. Teacher, sure, it's getting late. I'll head back first. I'll come again in a few days, and then you can tell me your decision. Readers really love Chase Wind. I hope teacher sure will think about it some more. Shirtingyu replied, okay, I will consider it carefully. She then asked, where has editor Luo been staying these days? I'll have my husband take you home. Since he traveled so far, it's only proper to make sure he's well taken care of. Editor Luo quickly declined. No need to trouble you. I'm staying at the guest house nearby. It's not far, and my workplace gave me an introduction letter. He noticed that Teacher Sher's partner might be injured, so he didn't want to bother anyone. Plus, the road really wasn't far. Seeing that she insisted, Shirtingyu didn't press further. If she, as a woman, sent someone to the guest house, it might attract gossip. She also didn't want Lu Weigua to go. He was indeed injured. Before leaving the hospital, editor Luo specifically told Li Jian, who responded very politely. Luo said, if I come again in a few days, I'll bring some good food for you. Li Jian barked happily, looking very expectant. It seemed Luo saw something in its eyes and once again marveled at Li Jian's cleverness. Lu Weigua and Shirtingyu saw editor Luo off from the family compound before heading back. On the way, Lu asked wife, what are your thoughts? If you don't want to continue creating, just refuse when the time comes. If you're embarrassed, I can talk to editor Luo for you. His wife was a bit socially anxious around others. She had told him that word, and he found it surprisingly useful. Shirtingyu smiled softly, although I don't like socializing and small talk. I'm not someone who can't refuse. Don't worry. She was socially anxious, but unless she volunteered, she wouldn't force herself. Back home, Shirtingyu sat in the yard, idly stroking Li Jian and lost in thought. She initially didn't want to continue creating Loyal Dog because she was worried that earning too much money would attract too much attention. But now, it's June, and by October, the 4-person team will step down, marking the end of this 10-year movement. She is willing to keep creating. She thought that once the 3rd part is finished, it will be around October. As long as the publication is delayed a bit, it shouldn't be a problem. The reason she drew Loyal Dog was not for profit, but mainly because she wanted something to do. She never expected Loyal Dog to become so popular. She thinks Loyal Dog might be her only comic series in her life. At this moment, she even fantasized that her comic might become a rare collector's item in the future because of her art career. She can guarantee her artwork is completely genuine. Her oil paintings are quite valuable, and she believes that her comics could also increase in value over time. After October 1st, she plans to gradually return to oil painting and also arrange to have a child. She can quit her job at the school. Thinking about it, Shirtingyu decided that one more Loyal Dog would be enough. The timing just fits. With this decision, she told Lu Weigua. Lu Weigua always listens to his wife, as long as it doesn't tire her out. Seeing how agreeable he was, Shirtingyu couldn't help but smile and say, you really follow whatever I say. Lu Weigua just smiled. Why wouldn't he listen to such a good wife? Shirtingyu turned around, cupped his face with both hands, and said, Weigua, let's have a child by the end of the year, okay? Lu Weigua's eyes flickered. He reached out and held her hand, hesitating several times before deciding how to reply, wife, didn't we agree that I would get a promotion first before having a child? They had agreed that there was no rush. Once he was promoted and his missions decreased, she could get pregnant then. He couldn't give her a definite answer now because he might get promoted later in the year. She has already made plans. After the big movement ends at the end of the year, her parents are likely to be cleared of misunderstandings. Even if Lu Weigua goes on missions, she won't be alone. She also plans to resign from her teaching job to focus on painting. The timing is perfect for having a baby, with good weather, favorable conditions, and the right people. Right now, Lu Weigua doesn't know when the movement will end, which is why he's worried. Once they had this idea, both of them felt very excited. Originally, Lu Weigua wasn't very eager for a promotion, but now he cares more about it. Getting promoted would mean they could have a child. Just thinking about it made him feel warm inside. 2 days later, Editor Luo came again to the family compound. He was nervous inside, unsure whether Shirtingyu would continue creating or give up completely. He remembered what Shirtingyu said a few days ago. The loyal dog is probably the only work she will publish. When he arrived, he was still hoping to discuss other comic projects, but now it seemed that securing the third part of the loyal dog was a good achievement. Last time he visited, he promised to buy some tasty food for Li Jian, and this time he kept his promise. He brought 2 large bone sticks, not just bones but with some meat still attached. He handed the big bones to Shirtingyu. "Teacher Shi, this is the tasty food I promised for Li Jian. Please help feed him when the time comes." Shirtingyu didn't expect him to really bring something for Li Jian. "Editor Luo, you're too kind. I feel a bit embarrassed for you to spend so much." Editor Luo waved his hand casually. "It's not much money." Li Jian listened nearby, wagging its tail happily at Luo. It thought, what a good person. Seeing someone who liked it so much, Li Jian went to its cozy corner and took out its honor food bowl, placing it in front of Luo. Luo was surprised when he saw the bowl and asked Shirtingyu, "Teacher Shi, has Li Jian really done something impressive?" He originally thought Li Jian's story was fictional, just a story made up for the dog. Shirtingyu smiled and nodded. "Yes, last time when I was home, it helped the police solve a case." Luo became even more interested in Li Jian. Seeing Li Jian push the bowl toward him, he reached out and patted Li Jian's head. "The big bone I bought still needs to be prepared by Teacher Shi. It can't be eaten now." Shirtingyu looked at Li Jian with a smile. Luo still didn't understand. To him, it wasn't about eating. Li Jian was showing off its special bowl. But Shirtingyu didn't expose Li Jian. After giving Li Jian some affection, Luo followed Shirtingyu to the main hall to discuss important matters. "Teacher Shi, how are your thoughts on the previous matter?" Editor Luo asked. "We really hope you can continue creating, and many readers are looking forward to your new work." Shirtingyu didn't make things difficult for Editor Luo. She said, "I can produce a third part, but after that, I probably won't publish anymore." When Editor Luo heard she could make a third part, he smiled clearly. But when he heard her last words, he felt a chill. Seeing that she wouldn't publish more after the third part, Luo Shuqing felt quite disappointed. That would be a lot of money. Shirtingyu was quite relaxed about it. Once the big project ended, many comic artists would appear like mushrooms after rain, and the pay for comics would go down. It was better to let her Loyal Dog series end at its most popular moment. Editor Luo still tried to persuade her. "Teacher Shi, you're still young. It's a good time to save money. Don't let having children hold you back. Save more now, so you can give your kids a better life in the future." Shirtingyu was amused and a bit annoyed. Editor Luo was really trying to get her to keep drawing comics, even bringing up children. If she were just an ordinary teacher, she might have been convinced. But his words sounded sincere, like he was speaking from his heart. "Thank you, Editor Luo. I know you're being honest, and for my own good. But I have my own plans in life."
Sorry about that.
"I will carefully work on the third part of Loyal Dog, and it's not a waste of your effort to come all this way." Editor Luo had nothing more to say. He sighed and could only agree. He saw that Teacher Shi was a person with her own opinions, unlike many nowadays who chase after money blindly. She had her hobbies, ideals, and future plans. Many people now still drift aimlessly, working day by day. Whether farmers or workers, they earn almost the same wages and work points daily. They mostly think about gaining experience to get promoted, raise wages, or earn more points at the end of the year for more grain. Teacher Shi's thoughts were truly ahead of her time. To prevent her from changing her mind, Editor Luo immediately drafted a publishing contract. The third part of Loyal Dog would print 300,000 copies initially, with a royalty rate of 12%. When it came to the price of the book, Shirtingyu interrupted the other person. "Editor Luo, I think I want to add more content to the third part, at least about 50% more. So, I believe the price might need to be increased a bit." Editor Luo was pleased. Adding more content was good. He had originally thought this would be the last part and felt a bit regretful, but he didn't expect the other person to want to add more.
He was very happy about that.
If the content can be increased by 50% compared to the first two parts, the price can be raised to 80 cents per book. Luo didn't try to lower the price. He offered a fair deal. Shi Tingyu had no objections. In the end, the third part of Loyal Dog was contracted for an initial print run of 300,000 copies at 80 cents each, with a 12% royalty on the first print. Shi Tingyu calculated that the initial print fee for the third part of Loyal Dog would be about 28,800 yuan. She was just waiting for Loyal Dog to be officially published, so she could receive the royalty. Everything was settled, and editor Luo stood up to say goodbye. Although this didn't completely change teacher Shi's mind about not creating new works, at least the third part of Loyal Dog was secured. She could go back and give the publisher a proper explanation. However, the publication of the third part of Loyal Dog might have to wait until after October.
But there was nothing she could do about that.
According to teacher Shi, she still had teaching work to do, and her husband was injured at home. Plus, the content of the third part was increased by 50%, so it would indeed take a few months. After editor Luo left, Shi Tingyu relaxed. She first went to the city to buy art supplies and prepare. In about a month, summer vacation would start, and she would have plenty of time to think about the third part of Loyal Dog. There was no rush. A month passed quickly, but Shi Tingyu hadn't started her summer break yet. Then Lu Weiguo received a notice for a medical examination. When Shi Tingyu heard the news, she was stunned. As a military family member, she naturally knew what a medical exam meant. Lu Weiguo was about to get a promotion. Lu Weiguo's medical exam was at the military hospital. Because they needed to assess his health, they also checked his previous broken bone injury. After the examination, it was found that his wound was healing very well. Actually, it was healing too well. They originally thought the fracture would take about 3 months to heal, but surprisingly, it was already healed in 2 months. Considering the severity of Lu Weiguo's injury, his recovery was quite remarkable. This time, Han Tuan also went with him. He asked the doctor, "Captain Lu's injury won't affect his training later, right?" The doctor smiled and said, "Don't worry. He's healthier than most people. For this kind of fracture, others take about 3 months to recover, but he'll be fine in 2 months." This reassured Han Tuan. "The rest of the medical results will come out in a few days," the doctor added, explaining when they could pick up the results, then let them leave. Lu Weiguo went back and applied to resume training. With the hospital doctor's proof, Han Tuan didn't insist that he stay at home to rest. Lu Weiguo happily resumed training. At the same time, Shi Tingyu officially started her summer vacation. Lu Weiguo went to training, and she stayed home thinking about the third part of Loyal Dog. Occasionally, she would come out to exercise after sitting for a long time. Her days felt full. 2 days later, Lu Weiguo's medical results were ready. Everyone in Han Tuan couldn't help but be amazed. How is it that as you get older, your body is even healthier than before? Lu Weiguo and he had fought through gunfire and explosions on the battlefield, leaving some hidden injuries. Now, his medical report surprisingly showed he was very healthy. Lu Weiguo also didn't expect that all his hidden injuries had disappeared. He thought his wife's magical water must be good for health, but he didn't expect it to work so amazingly. Seeing Han Tuan marveling, he smiled and said, "It's nothing special. The injuries I got on the battlefield were just minor cuts and bruises. Resting a bit can heal them. When have you ever seen me seriously injured?" Han Tuan thought for a moment and realized Lu Weiguo hadn't suffered any serious wounds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay on the battlefield for 8 years before being transferred. Lu Weiguo continued, "Since I married my wife, she makes me delicious food every day. If I weren't healthy, that would be strange." Talking about Shi Tingyu's cooking, Han Tuan truly had nothing to say but envy. Lu Weiguo's wife was a great cook. If he ate her food every day, he could make up for any losses. Han Tuan, having lived through times of scarcity, knew how important good and enough food was for health. He also noticed that Lu Weiguo's wife cooked very well, balanced meals with good meat and vegetables, nutritious and well thought out. She had even asked others for cooking tips. "Your diet is really good," Han Tuan sincerely admired, then added, "Your medical checkup is fine. Just wait for your promotion in September." Lu Weiguo felt a big weight lift from his heart. He was originally worried that a fracture might affect his medical exam results, but this time, he was really grateful for his wife. Han Tuan patted Lu Weiguo on the shoulder and said, "You've been in this position for over 3 years. Soon, you'll be on the same level as me. At 29, you're the youngest team leader here." Lu Weiguo was surprised to hear Han Tuan and asked, "Team leader? Shouldn't it be deputy team leader?" Han Tuan chuckled. "I heard that the leader of Unit 721 is being transferred. What do you think?" Actually, with Lu Weiguo's military achievements and experience, he could have been promoted to deputy team leader last year, but it was held back. Over the past year, Lu Weiguo had taken down several secret bases and earned many military honors. His recent promotion was quite reasonable. When Lu Weiguo told Shi Tingyu about it, she was a bit confused and said after a moment, "You're going through a period of setbacks and then a strong comeback." However, the official orders hadn't come down yet, and since neither of them was someone who liked to show off, they continued with their usual routines. But the next evening, Feng Wei came over carrying some fresh ingredients. "What's this?" Lu Weiguo asked, puzzled. Feng Wei smiled and said, "I heard you had a medical exam. I came quietly to celebrate with you." Then, feeling a bit shy, he looked at Shi Tingyu and said, "Sorry to bother your sister-in-law to cook." Seeing Lu Weiguo glare at him, Feng Wei quickly added, "I'll help her out properly." Lu Weiguo looked at Feng Wei, who still had a smile on his face, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He was about to get a promotion, but Feng Wei hadn't been promoted. Their old partnership was about to end. He hoped the upcoming team political commissar would be someone compatible. If the team leader and the political commissar didn't get along, it would be bad. Shi Tingyu knew Feng Wei was well-meaning and didn't hold back. She prepared the dishes Feng Wei brought, making 4 dishes and 1 soup. When the food was served, Feng Wei smiled and said, "Your sister-in-law's cooking is the best." Shi Tingyu replied, "Brother Feng, go call your wife to come eat with us." Feng Wei waved his hand and said, "No need. She's already prepared everything at home." He was just talking with Lu Weiguo about future plans. It wouldn't be good if his wife came over now, since things were still secret. Shi Tingyu looked at Lu Weiguo, and when he nodded, she didn't insist on inviting her. They enjoyed a pleasant meal together. After dinner, Shi Tingyu went back to her room to continue creating. Lu Weiguo and Feng Wei went to the well to wash the dishes, their hands submerged in cold water, feeling much cooler than outside. Around 8 p.m., Feng Wei went back home. Shi Tingyu saw that Lu Weiguo was in good spirits, so she felt relieved. Getting a promotion is good, but breaking up with a good partner can be a little sad. However, Lu Weiguo managed his feelings well. She guessed that Feng Wei's visit this time was also meant to comfort Lu Weiguo. After washing up, the two went to bed. Shi Tingyu asked, "Did Teacher Feng come to comfort you?" Lu Weiguo smiled and nodded. Seeing the smile on his face, Shi Tingyu said, "Teacher Feng is really good at his work. His skills are impressive." Lu Weiguo could tell she was teasing him, but he didn't hide it. He said, "I was a little upset when I found out I was the only one promoted, but I've gotten used to it." Besides comforting me, Lao Feng also pointed out some of my weaknesses. Shi Tingyu looked puzzled. Lu Weiguo chuckled softly. "It seems that in my wife's eyes, I have no flaws." Shi Tingyu glared at him, but then she understood. Her husband, Weiguo, is a bit strong-willed in the army, and pairing him with Feng Wei, who is cheerful and adaptable, is a perfect match. But not all political officers are like Feng Wei. Some are very strong-willed, and if they meet a similarly strong military officer, problems can arise. If they don't get along, they might cause divisions among the troops, which is bad for training and unity. Now Feng Wei has pointed out some issues, so Weiguo can learn from them. The road ahead will be smoother. Finally, Shi Tingyu sighed. Teacher Feng is truly thoughtful. Lu Weiguo also understood Feng Wei's good intentions and was very grateful to him. A week later, the date arrived, August 1st, a special day for the military district. Because the entertainment troupe's performance was cancelled during the May Day holiday, it couldn't be cancelled this time. Last month, Lu Wenchang and others received news about the performance on August 1st. She was so excited she couldn't sleep for days. When the list of performers was announced, Her eyes were full of anticipation. She had waited too long. Most of the performances this time were repeats, and everyone was very skilled. Practicing for a month was enough. Lu Wenchang thought she would definitely be on the list for August 1st. But when the last name was called, she didn't hear her own. She became anxious and called out, "Report." Captain Lin glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong, Lu Wenchang?" "Captain, didn't you say we could perform on May 1st? Captain Lin replied, "But this isn't May 1st. You should know what this holiday means for our camp. Since there was no performance on May 1st, this show is especially important. Your current skills still need improvement." "But, Captain, we've been practicing for a long time." Lu Wenchang still didn't give up. Captain Lin said, "I'll have the senior members take you to perform on the small stage on August 2nd. You need to perform well then. If you do well, you'll have many chances to perform on bigger stages in the future." The program schedule was already set, and Lu Wenchang knew it couldn't be changed now. The small stage was still a stage, and she was determined to make Captain Lin see her talent. On the afternoon of August 1st, Lu Weiguo and others went to watch the performance. The whole camp was full of joy. Military family members had to wait until tomorrow to see the small stage show. The next day, Lu Weiguo accompanied Shi Tingyu to watch the performance. Shi Tingyu saw Lu Wenchang in the choir. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting her to actually perform. It seemed she was finally getting her chance. Shi Tingyu thought this, but Lu Wenchang felt a bit frustrated. This time, more young girls than usual were in the choir, probably to give newcomers a chance to perform, so the arrangement was like that. A line of bright, youthful girls stood there, and who could notice her? Her mother had already written to her. If she couldn't find a partner soon, she was told to go back to her hometown to look. She was no longer young in her village. Shi Tingyu had watched several performances before, and seeing this big choir, she didn't find it particularly impressive. It was just average, not outstanding. After the show, Shi Tingyu and Lu Weiguo left the hall and met Lu Wenchang, who was just heading back. Their cultural troupe performance had ended, and they would get half a day off. Lu Wenchang saw Shi Tingyu snorting and turning her nose up. Shi Tingyu remembered how she had helped her last time and didn't argue. When she saw Shi Tingyu pulling Lu Weiguo to leave, Lu Wenchang felt ignored. She reached out and grabbed Shi Tingyu's clothes. "Didn't you see I'm here? Do you need something?" Shi Tingyu asked. Lu Wenchang's face showed pride as she said confidently, "You saw, right? I performed this time. I will get better and better in the future." She had very mixed feelings about Shi Tingyu, feeling quite uncomfortable. When her nephew's full moon celebration was held, she was humiliated, and the match she liked fell through. All because of Shi Tingyu. She blamed her entirely. She didn't expect her work in the publicity department to be criticized by the director because of Shi Tingyu, not to mention her struggles in the arts troupe later on. Shi Tingyu was like her nemesis. Now, Shi Tingyu's attitude made her feel that the other person looked down on her. So she was determined to show her abilities. One day, she would live a better life than her. Seeing Shi Tingyu's proud expression, she wanted to retort, but was choked up by the memory of being rescued last time. She said softly, "Your singing was good, Lu Wenchang." She felt that this comment sounded a bit condescending. "What do you mean? Do you think you're so knowledgeable that you can just criticize here?" Lu Weiguo wanted to say something but was stopped by Shi Tingyu, who held his arm. "Then just pretend I don't understand. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." Lu Wenchang was furious. She said angrily, "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?
What's so great about you?"
Believe it or not, next time I can force you onto the stage myself. When everyone's watching and I see you perform poorly, how confident will you be?" Shi Tingyu smiled and slowly said, "That's what I'd like. I can sing and dance well, just lacking a stage to show off. Thanks for your help." Lu Wenchang's face turned pale, while Lu Weiguo looked at her with a gentle smile. "Singing and dancing aren't just words. I don't believe you'll do it." Lu Wenchang was startled. If she weren't part of the chorus, she would definitely have made her go on stage during solo performances or announcements. Seeing her persistent, Shi Tingyu's tone grew colder. "Believe it or not, I don't care.
My skills are on me.
Even if I can't do it, you can't force me. When the time comes, I can make you isolated in the troop. Do you believe that? The other person looked as if that was impossible. Shi Tingyu glanced at her and said, if you want me to perform on stage, I'll ask everyone openly, what do the leaders of the arts troupe mean? They want military spouses to perform without notice. Are they trying to embarrass us? Lu Wenchang's eyes widened. She didn't expect Shi Tingyu to be so confrontational. Shi Tingyu continued, of course, I will also go to your cultural troupe girls and stand up for them. They have worked hard for many years just to perform on stage. Now, because of your impulsiveness, the program order has been disrupted, and due to lack of time, the girls who were supposed to perform later have lost their chance. What do you think those girls should do to thank you? However, I will consider that you helped me last time and won't report your personal revenge to the leaders or criticize the military wives. Lu Wenchang was originally proud of her plan, but after hearing Shi Tingyu, she suddenly realized her plan had many flaws. If she really did what she planned, the consequences might be just as Shi Tingyu said. If she caused the troop to lose face, she wouldn't be a leading figure anymore. The troop leader might fire her, and then she would have no choice but to go back to the village and get married. At this moment, she found Shi Tingyu a little scary. Suddenly, she remembered the scene in the alley beside the supply and marketing cooperative. When she hit someone, she was really ruthless and didn't hold back. Her work had just started to improve, and she couldn't let this woman ruin everything. Now, she felt like staying far away from Shi Tingyu. She always felt she couldn't win against her. Shi Tingyu clearly sensed the other person's retreat. She looked at Lu Wenchang and said, I usually dislike dealing with these things. Since you helped me last time, I won't hold it against you. But if this happens again, I will make sure you suffer. After speaking, she pulled Lu Weiguo and left. Lu Wenchang was left standing under the hot sun, feeling disorganized. After watching the performance and returning home, Shi Tingyu went back to her room to continue creating comic strips. Summer vacation was her most productive time. The more she spent with Li Jian, the easier it became for her to draw. Li Jian's habits and little actions were now familiar to her, and her drawing flow was smoother than in the previous two parts. If Lu Weiguo hadn't occasionally taken her out for fresh air, she could have stayed in her room for most of the day. Since the last encounter with the secret agents, Lu Weiguo had been paying more attention to Shi Tingyu's training. Training his daughter-in-law felt a bit like training soldiers. Hard work during peace, less bloodshed in war. But compared to training soldiers, Lu Weiguo was more patient and careful with his wife. Shi Tingyu has a very good physical condition. Lu Weiguo trains her and actually feels more accomplished than when training soldiers in his unit. Sometimes during training in the camp, when he sees soldiers who perform poorly, Lu Weiguo can't help but say, your training results can't compare to my wife's. As soon as he says this, the soldiers below can't help but feel a bit amused. They obviously don't believe him and think the commander is just trying to show off his wife's skills. However, their training has become more diligent than before. There's no choice. Since the commander has brought his wife into the training, they feel they must work harder to not let him down. Lu Weiguo has resumed training, but Shi Tingyu still worries about his health. She often goes to the vegetable market to buy some meat or a chicken to prepare a meal for her husband. Because the weather is hot, meat can't be stored for long, so Shi Tingyu doesn't dare keep too much in her space, fearing it might look suspicious. She plans to go to the market the next day to buy some meat and prepare dumplings for Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo worries about her safety. Even in the hot summer, he fears she might get too hot, so he rides his bike early in the morning to buy the ingredients. The market opens early, and when Lu Weiguo arrives, there are already people there. Two older women are shopping and chatting. Did you hear? A leader from the Red Committee was murdered, one long-haired woman says mysteriously, as if recalling something, and she shivers involuntarily. I heard when they found him, he was almost drained of blood. The other short-haired woman looks surprised. When did this happen? This morning, just found out. The leader who died lived near us. This morning, a lot of police came to our area. It was quite a scene. Which leader was it? The short-haired woman asks.
Tell me more.
The long-haired woman pouts, clearly not fond of that leader. She lowers her voice and says his name was Hongbo. Many people had suffered under him before. Lu Weigua, who is nearby and listening carefully, hears their conversation clearly. Why does that name sound so familiar? Before he can think more, the long-haired woman continues to reveal more. I heard he even forced someone to death, but no one dared to speak about it. If the person hadn't been murdered, she wouldn't have dared to share this freely. The short-haired woman whispers, then he probably didn't die unjustly. The long-haired woman nods in agreement. Maybe it was someone he persecuted who took revenge. The older lady with short hair also agreed. At that moment, the vegetable stand worker weighed the items the two ladies wanted, and they stopped talking. But as they turned to leave, they were startled by Lu Weigua, a tall and strong man standing behind them. In the past, they might have scolded him a few words, but now, after the murder case, they saw everyone as a suspect. Especially since Lu Weigua's face didn't look like a good person, they became even more afraid. Although the young leader of the Red Committee deserved blame, they still feared the murder. Killing someone was as serious as violence, and they were more afraid of the criminal. Seeing the two ladies run far away quickly, Lu Weigua wanted to ask something, but didn't. Forget it, it wasn't his business. After cutting meat, Lu Weigua hurried back home. Or he would be late for training. When he arrived, Shi Tingyu was already preparing breakfast. He picked up his porridge bowl and drank it all in one go. Every time he did this, Shi Tingyu wanted him to slow down, but it was hard to change a habit formed over many years. Fortunately, now Shi Tingyu reminded him to slow down, but soon he would reveal his true nature again. When Lu Weigua reached the training ground, he suddenly remembered who the murder victim was that the two ladies mentioned in the morning. Wasn't Hongbo the young leader who led the team when his parents were exiled? He still remembered how arrogant he was and how he looked at his wife. But during the morning meat purchase, he didn't recognize the name the two ladies mentioned. After the morning training, Lu Weigua told Shi Tingyu about this. Shi Tingyu was also surprised. She had thought that his attitude, and the fact he wanted her to sell her body, meant his days were numbered once the truth came out. She didn't expect that he wouldn't even survive the big sports event. But as always, justice was served. People like Hongbo, who offended many, might have been killed by someone seeking revenge. Things outside might be unstable lately. If you want to buy anything, just tell me and I'll go buy it, Lu Weigua said, worried about the recent murder cases spreading widely. Shi Tingyu agreed, without hesitation. She felt fulfilled every day, didn't need to eat meat at every meal, and was happy staying at home without socializing outside. But sometimes, if people don't cause trouble, trouble will find them. Today, all the police were sent to the camp. Seeing two officers in dark blue uniforms with red shoulder patches and large-brimmed hats with national emblems, the guards immediately stepped forward. They wore Type 72 police uniforms. This is how things are in reality. Although the camp and the police both serve the people, they are not part of the same system. It was unclear why these two police officers had come. One officer's last name was Li, and the other's was Bai. They came because of Hongba's murder case. They were here to investigate and gather information. Hongba's death was very brutal. His mouth was blocked, and he bled out. He had many knife wounds all over his body, and even his private parts had been cut off. When they arrived at the scene, many people vomited. They examined the scene and found a knife thrown into the ditch, which was identified as the murder weapon. The knife looked ordinary, but its blade was unusually sharp. From the marks on the knife, it seemed to have been used for several years, making it hard to identify the suspect from the knife shop records. So, they decided to start by looking into Hongba's connections. Seeing how Hongba was killed, it was clear that the suspect had a strong grudge against him. The fact that his were cut off was a very important clue. Usually, revenge like this is done by someone who harms women. But when they asked Hongba's wife and family, they said they didn't know he had other women. Also, on that day, Hongba's wife was out with the children visiting her mother, so there was no further lead. In the end, their team leaders suggested starting with the cases Hongba handled. They checked if Hongba had exploited his authority to harm any girls. As a minor leader in the Red Committee, Hongba handled many cases. Over the past year alone, there had been more than 10 major incidents. So, the police sent people to investigate in order of the cases Hongba worked on. Last spring and summer, Hongba was responsible for the relocation of the Shi family. 2 police officers were assigned to learn about that situation. When they heard about the relocation of the Shi family, the police officers sighed. Those high-tech talents returning from abroad were simply relocated like this. They found out that the Shi family had a very beautiful daughter, which matched the initial case screening criteria, so they came here. But they weren't eager to make this trip. Everyone knew that the camp's people tend to protect their own. Now, the Shi family's daughter was a military officer's wife, so it could easily cause trouble. The sentry casually asked the 2 police officers about their purpose. Just as Officer Bai was about to speak, Officer Lee interrupted him with a smile and said to the guard, "There was a murder case nearby a few days ago. We're here to visit the local residents." Bai is straightforward by nature. If he answered, he might say, "There was a murder case a few days ago. We need to find the relevant people to understand the situation." But saying that could offend someone. This place is different from ordinary residents. The guard frowned. Even though he said they were visiting nearby residents, it was strange to come into the military area. Maybe they suspected someone in the camp was involved in the case. Thinking of this, the guard's expression grew more serious. "Please register first. I need to ask my leader for permission." The 2 officers were stopped outside the camp. About 20 minutes later, Guoping, the political commissar of the 723 Regiment, came out. He looked at the 2 police officers in uniform but didn't rush to greet them. Instead, he stared at them for a moment. When they started to sweat slightly, he finally smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Guoping, the regiment political commissar. I understand your purpose. Come inside, and we can talk." Seeing his friendly smile, Officer Lee and Officer Bai finally relaxed. They thought to themselves, the leaders here are different. Just by looking at them, they felt some pressure. Guoping took them to his office. After pouring water for them, he said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Then he left. Officer Lee and Officer Bai looked at each other, wondering if this was a typical stern warning. Meanwhile, Guoping headed straight to the office of Captain Han. The 2 were partners. When the police come knocking, it could be a big or small matter. He needed to find someone to discuss the situation. If there was really something serious, it was better to have 2 people to look into it together. In his opinion, if the police found the camp, the case was probably significant. Soon, Guoping and Captain Han arrived. Seeing Captain Han, who looked very stern, Officer Lee and Officer Bai immediately tensed up. They unconsciously stood up. Guoping smiled and said, "This is Captain Han. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask." Captain Han looked serious, clearly playing different roles, one with a red face, the other with a white face. It was Officer Lee who spoke first. "The situation is like this. In our area, Comrade Hongbo from the Red Committee was murdered. We came to find Commander Lu Weigua and his wife to understand the situation." When Lu Weigua's name was mentioned, Han Onbong was about to get angry. Brother Weigua is finally about to get promoted. If this incident gets linked to that murder case, his promotion could be ruined. Guoping quickly grabbed the impulsive Lao Han to calm him down. He's known Lao Han's temper for almost a year now. Before Lao Han could get angry, Guoping asked, "How could this matter be connected to Captain Lu and his wife?" "As far as I know, Captain Lu is defending the country on the battlefield and training hard in the camp. His wife is also a proud elementary school teacher and has made many contributions. Could there be some misunderstanding?" The 2 police officers sighed inwardly. That's why they didn't want to come to the camp. Before they could say anything, the 2 leaders already showed their attitude. It was clear they were warning them. Li Gong'an wiped his sweat and smiled. "We don't mean any trouble. We're just visiting to understand the situation and do some investigation." Bai Gong'an nodded, straightforward and honest, saying, "The victim was found in a tragic state, with injuries suggesting revenge related to women. When Hongbo handled the case, we heard that the victim was very beautiful, so we came to ask about the situation." Han Onbong slammed the table. "What nonsense! If that kid dares to hit on Xiaolu's wife, I'll shoot him dead. The two police officers were startled by this outburst. Guo Ping reassured them, the person is already dead. Don't bully Xiao Lu's wife.
Stay calm.
His words made it sound like Hong Bo had bad intentions toward Xiao Lu's wife and that Xiao Lu had killed him. Seeing Han Anbong's explosive reaction, the officers couldn't help but worry. If soldiers are like this, it's hard to say if the suspect might be one of them. Of course, they only dared to think this privately. Guo Ping saw Han Anbong was about to explode again and quickly diverted him. Old Han, go call Wei Guo over and bring his wife along too. Han Anbong was reluctant to move. Guo Ping gave him a subtle signal. Lu Weiguo was part of their team, and as long as he didn't do anything wrong, they wouldn't let any trouble fall on him. Finally, Han Anbong left. The two police officers also let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, having Han Anbong here made them feel a lot of pressure. Now only Guo Ping was left. The two officers quickly explained the situation again in detail, emphasizing one main point. They are not upset with Captain Liu and his wife or suspicious of them. This time it is mainly a routine visit. Guo Ping secretly thought that although it is called a routine visit, if others with bad intentions find out, it might ruin Lu Weiguo's promotion. He was a bit relieved that the soldiers from their 723 regiment were on duty, so they asked him to come. Soon after, Lu Weiguo, Shi Tingyu, and Captain Han arrived. On the way, the couple had already heard from Captain Han about what happened. They didn't expect that the issue the two of them discussed a few days ago would come back to them now. Throughout the journey, Captain Han kept talking, warning Lu Weiguo to be careful and that this matter must not affect his promotion. Li Gong'an and Bai Gong'an looked at the man and woman entering, speechless for a long time. The woman was very beautiful. With such looks, no wonder Hong Bo was interested in her. But when their eyes fell on Lu Weiguo, they felt the same pressure as from Captain Han. His fierce aura was truly intimidating. If someone like him committed a crime, they wouldn't doubt it at all. Guo Ping introduced Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu to the two police officers. Li Gong'an and Bai Gong'an hesitated, then stepped forward to shake hands with them. Now that they are here, you two can ask any questions, Guo Ping said with a smile. He and Captain Han sat on opposite sides, showing no intention of avoiding questions. Unfortunately, the two police officers could only ask questions. Li Gong'an asked, did Hong Bo take responsibility when Shi Tingyu's parents were sent away last spring and summer? Shi Tingyu nodded. This matter couldn't be hidden. Everyone in the neighborhood knew. Hearing this, Bai Gong'an quickly took out a pen and notebook to record. Guo Ping stood up, went behind Bai Gong'an, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked down at what he was writing, like an invigilator in an exam room. Bai Gong'an sat upright, and his handwriting was noticeably neater than usual. Li Gong'an looked at both of them, then turned to ask Shi Tingyu, did Hong Bo say or do anything to harass you? As soon as he spoke, the three other men in the room looked at him with some dissatisfaction. If there was really something revealing it like this was not good. Li Gong'an forced a smile. In cases involving discrimination or bullying against women, female police officers usually handle the inquiries, but they often have limited resources. The military area is a place many people avoid, so only 2 officers came here. Shi Tingyu carefully chose her words and said, he once hinted that my father was asked to give me to the higher-ups to ensure my parents' safety. The officer writing paused, looked up at Shi Tingyu, and felt a bit angry. Such a beautiful girl. If she were sent to flatter the leaders, her life would be ruined. As for Hong Bo's death, it was not unjust. While he was thinking about how to write this, Captain Han slammed the table and stood up loudly, saying, this scoundrel is really no good. At this time, people still believed in respecting the dead, but Captain Han didn't hold back. Guo Ping glared at Captain Han. His quick temper was hard to control. Seeing Guo Zhengwei suppressing his anger, Officer Li continued to ask, what did you do afterward? Shi Tingyu replied, by then, Wei Guo and I were married. He came over, so Hong Bo didn't dare to act up. Good job, Xiao Lu. Captain Han praised loudly, then added angrily, if he were alive, I'd send him to a military court. Military marriages are protected by law, and military family members can't be bullied just because he wants to. Officer Lee nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lu Weiguo watched Captain Han's furious expression and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Every time they spoke, he would loudly curse along. It seemed like his personality was reckless, but he was actually doing it on purpose. One reason was to intimidate the other side, making them realize they weren't easy to bully. Another was to emphasize Hongbo's mistakes and the consequences he should face, naturally turning the opposition against Hongbo. No wonder Lu Weiguo and Captain Han worked so well together on the battlefield. He understood Captain Han's mindset very accurately. Captain Han trusted Lu Weiguo and the others, but since Lu Weiguo was somewhat opposed to Hongbo and involved in Shijia's affairs, he acted this way intentionally. Once Captain Han calmed down for a while, Officer Lee continued to ask, "May I ask where you were on the night of August 6th? Do you have witnesses?" "On the night of August 6th, my wife and I were at home and didn't go out all night." As for witnesses, the couple next door, Lieutenant Zhang and his wife, should know because we often walk our dog in the evening, and they've seen us. Was there any witness in the late hours? Lai Gong'an continued to ask. Captain Han, with sharp eyes, glared. "Do you have someone watching over you even late at night when you sleep?" Lai Gong'an's mouth twitched. That wasn't what he meant. Captain Han calmed down. "We're just doing a routine inquiry." Shirtingu spoke up. "We don't have direct witnesses, but we have proof that we haven't left the family compound." Seeing them look over, she added, "There are guards at the gate of our family compound, and they can confirm we didn't go out during the night." "Yes, the guards keep records," Lu Weiguo agreed, saying his wife was right. Bai Gong'an also recorded all this, planning to verify the details with the guards and Captain Zhang's family later. After asking a few more questions, Lai Gong'an finished the interview. He stood up and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. If your information is accurate, we probably won't bother you again." Captain Han thought to himself, "This is indeed a disturbance, but if the incident had happened after Lu Weiguo's promotion, he wouldn't be so angry." Since the officers still needed to check with the guards, they prepared to leave. Captain Han gave a few instructions. "When you ask questions, be quiet. We can't have loud noise in this military area." The two officers thought the military discipline here was strict, so they didn't worry much. Lu Weiguo's promotion couldn't be announced publicly yet, so Captain Han wanted to minimize the impact. It was best if the officers left quietly without drawing attention. After the officers left, Guoping said, "I just looked at what Bai Gong'an recorded. His wording was quite careful, so I think it's not a big deal." Then he looked at Lu Weiguo and said, "I know this doesn't have much to do with you. Don't worry about the promotion." Lu Weiguo nodded, not worried himself. This wasn't their fault, and the police wouldn't falsely accuse military officers. After visiting the witnesses that Lu Weiguo and Shirtingu mentioned, Lai Gong'an and Bai Gong'an rode back to the police station. When they arrived, Hongbo's mother and a member of the women's committee, Wang Lei, were waiting outside. Seeing them come in, Hongbo's mother and Wang Lei hurried over. "Comrades, how is your investigation going? Did you find the murderer from that day?" Wang Lei asked. "Yes, comrades, any progress?" Hongbo's mother has been waiting for a long time. Li Gong'an and Bai Gong'an exchanged glances and said, "We are just investigating. There's nothing suspicious about where we went this time." They couldn't casually tell others what they found, but they also couldn't hide everything. They could only give vague answers. Old Lady Hong heard this and suddenly slapped her thigh, crying loudly, "My son died so tragically. Scoundrels, if we catch them, they'll be punished." My poor son. Wang Lei listened to Old Lady Hong's crying and felt impatient. He stepped forward and helped her up firmly. "Ma'am, let's not bother the police. The sooner they find the culprit, the sooner Hong Ji's revenge can be avenged." Old Lady Hong was moved by Wang Lei's words. She got up quickly, worried about delaying the police's work. All the police officers sighed in relief and looked at Wang Lei gratefully. Since they all belonged to the Red Committee, Wang Lei was seen as more reliable than most members. Although Old Lady Hong stopped crying, she didn't go home but sat at the police station instead. Wang Lei also just sighed and didn't insist on taking her back. The police didn't say much, Losing a loved one is an unbearable pain for anyone. Fortunately, Wang Lei was still there. Over the past few days, he had been helping Hong's family, a lonely widow and her child, with errands. Sometimes they couldn't help but think, no wonder they say Qin Hui had 3 friends. They investigated and found that Hongbo was indeed guilty, but it was shocking that someone like him had friends like Wang Lei helping him. As the people out on investigations and questioning returned one after another, the special task force at the police station began to compile reports. In the end, they focused on 2 families. One was the Qin family. The 2 elders were once capitalists, having donated most of their wealth, but they still ended up being sent away. They had a daughter who had caught Hongbo's eye. After he got her, she died not long after. Now, the Qin family had been rehabilitated, and there was another brother, Qin Shua, who was a key person of interest. The other family was the Liu family. The Liu family was once a traditional Chinese medicine family in Jinling and was quite wealthy. 7 years ago, they were labeled as part of the 4 olds and sent away. The Liu family had a granddaughter, who was then in her prime, like a flower. Hongbo had taken a liking to her and got her. The exact details at that time were unknown. When the police visited, they only heard that shortly after her family was sent away, she disappeared. Now, the Liu family has been cleared of suspicion, but only the oldest member is still alive and back. The 3 generations, old, middle-aged, and young, are now just the old man. The police officers have reviewed the case and focused their attention on the Qin family. Since only someone strong enough could break into a house and commit a crime, they believe the old Liu man, who is elderly and has been exiled for many years, is unlikely to be the culprit, especially after losing loved ones and suffering health issues. He probably couldn't have entered the house to commit the crime. With this focus, the lead investigator divided the team into 2 groups, one watching the Qin family closely and the other keeping an eye on the Liu family. But the main concern wasn't the Liu old man himself, rather whether someone close to him appeared suspicious. Inside the Qin family's mansion, Qin Shua looked at a photo of his sister, his eyes red. He muttered, "Sister, Hongbo is gone. It's karma. After all these years, you can finally rest in peace now." Their family has been cleared, but their parents, after years of exile, are now ill, and their sister is gone. No matter how much money they receive as compensation, it doesn't really help. Even if they return now, their home no longer feels like a family home. Fortunately, the enemy is dead, which is some comfort. He carefully places his sister's photo back and goes to the kitchen to cook, as his parents are still waiting for him to take care of them. Until the afternoon, the police officers returned to Qin's house. Seeing the police, Qin Shua calmly welcomed them inside. He said, "My parents are not feeling well and are resting upstairs. Please speak quietly when you talk." The police didn't press him but asked as part of routine, "On the night of August 6th, you said you went to the hospital to get medicine for your parents. You mentioned no one saw you because it was late. Have you thought of any other witnesses during this time?"
Inshuo replied, "No."
The police asked, "And the doctor? The one who prescribed the medicine?" He nodded yes, but the doctor was in the pharmacy at the time, and we didn't see each other's faces. The pharmacy had only a small window through which the medicine was handed out. Nothing else could be seen. The 2 officers looked at each other, thinking how coincidental this was. "Do you know what medicines were prescribed?" one officer asked. Qin Shua said, "I don't know the names of the medicines." Then he went upstairs to fetch the medicines. They were several small packages wrapped in white paper, containing white pills. Plain and simple, with no distinctive features. On the white paper, there were only 2 wavy lines. But no one there could read what was written. The police looked at each other helplessly, deciding to ask the hospital about the packages. Qin Shua did not stop him. He took the paper again, wrapped the medicine, and handed the handwritten package to the police. The 2 police officers took the paper package and left. Watching their figures disappear, Qin Shua's eyes were deep and thoughtful. All he could do was try to delay time and distract the police. The 2 police officers went to the hospital and found the doctor who worked in the pharmacy on the night of August 6th. The doctor's surname was Wang. After examining the paper the police brought, he looked carefully and said slowly, This is really hard to recognize. Many people came to pick up medicine that night. As you know, more and more people are being exonerated recently. Most of them were worn out during their detention, and their health isn't good. Our hospital has been busier than usual these days. He then apologized a little and said, so, when we're busy, the handwriting is often too quick to read, and sometimes even we can't recognize it ourselves. Plus, there's a high chance of the pills being repeated, so it's hard to be sure who came to pick up the medicine. After asking a few more questions, the police left empty-handed. As they left, a nurse came to ask Dr. Wang, saying, Dr. Wang, can you help me see which of these two medicines is for bed 4 and which is for bed 6? When she was giving an injection to a patient, a nearby child accidentally brushed against the medicines, mixing them up. The handwriting on the packages looked like scribbles, and this new nurse couldn't understand it. Dr. Wang picked up the two packages and quickly distinguished them. This one is for bed 4, and this one is for bed 6. The young nurse looked at the wavy lines on the packages and secretly admired Dr. Wang's skill. Things weren't going smoothly for the Qin family, and the Luo family was no better. The old man was very temperamental. Yesterday, when they visited, he almost threw them out, and today, when the police went again, he still looked unfriendly. Whenever Hongbo was mentioned, the old man would curse loudly. In his early years, he was a kind-looking traditional Chinese doctor with a well-known gentle temper, but now he could never go back to that. Later, when the police stopped mentioning Hongbo, the old man's mood stabilized a little. Seeing this, the police also sighed in relief and asked gently, does the old man's family have anyone else? Is there anything you need help with in daily life? The old man's eyes suddenly turned vacant. He slowly stood up and walked to the photo frame, where only 2 black and white photos remained. One was a family portrait, and the other was a picture of his granddaughter and his old friend's grandson. But both photos had become a bit damp and blurry. He spoke sadly, it's gone. Hongba's case was handed over to the police station, which, under pressure from the Red Committee, had to speed up the investigation. Recently, their focus on Qin Shua suddenly shifted, and he was no longer considered a suspect. This change started from the neighbors who visited Qin's house during police interviews. That night, one neighbor saw him and provided an alibi for Qin Shua. When Qin Shua heard the police mention this, he relaxed and felt happy that he was finally proven innocent. But after the police left, the smile disappeared from his face. If it weren't for the 2 elderly people at home who needed his care, he would have wanted to take a knife and confront Hongba when he was cleared. He had heard that Hongba was murdered some time ago, and he smiled through tears. Whoever killed him, they were still benefactors to the Qin family. So, he was willing to be suspected, just to buy time for his benefactors and confuse the investigators. He hoped the case could be dragged on as an unsolved mystery until the statute of limitations expired. As for whether he was worried about becoming a scapegoat, he was never concerned. He truly hadn't done anything wrong. Their family had just been cleared, and the 2 elders, who had been sent away and mistreated, were still in bed. Without enough evidence, the police wouldn't dare do anything to them. After just being cleared, being targeted was a slap in the face for the higher-ups. Who would dare? At worst, he had witnesses, but he hadn't told the police the truth to buy more time. He didn't expect that the neighbor witnesses would be found by the police ahead of time. Since the Qin family was excluded, the police's focus shifted to the Liu family. But the Liu family was too tragic. Even the police officers felt pity when they visited. Another week passed, and there was still no progress. The Red Committee pressed for updates more urgently. At the police station, everyone was getting anxious. Finally, a police officer suggested, should we broaden our search? Start with the people who have come and gone from the 2 Qin households. Everyone agreed. However, since the families had just been cleared, they had no close relatives or friends visiting. Even if there were friends, they wouldn't dare to come now, given how frightening their experience of being sent away was. Without visitors, the police had other ways. They first noticed the man who had taken photos with Lu's young granddaughter. They asked old Master Lu about him. The old man looked at the photo with a dark gaze. That is the grandson of my close friend. But later, their family changed their name and moved away. That's all I know. You should understand that our family was sent away at that time, and we lost contact long ago. The police records were checked carefully, focusing on the photo. However, the features in the photo were somewhat blurry, so it wasn't very clear. Maybe it was just their illusion, but they felt the photo looked more worn out than before. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed no different from previous ones. After leaving the Liu family's house, the police returned to the station to report. Everyone thought that, regardless of how suspicious the person in the photo was, it was still a lead, better than chasing after nothing. They were already feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. The reason the Red Committee was pushing so hard was because the higher-ups were a bit scared. Hongba was involved in some of the things that happened. Although many of his actions were flattery and offered willingly, he had indeed benefited from them. If they didn't find the killer soon, how could he sleep peacefully? Inside the police station, the atmosphere was silent. They borrowed the photo from the old man, but it was very blurry and many years had passed. They weren't sure if the person's appearance had changed. It was a difficult case to investigate. Lee Public Security suggested, maybe we could ask Captain Liu's wife from the military camp to try drawing it? Everyone looked confused. What do you mean, draw it? Lee explained, it's based on what we learned when investigating the people connected to the camp. Captain Liu's wife is an expert artist. When she visited home during the New Year, she was able to recreate the suspect's face just from a messy description from a child. Plus, her dog is quite talented and has made many contributions. But the dog at Teacher Sher's house probably wouldn't be useful now. Lee secretly felt disappointed. When the case happened, they also brought police dogs to investigate, but the dogs only circled around and couldn't pick up any scent. They suspected the suspect might have cleaned the scene or used some drugs to interfere with the dog's sense of smell. Otherwise, it was impossible for the dogs to find no clues at all. Lee's suggestion made them a bit interested. However, they had just checked the camp and might have offended some people. After all, just a moment ago, they still suspected those people, and now they were asking for help. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. And that wasn't even the main issue. Hongba had also offended Teacher Sher, so she might not be willing to help. Always try, we need to show a good attitude when handling matters. Whether it succeeds or not can be discussed later, the team leader replied. So this task was assigned to Li Gong'an. Li Gong'an tried to keep a smile on his face. Finally, he raised his hand and said, Team leader, I'm going to find someone to handle this. I can't go empty-handed. I was thinking of bringing some things. Do you think I can get reimbursed? The team leader's mouth twitched, but he still said, approved. Li Gong'an sighed in relief. Knowing that you support me, I feel at ease. He realized that he learned about Shirtiyu's portrait skills thanks to Commissar. When Captain Han went to see Liu Weigua and his wife, Commissar told him about their achievements. His goal was clear, to let him know that these two people from their military district were talented and had made many contributions, so they definitely wouldn't commit such murders. Thanks to Commissar's background, their later inquiries were so straightforward. This time, Li Gong'an didn't wear his uniform when he went to the camp. Carrying things to handle the matter, it wouldn't be appropriate to wear a uniform. He also felt that Commissar and Captain Han didn't seem to want him to go in uniform either. Shirtiyu didn't expect that after so long, Li Gong'an would come to the camp again. This time, he went directly to the family residence but was stopped outside by the guards. Shirtiyu could only go out and bring him in. Back home, Li Gong'an immediately noticed the sword playing happily in the yard, especially the food bowl near the doghouse. It was from the police station, and he knew what the writing on the bowl meant. He thought to himself, it seems Commissar was right. After pouring a glass of water for the other person, Shirtiyu asked straightforwardly, Li Gong'an, is there anything else you need to ask about this time? Although he said that, Shirtiyu knew the other wasn't just here for this. Seeing him in casual clothes and carrying things, it was obvious. Li Gong'an smiled kindly. Teacher Sher, please don't take last time's matter to heart. We never doubted you. We just had to go through the motions. Shirtiyu smiled. Whether it was just going through the motions or not, it wasn't something she could just say. But she also understood that after a murder case, investigations are necessary. She couldn't blame the police for that. You're too polite. Investigation is your duty, Shirtu said, then asked, "So, what brings you here this time?" At this point, Li Gongin didn't hide anything and explained the situation. Finally, she earnestly said, "I hope Teacher Shi can help us. We really have no other options." Shi Tingyu was not eager to help with this request. Hongbo, such a person, deserved to face consequences. She was grateful that the culprit was being punished. She declined, saying, "Officer Li, I think I might be unable to help with this." Seeing Li Gongin look a bit anxious, she added, "Mainly, I've been very busy lately. I don't have time to make the portrait. Honestly, besides teaching, I also work as a comic artist. I promised the publisher I'd finish the drawings this month. But now it's almost the end of the month, and I still have many unfinished works." Shi Tingyu's words were partly true and partly false, which made Li Gongin a little worried. "Teacher Shi, I don't think making this portrait will take much of your time. When the time comes, I'll help you apply for a subsidy from the team leader. You won't be wasting your effort." Shi Tingyu sighed. "It's really not about the money. I just truly don't have the time." Li Gongin was persistent and had already spent over 2 hours at the Shi family's place. Shi Tingyu still refused to agree. Li Gongin said, "Teacher Shi, we really need your help. Since I'm taking up your time here, why don't you come with me to the police station to take a look? If it's truly impossible, we won't force you." At this point, Shi Tingyu had to compromise. Li Gongin was quite persistent. If they kept delaying, her excuses for refusing wouldn't hold up anymore. Whether she could make the portrait or not depended on her single word. However, this time Shi Tingyu didn't go alone with Li Gongin but brought Lu Weigua along. When Han Tuan heard about the murder case, he didn't say much and approved Lu Weigua's leave. He knew well that once Lu Weigua went, whether he helped or not, her suspicion would be cleared and her promotion would be assured. Shi Tingyu's decision to bring Lu Weigua was also for this reason. When she saw Lu Weigua again, Li Gongin still felt a bit nervous, but with Shi Tingyu present, his fear was somewhat reduced. In the end, Shi Tingyu didn't take the items Li Gongin brought. She thought, since she wasn't going to help, why would she want the other person's things? Besides, her family's Weigua was about to get a promotion, and she couldn't afford to leave any trouble at this critical moment. Li Gongin could only carry the items back again. Lu Weigua rode his bike with Shi Tingyu, heading to the police station with Li Gongin. When they arrived, old lady Hong was causing a scene there. Next to her, Wang Lei was holding her arm, looking helpless. Old lady Hong was crying loudly, tears and snot streaming down her face, heartbroken and distressed. A few days ago, her daughter-in-law took her grandson back to her family. Recently, her daughter-in-law's family said they wanted to sell the house. She felt like the world was falling apart. Her in-laws spoke harsh words. "If your son hadn't done something wrong to my daughter, would he really die so shamefully? My grandson has such a father. Sooner or later, people will gossip about him. From now on, the child will take our family surname so others won't know he's Hongbo's son and point fingers." Now her son is gone, and her grandson is gone too. Old lady Hong felt like she wanted to die. All she could think about now was to have the police find the culprit quickly and clear her son's name. She refused to believe her son could have done such foolish things. The police station staff were overwhelmed. Every day, they were almost driven crazy by old lady Hong's loud shouting. When Shi Tingyu and her husband arrived, they suddenly felt like they had found a savior. Lu Weigua entered the police station, looking at old lady Hong, who was causing a scene on the ground, and couldn't help but frown. He was taller than everyone else there, with a serious, commanding presence. His military uniform was still on, and as he approached, a feeling of pressure came over everyone. Old lady Hong immediately stopped shouting and moved aside. Wang Lei helped her sit on a nearby bench and kindly handed her a glass of water. Shi Tingyu looked at the two, raising an eyebrow. Wang Lei was handsome and scholarly-looking, not the kind of person who would usually hang out with someone like Hongbo. The team leader personally came to greet Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu. Wang Lei looked at them thoughtfully. Right now, the police station was mainly focused on Hongbo's case. The team leader's personal visit suggested these two might be here about that case. Shi Tingyu felt like someone was watching her from behind. She quietly looked back and met Wang Lei's deep, thoughtful gaze. She paused for a moment. After he looked away, she followed the team leader into the case office. The team leader didn't waste words. He took out a photo from a file bag and handed it to Shi Tingyu. Miss Shi, please look at this woman's companion in the photo. Can you help recreate his appearance? Shi Tingyu carefully examined the blurry, yellowed photo. In the black and white picture, the woman's face was faintly visible and looked quite beautiful. However, the man beside her was very blurry. His features, exposed hands, and clothing all showed signs of white patches. Her eyes could barely be seen, only half visible, and the bridge of her nose was still faintly visible. However, the tip of her nose was completely gone, and only the corner of her mouth was slightly turned up. Almost all useful information had been worn away. Even her exposed hands were not spared. No wonder the police were at a loss. If only the photo had been clearer, they might have had a better chance. How about it, Teacher Shi? Can you restore it? The team leader asked. Shi Tingyu was silent for a moment, then shook her head. Now, the features in the photo are no longer clear, and it looks quite old. The team leader sighed. Yes, this photo is quite old. It was taken 10 years ago, when the girl from the Liu family was 15. 3 years after that, she disappeared. Shi Tingyu shrugged. Team leader, even if the photo were clear, it's been 10 years. The girl has grown into a young woman, and her appearance has changed. It's impossible to recreate her face exactly. Can you try again? The team leader asked eagerly. I heard you could draw the suspect just from a messy description from a child. He even called the local police station to confirm. They said some strange things at the time. Lu Weigua spoke up now. Even if the child's description was messy, there are clues to follow. Your photo is blurry, but no matter how skilled you are, you can't create something out of nothing. The team leader, who had never worked with a portrait artist before, didn't know whether it was true or not. But to him, it seemed a bit unlikely. With Lu Weigua's confident words, the team leader could only thank them and let the person go. After leaving the office, Shi Tingyu keenly felt the gaze of Wang Lei. She looked up but saw him lowering his head. Her eyes involuntarily blinked, and she paused for a moment before following Lu Weigua out of the police station. Lu Weigua went straight back to the military area, while Shi Tingyu returned home directly. At home, she picked up her paintbrush to draw a comic, but she couldn't bring herself to start. Her mind was filled with that blurry black and white photo. She lied. Actually, she could have drawn it based on that photo. She had looked at the photo carefully, and she knew the general direction of her eyes. Her nose wasn't completely absent, and her mouth was also visible. As long as she drew a few more pictures, she could finalize the design. Shi Tingyu was lost in thought, her pen moving along with her ideas, slowly creating a portrait on the paper. When she came back to her senses, the portrait was already finished. She then decided to revise it again until she was sure she had captured the image she envisioned. When she saw the portrait, Shi Tingyu remained silent for a long time and then let out a deep sigh. The person in the portrait was a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a gentle appearance and a scholarly look. But Shi Tingyu was trained in art. She had a very good understanding of human features and bones. She immediately recognized that this was a young version of Wang Lei, the boy who often stayed with old Lady Hong. Although Wang Lei was now a handsome young man, traces of his youth still showed on his face. Drawing a 3-year-old was possible. While the portrait couldn't prove that Wang Lei was the murderer, there were clues pointing to him. He often visited the police station when he was with old Lady Hong, probably trying to gather information about ongoing investigations. Hong Bo was killed at home, and since no one else was there, only someone familiar with the family could have known so precisely about their situation. The police said the boy in the photo was originally named Shi Chuan, a name that seemed connected to Wang Lei in many ways. He also had ties to the Luo family, which suggested he was in the same field, possibly in medicine, since old Master Luo was a traditional Chinese doctor. She remembered the police saying that after Hong Bo's death, they sent police dogs to investigate, but some kind of interference drug was used, preventing the dogs from scenting anything. If drugs were used to interfere, then Shi Chuan, who had medical connections, fit perfectly with this scenario. But all of this needed to be confirmed gradually. Still, she was almost certain that Wang Lei was the killer. Looking at the portrait in her hand, Shi Tingyu picked it up and turned to go to the kitchen. She then burned the portrait on the stove. If she were a police officer, she would have to hand over the portrait, even if it was difficult, because the law of the country came first. But she was not a police officer, so burning the portrait was her choice as a passionate person. Everything else could only be left to time. From the police station's actions, the case was still being investigated. It was late August now, and by October 6th, the four-person team would be isolated for questioning, and the major investigation would come to an end. There will be many wrongful cases overturned, and those Red Committee members who once bullied others and made false accusations will be the first to face punishment. Public anger is rising, and such actions to eliminate troublemakers might be downplayed or resolved quietly. Since there is no clear evidence about who the real culprit is, the case will likely be forgotten over time. As long as the other side can stay calm and wait out the big movement, everything could change. Today, she observed that the police station staff didn't seem as concerned about this case as they appeared on the surface. During the investigation, they thoroughly checked the character of Hong Bo. For such a bad person, police officers who protect public safety naturally couldn't stand him. But each case is handled separately, and with constant pressure from the Red Committee and Old Hong causing trouble every day, they had to make some response. When Lu Weiguo returned that day, Shi Tingyu told him about her drawing of Wang Lei. Lu Weiguo looked surprised. "You can draw it?" He really thought his wife couldn't draw it and was secretly glad that Hong Bo, such a bad person, was gone, thinking it was a kindness to good people. But he didn't expect his wife to be able to draw it, just not yet finished. He cleared his throat and asked, "Did you just talk to me?" "I didn't hear anything." As a soldier, he couldn't openly support the other side, but his heart was with them. Shi Tingyu smiled and glared at him. "If you didn't hear, forget it. I was just saying that I've drawn 2/3 of my comic, and it will be finished soon." Lu Weiguo smiled and said, "My wife is really amazing." Shi Tingyu also smiled, and they understood each other without words. That night, Wang Lei went to his second uncle's house carrying alcohol. The door was knocked, and second uncle went to open it, recognizing Wang Lei and letting him in. If there had been hospital staff present, they would have recognized that this second uncle was Dr. Wang from the hospital. Dr. Wang saw Wang Lei brought alcohol and disapproved, taking the bottle away. "What time is it? Do you still have the mood to drink?" Wang Lei smiled brightly, with a cheerful look. "What time? Isn't this the perfect time to be happy?" Dr. Wang sighed. "Even if you're happy, you shouldn't drink. Drinking can cause trouble." Wang Lei understood his uncle's good intentions and said nothing more. He looked around the quiet house and asked, "Uncle, are you really not planning to find someone again? Annie has been gone for so many years." Dr. Wang's eyes dimmed. Then he smiled and said, "No need to look anymore. When I get old, won't I still have you?" His wife passed away while moving many years ago. He and his wife had a good relationship, and now he was used to being alone, so he didn't want to find anyone else. Wang Lei respected his second uncle very much. When he decided to join the Red Committee, only his second uncle supported him. Even after learning that he planned to kill Hong Bo, his second uncle tried to help cover for him. The drug that interfered with the police dog's work was given by his second uncle. When the police came knocking, he helped hide him and confused their investigation.
But
Wang Lei lowered his eyes. "I also want to take care of my second uncle in old age, but I don't know if I will have that chance in the future." Dr. Wang said, "Don't worry. As long as you stay calm during this time, you'll definitely get through this." Wang Lei smiled but didn't argue. He was in the Red Committee and sensed a storm was coming. He had even thought about turning in the leader connected to Hong Bo, but now he had temporarily given up. Dr. Wang patted his nephew's shoulder. "I've been married, and I have no regrets. But you're still young, and it's time for you to find someone. Your parents have written to me many times about it. If you don't find someone soon, I won't know how to reply to them."
Wang Lei smiled.
"If I don't know how to reply, I just won't. Can't they come here to find you?" Dr. Wang also smiled. He knew his nephew was confident he would protect him. Seeing the smile on his nephew's face, Dr. Wang sighed inwardly. His nephew was honest and straightforward. The Sun family's granddaughter had passed away many years ago, yet he still couldn't let go. By September, there was still no progress in Hongbo's case. During this time, Hong's mother stopped going to the police station because her house was about to be sold by her daughter-in-law. This house was bought a few years ago by Hongbo and his wife. It was only after buying this house that Hongbo's mother moved in with her son. Before that, she had always lived in the old family house. So, the house had nothing to do with Hongbo's mother. Seeing people come and go looking at the house, Hong's mother tried to cause trouble several times, but to no avail. Her son-in-law's brother stood there, and she backed down. Because the house had a murder in it, the price couldn't be sold high. After all, the murder case was widely known. However, Hongbo's wife didn't mind at all. She was willing to sell the house for whatever price she could get. She didn't want to live in such an unlucky house. Now is the time to promote science, eliminate old customs, and oppose superstitions. Although the house couldn't be sold for a high price, there were buyers who didn't care about that and had limited money. In the end, the house was sold for 1,200 yuan. Old Madame Hong's eyes turned red. Hongbo's wife, feeling annoyed, gave the buyer 200 yuan and left immediately. Old Madame Hong was alone, but she wasn't worried about any trouble from the buyer. With the 1,000 yuan she received, she and her children could have a better future. Meanwhile, the police station was starting to take the case of Hongbo's murder more lightly. Because the leaders of the Red Committee, who used to pressure them every 3 or 5 days, had recently become quiet. It seemed the police had heard some news and knew that something might be happening with the Red Committee. They felt relaxed and even returned the photos borrowed from Old Master Lu. Old Master Lu looked at the police officer returning the photos and asked, "Do these photos serve any purpose?" The police officer didn't hide it and replied, "The photos are too blurry to be useful." "Thank you, Old Master." Old Master Lu looked at the photos and felt relieved. It's good that they are useless. Not using them made him feel at ease. Though he was old, he had a clear mind. When he went shopping earlier, he had met Ishikawa on the street. At that time, he had already changed his name to Wang Lei. They looked at each other across the crowd, but didn't say anything first. When the news of Hongbo's murder spread, the old man instinctively knew that Ishikawa was involved. Originally, Chuanzi and his granddaughter were close, and their families had arranged a marriage. When the Red Committee took his granddaughter away, Chuanzi had a conflict with them and almost got taken too. Many years later, the Ishikawa family had left, but now Chuanzi had returned and joined the Red Committee. The old man understood Ishikawa's plans. When the police first asked him who was in the photo, he was cautious. After they left, he carefully blurred Chuanzi's face and his hands in the group photo even more. Besides the face, Chuanzi had a black mole on his thumb joint. Because of this, he also blurred his hands a little. Fortunately, the environment where he stored the photo was poor, and it was already blurry due to improper preservation. His small tricks went unnoticed. He has also made his decision. If one day Chuanzi really gets caught, he will take the blame for him. Now, only the old man from the Liu family is left, and he has nothing he can't let go of. The reason he has survived until now is to see the fate of those who caused his family to fall apart. If he can exchange his life for Chuanzi's, he feels it is not a loss at all. The most he would do is tell Chuanzi before he dies, and after the enemies are gone, burn paper money and inform him. However, he didn't expect that the police station would investigate for so long and still not find anything. Not only old Liu, but the Qin family has also been paying close attention to the progress of the murder case. But now it's September, and the case involving Hongbo still has no conclusion. Qin Shua feels very happy, perhaps even heaven is against the other side. Especially after hearing that Hongbo's wife took their child back to her parents' house and even sold the house, he felt even more pleased. Because of these successive pieces of news, the two elders in the family have become much healthier. He hopes that the person who killed Hongbo and caused trouble will never be found. On September 15th, the military district officially announced Lu Weigua's promotion to regimental commander. Suddenly, the camp was in an uproar. Wow, this is a promotion beyond rank. Some who disapprove might mutter a few words in private, but no one dares to speak openly. Lu Weigua's promotion had been certain since last year. If he hadn't married Shi Tingyu later, he would already be a deputy regimental commander. Now, with this promotion beyond rank, it seemed expected. Not to mention his military achievements on the battlefield, which could match many regimental commanders. For a moment, Lu Weigua became very popular in the camp. Even Shi Tingyu at the family compound felt the change in warmth. Some relatives who hadn't been very friendly before now became more enthusiastic. When she was practicing with her sword, many sisters-in-law invited her to sit and chat. Some strangers even stopped to greet her. She asked a nearby sister-in-law and learned that those people were the wives of officers under the 721 Regiment. Lu Weigua was promoted to regimental commander, taking over the position from the regiment commander of 721. Shi Tingyu thought, no wonder they all greeted her with smiles. The political commissar working with Lu Weigua was Su Peijin, 42 years old, an experienced political officer. Everyone knew about Lu Weigua's reputation. After all, he used to be the star of the 723 Regiment. She still remembered how Wu Ping would often boast in front of him about Lu Weigua's achievements. At that time, she felt a bit upset. He never expected to work alongside Lu Weigua as a partner. But from now on, it should be their 7th company that takes the spotlight. Every time he saw the military achievements Lu Weigua earned, he couldn't help but feel envious. However, Lu Weigua's personality seemed quite strong-willed. He needed to find time to understand his approach so they could work well together. Knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses would help them plan better. He didn't want rumors of conflict between the company commander and the political commissar to spread. But this matter wasn't urgent. Lu Weigua also called his family. When they heard he was promoted to company commander, the Lu family was very happy. His parents said their son was promising and praised his good judgment in choosing a wife, saying she was very supportive. Lu Weigua just smiled when he heard this. After talking to his family, he returned home to a warm welcome from Shi Tingyu. People should have a bit of ceremony, and Shi Tingyu prepared many of Lu Weigua's favorite dishes. That evening, the atmosphere was very lively. Thinking they could now have children, Lu Weigua felt very excited. Without needing to be careful, he enjoyed a night of happiness with her. He wished he could stay forever in her gentle embrace. At that moment, Shi Tingyu realized how much patience this man had shown before. "Why are you crying again?" When Wu Meiyun heard this, her tears fell even more fiercely. She covered her mouth but didn't dare make a sound, afraid others might hear. Seeing this, Lu Suji quickly asked her inside. When she saw that the political officer's family was eating, Wu Meiyun's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Commissioner Su asked, "Did your younger sister-in-law have dinner? Come, sit and eat with us?" Wu Meiyun shook her head repeatedly and said with a nasal voice, "Commissioner, you and your wife eat first. I'll talk after you finish." "No need. If you have something difficult to say, just tell us. We're not going to delay our meal," Lu Suji replied. Seeing her tear-streaked face, it was clear something serious had happened. Wu Meiyun was overwhelmed with sadness, and her tears flowed more fiercely. She didn't hold back and said, "Commissioner, wife, please help me." "Sherdong, he hit me." She rolled up her sleeve to show them. If it weren't for Su Commissioner being present, she might have taken her clothes off right then. Wu Meiyun's arm was covered with purple bruises, looking very frightening. Lu Suji's face changed instantly. Seeing Wu Meiyun's intact face, she thought, so this man must hit her in places others can't see. Commissioner Su's expression also turned cold. "That's Sherdong. I'll talk to him properly tomorrow," he said. Lu Suji, who usually disliked men who hit their wives, felt very sympathetic when she saw Wu Meiyun like this. She stepped forward to comfort her gently. Only after Wu Meiyun's emotions settled did Su Commissioner put down his chopsticks and ask seriously, "Does he hit you often?" Wu Meiyun nodded and shook her head. He didn't used to be like this. It only started in the past 2 months. Why does he hit you?
He asked.
Wu Meiyun hesitated and finally said, he has a bad temper. When he's upset or things don't go his way, he hits people. All right, I'll go talk to him tomorrow, Su Commissioner replied. Seeing that she agreed, Wu Meiyun heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. Lu Suji asked her to stay a bit longer, but she refused, saying no, sister-in-law. The kids are still at home.
I need to go back and watch over them.
After Wu Meiyun left, Lu Suji sighed. Sure, Dong really isn't a good person. Look at how he's beaten his wife. Commissioner Su looked at her, a bit helpless, as she no longer even called Little Sure. Lu Suji picked up her bowl again, eating while talking. Back then, with Xiao Lu's looks, everyone in the housing compound said he probably wouldn't hit his wife. Now look at him, Xiao Lu is famous for loving his wife. And then there's Sherdong. He looks honest and simple, but look at what he's done. Is there anything honest and simple about him? Commissar Su helped his wife serve some food and said soothingly, not all soldiers have good behavior. Tomorrow, I will talk to him properly. Lu Suji replied, you must criticize and educate him well, or this will happen again. Commissar Su quickly agreed. But the next day, when he went to the camp, he changed his mind. He went to find Lu Weigua. Lu Weigua looked surprised and asked, Commissar Su, is something the matter? Hearing his title, Su said, I've told you many times, just call me Old Su. Lu Weigua chuckled. Isn't it just a habit? I can't change it overnight. I'll pay attention later. As Su walked on the training ground, he told Lu Weigua about Wu Meiyun coming to see him last night. He wanted to see how Lu Weigua would handle the situation to understand his way of dealing with problems. Lu Weigua said, just handle it as you see fit. Su was pleased and said, you're scared, huh? I just want to hear your opinion. Lu Weigua frowned. His opinion? Of course, he knew what it was. Hitting your wife is wrong. Seeing his reaction, Su said, a single slap doesn't make a sound. If Xiaoshi's wife did nothing wrong, she wouldn't be hit for no reason. Lu Weigua looked at Su with suspicion, feeling that this wasn't something a person who works in ideological work would say. Do you know what caused this? He asked. Su replied, I really don't know. Maybe you could help me handle this. I have a lot on my plate and can't deal with it right now. Lu Weigua realized that the other person was deliberately passing the problem to him. But he didn't understand why Su was doing this. Su's reputation in their camp was good, and he didn't believe Su would push problems onto others without reason. Since it had come to this, Lu Weigua nodded in agreement. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood, could Su be testing his ability to handle problems? With this conclusion in mind, Lu Weigua felt at ease. That afternoon, he went to talk to Sherdong. Sherdong looked confused and asked, Regiment Commander, is there something you need? Lu Weigua looked at him with a very stern face. Sherdong felt nervous. He hadn't interacted much with Lu Weigua before, but he knew about his fierce reputation. Now, facing him like this, he was a bit afraid. I heard you hit your wife. Lu Weigua asked directly. Sherdong's face stiffened, and he awkwardly smiled. Captain, it's just a small quarrel between my wife and me. If I don't discipline her for 3 days, she might cause trouble at home. It's easier to handle her if I do. Lu Weigua glared at him. I think you're the one who wants to cause trouble. You're a grown man. If you can't vent your energy, I can train with you at the practice field. Don't keep taking your frustrations out on your wife all the time. Sherdong's face turned red, but he didn't dare speak. Seeing he remained silent, Lu Weigua asked, why are you fighting with her? Sherdong's gaze flickered, and after a moment, he said, it's nothing special. My wife talks a lot and keeps nagging me every day. I got annoyed and lost my temper. It was clear he wasn't telling the truth, but Lu Weigua didn't call him out. All right, I understand. Just be careful in the future. Your wife isn't a punching bag. If you're upset, go for a walk at the training ground. It'll help you cool down. And spreading rumors about hitting your wife isn't good for your reputation. Do you want to lose your good name? Lu Weigua softened his tone. He saw that Sherdong wasn't being completely honest, but he didn't know the real reason for the fight. For now, he wanted to keep Sherdong calm and wait until he understood the cause before addressing it. This way, Dong wouldn't take his frustration out on his wife again at home. Sure enough, after Lu Weigua finished speaking, Dong's face looked much better. Okay, I understand, Captain. I'll be more careful next time. Seeing this, Lu Weigua let him go back to training. That evening, Lu Weigua told Tingyu about what happened, wanting to hear her opinion. He felt that he wasn't as attentive to his wife as she was to him. Tingyu, hearing how Lu Weigua handled the matter, asked curiously, "Isn't this usually the political officer's job to do the mental work?" Lu Weigua replied, "Maybe Commissar Su wants to see how I handle things." Tingyu didn't agree. "Your partners and your ranks are equal. If they want to evaluate your work, it should be your superiors. Besides, your abilities should be judged by your leadership in training soldiers, not by how you handle personal issues." She thought for a moment and said, "I think Commissar Su wants to see how you solve problems. Since you and Su are new partners, you're still unfamiliar with each other's ways of handling things. Maybe he's testing you to see how you approach problems so he can decide how best to work with you later." Lu Weigua suddenly realized and understood everything. He said that Commissar Su's actions were very strange. Normally, he wasn't like this at all. "How do you think I should handle this matter?" Tingyu replied, "Don't rush. I'll find out more about their family tomorrow." Lu Weigua looked at his wife with pride. "My wife is so wonderful." Tingyu smiled and gave him a sidelong glance.
Sweet talking.
Now she realized that although old Lu seemed rough on the outside, he was very detail-oriented. When he complimented her, his words were sweet, which made her feel happy and emotionally supported every day. Tingyu said she would look into the matter, but she didn't just talk about it. She took action. She asked Sister Zhang, who knew everything about the neighborhood, for information. Then she took her sword-like attitude and wandered near Captain Shi's house. Recently, she had become quite popular. Even from afar, people greeted her and invited her to sit. Today was a day off and there were many people around. In the past, Tingyu might have been reluctant to go, but this time, to gather information, she didn't refuse. As soon as she sat down, a sister-in-law nearby handed her a bowl of sunflower seeds. A group of people sat around her at the door, chatting enthusiastically. "Hey, did you hear anything last night? Are you talking about Captain Shi's house next door?" "Yes, it was really noisy last night."
Did they fight?
"I really don't know. I just heard loud banging inside the house." Tingyu pricked up her ears. She hadn't started asking questions yet, so how did they start talking about this? It seemed that the neighbor knew about the domestic violence more than once or twice. She pretended to ask casually, "Sister-in-law, why did Captain Shi and his wife argue?" Seeing that the fairy-like wife of Commander Lu was interested in listening to such gossip, everyone got excited. In their eyes, Tingyu looked like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. She was beautiful, earned money, spoke elegantly, completely different from them. They didn't expect that such a person would join their gossip circle now. Everyone started talking at once.
You wouldn't know, right?
Years ago, Captain Shi's wife didn't smile for years after marriage.
Her husband was a bit unhappy about that.
Later, Captain Shi brought his wife over, and since then, their home has been chaotic. As she finished speaking, a sister-in-law beside her nudged her. She suddenly realized that Tingyu, sitting in front of her, had been married for over a year but still hadn't gotten pregnant. She felt a bit awkward. Tingyu was confused and didn't understand what was happening. The people nearby quickly changed the subject upon seeing this.
"I've also heard about that."
Things only settled down when Commander Shi's wife got pregnant. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere around relaxed unexpectedly and returned to its lively state. "So what does it matter?" Another sister-in-law responded. "After the baby was born and turned out to be a girl, the quiet days didn't last either." In her opinion, even if the girl wasn't ideal, she was still family, so why dislike her so much? Everyone sighed softly. Tingyu listened carefully, pausing her hand that was holding her sword, and asked, "Is it just because she had a girl?" One sister-in-law looked around at everyone, then leaned her head into the circle of people, speaking in a hushed, secretive tone. "I heard something, but I don't know if it's true." Everyone's eyes lit up. Usually, when someone starts like that, there's a big story behind it. Tell us quickly. What did you hear? The sister-in-law cleared her throat and kept her voice low, whispering mysteriously, "One time I went to the market to buy vegetables and saw Commander Sure, but he was with another woman." Everyone gasped, looking surprised and doubtful. Could it be that Commander Sure found someone outside? Who knows? We see these things more often than we think. Sure Tingyu's eyes widened, clearly surprised by this news. Although what she saw might not be exactly what others think, she couldn't be sure it wasn't. Such things happen even in later stories. People say some military families have relatives in different places. Many young girls have a romanticized view of soldiers. They might be committed to their duty, but their personal feelings are less certain. The sister-in-law who shared the rumor continued, "I think it's pretty close to the truth. The way they looked at each other, I've seen that kind of spark only when my husband and I first got married." Everyone was silent, contemplating. It seemed the story was quite believable. Sure Tingyu sat for a while longer, but after realizing there was no more useful information, she bid farewell to everyone, holding her sword. They all smiled and invited her to come again next time to chat. Sure Tingyu forced a faint smile. On her way back, she thought more and more that something was unusual. In this era, where men and women are supposed to be very cautious, it was rare to see a woman casually shopping with a man on the street unless they were very close. But Commander Sure wasn't from Jinling, so there was no close female relative or friend nearby. It's important to rely on evidence, and she can't just accuse someone based on her sister's gossip. However, Sure Tingyu didn't expect that night Wu Meiyun would come to her house. When the other person saw Sure Tingyu, tears started to well up. But when they saw Lu Weigua, they didn't dare to be too bold and hesitantly explained the reason. "Today, I argued with Sherdong again. He slapped me. I was originally going to see the political officer, but he told me to find the squad leader." Sure Tingyu twitched her mouth, thinking, seriously, "Find the squad leader?" Lu Weigua asked, "Did he hit you again these past 2 days?" Wu Meiyun's eyes flickered, and she hesitated. Just today he hit me once." Sure Tingyu frowned. Wu Meiyun's expression didn't seem truthful. She asked, "Why did squad leader Sure hit you?" Wu Meiyun hesitated and couldn't give a clear answer. Since she thought Lu Weigua was present, she felt uncomfortable talking openly, so she took her to a room and asked again. Wu Meiyun stuck to her story. Sure Tingyu asked, "Can I see your injuries?" Wu Meiyun said, "It was just a slap, not much to see." Sure Tingyu carefully observed her face. Seeing Wu Meiyun avoid eye contact, she became more certain that Wu Meiyun was lying. She also clearly saw signs of guilt on her face. After a long pause, Sure Tingyu asked, "You've been married to squad leader Sure for many years. Did he hit you before?" Wu Meiyun seemed to recall something and relaxed her expression. "Back then, we argued sometimes, but he never laid a hand on me." "When did he start hitting you?" "Probably just these 2 months, Wu Meiyun replied. Sure Tingyu suspected that the violence might have started after squad leader Sure's affair. If he was having an affair, most men would feel guilty and subconsciously treat their wife better. Of course, this isn't always the case. Some men grow more impatient with their wives. But since squad leader Sure was in the military, if he was having an affair, he would likely feel more guilty than ordinary men, because mishandling such a matter could affect his career. However, the fact that squad leader Sure could fight with Wu Meiyun made Sure Tingyu wonder, did Wu Meiyun find out about his affair? Was he so angry and embarrassed? Thinking this through, Sure Tingyu asked, "Are there any problems in your relationship with squad leader Sure?" She didn't immediately ask Captain Sure if there was someone outside, worried that if the other person didn't know about it, they might not be able to handle the news, especially since the truth of the matter was still uncertain. As soon as Sure Tingyu spoke, Wu Meiyun's face changed. She quickly waved her hands and said, "No, there's nothing." Sure Tingyu wanted to say more, but the other person said, "I've disturbed you for so long. I should go now." Then she hurriedly left. Sure Tingyu watched her back and muttered, "It seems there really is a problem with their relationship." From this, it's likely that Captain Sure's affair is true. However, Wu Meiyun's attitude was strange. She didn't seem eager to reveal the truth. At that moment, Lu Weigua entered, looking confused. Why did Captain Shi's wife leave? Have they finished talking? Shi Tingyu found it hard to explain. I feel this matter is complicated. Wu Meiyan didn't tell us the truth, so Captain Shi might have someone outside. Lu Weigua was unsure what to say. Does Wu Meiyan know her husband has someone outside? He asked. Shi Tingyu wasn't certain either, but based on her behavior, she probably knew most of it. Maybe she does. Lu Weigua frowned. Since she's not being honest, we can't do much. Plus, this isn't necessarily something I need to solve. Shi Tingyu nodded. It was true, they didn't have to handle it themselves. Also, from Wu Meiyan's expression, she probably knew everything but was just using Lu Weigua to control her husband. Earlier, Shi Tingyu wanted to see if Wu Meiyan was hurt. Her words were hesitant, and she suspected Wu Meiyan hadn't been beaten this time. She believed the beating she received before was real, but this time, maybe not. Thinking back to the gossip she'd heard, she suspected Captain Shi might have sneaked out during his break to meet another woman. That's why Wu Meiyan made this move, to have Lu Weigua teach Captain Shi a lesson and scare him away from seeing other women. Women who are abused are pitiful, but others can help once, not forever. Women need to stand up for themselves. From Wu Meiyan's expression, she didn't seem like someone trying to save herself, because she was still covering for her husband. It was getting late, and Lu Weigua and Shi Tingyu decided not to dwell on Wu Meiyan's situation anymore. The next day, at the camp, Lu Weigua told Commissar Su about Wu Meiyan's case. The other person didn't tell the truth. I can help once, but not for a lifetime. To prevent this kind of thing, it depends on her own actions. Commissioner Su didn't know Wu Meiyan was being dishonest. Since Lu Weigua had already said so much, he didn't say anything further. He wanted to see how the other person handled the situation, but he didn't want to be burdened with these complicated problems. He simply said, "All right, let's leave it at that." He returned the matter to Commissioner Su and continued his training. Commissioner Su smiled and shook his head, thinking to herself that she had thought he was a straightforward person, but he could also be quite roundabout. Still, that was good. People shouldn't be too blunt or unable to adapt, but they also shouldn't be too smooth and cunning. Lu Weigua was just right. He didn't always stand up for others blindly, but he also cared. However, Lu Weigua didn't expect that a week later, Wu Meiyan would come back again. She still acted like she was crying and complaining. Shi Tingyu saw Lu Weigua about to say something and stopped him with a wave of her hand. She smiled and said to Wu Meiyan, "Sister-in-law, some things aren't that we won't help, but you haven't told us the truth. We can't help if we don't know everything." Wu Meiyan wiped her tears, and her face immediately stiffened. Shi Tingyu continued, "Domestic violence can happen again after the first time. Here's my advice. You can seek help from the Women's Federation or ask the political commissar to mediate." She didn't say that she wanted to make Wu Meiyan stand up for herself, because she could see that Wu Meiyan wouldn't listen. If Wu Meiyan told others about Shiringzhang's affairs outside, Shiringzhang would be furious and might even demand a divorce. But in this era, women who divorce are often looked down upon. Wu Meiyan didn't have the courage to face the possible consequences after divorce. So, they couldn't help her. Only she could help herself. Wu Meiyan pressed her lips and stayed silent. She didn't expect her little tricks to be seen through. But if she had a way, she wouldn't have done this. Was it because she didn't want to expose Shirdong's bad deeds? She wanted to, but what would happen if she did? If Shirdong was fired, how would their family survive? At least now, Shirdong earned 101 yuan a month, not counting the allowances for missions. That money was enough for her and her daughter to live without worries. As for divorce, she didn't even dare to think about it. What could a powerless rural woman do after divorce? What does she rely on to support herself and her daughter? If Shi Tingyu knew what the other person was thinking, she would definitely say, if everyone in rural areas lives like this, no women would survive. Although this society is harsh on women, someone like Wu Meiyan is not a good example. If she can't make up her mind, she will have to accept being beaten for life or tolerate her husband's affairs. In a situation where her husband is both violent and unfaithful, She doesn't want others to ruin her husband's reputation and cut off their financial support, but she also wants to live well. Is that even possible? Isn't this just a disguised way to teach the abusive, irresponsible men to change their ways? Can a man who cheats on his wife and still hits her be expected to turn over a new leaf after a few scoldings? That's just wishful thinking. Shi Tingyu doesn't hold much ill will toward Wu Meiyun, but she also doesn't feel much kindness. Wu Meiyun keeps asking her leaders for help, always citing her husband's violence as the reason. It's like drinking poison to quench thirst. The more she talks about it, the more long Shi Chang is called in to give warnings, which might only encourage her husband's violence. Shi Tingyu feels sorry for Wu Meiyun but also angry at her for not fighting back. She has told her everything she can say, but there's nothing more she can do. People with such a personality would make even a psychologist sigh. Wu Meiyun leaves empty-handed. After that, she never looked for Lu Weiguo again. Sometimes Shi Tingyu encounters him on the street, but he always ignores her with a cold face. Later, she heard Lu Weiguo mention that Wu Meiyun had asked Deputy Su many times, and Shi Dong was often called in for warnings, but as Shi Tingyu predicted, the situation only worsened after they returned home. The husband beat Wu Meiyun even more fiercely. Fortunately, neighbors couldn't stand it and went to find the political commissar. Perhaps because the beating was too harsh, Deputy Su was also angry and wanted to discipline Shi Dong. Wu Meiyun heard this and panicked, quickly begging Shi Dong for mercy. Deputy Su is furious. He beats you like this, and you still defend him? Wu Meiyun just sobbed. In the end, Deputy Su sternly warned Shi Dong, and only after Shi Dong repeatedly promised did he leave. As soon as Deputy Su left, Wu Meiyun turned to the neighbor who had helped call the leaders and said, "Who asked you to help call them? You almost caused my husband to get disciplined." That neighbor was the sister-in-law who had previously gossiping with Shi Tingyu. When she heard this, she almost burst out laughing. "So you were afraid I might get beaten to death and called someone to help, but you called the wrong person?" Wu Meiyun said nothing, but her eyes clearly showed that was what she meant. Neighbor's wife spat and said, "You deserve to be beaten. Next time, even if your man beats you to death, I won't bother to look." After saying that, she slammed the door and left. Shi Dong looked at Wu Meiyun with a bad expression. It's because this woman keeps going to find his boss every few days. Now, he's completely lost the good impression he had of the boss. Just now, she almost caused him to be punished. But thinking of the political officer's warning, he didn't act on impulse this time. Political officer Su felt very angry with Shi Dong and Wu Meiyun. If the people don't complain, officials won't investigate. With Wu Meiyun's behavior, they can't even try to control her. Looking at the situation just now, if he gave them a punishment, they would start begging for mercy. If he was stricter, Wu Meiyun might even kneel and kowtow. Sister-in-law Su remained calm and said, "Why are you angry? Their family's problems aren't ours. We just need to do what's right and feel at peace." If Wu Meiyun doesn't want to part with her man and you interfere, she might even blame you for meddling. Later, you might end up with nothing. Su, the political officer, took a sip of tea and then said, "I won't interfere this time. If Wu Meiyun wants to sue, I'll handle it fairly. If she doesn't sue, I won't get involved." Now he felt like he was caught in the middle, neither fully inside nor outside. He also thought of Lu Weiguo, who was quite clever. He immediately saw through the true nature of Wu Meiyun and Shi Dong. From then on, he really didn't get involved at all. Whenever he mentioned it, Lu Weiguo would say his job was to organize and train soldiers for combat. What could he do? Just tough it out himself. Soon it was October. On October 7th, newspapers everywhere were full of news about the four-person group being arrested. Everyone cheered happily. Shi Tingyu looked at the news and suddenly felt a moment of distraction. This was truly the end. The country would get better and better, and people's lives would improve too. After the four-person group was removed from power, more and more people were exonerated. Lu Weiguo also asked the leaders about Shi Fu and Shi Mu's news. The answer was that they should be able to come back before the new year. When Shi Tingyu heard this, she was so excited she couldn't sleep that night. The next morning, her head was dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Lu Weiguo was so frightened he almost panicked. Shi Tingyu has always been in good health. During the nearly 2 years of their marriage, he has only seen his wife catch a cold once. It was a mild cold, just a runny nose and a cough, and the symptoms disappeared in 2 days. He didn't even have time to take her to the hospital. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Shi Tingyu sat on the bed and rested for a while, then said, "It's nothing. I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well. I just got up suddenly and feel a bit dizzy." Lu Weiguo was worried and said, "Then lie down for a bit. I'll tell the principal later, and we won't go today." Shi Tingyu checked herself and felt her head was indeed a bit dizzy, so she didn't argue. Lu Weiguo still wasn't completely at ease and said, "If you're still feeling unwell, let Li Jian go to the camp to find me. When I see it, I'll come back, and I'll take you to the hospital." Shi Tingyu nodded obediently. If she truly felt unwell, she wouldn't have forced herself to stay up. Her body was hers, and she couldn't ignore her own health. Once he was sure she was okay, Lu Weiguo left cautiously, looking back several times. In the morning and at noon, he brought food from the cafeteria back home. Seeing that Shi Tingyu's complexion seemed to improve quite a bit, he finally felt relieved. That day, a major incident happened in Jinling. The leaders of the City Red Committee were lawfully arrested for multiple crimes, including forced, murder, corruption, and bribery. His team members were also arrested one after another. Even Hongbo, who had been murdered, was not spared. His crimes were uncovered, causing widespread anger, with many praising his death. Meanwhile, Wang Lei became a rare positive figure in the Red Committee. During the investigation, he was completely innocent. However, the Red Committee managed to purge so many corrupt elements, and Wang Lei played a key role. He had joined the Red Committee specifically to eliminate Hongbo and the leaders, and he had collected many pieces of evidence while working closely with Hongbo. It was these pieces of evidence that led to their quick arrest. Now, he had finally avenged his fiancée, Shuang Shuang. On the day the enemies were executed by gunfire, he went to her grave and told her the good news. A gentle breeze blew past the grave, and Wang Lei smiled. He pretended she had received the message. With a series of exonerations and clarifications, Shi Tingyu clearly felt that everyone around her was also becoming more optimistic. Feeling her health improve, Shi Tingyu went out. On the way, she met many people who greeted her from time to time. It feels even more lively than when Lu Weiguo was promoted before. Thinking about it, Shi Tingyu probably understands their intentions. Now, more and more cases of exoneration are happening. Many people who have been cleared are now in high positions. Those who once falsely accused or offended them have faced some setbacks. Even if the people who were demoted initially didn't act, some who wanted to curry favor with them did. Shi Tingyu knows they are worried her parents might also be exonerated and cause trouble for them. After all, when her parents were demoted, some people in the family compound often teased her. Lu Wenchang is especially afraid. Shi Tingyu is already difficult enough to deal with. If her parents come back, it would be too much. She definitely won't dare to provoke her now. So, she has been laying low lately. She rarely goes out unless necessary, afraid of being embarrassed by Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu just thinks she's overthinking. Who would bother dealing with a crazy person? If she doesn't show up, she's happy to stay out of trouble. That night, after Lu Weiguo returned home, he asked about Shi Tingyu's health as usual. Although she had gone back to work at school, Lu Weiguo still felt uneasy.
Shi Tingyu confidently replied, "I'm fine.
I eat well, sleep well, and I'm in a good mood." Lu Weiguo felt relieved. "If you feel unwell in any way, you must tell me." Shi Tingyu nodded. Actually, after she recovered that day, she didn't feel much discomfort anymore. She had also wondered if she might be pregnant. But her period was still a week away, so she couldn't be sure. After dinner, Lu Weiguo told Shi Tingyu something. "Shi Dong was reported?" she asked in surprise. "Who did a good deed?" Lu Weiguo was amused. It seemed his wife really didn't like the other person. It was an anonymous tip. The letter was sent to Lao Su, he explained. Did they report him for fooling around outside? Shi Tingyu asked curiously. Lu Weigua nodded. The content of the report is more interesting than you think. Shi Tingyu was eager to hear more. Lu Weigua continued. The report says Sherdong is involved with a widow from Zhujia village. It even includes her address, so we can find her easily. Shi Tingyu had already expected that Sherdong's situation would come out. Someone in the family compound's wife had seen Sherdong with that woman at the vegetable stand. As long as they maintained this relationship, it wouldn't be the only person who knew. And knowing so many details, it's clear they've been watching for a while. They probably started planning long ago. The military camp is not without its schemes and rivalries. Who doesn't want to climb higher? Having clear evidence is helpful. Only fools ignore it. Shi Tingyu suddenly remembered Wu Meiyun's personality and couldn't help but warn, you all need to be careful. I'm afraid Wu Meiyun might cause trouble in the army. Lu Weigua hesitated and asked, really? Better safe than sorry, Shi Tingyu suggested. If she really comes, it's best to get a few female soldiers from the cultural troop to help. Otherwise, if she really makes a scene, you might not be her match. Wu Meiyun is the wife of a soldier, and no matter what, soldiers shouldn't fight with a military wife. If she then plays the victim and blames them, it would be a headache. Seeing his wife so confident, Lu Weigua took this matter seriously. The next morning, everything was peaceful. Lu Weigua's heart relaxed a little. By 3 p.m., no one arrived. Lu Weigua thought Wu Meiyun probably wouldn't come. But suddenly, he was proven wrong. A young soldier hurried over and saluted sharply. Report. What's the matter? The soldier said anxiously, Company Commander, the political commissar asked me to invite you. Commander Shi's sister-in-law has come. Lu Weigua's brow furrowed sharply. She's here already? He told the soldier, go to the cultural troop and ask 2 strong female soldiers to come over. The soldier trusted him and saluted before heading to the cultural troop. When Lu Weigua arrived, Wu Meiyun was sitting on the ground, crying her heart out. Who's so cruel to see our Dongzi suffer? Heartless and terrible. They're trying to ruin our family. Commissar Su stood nearby with a grim face, keeping 2 meters away to avoid getting involved. Once the incident was reported, Commander Shi was suspended for investigation. If nothing was found wrong, the matter would be closed. But if problems were discovered, they might not be able to stay in the camp anymore. Others might not know, but Wu Meiyun was very clear. Commander Shi was not innocent, and the investigation would be tough. Last night, as soon as Commander Shi returned home, he beat Wu Meiyun badly. He believed all this was caused by Wu Meiyun. If she hadn't kept complaining to the leaders, he wouldn't have attracted attention. Hearing that Commander Shi was suspended, Wu Meiyun was terrified and forgot about her injuries. She hurriedly asked what happened. Commander Shi didn't bother to hide anything and told her everything directly. Wu Meiyun felt like the sky was falling. When they first got married, Sherdong's rank was not enough, so she had to stay at home to take care of her parents-in-law and work in the fields to earn points. Later, Sherdong's rank improved, but the couple still didn't let her join the military unit. Eventually, she mentioned her child, and only then did they agree to let her go with the troops because having a baby depended on her alone. She was very happy during her time with the military, free from heavy farm work and caring for her parents-in-law. All she needed to do was arrange things for Sherdong, and life felt like heaven. Even after she had a daughter and her parents-in-law asked her to return home, she refused. She even refused to send half of her husband's money back to her family. Her decision proved to be right. These past few years felt like a dream. She believed that if it weren't for the woman outside, her life would keep getting better. But she didn't expect that before the outside woman was dealt with, Sherdong was reported. At first, she suspected Sherdong, thinking she was the one who reported him. But then she realized it was probably because of Lu Weigua's position. Lu Weigua was a regimental commander, so he wouldn't bother with the battalion commander. It wouldn't benefit him either. Maybe someone was jealous of her husband's position and was causing trouble. Now that things had come to this, Wu Meiyun decided to go to the military camp to cause trouble. She thought if she caused enough chaos, the other side would be overwhelmed and let the matter go. The unknowing are fearless. Wu Meiyun was willing to risk everything, which led to her throwing a tantrum just now. Lu Weigwa secretly admired his wife's wisdom. When it came to judging people, especially women, he was far behind. When Commissar Su saw Lu Weigwa approaching, he felt a little relieved. He wasn't really counting on Lu Weigwa to help mediate. He just wanted Lu Weigwa's cold stare to scare the other side away. The camp was almost turning into a marketplace, and the key was that Wu Meiyun was a woman, which made it hard for him to handle. Commissar Su quietly said to Lu Weigwa, "Quick, scare her away first." Lu Weigwa twitched his mouth. "Old Su, are you sure you're not joking with me? You look very intimidating. Hurry up, I can't stand this noise anymore." He had been enduring her loud shouting for nearly an hour. Lu Weigwa reluctantly stepped forward. Wu Meiyun looked up and saw Lu Weigwa, and instinctively she shut her mouth. Commissar Su's eyes shone brightly. There was hope, but the next moment, Wu Meiyun started crying loudly again, even louder than before. Lu Weigwa instinctively took a big step back. He was tall with long legs, and with one big step, he instantly created distance between the two of them. "Commando Su." Lu Weigwa also felt that his previous action might have been too quick. He cleared his throat and said, "Comrade Wu, you can get up now. We haven't made a final decision yet." Hearing this, Wu Meiyun indeed stopped crying. She looked at Lu Weigwa with hope, hoping to hear some good news from him. But Lu Weigwa had nothing more to say. Wu Meiyun's face gradually darkened, and she soon started crying again, heartbroken. Lu Weigwa's forehead veins twitched as he listened. "Crying here won't help. The investigation is still ongoing. Are you upset because the report was true? If so, I need to talk to the investigators." Wu Meiyun's heart tightened at his words, and she quickly explained, "No, our Dongzi wouldn't do such a thing. You can't falsely accuse a good person." "Then why are you causing trouble here?" Lu Weigwa asked. "You have to trust our camp's ability. We won't wrongly accuse a good soldier." Wu Meiyun was speechless, her face turning red. Deputy Commander Su secretly gave Lu Weigwa a thumbs up. He didn't expect Xiao Lu to be so good at talking. At least now, Comrade Wu was willing to communicate. But in the next moment, Wu Meiyun cried even louder. "The camp is forcing people to the brink of death. I don't want to live anymore." Lu Weigwa remembered that when someone feels guilty, they tend to raise their voice to boost their confidence. Looking at Wu Meiyun now, Lu Weigwa understood. Fortunately, at this moment, a young soldier with two female soldiers from the art troupe arrived. These two were dancers from the troupe, often performing lifts, and they were quite strong. Deputy Commander Su's eyes lit up when he saw them and quickly said, "Please help take this comrade back to the family quarters." On the way, the dancers had heard from the young soldier what had happened, so they didn't hesitate. They each supported one arm and helped lift her up. No matter how Wu Meiyun struggled, it was useless. Deputy Commander Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Lu Weigwa, "I'll go talk to the sentry first. They can't let her in these days." Lu Weigwa nodded and followed him, as he still needed to go back and continue guiding the training. That night, after training, Lu Weigwa praised his wife. "Today's matter was thanks to your quick thinking. Otherwise old Su and I would have had a headache." He listened to the rain and said, "You need to investigate quickly. Only then can you settle this once and for all." Lu Weigwa nodded. 3 days later, the investigation results came out. The investigation was actually simple. The whistleblower had already found out the address of the woman outside Sherdong's house. Just go there and ask, and you'll get the truth. What shocked everyone most was that the widow who was close to Sherdong was pregnant. Wu Meiyun was furious. She could tolerate domestic violence and her husband having women outside, as long as it didn't threaten her and her daughter's interests. But now that woman was pregnant. Doesn't that mean Sherdong will have to share his money with the widow and her baby? Suddenly, Wu Meiyun thought of something else. Where did Sherdong get the money to support that woman? She suddenly remembered that Sherdong sent 50 yuan to his hometown every month. As Sherdong was about to be taken away by 2 soldiers, Wu Meiyun rushed forward and grabbed his hair. Her sharp voice rang out, "Sherdong, where did you get the money to support that woman? Is it the money you send to your hometown?" Remembering that her in-laws had mentioned the 50 yuan before, Wu Meiyun's eyes turned red. Your Shur family is full of bad people. You all tricked me together. You didn't send that money to your hometown, did you? You used that money to support a woman. Wu Meiyun had never been so angry before. She squeezed his hair tightly. Shur Dong's hair was a buzz cut, slippery and hard to hold, so in the end Wu Meiyun, unable to vent her anger, scratched his face. Shur Dong, already reported for having someone outside and about to be taken away, was furious at being scolded by this woman. He ignored everything and kicked out. Fortunately, the two soldiers quickly restrained him. But Wu Meiyun was also hit. Luckily, it wasn't serious. Although Wu Meiyun was lazy, selfish, unreasonable, and often caused trouble, it was undeniable that she loved her daughter. Before Shur Dong's affair and domestic violence, she was a caring wife and mother. Seeing her like this, the two soldiers felt a bit sympathetic. Shur Dong was truly a scoundrel. He was restrained, but his mouth was still free. Seeing Wu Meiyun's crazy behavior and feeling the burning pain on his face, he angrily said, "What's wrong with me using that money to support a woman? Can Afong give me a son?" Wu Meiyun was stunned on the spot. But Shur Dong continued, "To tell you the truth, I didn't just keep the 50 yuan sent to my hometown. Most of my allowance is also with me. All of this is meant for Afong and our future son." At this moment, Wu Meiyun finally saw the true face of Shur Dong. It turned out he had many secrets she didn't know. There were also her in-laws. She had taken care of them in the countryside for many years, but now they lied to her and helped Shur Dong deceive her because of another woman outside. Thinking of this, Wu Meiyun couldn't hold back and sat on the ground, crying loudly. The two soldiers saw her and didn't know what to say. They looked at Shur Dong, whose eyes were red with anger, and then took the person away. The women around, the sisters-in-law, looked at Wu Meiyun crying so loudly and sighed deeply. The sister-in-law next door to Wu Meiyun's family was initially angry at her for not recognizing kindness before, but seeing her now like this, she didn't say anything. Women often have empathy for other women. Wu Meiyun's state made it hard for them to say hurtful words. In the end, Shur Dong was forced to retire early for breaking rules. Considering that he had once contributed to the army, Wu Meiyun didn't report him and helped him get a discharge certificate, though she didn't arrange for him to find a job. This was a lenient punishment from the army, given his past merits. If he had been expelled from the army, he wouldn't even have a discharge certificate, and all benefits would be cancelled. Shur Dong's family moved out of the military housing. He didn't go back immediately, but first went to see Ah Fong. At this time, Ah Fong was already in the hospital. Shur Dong listened as the doctor said she had had an abortion, which hit him like a thunderbolt. Ah Fong showed no remorse at all. "She's only a month old. It's best to abort now to cause the least harm. Anyway, I will never go back to the countryside with you." Now Shur Dong no longer held the rank of company commander and no longer received his monthly salary of 101 yuan. Ah Fong definitely didn't want to suffer with him back in the countryside. Shur Dong couldn't believe Ah Fong was so heartless, but seeing her mocking expression, he suddenly realized that her previous gentle gestures seemed so fake. He had never seen a woman's cruelty before. He wanted to shout, get angry, and scold her like he did his wife, but thinking about being forced to retire early, he suddenly calmed down. He couldn't afford to cause trouble now. If he did, his discharge certificate would be taken away, and he would lose all his basic benefits after leaving the army. At this moment, Shur Dong was extremely rational. He looked at Ah Fong with a cold gaze and spoke coldly after a long pause. "You won't have a good ending either." Ah Fong felt a bit angry, but when she saw his cold face, she was somewhat afraid. Usually, Shur Dong appeared honest and simple, but now he looked a bit fierce. She was worried he might do her harm, so she didn't dare to argue back. Shur Dong left the hospital. Now that the child was gone, his gaze returned to his daughter. He had indeed been neglecting her during this time. In the end, Shur Dong and Wu Meiyun took their daughter back to their hometown. The military area no longer heard any news about them. After Shur Dong left, his deputy battalion commander took his place. There was much talk among the people in the military area, and even the family housing area had many gossiping voices. It was said that Deputy Battalion Commander Wang Yan was the one who reported Sherdong, aiming for promotion. Wang Yan was serious and cold, just as his name suggested. Unlike Lu Weiguo, who had a fierce face and an intimidating presence, Wang Yan naturally had a blank, emotionless face. His lips were slightly drooping, a natural expression of not smiling. He paid no attention to the gossip from others because he was indeed the one who reported Sherdong. The reason was related to frequent arguments at Sherdong's home. Their house was right below Sherdong's. His wife was pregnant, and the constant small and big fights made her rest difficult. He had also talked to the other side about it, but they relied on their higher position and ignored him. After a few times, even the most patient person would get angry. He happened to discover Sherdong and Afong's situation by chance and kept a close watch, following them secretly. When he first learned that the other person was seeing someone outside, he didn't plan to ruin things outright. But recently, their arguments had worsened, so he decided to report them. It was impossible for him to think about removing the other person without some benefit for himself. It just so happened that this matter fell into his hands. Despite all the gossip, he still took the position of battalion commander, maintaining a calm mind. Wang Yan's wife, Qi Shui, was not affected at all. Qi Shui was famous in the family housing area for her good sewing skills. In the neighborhood, everyone knew who cooked the best food. First thought was Shi Tingyu. Who made the best clothes? First thought was Qi Shui. Most women stayed at home in the neighborhood, and women have always loved beautiful clothes, so Qi Shui was quite popular. Currently, she can't openly do business, but when others come to ask for her help, that's a different matter. So, Qi Shui hasn't gone out to work, but has been making clothes at home. People in the residential area don't gossip about her in front of her, and soldiers in the military camp don't gossip about her either, so she lives quite comfortably. Moreover, Qi Shui believes that the benefits she gets are hers alone. After becoming a squad leader, earning 101 yuan is quite satisfying. Therefore, Captain Wang's family hasn't been affected at all. By the end of October, Shi Tingyu suspected she might be pregnant. Her period usually comes around the 25th of each month, but now it's the 30th, and her period still hasn't arrived. Because she takes Lingquan, her health is good, her cycle is regular, and she rarely experiences such delays, so she had this suspicion. It's still early, so she didn't say anything. She thought that if her period still didn't come in a few days, she would go to the hospital to check. However, she became more cautious in her daily actions. Even her exercises became more careful. Lu Weiguo knows his wife isn't someone who gives up easily. He often sees her training hard and wants her to stop, but she persists. Now, seeing her movements less precise and no longer doing the more difficult exercises, he started to worry. Are you feeling unwell, wife? Shi Tingyu's eyes curved into a smile as she said, No, I'm fine. She knew Lu Weiguo was hoping for this baby, so she hadn't planned to tell him until she was sure. If she told him her suspicion, he might not rest until she went to the hospital. Lu Weiguo was a bit skeptical, but seeing her look healthy, with a rosy face and good spirits, she didn't seem unwell. However, seeing her dismissive attitude now, Lu Weiguo wondered if he had been too strict with her. He decided to let her rest for a few days and wait until she was in better shape before continuing. With her current lazy attitude, even forced training wouldn't be effective. It's better to rest and prepare properly. Sharpening the axe won't delay the chopping of firewood. But waiting like this has already lasted over a week. On November 10th, Shi Tingyu suddenly said after getting up, Weiguo, tomorrow, can you go to the hospital with me? Lu Weiguo paused in his movement, turned to look at her carefully, and touched her forehead and face. Shi Tingyu took his hand away and said, I think I might be pregnant. I want to go to the hospital tomorrow to check. Lu Weiguo blinked twice, then his arms supporting him on the bed suddenly went limp, and he collapsed onto the bed. Fortunately, Shi Tingyu quickly dodged out of the way. Lu Weiguo didn't care about anything else. He sat up again, breathing quickly, with a look of disbelief. Wife. What did you just say? Shi Tingyu was amused by his reaction. She pointed to her belly and said, First, I need to clarify that this news can only be confirmed at the hospital. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Weiguo's face visibly twisted. His expressionless look at that moment was hard to describe. Once Lu Weiguo processed the news, he looked like he was soaking in a warm bath, his whole body showing happiness. He looked at his wife's belly, wanted to touch it, but when he saw the thick calluses on his hand, he withdrew slightly. His eyes were slightly reddening, but his mouth was turned up in a big smile. His happiness was obvious. Shi Tingyu placed his hand on her belly, which was flat and soft under her nightgown. I think it's about 8 or 9 weeks. Lu Weiguo nodded, looking a bit silly at that moment. When he saw Shi Tingyu trying to get dressed, he snapped out of his joyful mood. Wife, let's not wait until tomorrow. Let's go to the hospital today. He pressed Shi Tingyu back onto the bed and then hurried out. Shi Tingyu called after him. I still have classes today and haven't taken leave. Shi Tingyu said to Lu Weiguo, who was about to leave the house. Lu Weiguo paused and turned back. It's okay. I'll go get the leave for you, wife. You stay at home and wait for me. Then he quickly ran off. Shi Tingyu. When Lu Weiguo returned, he was carrying breakfast from the cafeteria. He peeled a boiled egg for Shi Tingyu and handed it to her.
Wife, eat this.
Shi Tingyu didn't refuse. Lu Weiguo continued to help her eat, saying as he worked, I borrowed a car. I'll drive you to the hospital later. Shi Tingyu wasn't too particular. She was fine with riding her bicycle, but Lu Weiguo had already borrowed a car. After breakfast, they set out for Jinling Military Hospital, a place they knew well because of his military background. The test Shi Tingyu took came back quickly. The doctor looked at Lu Weiguo and Shi Tingyu, smiling and saying, Congratulations, Captain Lu. Your wife is pregnant. Based on the timing, it's been about a month and a half. When Shi Tingyu mentioned in the morning that she might be pregnant, Lu Weiguo felt surprised. Now he was almost overjoyed. Shi Tingyu was also a bit excited. She knew that guessing she might be pregnant and confirming it were two different things. Is there anything I should watch out for? Lu Weiguo asked. The doctor kindly explained some precautions. Lu Weiguo took out paper and pen and listened carefully. As someone who came from an era of information overload, Shi Tingyu knew a few things about pregnancy. During early pregnancy and when preparing for pregnancy, it's good to eat more folic acid. But now there were no folic acid tablets readily available, so she could only get it from food. Since preparing for pregnancy, she had been paying attention to her diet, mainly eating vegetables grown in space. Lu Weiguo was quick at writing, but his handwriting was probably only understandable to himself. After asking about everything he could about the doctor's knowledge, Lu Weiguo stopped. The doctor looked a bit helpless. He had seen many new fathers, but this was the first time he saw Lu Weiguo take such frantic notes. After asking about the precautions, Lu Weiguo also asked when the next checkup would be. In their current understanding, there was no concept of regular prenatal checkups like in later times. Some people even didn't go to the hospital during pregnancy and delivery, relying instead on traditional Chinese medicine to check the pulse. The doctor said, come back for a checkup in 4 months. Lu Weiguo hesitated. Do we really need to wait that long? He was worried something might go wrong in the meantime. The doctor nodded confidently. Actually, a checkup after 4 months wouldn't involve many tests, just listening to the heartbeat and fetal sounds, with no sugar screening. Nowadays, ultrasound machines were just starting to become popular. Some large city hospitals might have them now, but military hospitals hadn't arranged for that yet. Seeing Lu Weiguo still wanted to ask more questions, Shi Tingyu gently pulled him away, holding his forehead. On the way, Lu Weiguo kept glancing back at Shi Tingyu in the back seat. Shi Tingyu cleared her throat softly, saying, Pay attention to the road. Our lives are all in your hands. Hearing this, Lu Weiguo instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. When they left the hospital, Shi Tingyu wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but Lu Weiguo persuaded her to sit in the back seat. He said, It's safer in the back. To ease his mind, Shi Tingyu sat in the back. When they returned to the family compound, it was almost noon. Lu Weiguo cooked lunch. Before cooking, I specifically asked Shi Tingyu for advice on nutritious pregnancy meals. Shireen wanted to say that pregnant women are not as fragile as people think. Just eat what you want, as long as you don't overeat and don't need to be too precise. Moreover, the things produced in her area are good. But Lu Weiguo was eager to know the answer, so Shireen had to explain everything to him. Seeing him so serious, she felt he was more focused than she was when preparing for the college entrance exams. During dinner, Lu Weiguo asked, "Wife, when do you plan to resign?" They had discussed this before. She would resign once she was pregnant. Most kids in the military area are full of energy, running and jumping around. If her pregnant wife gets bumped into, he would go crazy. Shireen really wanted to quit her school job. She was teaching too many classes and it was not convenient while pregnant. Of course, many women in later generations worked until they went into labor, but that was just how things were. She didn't have to worry about money, so she could take better care of herself. Tomorrow I'll go see Principal Run to resign, but I might finish this month first. It takes time for the principal to find a new teacher. Fortunately, Hanwei is still here, so he can temporarily fill in. Lu Weiguo nodded. After dinner, Shireen was about to feed Li Jian, but Lu Weiguo stopped her. "I'll do it." Shireen handed the food to Lu Weiguo, and she followed him. Li Jian wagged his tail excitedly when he saw Shireen, but he didn't want to come closer. At this moment, Shireen suddenly realized that Li Jian probably sensed her pregnancy, which explained why he hadn't been eager to come to her lately. Lu Weiguo also noticed Li Jian's unusual behavior and looked a bit confused. Shireen explained to him how dogs are sensitive to their owners' pregnancies. Lu Weiguo found it amazing, but that was good. He felt more at ease. The next morning, Shireen took her resignation letter to the principal's office. She handed the letter to Principal Ren. Principal Ren looked surprised and hadn't opened the letter, asking anxiously, "Monsieur, is something wrong? Why are you thinking of resigning?" Shireen smiled and said, "Don't worry, Principal. I'm just pregnant and want to focus on resting and taking care of the baby." Principal Ren's face showed a slight smile when he heard this. "That's good news." He added, "But you don't need to take leave because of your pregnancy. I'll arrange for you to take unpaid leave, and you can come back after the baby is born." Shireen shook her head. "No, Principal. I don't plan to teach at the school anymore." Principal Ren was surprised. "Why?" Shirting shared her plans for the future with him. Principal Ren knew about her being a painter, so it was not surprising that she wanted to focus on painting. Now that the overall environment was gradually improving, her decision came at a good time. After learning that she couldn't be convinced to stay, Principal Ren agreed easily. However, he still asked, "When do you plan to officially leave, Teacher Shi?" Shirting replied, "By the end of this month, I can finish." Then she sincerely added, "Principal, thank you for your care over these 2 years at the school. If I can help in the future, just ask." Principal Ren smiled and said, "That's what you said. If you need anything later, I won't be polite." Shirting responded happily, "No problem." With her resignation settled, she returned to her classes, determined to finish her last shift. Watching her leave, Principal Ren sighed deeply. He felt he was losing a valuable team member. Shirting's teaching career would end after completing November. After returning to her office, she handed over her work to Hanwei. Finding a replacement teacher wouldn't be quick, so if she left before her departure, Hanwei could step in. When Hanwei heard she was resigning, he felt very reluctant. He was able to become a teacher thanks to Shirting's introduction, and his skills had improved a lot because of her. Other teachers in the office also looked over. Lu Wenbin's wife, Su Qiaoyue, was surprised and asked, "Teacher Shi was doing so well. Why are you quitting?" She was pregnant and it was hard to hide. Shirting explained, "I have other plans, and since I'm pregnant too, I decided to resign." Everyone was surprised. So she was pregnant? Lu Weiguo and Shirting had been married for some time, and there was gossip in the neighborhood. No one expected she was pregnant now. The colleagues in the same office got along well, and they all congratulated her. When they learned she could stay until the end of the month, they stopped being so clingy. After school, Shirting and Hanwei walked together. In Hanwei's mind, Shirting was like his mentor. If he had questions, he would ask her, and she always shared her knowledge freely. Shirting had high hopes for Hanwei. Currently, the profession of portrait artists has not yet become popular, and there is no systematic teaching system. She wants Hanwei to explore this direction. Hanwei is a very talented child. Thinking this, Shi Tingyu said, "You're still young, and your mind is very flexible now. You should learn more knowledge, including reviewing high school materials. The country's development depends on talented people, so reading more books is a good idea. When the college entrance exam resumes next year, Hanwei can try to take it. If he gets into an art college, it will be very helpful for him." Hanwei obediently nodded and remembered Shi Tingyu's words. In the evening, Lu Weiguo came back and brought a package from Beijing Art Publishing House and a remittance slip for Shi Tingyu. It turned out that during the day when Shi Tingyu was in class, she didn't hear the loudspeaker calling people. When Lu Weiguo finished his shift, the guards happened to give him the items. Judging by the size of the package, Shi Tingyu knew it was the third volume of Loyal Dog published. The remittance slip showed an amount of 28,800 yuan, which was very noticeable. She opened the package and found 5 sample copies of the third volume of Loyal Dog. She looked through them and saw that the printing was very fine. Lu Weiguo took out a letter from the publisher and handed it to his wife, who was reading. Shi Tingyu opened it and saw that, besides informing her about the publication, it also mentioned discussing a special edition of 3 volumes as a collector's set. The letter said the collector's edition would be priced at 2 yuan per set, issued only once, with a print run of 20,000 copies. This was much smaller than the previous initial print of 200,000 copies, a 10-fold reduction. But the collector's edition is called so because rarity makes it valuable. The royalty rate was set at 14%. Shi Tingyu's mental calculator was clicking rapidly. This meant she would earn an additional 5,600 yuan. She silently calculated her current funds. It was surprising. Adding the money from her parents before marriage, the money Lu Weiguo handed over, and their 2 years' wages, once the income from the collector's edition arrived, they would have a total of 115,400 yuan. Shi Tingyu was shocked by this number. At that time, they hadn't even heard of the concept of a 10,000 yuan household, yet their funds had already exceeded 100,000. Seeing her expression, Lu Weiguo couldn't help asking what's wrong. Shi Tingyu quietly lowered her voice and said, "Weiguo, guess how much money we have now?" Lu Weiguo looked at her blankly and softly asked, 7, 8,000? Shi Tingyu shook her head gently, her voice soft. "Right now, our savings are 11,000. Lu Weiguo was stunned. He didn't pay much attention to these money matters, only knowing that his wife's books were very valuable. But there were 3 sets of comic books, first editions, reprints, and second editions, and he couldn't keep track of all of them. He didn't realize there were so many. He felt a bit ashamed and thought, "I've never seen so much money in my life." He originally thought he married a talented woman, but now he saw she was more like a wealth goddess. After a moment of confusion, he said seriously, "Honey, I need to work even harder from now on." Shi Tingyu looked at him with love in her eyes. This man was different from others. Many men, seeing their wives earn a lot, just want to relax or feel proud, but sometimes they feel uncomfortable spending money. His thoughts were clear. He wasn't self-conscious, but wanted to try harder. Actually, Lu Weiguo's salary was quite good now, and sharing it would impress others. Shi Tingyu was able to earn so much because of the time she lived in, and she didn't deny her work was excellent. It was just good timing, and she was very happy. In a few years, in the 1980s, the comic book market would flourish again and many new works would appear, so they wouldn't be so valuable anymore. After dinner, Shi Tingyu wrote back to the publisher, agreeing to publish the special edition of Loyal Dog. The next day was Sunday. Lu Weiguo went to send the letter and also deposited the money from the remittance slip into their bank account. On his way back, he brought back a lot of meat. The women in the family compound saw the meat he brought and felt very envious. They thought, "Old Lu's family is still doing well. They eat meat every few days." One sister-in-law couldn't help but ask, "Captain Lu, are you buying meat again?" Lu Weiguo nodded and said, "To help my wife get stronger." That sister-in-law secretly rolled her eyes. When Lu Weiguo's figure disappeared, she said, "What's the point of just giving her meat? They've been married for almost 2 years, and there's still no news. The others looked at her and quietly walked away. Now, what was happening with Captain Lu's family? The youngest captain in the military zone, with a bright future. Shi Tingyu's family's earnings were enough for them to live comfortably for a lifetime. Maybe her professor parents would also be exonerated someday. Only someone with a poor mind would say such jealous, harmful words. Seeing this, the sister-in-law realized her mistake. Jealousy felt good at the moment, but she would regret it later. By December, Shi Tingyu had completely left the school. Principal Ren even organized a small farewell party for her after school. These are some teachers from the school. Lu Weiguo also came over after his training. Seeing everyone's reluctance to part with his wife, he felt a quiet sense of pride. His wife truly shines wherever she goes. As the weather grew colder, Shi Tingyu finally received news that her parents had been cleared of wrongdoing. The authorities returned the Shi family's house. Shi Tingyu couldn't wait to bring her parents back, but Lu Weiguo stopped her. You're pregnant now, taking the train isn't convenient, and I don't feel comfortable about it. When I heard the news, I already called my older brother-in-law. He said he would go pick them up. Shi Tingyu calmed down. Her brother hadn't seen their parents in a long time, not even during the last New Year, which made her feel guilty. It was good that he was going now. Thinking about home, Shi Tingyu suddenly remembered. Did you tell the family about my pregnancy? Lu Weiguo was stunned. After a moment, he awkwardly said, I forgot to mention it. Shi Tingyu rubbed her forehead. She had also forgotten. When she first got pregnant, they were both very excited and didn't think about anything else. Since neither set of parents was pressuring them, they overlooked it. Should I write a letter to the family? Lu Weiguo asked. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment. Forget it. Next time we can call. It's faster. Lu Weiguo agreed. Since Shi's parents would return soon, Shi Tingyu planned to go and clean the old house. Now, she was like a precious gem, and Lu Weiguo wasn't willing to let her do it alone. Let me go clean it on the weekend, he said. On the weekend, Shi Tingyu still went along. She brought cleaning tools and a sword. The house had been returned, and Lu Weiguo took the key back. But Shi Tingyu planned to change the lock. She had turned the key many times, and her parents' work required strict confidentiality, so changing the lock would make her feel safer. When they entered the Shi family house again, both felt a bit nostalgic. Lu Weiguo still remembered the first time he visited. But now, the house was empty, covered in a thin layer of dust, very different from the warm, clean home it once was. The sword's claws left a faint plum blossom-shaped mark when stepped on. Before coming, they had already considered the house's condition. When they captured Wei Jian, Lu Weiguo had been there, so they prepared simple masks in advance. Lu Weiguo opened the windows to air out the house and began cleaning. Fortunately, the doors and windows are all closed, and there is some dust, but not too much. Lu Weiguo first told Shi Tingyu to wait outside. He sprinkled some water on the floor, then took out a cloth and bucket to start cleaning. Once most of the dust on the floor was cleaned, Shi Tingyu and Li Jian went inside. The Shijia house has 3 rooms and a living room, which is considered a luxury home now. But even such a house is easy to clean because it is very spacious and almost empty. It's truly a house with nothing inside. As long as the floors and walls are cleaned, it's enough. After finishing everything, Lu Weiguo went to replace the lock with a new one he bought. Once all was done, the two of them drove to the city. The house is empty, so they need to buy many things. The furniture hasn't arrived yet, and they don't know if the company will reimburse the furniture costs. If not, they'll have to manage without. Nowadays, many pieces of furniture are custom-made by carpenters, but they couldn't wait that long, so they went to a local hardware store. They bought a cast-iron pot, ceramic bowls, chopsticks, and locally made wooden furniture, among other things, all at the department store's local goods section. They looked around, ordered a bed and wardrobe, and also bought tables, chairs, and stools. They also bought pots, bowls, and utensils. All together, it cost 400 yuan. She remembered that some places sell the 3 big wedding items plus 36 chairs for 420 yuan. Their set wasn't cheap either. But for Shi Tingyu, this money isn't really a big deal now. They agreed on a delivery time, then went to buy some fabric. Shatinjia planned to ask Chi Shui to help make some bedding. Before leaving, they visited the post office to call Lu's mother. On the phone, Lu's mother's voice was trembling. Are you serious? Xiaoyu is really pregnant? Yes, by the 25th of this month. It will be 3 months. You naughty girl. Why are you only telling me now? How is your wife? Is she healthy? Any reactions? Lu Weiguan nervously touched his nose. He was sure that if his mother were here now, she would definitely slap him. But he asked, what reactions? Lu's mother was about to hit him again. Like nausea, vomiting, inability to smell meat, wanting to sleep every day, or feeling weak all over. Lu Weigua immediately became nervous. Pregnancy can cause these reactions? What? Your wife doesn't have them? Lu's mother said happily. Lu Weigua thought carefully. It seems she really doesn't. Mother Lu was very happy when she heard the news. Oh, I didn't expect this child to care so much for his mother. Xiaoyu is indeed lucky. When I was pregnant with you, I even vomited yellow water. Lu Weigua, worried that Xiaoyu might have similar issues, wanted to ask how to handle such situations if they occurred. Mother Lu also became concerned. Maybe I should take some leave to take care of Xiaoyu for a while. She had taken good care of her eldest daughter-in-law before. Now that Xiaoyu was pregnant, she couldn't just ignore her because her younger son and his wife lived far away. Lu Weigua said, Xiaoyu is doing fine now, no reactions yet. If anything happens, I will talk to her and see how she feels. Mother Lu agreed, thinking that was a good plan. Lu Weigua also told her about the matter of his parents wanting to clear their name. Mother Lu smiled and said, I already know about that. The notice has gone out. A few days ago, your grandfather even came to tell us about it. When she mentioned her in-laws, she became a little anxious. All right, I won't say more. You take good care of my daughter-in-law. Later, I will ask for leave to talk to your in-laws about Xiaoyu's pregnancy. They will be very happy. This was truly a double celebration. Her in-law's name was being cleared, and Xiaoyu was pregnant. Now she didn't need to keep her distance from her in-laws anymore. Without delay, Mother Lu asked for leave and returned to the Qianqi Brigade. However, as she was walking, she kept feeling like she had forgotten something. Never mind, it probably wasn't important. Meanwhile, Lu Daming, who was working, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and thought, the weather is getting colder every day. I need to keep warm. Over there, Mother Lu rode her bike to the Qianqi Brigade. When she arrived, she headed straight to the cattle shed. At this time, the people from the brigade also knew that the couple in the cattle shed was going to be cleared of their past accusations. Many tried to get close, but the brigade leader stopped them. It was also around this time that they noticed the brigade leader seemed to take extra care of the couple in the cattle shed. Until Mother Lu rode directly to the cattle shed, everyone realized that the Lu family really knew the people there. The news of the clearing of their names caused a lot of excitement. Some people even went over just to see what was happening. Mother Lu parked her bike outside the cattle shed, and her words stunned the onlookers. At that moment, everyone realized that Lu Weigua's wife was probably surnamed Shi, as that surname was quite rare. Everyone suddenly understood the situation. Shi's father and mother no longer needed to go to work. They were now packing up their things in the cattle shed, ready for their son to come and pick them up at any time. When they heard Mother Lu's voice, Shi's father and Shi's mother came out of the cattle shed. They rarely met Mother Lu, mostly seeing Uncle Lu and others, but they recognized her at once. Why is my sister-in-law here at this time? Shi's mother asked curiously. Mother Lu smiled and said, Dear family, I come to share good news with you. She has a cheerful personality. Before Shi's father and Shi's mother could ask, she continued, Our Xiaoyu is pregnant. Both Shi's father and Shi's mother were surprised at first, then their faces lit up with joy. Shi's mother's eyes turned slightly red. This child came just in time. When I go back, I can help take care of her. They hadn't received news about their daughter's pregnancy before, so she was worried. If she and her husband were still in their original jobs, she wouldn't mind whether her daughter could have children. But since they were reassigned, her daughter's situation was already tough. If she didn't get pregnant for a long time, she worried her daughter would suffer. Mother Lu, being a mother herself, understood her feelings. Because she understood, she never pressured her second son and daughter to have children. But now that she knew her daughter was pregnant, she was very happy. She held Mother's hand and said, "Don't worry, sister. Xiaoyu is lucky, and the baby is sensible. I heard from Weigua that Xiaoyu is eating well and sleeping peacefully, with no unusual reactions." That's good, Father and Mother said happily. The cattle shed was somewhat remote, and it was already December. The weather in Eastern Province was getting colder. Mother Lu helped Father and Mother carry their luggage into the old house. She said, "You're now officially cleared, so you don't need to stay here. A few days ago, I asked Uncle Lu to help clean the house. You can move in today." Since they were family, Father and Mother didn't refuse and went together to the old house. The old house had a Kong, heated bed, and everything else was complete. Lu Erming brought some food over, so they could cook for themselves later. Mother Lu explained where everything was until it was almost dark, then she left. They had to go back. After all, there was an old man at home. Muhan arrived 3 days later. A special car was arranged for him. When the car entered the front west squad, many people gathered around to watch. The car first went to the squad office. When Lu Erming saw Muhan, he was surprised by how handsome the young man looked. He didn't know much about the refined and elegant style, but he knew that the young man looked very spirited. When Muchan heard someone call Lu Erming captain, he knew this was his brother-in-law's second uncle. He smiled and went forward to shake hands with Lu Erming. "Second uncle, I am Weigua's brother-in-law. I came here to pick up my parents." Lu Erming was a little confused at first, but when he heard it was family, his smile immediately grew wider. "So you're the eldest nephew. No wonder you look so energetic. You must have inherited it from Brother and the others." Knowing that the other person was probably eager to see his parents, second Uncle Lu didn't waste time. "Come on, I'll take you to find your parents." After second Uncle Lu got into the car and left the team headquarters, others there started talking. "So this is the son of the couple from the barn. He looks really energetic. Look at his military uniform. He's a military officer. Isn't that the old 9 from the barn? How come his son is in the army? His daughter even married into our Weigua family. Weigua is also a military officer." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Lu Weijun, who is counting accounts, looked up and said, "The family is truly capable. It's normal that you don't know the decisions from above." Seeing Lu Weijun speak, everyone stopped talking. Indeed, they had no idea what considerations were behind those decisions. Lu Erming directed the car to stop next to his house. "A few days ago, Weigua's mother came over and brought your parents to this house. There's a bed here, and it's more comfortable to stay." Although they were relatives by marriage, some things still needed to be known. Lu Erming also wanted to tell Muchan that Mother Lu valued their family. The family was about to return to the city, and their status would naturally rise. Weigua was a military officer, but the family was truly a scholarly family, an educated household. When the family married their daughter to Weigua, it might have been out of necessity. With Weigua's looks, he was worried that after his parents returned home, they might feel guilty and look down on their nephew. So, Weigua's parents also needed to let Weigua's eldest brother-in-law know about the things they did for Shir's parents. Muchan thanked second Uncle Lu. They were truly grateful to the Lu family. Without the Lu family, their parents' lives would have been very different. He had seen the people in the barn and knew what kind of life they led. The sound of the car drew everyone's attention. Shir's parents checked the time and thought that Muchan should arrive in a few days. They happily went outside. The courtyard gate opened, and Muchan saw his parents looking well. His eyes filled with warmth.
"Dad, Mom.
I've come to pick you up." Mother and father both had red eyes, their eyes slightly moist, clearly trying hard to control their emotions. They hadn't seen their son for almost 2 years since being sent here. Mother looked at her son and couldn't help but say, "You've lost weight." Muhan smiled and replied, "That's not true. I eat well and sleep well, so I wouldn't lose weight. Mother didn't expose him, just kept looking him over. Lu Erming saw this and stopped watching from the side. He said a few words and then took his leave. After seeing Lu Erming off, the three members of the Shi family went inside. Mu-han didn't expect the Lu family's house in the village to be so nice. Seeing that his parents' hands were a bit rougher and their faces darker, but otherwise fine, he felt relieved. At midnight, when he dreamed, he was most afraid that when he finally saw his parents, they would look worn out and tired. Now he could rest assured. Shi father and mother, worried about their pregnant daughter, didn't stay long. After lunch, they said goodbye to the elders of the Lu family, left gifts, and then left. Mu-han first drove to the county town. Since everyone was here, he had to say hello to his sisters-in-laws before leaving. He brought quite a few things this time. They went to the textile factory to find someone. Mother Lu was a supervisor at the textile factory. Last year, she had gone there openly to deliver food, which everyone knew about. When they heard they were looking for Director Chen from the logistics department, the security guard immediately called someone to help find her. Seeing that they had military uniforms and a car, they didn't look like ordinary people. While waiting, the guard was busy. He smiled and asked, "Are you related to Director Chen?" Father Shi said, "We are her in-laws. We came here because we had some business." The guard got excited when he heard this. Director Chen's eldest daughter-in-law was from their factory. He knew this because these people spoke perfect Mandarin without any local accent, so they weren't her family from her hometown. Thinking of Lu Weigua and his wife who visited their factory last year, the guard said, "Are you related to Director Chen's younger daughter-in-law?" Seeing that Shi father and mother nodded, the guard smiled even more happily. "Oh, really? I've met your daughter. She's very filial. You've raised a good girl." When they heard the guard talk about their daughter, Shi father and mother became interested. They asked and found out that their daughter had also visited here before. One side was humble, the other boastful. The older man's Mandarin was not perfect, but they still enjoyed chatting happily. Mother Lu saw a family of three standing at the factory gate from afar and hurried over. Occasionally passing workers would proudly introduce, "Those at the gate are my daughter-in-law's parents and brother." Father Shi, Mother Shi, and Shi Mu-han looked impressive both inside and out. Father and Mother Shi seemed like wealthy intellectuals, and Shi Mu-han's green military uniform was even more striking. The workers couldn't help but whisper in admiration, "Lu family really made a good match." They looked like people from a wealthy family. Thinking of the last time the Lu family's daughter-in-law visited the factory, the workers felt a bit envious again. Mother Lu finished her bragging and, ignoring the workers' expressions, smiled brightly from afar, calling out, "Dear in-laws." Father and Mother Shi had already experienced Mother Lu's loud voice before and were now used to it. Seeing Shi Mu-han, Mother Lu's eyes lit up. Looking at Shi Mu-han's appearance, she knew he must be Shi Tingyu's older brother. Shi Mu-han greeted Mother Lu politely. Mother Lu smiled happily. "This must be Little Rain's older brother, right? He looks so spirited. Seeing him in his military uniform makes me feel close." Shi Mu-han felt relieved seeing Mother Lu's cheerful personality. He had heard before that Mother Lu was a kind and straightforward person, and now he truly understood. After exchanging greetings, Mother Lu got into the back seat of the car and sat with Mother Shi, while Father Shi sat in the front passenger seat. On the way, they stopped at a steel factory. The security guard at the steel plant was stunned when he saw Lu Daming's wife get out of a small car. "Lu saw what's going on." Mother Lu smiled happily. "My daughter-in-law's family came to visit relatives. Please help call our old Lu." Hearing this, the guard locked the door and went to call someone. The steel plant's smelting workshop was hot and noisy. The guard shouted loudly, "Worker Lu! Worker Lu! Your in-laws are here to see you in a car." His shout drew everyone's attention toward the guard. What did they hear? Someone came in a car to see Worker Lu? Lu Daming thought for a moment and guessed it was his daughter-in-law's family. He told his apprentice what he was doing and then headed toward the guard's booth. When asked, it was indeed them. Lu Daming was wearing a dark blue work uniform with some spots burned by molten iron. He asked the guard, "Do you think I should change my clothes?" the gatekeeper. Is it a bit late to ask now? After asking, Lu Daming realized what he had said and chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. But the gatekeeper kept talking all the way. Engineer Lu, I didn't expect your young daughter-in-law's family to be so well off. That little car is really impressive. Your in-laws look like cultured people, speaking perfect Mandarin, clearly educated. Lu Daming replied, that's right. They're not just educated. Their knowledge is quite extensive. They chatted and laughed as they quickly arrived at the gate. When they met, they exchanged greetings. Mr. Shi invited them to get into the car. Lu Daming looked at his clothes and politely declined. You all go ahead and drive back. I left in a hurry and haven't changed clothes. I don't want to dirty the car. But Mr. Shi didn't mind at all and pulled Lu's father over, saying, Old brother Lu, there's no need to be so formal. Come on, get in. Lu's mother saw this and knew that her in-laws truly didn't mind, so she urged, Old Lu, hurry up and get in the car. Don't dawdle. When Lu Daming's wife shouted at him, he obediently got into the car. Mr. and Mrs. Shi watched and found it quite amusing. Once the car drove away, the gatekeeper couldn't help but comment softly, Engineer Lu's daughter-in-law's family is really something. When the car arrived at the staff family compound, it caused a stir among the neighbors. Lu's mother felt that today was the most attention she had ever received in her life. She stepped out of the car confidently. The neighbors, just like when they first met her, stopped to ask about Mr. and Mrs. Shi's identities. After learning that the family in the car was Lu Weigua's in-laws, they couldn't help but feel envious. What kind of conditions would it take to own a small car? And those things they carried looked quite expensive. In the end, everyone agreed that Lu's in-laws were truly wealthy. Back home, Lu's mother was busy making tea and inviting them to sit by the stove to warm up. She even took out a jar of preserved peaches for them to taste. She was very hospitable. When the conversation wound down and the gifts were given, Mr. and Mrs. Shi prepared to leave. Lu's parents wanted to keep them for dinner, but the Shi family politely refused. It's getting late. If we stay out too long, we might not find a place to stay before dark. Let's meet again next time. There's plenty of time ahead. Lu's parents agreed. Now that the in-laws had been cleared of misunderstandings and the young daughter-in-law was pregnant, they planned to visit Jinling soon. There was no need to rush the visit. Though today's small car wasn't as powerful as modern vehicles, it could still run about as fast as a train. They just didn't drive at night. For safety, they always stayed in a hotel before dark. The car arrived in Jinling after 2 days. They didn't delay much and went straight to the family housing area. Shi Tingyu was at home painting when she heard her parents and brother had arrived. She was stunned for a moment before reacting. She turned around and rushed to the door. Her sister-in-law, who was calling for help, was startled. Since teacher Shi resigned, the news of her pregnancy had spread. After her sister-in-law reminded her, Shi Tingyu calmed down. She thanked her sister-in-law and slowed down. Seeing she wouldn't run again, her sister-in-law relaxed and left. The family reunion was full of care and tears, attracting many passers-by to look. It was only when Shi Muhan reminded everyone that they snapped out of their joyful tears. After registering with the guards, Shi Tingyu sat in the car with her parents and older brother, entering the family housing. Seeing the beautifully maintained small yard, Shi's parents were very happy. Even though it was winter now, many evergreen plants still looked lively. The vegetables in the yard were growing well. Once everyone sat down, her mother quickly asked about her daughter's health. Shi Tingyu's belly was only about 3 months along and hadn't shown yet. She didn't look pregnant from the outside. She instinctively touched her belly and smiled, saying, Mom, don't worry. This child knows how to care for others. They react to things, but I haven't felt anything like that. Seeing that everything was fine with her daughter, Shi's parents felt very relieved. The family sat together, seemingly with endless things to talk about. As time went on, Shi's parents decided to leave. Shi Tingyu refused, saying, Mom and Dad, let's eat dinner first. Her mother tidied her hair and smiled. Now that we're back, we have plenty of time. We should go home and clean up, or the house won't be livable. Hearing this, Shi Tingyu quickly replied, No need to worry. A few days ago, Wei Gua and I already cleaned the house and bought everything needed. We can move in right away. Her parents had nothing more to say. On the way home, Lu Weigua heard that her relatives from her husband's family had come, so he hurried back. When he arrived home, Shermuhan was washing vegetables by the well. Originally, at the Sher family's home, there were mostly two children cooking, who made Sher father and Sher mother cook poorly. After the last hospital stay, and the sister and brother-in-law came to take care of things, Shermuhan was already very familiar with Lu Weigua. He didn't mind and asked someone to help. Lu Weigua greeted Sher father and Sher mother, and then went over. Two grown men, one 1.83 meters tall and the other 1.89 meters, crouched by the water well. They looked a bit pitiful and a little crowded. Shermuhan's cooking skills are really good, although slightly worse than Shertingyu's. Since he hadn't cooked in a long time, his skills were still better than most people's. After dinner, Lu Weigua saw everyone off and took the 4-piece bedding set back with him. All of it had been washed. Of course, in times without washing machines, Lu Weigua washed these large items by hand. Shertingyu opened the door because the key was with her. When everyone entered the house, it looked just like it did before they left. Even the furniture arrangements were similar. But this time, the furniture was noticeably newer. Shertingyu handed the key to Shermother. "Mom, I asked Weigua to change the lock. Here's the key." Shermother took the key and looked at Lu Weigua. "Weigua is thoughtful." Lu Weigua quickly replied, "It's the right thing to do." Shermuhan watched nearby, smiling. He thought Lu Weigua was already quite timid in front of him, but it turned out he was even more timid in front of his parents. Neighbors nearby heard the noise and peeked over. Seeing Sher father and Sher mother return, they happily greeted them. These neighbors all work at the research institute. They are researchers and don't think too much. They were genuinely happy to see Sher father and Sher mother back. Sher father and Sher mother chatted with the neighbors. Lu Weigua and Shermuhan put their luggage inside and started tidying up. The two grown men worked efficiently and properly. The neighbors looked on with envy. "Professor Sher, your son-in-law and son are really capable. They work quickly and neatly." Sher father and Sher mother humbly accepted the praise, smiling. "A son-in-law is half a son. Weigua is a good kid." As for their own son, taking care of his parents was only right. The neighbors sighed and thought, back then, everyone said Professor Sher's daughter was like a flower stuck in cow dung. If he had to say, it was probably because Professor Sher and his wife had sharp eyes. Just look at how their son-in-law acts. Much better than those handsome but useless types. He sincerely said, "Your son-in-law is really a good person. A few days ago, I saw him and my daughter come over to clean the house. Later, they brought furniture and bedding. They really didn't hold back at all." Sometimes his father and mother also thought their judgment was good, but mainly it was because of their daughter's good taste. If their daughter, Xiaoyu, had not agreed to the match, they wouldn't have forced her. Inside the house, Shi Tingyu was standing around bored, wanting to help, but was stopped by the two men. They skillfully made the bed and arranged the bedding. She had the feeling of watching a model worker tidying up. Once everything was ready, Shir's parents had finished chatting with the neighbors. Shi Tingyu then said goodbye to Lu Weigua. Since the house was close to the military area, they just walked back, treating it as a walk. Halfway there, seeing no one around, Lu Weigua picked up his wife. In the dark, with only a flashlight, he was worried she might fall. When they got home, Shi Tingyu remembered the money her parents had given her before being sent away and told Lu Weigua about it, wanting to return it. Lu Weigua had no objection. It was a difficult situation back then, and now that her parents had returned, they should give the money back. Seeing how straightforward her husband was, Shi Tingyu smiled and pinched his face. "My husband really isn't an ordinary person." Lu Weigua playfully took her hand, kissed it, and said, "I'll take that as a compliment." The 28,000 was indeed a lot, but if it wasn't his, it wasn't his. If he needed money, he could earn it himself. He was confident he could support his wife and future children well. The next day, Shi Tingyu took her sword and went to the research institute's staff housing. Seeing only her parents at home, she asked, "Where's my brother?" Her father said, "He went to collect the compensation with his ID." They had been sent away for 19 months. Their combined salary was just over 10,000, and they would receive some compensation. Some furniture that couldn't be recovered would also be compensated for in a fair amount. Hearing this, Shi Tingyu couldn't help but say, "It looks like today's luck is really good for Mom and Dad." She then took out a passbook and handed it to her parents. "Mom and Dad, this is the money I saved during your time away. Now that you're back, it's time to keep it safe." She had specifically opened a passbook to deposit the money. Her parents frowned and said, "You keep this money. Consider it part of your dowry." Shi Tingyu sat warmly beside her parents, softly saying, "Mom and Dad, it's not good for you to be so biased toward me. I feel a bit embarrassed." Her playful expression made her parents laugh. Seeing them finally smile happily, Shi Tingyu seriously said, "Mom and Dad, the situation back then was unavoidable. Now that you're both back, the money still belongs to you. My brother isn't married yet, and you'll need to live your lives in the future." Dad replied, "We can still earn money from my brother's side. He can earn his own, so there's no need to take money from you." "Yes," her mother added, "we won't take the 10,000 yuan as compensation this time. You can take this passbook back." Shi Tingyu had no choice but to tell them about how she earned money from drawing comics. Their eyes widened in surprise at her earnings. "So, I really don't lack money. If I did, I would tell you even if you didn't bring it up." Her parents listened to her words, knowing their children well. In the end, her father decided to split the 28,000 yuan equally. "Both you and your brother are my and your mom's children. You are equally important to us. I will give you 15,000 yuan and your brother 13,000 yuan. That's fair." When Shi Tingyu heard her father's amount, she was taken aback. "Dad, are your math skills taught by a language teacher? The average is 14,000 yuan per person." It wasn't that she was arguing over the 1,000 yuan, but at this moment, that amount was quite significant. Her mother understood her father's intention and said, "The extra money you get compared to your brother is for buying furniture and kitchenware." Shi Tingyu wanted to say more, but her mother interrupted her. "If you weren't married now, I wouldn't hesitate to buy a car for each of you. But Xiuyu, now that you're married, you're no longer just one person." Shi Tingyu fell silent. She understood her parents' meaning. She knew Lu Weiguo wouldn't care about these things, but her parents didn't know that. They had a better sense of the rules and boundaries in marriage than she did. It could only be said that the man Shi Tingyu met was better than they expected. In the end, Shi Tingyu agreed. By noon, Muhan returned with 11,000 yuan, which included the cost of furniture. Father, she mentioned the money he and Shi Tingyu shared with him. Muhan wanted to say it wasn't necessary, as he had savings of his own. He has no girlfriend, no expenses in the military area, and has saved some money. There's no need to borrow from his sister. In the end, Shi Tingyu's fair words convinced him. Fine, he has no plans to marry now. If he never marries, he'll leave all his property to his future nephew or niece. In the afternoon, Muhan took Shi Tingyu to the post office to transfer the money he received and his share into his account again. They each took their passbooks. The staff at the post office have become numb from recent events. They've never seen so many rich people before. However, Shi Tingyu and Muhan are among the most active clients. In the evening, Lu Weiguo came home and found his wife and Li Jian weren't there. He thought they might have gone to his mother's house. He was genuinely happy for his wife, knowing she now has a place to go back to. He was about to go pick her up when he met his older brother-in-law. "Weiguo, come on, let's go home for dinner. We're just waiting for you." Without hesitation, Lu Weiguo followed him, knowing his wife was with him. Muhan and Lu Weiguo walked along the residential street, attracting many glances. Normally, with Lu Weiguo's fierce appearance, he would be overshadowed by the gentle, elegant Muhan. But now, walking together, they seemed evenly matched. Lu Weiguo's commanding presence didn't get overshadowed by Muhan's handsome face. In fact, he seemed to have a slight edge in aura. In short, Muhan looks like a good person, while Lu Weigua appears more intimidating. Walking side by side, the more intimidating one often draws more attention. From afar, Lu Wenchang saw the two. Despite Lu Weigua's strong presence, her first impression was still Shi Muhan's handsome, moon-like face. She thought, so men can be this good-looking too. Seeing him in military uniform, she wondered if he was an officer in the military area, but she hadn't seen him before. A nearby sister-in-law, noticing her gaze fixed on the young man, mocked, "Lu, I told you, forget about this man. He'll never look at you." Lu Wenchang turned to glare at her. "What do you mean?" The sister-in-law smiled. "Do you even know who that man is?" Seeing the other person look confused, the sister-in-law raised her eyebrows with a mischievous smile. "I'm actually Teacher Shi's older brother. Considering your relationship with Teacher Shi, it's already good that I don't cause you trouble." Lu Wenchang felt like a bolt from the blue. So this man is Teacher Shi's real brother? She felt annoyed and started quietly thinking about her past conflicts with Teacher Shi. She wondered uncertainly if they really had a serious grudge. After all, she had saved the other person before, so maybe they weren't destined to be enemies forever. She also remembered that after the 11th, she hadn't bothered Teacher Shi anymore. Their relationship wasn't that bad. Seeing Lu Wenchang's expression, the sister-in-law thought, does this woman still not give up? She had seen Shi Muhan yesterday and wanted to introduce her sister to him. Now, she felt she needed to act quickly. Shi Muhan didn't realize that just by visiting the family compound twice, he was already being noticed. At this moment, he had already arrived home with Lu Weigua. Dinner was cooked by Shi Muhan, with Shi's parents and Teacher Shi helping out. Lu Weigua enjoyed the delicious food and secretly compared himself to his brother-in-law. In the end, he felt disappointed. There was a difference between being able to cook and cooking well. He knew he needed to work harder. After dinner, Shi's parents didn't stay long. The young couple, carrying their little sword, slowly took a walk back home. Shi Muhan was on leave for visiting family, so he still had plenty of holiday time. Shi's parents went back to work at the research institute, leaving Shi Muhan bored. During the day, he went to the family compound to cook for his sister, then returned in the evening. After all, she was pregnant now. Soon, everyone in the neighborhood heard about it. People said that Teacher Shi was lucky, her husband loved her, and even her brother from her family came to cook for her. She was truly blessed. Next door, Sister Zhang loved to lean on the wall and watch Shi Muhan working. Honestly, it was quite eye-catching. Every time Captain Zhang came home and saw his wife doing that, he felt a bit upset. He thought he wasn't bad-looking either. Of course, he knew his wife was just curious, not serious. Otherwise, he might have to fight for her. Along with the rumors about Teacher Shi being lucky, there was also praise for Shi Muhan's good reputation. Everyone's sisters-in-law said that anyone who married Shi Muhan would be very happy. Unintentionally, many started thinking about marriage for their unmarried daughters. As for Teacher Shi, she was pregnant, so those people didn't come close. However, Lu Weigua was soon involved. He felt that over the past few days, many people had been asking about his brother-in-law. Even some leaders had come to inquire about Shi Muhan. Lu Weigua was confused. It wasn't until a leader asked whether Shi Muhan had a partner that Lu Weigua realized they were trying to set him up with his brother-in-law. Thinking about how his brother-in-law often casually mentioned not wanting to get married, he didn't dare agree to anything and went home unsure. When he got home, Lu Weigua told Shi Tingyu about this. Shi Tingyu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I didn't expect my brother to be so popular. Exactly, even my boss asked about him. Tomorrow, I'll ask my older brother about it," Shi Tingyu said. He thought that if his older brother was willing, dating someone would be pretty good. Lu Weigua stroked his chin and asked Shi Tingyu, "Wife, why do you think I didn't have this kind of luck back then?" Shi Tingyu rolled her eyes and said irritably, "What? Are you regretting it now?" Lu Weigua smiled and admitted he was too scared. Seeing his expression, Shi Tingyu felt a bit playful. She raised her hand and lightly tapped his backside. Lu Weigua's face turned red. It was his first time being tapped on the by his wife. He felt a mix of embarrassment and pleasure. Seeing his reaction, Shi Tingyu remembered a joke she had read online. It said men really liked being tapped on so maybe it wasn't just a joke after all. Lu Weigua, despite his tough appearance, had a really good figure, slim waist, strong and firm, with a rounded, elastic backside. Sometimes, looking at her husband, she felt like drawing a human figure. She thought it would look really cool. Lost in this thought, her hand moved on its own, and she tapped his again. Lu Weigua's eyes darkened as he grabbed her waist and lifted her. Shirtingyu instinctively held onto his waist. The man supported her, slowly leaned in, and finally kissed her red lips. Since her pregnancy, he hadn't been intimate for a long time. Before, they enjoyed rich meals, but now he could only have some appetizers. Shirtingyu had no resistance to Lu Weigua's touch. A gentle kiss made her relax completely. Lu Weigua held her and gently rubbed her backside twice. Shirtingyu's eyes widened instantly. They had tried all kinds of positions on the bed, but it was the first time they were playfully touching each other's behinds in broad daylight. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her face flushed with excitement, and with a teasing and curious tone, she softly asked, "Does it feel good for a man to be spanked like that?" Even though Lu Weigua is usually shameless in bed, he now looked a little shy. Seeing the genuine curiosity in his wife's eyes, he looked away uncomfortably and gave a small hum. Shirtingyu giggled and leaned into his neck. Lu Weigua. He wondered why she was still laughing when he was being honest. Shirtingyu cleared her throat lightly, shook off the silly thoughts in her mind, patted his shoulder, and tremblingly said, "Okay, let me down, you poked me too hard." Lu Weigua kissed her deeply before letting her go. Who should he blame for his reaction? Watching the obvious change in his expression, Shirtingyu playfully teased him. Lu Weigua let out a strange sound, feeling both pleasure and discomfort. Before she could react, he hurried back to his room. "I want to do some painting." Lu Weigua took a deep breath. Then, after a moment, he opened the door and asked, "Wife, when can I start eating proper food?" Shirtingyu replied, "I'm still pregnant." Lu Weigua raised an eyebrow. "I remember the doctor said it's okay once the pregnancy is stable." "I'll be gentle then." She responded by tossing a crumpled paper ball at him. After teasing his wife, Lu Weigua said, "Wife, I'm going to cook now." Then he obediently went to do his chores as a good house husband. Although Shirtingyu didn't have morning sickness, she could still smell the cooking fumes and felt a little queasy. Otherwise, Shirmuhan wouldn't have come over during the day to cook for her. Shirmuhan rarely had time to take care of the family because of work. His parents worked during the day and didn't come home for lunch. Since he was alone at home, cooking felt pointless, so he simply came to the residential compound. He could take care of his sister and eat with her. 2 birds with 1 stone. That day, when Shirmuhan came over, he asked about the baby's clothes. Shirtingyu looked confused. "Already time to prepare them?" Shirmuhan said, "Mom said if we're going to do it, we should do it now. Once you're further along, your body will be heavy and you won't have the energy for these things." Shirtingyu thought about it and agreed. She was a beginner, so she naturally didn't know much. Shirmuhan took out a small notebook from his pocket. Shirtingyu leaned over to look and was surprised. Turns out it was a list of things to prepare for the baby. Clothes, soft-soled shoes, socks, diapers, bibs, and so on. "Shall I take you shopping for some cotton fabric today?" Shirmuhan suggested, noticing she hadn't prepared anything yet. Shirtingyu had no objections. Since she was still feeling light, it was good to get these things ready in advance. "You were born in the summer, so this time I bought you a few comfortable dresses suitable for sitting postpartum." Shirtingyu nodded repeatedly, as this was very important. When she was planning to have a baby, she thought about many things but didn't consider the postpartum period. The siblings drove away together. They went to the department store in the city. As the child's uncle, Shirmuhan said he was not short of money. He chose only the best cotton fabrics. Shirtingyu looked at the colors of the cotton, and in the end, she picked light, soft colors. They bought quite a few, which could also be used to make diapers later. At this moment, Shirtingyu especially missed modern-day diapers. Originally, Shirtingyu wanted to buy ready-made dresses, but she realized it was the end of the year, and it was very cold, so there were no dresses for sale. They looked around and decided to wait until the weather warmed up to buy more. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar female voice came from behind Shi Tingyu. Sister Shi. She turned around and saw Chen Wenting excitedly running toward her. Shi Muhan quickly stepped in front of Shi Tingyu, worried she might accidentally bump into his sister. Chen Wenting instinctively stopped her car, and when she saw Shi Muhan's face clearly, her eyes lit up.
Who are you?
Are you Sister Shi's friend? Shi Muhan looked at Shi Tingyu with some confusion. In today's society, when men and women go shopping together, it's usually only with their spouses or close relatives. What is this young girl thinking? Shi Tingyu felt a bit headache. Chen Wenting had just returned from abroad recently and probably hadn't adjusted yet. Shi Tingyu said, "This is my older brother." Hearing that, Chen Wenting's eyes brightened even more. "Oh, so your brother Shi. Hello, my name is Chen Wenting." When she extended her hand, Shi Muhan politely shook it and then let go. At this moment, Chen Wenting also noticed that Shi Muhan seemed a bit cold toward her. She looked at Shi Tingyu and asked, "Sister Shi, are you here to buy clothes? Want to look around together?" Shi Tingyu pointed to what Shi Muhan was holding and said, "We finished shopping and are about to go home." Chen Wenting looked disappointed. She glanced at Shi Muhan's handsome face and said, "I've almost finished shopping too. Why don't we go back together?" Shi Muhan looked puzzled. Chen Wenting's thoughts were still westernized. Shi Muhan's appearance seemed to match her aesthetic perfectly, and she felt she had fallen in love at first sight. She wanted to pursue him. Shi Tingyu didn't really like dealing with people with such personalities. Because she was too enthusiastic and proactive, it made her feel a bit overwhelmed, and she was also a little noisy. "We'll be going back to the family residence soon, but it might not be on the way." She remembered that Professor Chen and his group were at the Jinling Biological Research Institute, which was in a completely different direction. The young girl's intentions were a bit too obvious. Shi Tingyu said it wasn't convenient to go together, so Chen Wenting had to give up on the idea of accompanying them. Finally, she shyly asked Shi Muhan, "Big brother Shi, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me?" Shi Muhan blinked, thinking to himself, when did all the women become so bold? Shi Muhan didn't know that she had just returned from abroad not long ago, but he still needed to say what he thought. "Sorry, I don't plan to look for a partner." Chen Wenting looked at herself and was quite confused. "Am I not pretty?" Chen Wenting was tall, with a tan complexion, well-defined features, and was wearing a beige coat that looked very fashionable. Every time she went out, she received admiring looks from men. She was very confident about her appearance and figure. Shi Muhan glanced at her and answered vaguely, "I don't like trouble." After saying that, he politely nodded at her and left with Shi Tingyu. Chen Wenting looked puzzled, only realizing after a while that he thought she was trouble. But what was wrong with her? Knowing who the other person was made it easier. If one try didn't work, she would try again. She believed she could win him over. On the way back in the car, Shi Tingyu told Shi Muhan about Chen Wenting. When he heard that the last time Lu Weiguo was injured was because of Chen Wenting, his brow couldn't help but furrow. As soldiers who often went on missions, he disliked situations where a team member was uncooperative, as it could cause unnecessary injuries or deaths. They were all brothers who could be trusted to back each other up, and no one wanted to see their comrades get hurt. Seeing that Shi Muhan had no interest in Chen Wenting, Shi Tingyu stopped talking about her. She was curious and asked, "Brother, what kind of girl do you like? Recently, many people have been asking about you." "People asking about me?" Shi Muhan was surprised. "I've only been back a few days." He listened to you smile and said, "You don't know how charming you are. Look, you've inherited our family's good genes. You're good-looking, hard-working, and caring. It's true what they say, a man who can handle both the social and the kitchen is rare." Shi Muhan was flattered by Yu's praise and then asked, "Who is better, me or Lu Weiguo?" Silence filled the room, deafening. Shi Muhan looked at her impatiently and said, "You're so useless." Yu smiled politely and said, "Both of us have our good points. That's what you call having different strengths." Shi Muhan snorted. Yu quickly changed the subject. "Brother, you haven't said what kind of person you're looking for?" Shi Muhan looked straight ahead and said calmly, "I don't want to find anyone right now. You was surprised? Are you serious? I thought you were joking when you said your child would take care of you in old age. Shermuhan smiled a little. It's not that I won't look for someone, but I prefer to be selective. Having seen many relationships between parents, he didn't want to rush into marriage just because of age. In his view, there's no perfect age or perfect person for marriage. Only genuine love makes someone want to marry. Otherwise, it's better to stay single and free. You didn't press him further. Her parents were open-minded and didn't care much about these things. If it weren't for her wanting to escape a fate of being sent away, they wouldn't have actively arranged blind dates. They believed that if marriage didn't work out, divorce was an option. But after being sent away with no rights and freedoms, it could even be dangerous. In later generations, many people didn't want to marry and they saw marriage clearly. All right then, just choose carefully. When you find someone you want to marry her. If you can't find anyone, then let the baby in my belly take care of you, you said, touching her stomach. Shermuhan looked at her belly with gentle eyes. When they got home, you took some cloth and went to find Qi Shui. One person shouldn't bother two masters. Last time, she did a good job making four-piece bedding, so this time she went to her again. Qi Shui happily accepted the order. She realized that the wife of this leader's family was a big client. Lu Weiguo was her man's boss, and when she made the four-piece bedding, she didn't expect to charge money. The bedding was simple but durable, and for her husband's career, a little money didn't matter. But you refused to accept payment no matter what. She saw that the other person was different from the boss's wives she'd met before, who liked to take advantage. So, she didn't insist further. I didn't expect that just a few days had passed, and the other person had already sent her more business. Qi Shui was working on making a cotton coat. Sure Tingyu noticed that her clothes were quite well made, not worse than those made by old tailors, and she even added some small, unique designs to make the simple cotton coat look more fashionable. She thought she could ask Qi Shui to help make 2 dresses later, which would be a good way to get what she wanted. After giving instructions on what she needed, Shi Tingyu left. On the way, she met Lu Wenchang walking toward her. Shi Tingyu remembered how Lu Wenchang had acted cold and pretended not to recognize her when they met some time ago, so she simply looked straight ahead and walked past without stopping. Lu Wenchang quickly called out to her, "Teacher Shi, wait a moment." Shi Tingyu was surprised and turned around. When did Lu Wenchang start calling her so politely? She never heard her call her that when she was still a teacher. Now that she had resigned, Lu Wenchang was calling her Teacher Shi. Lu Wenchang's face turned red, but thinking of Shi Tingyu's older brother, she felt a bit better. "Teacher Shi, are you going home?" Shi Tingyu didn't want to chat with her here and asked directly, "Do you have something to say?" Lu Wenchang hesitated. Shi Tingyu wasn't interested in probing further. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Lu Wenchang clenched her teeth and suddenly apologized to Shi Tingyu. "Teacher Shi, I was wrong before. I want to apologize and hope we can become friends in the future." Shi Tingyu looked at her with a confused expression. She saw Lu Wenchang hesitating before speaking again. "Are you still sleepy?" Lu Wenchang glared at her after hearing that. "What are you talking about?" "I'm just apologizing to you." Shi Tingyu responded with an "oh" and said, "All right, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go back now." This time, Lu Wenchang didn't have the courage to continue speaking. After she returned home, she thought about it and felt that this was a good start. She had apologized to Shi Tingyu, so next time, she could get closer. She was sure she could visit her at her house someday. Su Qiaoyue was preparing food for the children when she saw her younger sister-in-law return. At first, her younger sister-in-law had been staying in a dorm when she was accepted into the arts troupe, but later she found that living in the dorm wasn't as good as she thought. There were too many people, and conflicts often arose over small matters. It was more comfortable to live at home. So she moved back and paid her 5 yuan each month. Su Qiaoyue asked, "You said you wanted to go to the city to see movies with your friends. Why are you back now?" Lu Wenchang did not answer her sister-in-law's question but spoke shyly. "Sister-in-law, what do you think of Teacher Shi's older brother?" She remembered that her sister-in-law and Shi Tingyu seemed to have been in the same office before and appeared to get along well. Su Qiaoyue looked at Lu Wenchang with a strange expression. Could she have a crush on Teacher Shi's older brother? Thinking this, Su Qiaoyue suddenly shivered. Oh my, what kind of face am I showing? Does she not know her own character? It's not that this younger sister-in-law is bad or disliked by everyone, but she has a bad temper, is often petty, and tends to act selfishly. Her personality is so difficult that even her own brother can't stand her. How dare she have thoughts about the Shi family members? Not to mention now, when the Shi family's parents were relocated, no one would have looked favorably on her, let alone now. It's not that she, as the sister-in-law, is trying to boost her own status at the expense of her family. With the conditions of the eldest brother of the Shi family, it wouldn't be hard for him to find a gentle, caring, non-problematic partner. Only someone with a brain malfunction would think of someone like her younger sister-in-law. Seeing her sister-in-law silent for a long time, Lu Wenchang hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, say something." Su Qiaoyue frowned and replied impatiently, "Lower your voice. Are you worried that the neighbors don't know your thoughts?" Lu Wenchang's face flushed red, feeling angry but unable to speak out. It's fine to talk about this in front of her own sister-in-law because she knew her personality and wouldn't let family shame spread outside. But if others found out, she wouldn't get any good results. Well, sister-in-law, you tell me. I'm not young anymore. I should find someone suitable. If I marry well, you all will benefit too. I heard that Teacher Shi's parents might be making good money. The main point is, the Shi family only has the eldest brother, so the money from Shi's father and mother would eventually be theirs, right? Su Qiaoyue took the steamed eggs out of the pot and seriously said to Lu Wenchang, even if Teacher Shi's eldest brother is perfect in every way, that's not something you should be thinking about. Before Su Qiaoyue finished speaking, Lu Wenchang was anxious. Why can't I have a crush on him? He's just a company commander, and I'm still in high school. Su Qiaoyue, don't you feel guilty saying that? If you really think he's just a company commander and not capable, then why are you asking me this now? You know better than anyone how good his conditions are. Seeing that the other person wanted to say more, Su Qiaoyue immediately interrupted her. People have beauty, skills, and a good family background. Do you have anything outstanding? And do you think, given your relationship with Teacher Shi, their family would accept you as a daughter-in-law? Lu Wenchang was speechless from the retort. After a long pause, she hesitantly said, I even apologized to Teacher Shi before. Plus, I saved her once. It's not like we're enemies. It's true you're not enemies, but your personality and way of dealing with people are obvious to everyone. Their family wouldn't like someone like you. Su Qiaoyue didn't want to be so blunt, but it was better to end her sister-in-law's hopes early than to keep hitting a wall. Lu Wenchang felt her eyes sting with anger. Was she really that bad? She couldn't believe her own sister-in-law wouldn't help her when things went wrong, and even spoke like that. She shouldn't have come to talk about this. She didn't believe that without Su Qiaoyue's help, she couldn't succeed. Seeing that her sister-in-law wasn't listening anymore, Su Qiaoyue shook her head and stopped asking, then turned around to serve the egg custard to the children. Lu Wenchang saw this and immediately turned to leave. After returning home, Shirtingyu kept feeling that something was wrong. Someone like Lu Wenchang wouldn't easily admit defeat. There must be something she wanted from her, but she couldn't remember what it was at the moment. She didn't know that the last time she went out with her brother, they were seen by someone who then fell in love with her brother at first sight. Shirtingyu didn't think much of her chance encounter with Chen Wenting and Lu Wenchang that day. But a few days later, they unexpectedly came to her door. When Shirtingyu opened the door, she was stunned. Why were these two here? Were they close? Chen Wenting was carrying some skincare products, which looked expensive. She was dressed carefully today, exuding a refined, fashionable vibe. Next to her, Lu Wenchang's outfit was also different from before. She had changed her hair accessory and was wearing a military uniform issued by the arts troupe. Shirtingyu asked confusedly, "Do you two know each other? Is there something you came for?" Chen Wenting looked toward the yard and was about to hand something to Shirtingyu. "It's nothing much. I came because of what happened earlier. My issue caused Captain Lu to get hurt. I wanted to check on his recovery." Shirtingyu just chuckled. "He's been fine for a long time. Why come now?" Lu Wenchang looked at Chen Wenting with disdain. Everyone knows Captain Lu's injury was already healed long ago. He's been training normally for quite some time. It's not too early for you to come now. Lu Wenchang was speaking sarcastically, and Chen Wenting understood her meaning. She felt a little guilty but still said, Sister Sure, please don't mind. These nutritional supplements are bought specifically for Captain Lu. Let me take them inside for you. As she spoke, she took back the items she had intended to give to Shi Tingyu. She initially offered them because she thought Shi Tingyu wouldn't chase her away, but now she withdrew them because she felt her purpose was seen through and was worried she wouldn't be allowed in. Her mind was full of complicated thoughts, all supported by her acting skills. Shi Tingyu understood Chen Wenting's goal. Because she knew her intentions, she couldn't let her in. If something happened inside, it would be hard to explain. Thinking this, she said firmly, no need. My husband went on a mission, and it was his responsibility to bring Professor Chen and others back to the country. You can take these things back.
He's already fine now.
If you openly bring things here, I worry it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Chen Wenting felt a bit embarrassed, but thought she liked Shi Muhan and couldn't give up because of a small setback. She said, All right, I will take the things back later. I wonder if I can come in and sit for a while. I've been traveling a long way, and I'm a bit tired. This time, before Shi Tingyu could speak, Lu Wenchang interrupted, Are you deaf? It's obvious they don't want you here. If I were you, I'd leave now. Chen Wenting was not the type to swallow her anger. Hearing this, she replied directly, Whether I can come in or not is Sister Shi's decision. Who do you think you are? Lu Wenchang glared at her with wide eyes. She knew what the other was up to, dressed so brightly, probably just trying to catch the attention of the eldest brother of the Shi family. Even if she guessed wrong, she wouldn't allow her to go in. She thought she looked quite spirited, but compared to Chen Wenting, she still felt she was lacking. If the eldest brother of the Shi family liked this woman, she would be out of luck. Shi Tingyu no longer paid attention to Chen Wenting and instead asked Lu Wenchang, What are you here for? She was so annoyed that she didn't even want to bother with politeness anymore. When Shi Tingyu asked this, Lu Wenchang's face involuntarily turned red. Shi Tingyu looked at her and had the strange feeling she was seeing a nervous person. She wondered, is there something wrong? Just asking a question, and she's blushing like that. Lu Wenchang softly said, Teacher Shi, I don't mean anything bad. We have many misunderstandings. I already apologized to you before, and now I just want to see if you forgive me. Shi Tingyu felt shocked. What's wrong with this woman? Has she lost her mind? You saved me before. I don't plan to pursue the past. I'm pregnant now, and not feeling well. If you want to find someone to play with, go look elsewhere. Lu Wenchang's heart sank. Her tone suggested she didn't want a close relationship with her. However, she didn't want to give up on such a good man. I'm not looking to play with anyone. I just want to chat with you. Shi Tingyu. Does she not understand people? She looked at both of them and said directly, Sorry, both of you. I'm not feeling well right now, and really don't have the energy to entertain you. Please go back. After saying that, she closed the door. As soon as the door was shut, Muhan stepped forward. How is it? I heard something was off in your words. When Shi Tingyu opened the door, he was washing vegetables by the well and had been listening all along. He roughly understood that Chen Wenting was targeting him, so he didn't go over. If the other person saw him and kept pestering, it wouldn't be good. This isn't a foreign country. Men and women still need to be cautious. As for the other woman, he truly didn't recognize her and had no impression of her at all. Listening to his sister's conversation with her, it seemed there was some past conflict between them. Nothing much. Chen Wenting probably came for you. As for Lu Wenchang, Shi Tingyu remembered her slightly red face when she spoke and looked at her brother with a strange expression. I think she might also be after you.
Muhan looked innocent.
I haven't even seen her. You haven't seen her, but that doesn't mean she hasn't seen you. Muhan had no words to reply. Thinking about her recent conversation with Lu Wenchang, Muhan frowned and asked, How did Lu Wenchang save you? Shi Tingyu felt guilty. Oh, she slipped up. His face was very serious now. Shi Tingyu knew she couldn't hide anything at this moment. Luckily, she's fine now and nothing's wrong. She then told him about her and Lu Wenchang's past conflicts and the kidnapping incident. Mu-han listened and felt a wave of fear. Guowei was too lenient with you. When your baby is born, you need to practice more. Shi Tingyu promised, even if you don't tell me, I will train well. Actually, I'm doing pretty well now. Shi Muchan scolded her. After your pregnancy, I returned all the training to the master. Shi Tingyu felt that there was really no way to talk about this anymore. Seeing her sister looking angry, Shi Muchan's expression softened again. He rubbed her head and said, let's forget about this matter. As for Lu Wenchang, just treat her as a stranger from now on. Her personality isn't suitable for being your friend. Shi Tingyu agreed. Just as they finished talking, they heard noise and commotion outside the door. Soon, Sister Zhang from next door was leaning over the wall shouting for help. Shi Tingyu saw Sister Zhang's head sticking out from the wall and asked, what happened, sister? Recently, Sister Zhang had gotten used to leaning on the wall. She straightforwardly said, girl, Lu Wenchang and the woman who just came to your door had a fight. Shi Tingyu was shocked. What kind of move was this? She wanted to go see what was happening, but Shi Muchan disagreed. You're pregnant now. If they accidentally hurt you, what will we do?
I'll go.
Shi Tingyu quickly grabbed Shi Muchan, who was about to go.
You can't go either, she said.
She was now almost sure that Lu Wenchang was coming for her older brother. Otherwise, why would Lu Wenchang and Chen Wenting, who had no grudges or conflicts recently, fight? If her brother went, no matter how many words they said, it wouldn't be enough to explain. It might even ruin her brother's reputation. Sister Zhang probably understood why the two women fought and sighed quietly. Nowadays, women are getting bolder. I think you all shouldn't go. After all, they didn't fight right in front of your house. Whether it rains or not, or whether a girl gets married, no matter what others say, it won't change anything. As long as you know what's going on inside, that's enough. That was why she told them from the wall. If she had come openly to notify them at the door, the neighbors would gossip about the Shi family's children. Shi Tingyu and Shi Muchan listened to Sister Zhang's words and didn't go out. It really didn't concern them much. Who knew what kind of trouble the two women got into after they left? That night, Lu Weigua came home, and Shi Tingyu told him what happened. Lu Weigua said, don't worry. This isn't your fault, and they wouldn't dare come after you. Lu Wenchang definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Now, there are strict rules about women's conduct. Lu Wenchang probably knew. At a small level, it was common for two women to fight if they disagreed. But if it involved Shi Muchan, it was a different matter altogether. After all, Shi Muhan didn't do anything wrong, and he doesn't even know who Lu Wenchang is. If rumors link Shi Muhan to Lu Wenchang, it could force Lu Wenchang to leave, because of the gossip. The only person to worry about is Chen Wenting. She is different from Lu Wenchang. She just returned from abroad and doesn't know much about the situation at home. We can only hope that Professor Chen and others will guide her well and not speak carelessly. Shi Tingyu trusts Lu Weigua, a native born in the 1970s. However, things are calm on Lu Wenchang's side, but Chen Wenting's side is still troubled. She went to the cultural troupe and reported Lu Wenchang. Currently, the military reform hasn't happened yet, and members of the cultural troupe are considered soldiers. Fighting is serious, especially if someone reports it. It's a big problem. Lu Wenchang and Chen Wenting fought, and Chen Wenting was injured. Lu Wenchang, having military training, is physically stronger and more skilled than Chen Wenting, so Chen Wenting got hurt. Her injury was mainly on her face. Her face was swollen from the hit, while Lu Wenchang was hurt on her neck and hands, with scratches from Chen Wenting's long nails. Professor Chen and his wife cherish their only daughter, Chen Wenting, very much. Now that her face is injured, they can't accept it easily. That's why Chen Wenting went to the military to complain. When Lu Weigua returned that night, he told Shi Tingyu the details. The situation is quite serious. Professor Chen and the others have special status and just returned to the country recently. Being publicly humiliated like this is taken very seriously. Shi Tingyu was a bit anxious. This won't involve my brother, right? Lu Weigua gave her a reassuring look. Neither of them mentioned Big Brother. But even if they did, it wouldn't matter. His brother-in-law's attitude is clear. They're not hanging on, and neither of them even entered the room. Professor Chen and his wife also consider that he saved them once, so they won't say anything. Sure Tiyu felt relieved. That's good. Sometimes, as an officer, responsibility isn't always yours, but your status can still get you into trouble. Lu Weigua smiled and comforted her. It's not as serious as you think. My parents-in-law are not easy to deal with. They've just been rehabilitated, and no one dares to cause trouble now. If someone really causes trouble, it would be a direct slap in the face to the higher-ups. That night, the Lu family was in chaos, and Lu Wenchang cried so hard her eyes were swollen. Brother, what should I do now? Am I going to be expelled from the cultural troupe? Lu Wenbin angrily shouted. Why are you crying? Do you even have the right to cry? Lu Wenchang immediately stopped crying. At this moment, only her older brother could save her. Seeing her sister's hopeful look, Lu Wenbin wiped his face and spoke in a serious tone. Tomorrow, go apologize to Chen Wenting. Mainly, let Professor Chen and the others see your attitude. The key issue isn't with Chen Wenting but with Professor Chen and the others. As long as Professor Chen doesn't keep pushing this matter, there is still a chance to resolve it. Lu Wenchang felt like she was holding back a burst of anger, trembling all over. It was Chen Wenting who spoke harshly, otherwise she wouldn't have hit her. Now she was being asked to apologize. Just thinking about it made her chest feel tight and painful. She was furious. Seeing her sister's expression, Lu Wenbin frowned. This whole thing started because you hit someone first. Remember, you're a soldier. Do you know how many soldiers have been expelled for fighting? Fighting within the military is usually tolerated if it's not serious, but it's still a reprimand. However, if soldiers fight civilians, it's a different matter. If you want to keep your job, do as I say. Lu Wenchang could only reluctantly agree. The next day, Lu Wenbin took Lu Wenchang to see Professor Chen. Their attitude didn't soften just because of the apology. Although they are researchers, they also have good judgment. Lu Wenchang apologized, but there was little remorse in her eyes, even a hint of hatred. He knew his daughter was naive. If Lu Wenchang stayed here, he felt she would get into trouble sooner or later. The Lu siblings arrived quickly and left just as fast. The Chen family made it clear they wouldn't compromise. After the Lu siblings left, Chen Wenting immediately smiled. Dad, we definitely can't let her get away with this. Professor Chen looked at his daughter sternly. Don't be too harsh. Lu Wenchang's brother is a soldier. We can't be too extreme in our actions. Mrs. Chen also sighed helplessly, looking at her daughter. Once this is over, you're not allowed to go to the military district. Chen Wenting looked at her mother in disbelief. What about me and Brother Shi? This time, Mrs. Chen was firm. You only met him once. How deep could your feelings be? After such an incident, the Shi family definitely won't agree. Forget about it. There is one more thing she saw very clearly. The Shi family's child is indeed good-looking, but what makes his daughter so obsessed is not just his appearance, but also his identity as a soldier. Their entire family was brought back by soldiers, and her daughter has a special fondness for soldiers in her words. If Lu Weigua hadn't looked the way her daughter disliked, Madame Chen thinks her daughter might have fallen for Lu Weigua. So, she doesn't believe her daughter has deep feelings for him. She believes that outsiders see things more clearly than those involved. She sees the situation much more clearly than her daughter. In a while, when they find a soldier with better looks for her daughter, she won't be infatuated for long. Chen Wenting has always been most afraid not of her father, but of her seemingly weak mother. Seeing her mother speak so decisively, she no longer dared to cause trouble. In the end, after discussions between the Chen family, the Lu family, and the cultural troupe, Lu Wenchang's relationship was transferred back to their hometown. This means Lu Wenchang will leave the military district. Lu Wenbin let out a deep sigh of relief. Although the relationship was transferred to a local unit, his sister's job was still safe. She was just moved from the military district cultural troupe to a local one. He thought to himself, this is for the best. His sister's reputation here was already bad. Going back, with her work, it wouldn't be hard for her to find a job as a worker. It also eased his mother's worries. When you heard this news, she wasn't very surprised. Lu and Chong had suffered some setbacks regarding her status, but going back to settle down wasn't a bad thing. It kept her from becoming too spoiled in Jinling Military District. Soon, December passed, and it was now the 7th year. In January, Shermuhan's leave to visit family ended, and he returned to the team. He left with deep reluctance. With the new year approaching in February, the family knew they wouldn't be able to celebrate together this year. But at least, they had been reunited during his leave. After Shermuhan left, Chen Wenting's side was completely quiet. Shi Tingyu knew that the other side had given up. Looking at her husband's fierce face, which didn't match modern standards of beauty, Shi Tingyu felt very relieved. If he had been like her brother, attracting so much attention, she might have been very annoyed. On January 25th, Lu Weiguo took Shi Tingshu and her mother, who wanted to check her daughter's health, to the hospital for follow-up. The doctor examined her and smiled, saying, "The child's condition is very good. No need to worry. Regular movement will help with future childbirth." Lu Weiguo carefully remembered the doctor's advice and then took his wife and mother-in-law home. He only took half a day off. In the afternoon, he had to go back for training. In the afternoon, Shi Tingyu was bored and preparing to go shopping for New Year supplies with her mother. The New Year is about 2 weeks away. Whether at the supply store near the military camp or at the city's department store, there are many people. This year is definitely more lively than last year. Life is getting better. Shi Tingyu and her mother bought a lot of things. When they realized it, they had bought too much at once. In the end, her mother carried everything and loaded it onto the bicycle. But because there was so much, they could only push the bike along. Fortunately, the supply store is not far from the camp. After walking for about 10 minutes, Shi Tingyu suddenly felt her heart jump, and she felt a little uneasy. She quickly scanned her surroundings and saw 2 people following them from an alley about 50 meters behind. Shi Tingyu quietly moved closer to her mother. She searched her tools in her space. Since she was kidnapped by spies last time, she had stored many useful items in her space. There was sleeping powder, homemade chili water, a wooden stick, and a dagger. Making the sleeping powder took her a lot of effort. Her mother was talking to her and sensed her distraction, asking worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Shi Tingyu shook her head and said, "No, I was just thinking about something." Her mother responded with a no. It's not that Shi Tingyu refused to tell her mother, but her mother was too cautious. If she knew they were being followed, she might do something brave to protect her and the baby in her belly. That's not what she wanted to see. Just then 3 people rode past on bikes. Shi Tingyu saw that one of them was Lu Saixia, the wife of Captain Li Dongsheng of the 723rd Regiment. Before Lu Weiguo was promoted to regiment commander, he was a company commander under the 723rd Regiment. When the former company commander, Chen Chong, was promoted to deputy regiment commander, Li Dongsheng was transferred to replace him. Last year during the New Year, their families had a dinner together. Although they didn't interact much, they would nod or say hello when they met. Shi Tingyu called out to her, "Sister-in-law Li." Lu Saixia stopped her bike when she heard this. The 2 women beside her also stopped. Shi Tingyu smiled and approached, saying, "Sister-in-law Li, are you here shopping for New Year's goods too?" Shi Tingyu is very pretty, and when she genuinely wants to talk to someone, she makes others feel like spring breeze. The other 2 women looked a bit surprised too. Captain Lu's wife is quite well known in their neighborhood. People always saw her as a distant, elegant figure, but surprisingly, she is quite friendly. Shi Tingyu used her space scanning function and noticed that after Sister Li and the others stopped, the 2 people following them also paused. When Sister Li and the others approached, she said, "I've mostly finished buying the New Year supplies a while ago. Today, I just came to finish up and fill in what I missed earlier." Lu Saixia, who is considerate, saw Shi Tingyu and her mother pushing bikes loaded with quite a few things. She said, "My bike has fewer things. If yours can't hold everything, you can put some on my bike." She then looked at the bikes of neighbors Sister Qian and Sister Zhuang, which still had some space. Sister Qian and Sister Zhuang's bikes can also carry a few things. Shi Tingyu was very grateful and said, "That really helps me a lot." Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long it would take to walk. Sister Qian and Sister Zhuang quickly replied, "It's nothing. We're all from the same big neighborhood."
Just helping out.
So Lu Saixia and the other two sisters helped carry the things for Shi Tingyu and her mother. Putting some items on one bike reduced their load quite a bit. Shi's mother looked at her daughter. Usually, her daughter was the least willing to deal with strangers, so today was strange. But she didn't say anything at the moment. With fewer things, Shi Tingyu and her mother could ride their bikes more easily. They followed Sister Li and the others back home. Because they were caring for Shi Tingyu, who was pregnant, they rode slowly. Shi Tingyu secretly looked back, and in the distance, two men dressed in dark blue were staring at them intently. They were a bit far away, so she couldn't see their faces clearly. Shi Tingyu kept paying attention to the two people scanned by her space. After riding for a while, their signals disappeared. She silently let out a breath of relief. On the way, she chatted and laughed with the sisters, and time passed quickly. Soon, they arrived at the neighborhood. The sisters helped her carry the things into her home. After putting everything down, they were about to leave, but Shi Tingyu stopped them. "Wait a moment, sisters. I have some vegetables from my yard."
Please take a few to try.
Shi Tingyu grew seasonal vegetables that looked better than usual, but she controlled her spiritual spring water well, so they didn't seem out of place. Sister Qian and Sister Zhuang knew about Captain Lu's family vegetables, but Sister Lu Saixia didn't. The two women felt a bit happy but also a little shy as they spoke. "It's not easy to grow vegetables in winter," they said. Shi Tingyu smiled and pointed to her vegetable garden. "Sisters-in-law, you see, I have plenty of vegetables in my yard. There's more than we can eat." Hearing this, the two sisters-in-law no longer refused. However, they were sensible and didn't take too many. Some of the less common vegetables they left untouched. Seeing this, Shi's mother picked some other vegetables and handed them to them. Both women gratefully accepted. Shi Tingyu noticed that Sister Li didn't move and said, "Sister Li, look and see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Otherwise, I can pick some for you." Since Sister Li was pregnant, she didn't want to bother others and happily picked some of her favorite vegetables. When the three of them left, they felt a little embarrassed. Sister Qian said, "Teacher Shi, you're being too kind." Shi Tingyu just smiled and said, "It's just some vegetables. It's nothing." After they left, Shi's mother and Shi Tingyu carried the things into the main hall and sat down. Shi's mother asked, "What's wrong with you today? You seem strange." Now that the threat was gone, Shi Tingyu didn't hide anything. She didn't know if the people were after her or her mother, so she opened up more to be cautious. Shi's mother heard that someone was following her on the way back. She was so frightened she broke out in cold sweat on such a cold day. "You girl, how could you not tell me about such a big thing?" she scolded. Shi Tingyu tried to please her mother, holding her hand. "Mom, I was about to tell you. I just happened to meet Sister Li and the others. I was worried they might ride past too quickly, so I forgot to tell you." Her mother sighed in relief. "Luckily, we met Sister Li and the others. Otherwise, we'd be in real danger." She thought for a moment and said, "Next time, we shouldn't go out. If we do, we should wait until Wei Guo is resting. With him with me, I'd feel safer." Shi Tingyu quickly agreed. This time, they were lucky. Next time, she would wait until Wei Guo was resting before going out. Thinking about the people following them, Shi Tingyu said, "I don't know if they're after me or after you." Her mother also frowned deeply, feeling that this time, the danger might be aimed at her. She hadn't forgotten that she and old Shi still had an important set of research data. After this recent vindication, the main focus was on following up with this project. Once the data was verified, the weapons in the military zone would be updated again. Now was a critical time to verify the data, and they couldn't afford any mistakes. After this incident, Mother Shi did not rush to go back. She and Shi Tingyu carefully sorted the items they bought. They only left when Lu Weiguo returned. The family compound and the research institute's residential building are very close. There are often soldiers coming and going nearby, so Mother Shi is not worried about safety. When she returned, she told Shi's father about what happened. After thinking for a moment, Shir's father said, "I will report the situation to the office tomorrow." Such matters should not be kept secret. Given their work, they have received many safety lessons. Meanwhile, Lu Weigua also felt scared after learning about this. He reached out and hugged his wife, saying, "Next time I go out with you, I will go with you." His wife used to be quite capable, but now she is pregnant, so her strength is greatly reduced. Lu Weigua shares the same view as Shir's father. This incident probably targeted Mother Shir. After all, Shir Tingyu's previous work was not dangerous, and he is confident that the spy agency handled the image issue thoroughly, with no leaks. However, his parents-in-law are not so safe. After dinner, Lu Weigua took Shir Tingyu and Li Jian for a walk to the Research Institute's residential building, where they met Shir's parents. They discussed their opinions about being followed that afternoon. Lu Weigua highly approved of Shir's father's approach. "I will mention it to my superiors too, to see if they can send someone to protect you until the verification work is done. The Weapons Research Institute and their military area are connected, so this is not difficult." The next day, Shir's father reported the stalking incident to his superiors, who took it seriously. After coordinating with the military area, they sent 2 highly capable soldiers to protect them closely. At this point, Shir Tingyu felt half relieved. Until the verification was complete, she couldn't truly relax. That day, Lu Weigua received a call from his mother. When the little soldier mentioned his phone, Lu Weigua was surprised, thinking something was wrong at home. But when he heard his mother's strong voice, he relaxed. "Mom, is there something you want?" Mother Lu said, "Isn't the new year coming soon? I haven't seen my daughter-in-law in a long time. I wonder if it's convenient for me to visit and take care of Xiuyu for a while." She knew some young people didn't like living with their parents, so she asked first. If it wasn't possible, she wouldn't insist. To get along well with her daughter-in-law, she knew she shouldn't push her too hard. Lu Weigua found it a bit funny. "It's not inconvenient at all. As long as you have some free time at work, just come over." Lu's mother said, "There's no rush. Talk with your wife first. If it's okay, just call the textile factory. If you feel uncomfortable, I can cook something and send it to you later." Lu Weigua knew Shir Tingyu well. She wasn't the type to reject her mother-in-law. "Just come, and I'll pick you up at the station. Xiaoyu has already said she wants you to visit when you have time." Lu's mother felt reassured and praised. "It's good that my daughter-in-law thinks of me. All right, I'll ask for leave from the factory later." At her age, she didn't lack money or food, so taking leave to care for her pregnant daughter-in-law was no problem. As a military family member, Lu's mother had some privileges. Anyway, she wouldn't be paid during her leave. Knowing Lu's mother was coming made Shir Tingyu very happy. After her brother left, she had to prepare her own lunch. It wasn't that she couldn't spend money to eat at the canteen, but the food there was mainly for soldiers. Sometimes, when she suddenly craved a specific dish, it was hard to ask the chef to make it. Since quitting her job, Shir Tingyu had turned her west room into a studio. But the bedding and wardrobe were still complete. She looked around. With a little tidying, it could be lived in. The next day, Lu's mother called and shared her train details. Knowing her mother was coming for the new year, Shir's family took it seriously. They even said if the house was too messy, she could stay at home. Their house had been renovated, and since their daughter was married, the old couple's 3 rooms felt a bit empty. To prepare for Lu's mother's visit, Shir's mother also bought some towels, cotton slippers, and basins, and brought them to the family compound after work. That evening, Lu Weigua came home and was very touched when he saw the items his mother-in-law had prepared. 2 days later, Lu Weigua took leave to go to the station to pick her up. Shir Tingyu initially wanted to go with him, but was refused by Lu Weigua. Shir Tingyu wanted to sigh. She felt that Lu Weigua thought pregnant women were too fragile. She was already over 3 months pregnant now. Everything was fine, and she could go anywhere. She planned to tell her mother-in-law to give Lu Weigua a good talk when she arrived. When Lu's mother arrived, she unloaded quite a few things from the train. Shir Tingyu also saw some live chickens packed in sacks and eggs neatly buried in straw in a basket. "Mrs. Lu was worried that Shitinjia might dislike the chickens and think they were dirty. She smiled and explained, These chickens are raised by your grandma and them. When I knew I was coming, I brought some to help you strengthen your body. The eggs are also from these chickens. I will take care of them later, making sure everything is clean." Shitinjiu walked over, holding Mrs. Lu's hand with a touched expression. "Mom, thank you for your hard work. You brought so many good things from so far away. We don't have much here, just a big yard. I put everything outside, and it doesn't smell bad." Mrs. Lu smiled and patted Lu Weigua, who was staring at her daughter-in-law. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and carry the things inside." She actually wanted to bring some cured meat, but she noticed Shitinjiu liked fresh food, so she didn't bring any. However, she brought a lot of money and tickets, sewn into her inner clothes. If she wanted fresh meat later, she could buy it herself. Since the year was ending, the training at the camp wasn't busy. Lu Weigua took a day off to help Mrs. Lu tidy up and cook a meal. Mrs. Lu knew her son's cooking skills were not bad, so she was about to get up to change shifts with him when Shitinjiu stopped her. "Mom, you've been on the train for so long. Rest first. Lu Weigua can cook lunch. His skills have improved a lot." Seeing her daughter-in-law hold her back, Mrs. Lu didn't dare to insist and let Lu Weigua cook. She didn't need to do anything for the meal. Her full attention was on Shitinjiu. She looked at her daughter-in-law's unchanged figure and asked with some concern, "Xiuyu, are you not eating well? I see you haven't changed much from before." In winter, with thick clothes, and since Shitinjiu had a small frame, it was hard to tell from her appearance. "Mom, it's okay. I recently went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said everything is fine." Mrs. Lu patted her hand. "As long as you're well, I'll be at ease." Lu Weigua was quick and efficient in cooking, much faster than Shitinjiu. Shitinjiu's cooking was more varied and detailed, so her dishes tasted better. Lu Weigua didn't do those fancy tricks, so his cooking wasn't as good. But Mrs. Lu was still very happy. Her skills had improved somewhat, better than before. She rarely praised her son, saying, "Your cooking skills have improved. Keep practicing, and you'll do even better." Lu Weigua could only listen. Shitinjiu chuckled quietly nearby. Having watched too many family dramas in her previous life, she knew how over-the-top some mother-in-laws could be, worrying about their sons at every move, which was quite frustrating. Mrs. Lu, such a mother-in-law is rare. After lunch, Mrs. Lu started busying herself and refused to take a nap, even when asked. "I don't usually take naps, Xiuyu, you go rest. Guowei is at home. I can call him if needed." Since Shi Tingyu is pregnant, she has the habit of napping, so she didn't refuse this time. She wouldn't change her habits, just because her mother-in-law was visiting. Mrs. Lu and Lu Weigua set up a simple fence near the wall of the vegetable garden, enclosing the chickens brought along. To prevent the chickens from flying out and damaging her flowers and vegetables, they covered the top with netting. Once everything was ready, Mrs. Lu took a moment to look around the yard. Seeing the flowers planted along the wall, she smiled. Despite her easygoing nature, women generally like flowers. Their family lives in a factory staff building without a yard, so they can't really grow flowers or plants. She then looked at the vegetables in the yard and couldn't help but praise, "Honestly, my daughter-in-law is amazing. She takes such good care of this vegetable garden, just as well as the villagers do." Lu Weigua's eyes flickered, and he added, "Yes, she's very meticulous in her care." Mrs. Lu glanced at him and clicked her tongue. "A few years ago, I worried you wouldn't find a wife, but you found the best one. If you weren't my son, I might not like her." Lu Weigua. "That's really his mother. I may look fierce, but I know how to care for people," Mrs. Lu said with a smile. After teasing him about being shameless, she nodded and said, "You're just like your dad in that way. Capable and dependable." She looked around again and found that her younger son's place was better maintained than she expected. Mrs. Lu asked the neighbors nearby and learned that relationships were good. She then carried a bag of roasted peanuts to visit them. Since she was there, she thought she should socialize more. Good relationships with neighbors would help when Weigua was on duty, and they could look out for Xiuyu. Sister-in-law Zhang was also a straightforward person, and her hairstyle was somewhat similar to Mrs. Lu's. The two hit it off immediately. Plus, Auntie Zhang's lively little boy, Zhang de Mao, made Mrs. Lu laugh happily. Mrs. Lu felt proud inside. See, her daughter-in-law is impressive, and the neighbors and children all praise her. Initially, sister-in-law Zhang was worried about Shirtingyu. As someone experienced, she knew well how difficult it could be to get along with a mother-in-law. Seeing Mother Lu like this, I feel happy for Shirtingyu. Just from her casually mentioning her daughter-in-law, it's clear how much she likes her. That evening, Shir's mother and father came to the family compound. Since it was the first time the in-laws visited, they definitely wanted to come and see. This time, 2 tall soldiers were also with Shir's parents. Mother Lu was startled and quietly pulled Shir's mother aside to talk. Mother-in-law, who are those 2? Shir's mother simply said they were there to protect her and old Shir. Hearing this, Mother Lu knew something was going on, but she also understood some things needed to stay secret, so she didn't ask further. It was obvious that soldiers were involved for safety, so the situation must be serious. That night, 7 people had a lively and hearty dinner together. When leaving, Shir's mother invited her to visit their home on Sunday. Since their families became relatives, Mother Lu had never been to her daughter-in-law's house. During these workdays, Mother Lu kept busy, using her talkative skills to quickly get close to the military family inside the compound. She heard many things, good and bad, about Shirtingyu, Aunt Lu, Lu Wenchang, and Chen Wenting. She listened to everything. On the surface, Mother Lu smiled kindly, but inside she was furious at Lu's family and Chen Wenting.
What kind of people are they?
If she had been there, she would have gone straight to confront them, making sure they were scared. Then, they wouldn't dare to treat her daughter-in-law like that anymore. When she returned home, she looked at Shirtingyu painting, full of pity. Such a good girl, suffering this kind of treatment from others. It's just because she's young and her elders aren't around. If they lived in the village, anyone who dared to bully her, she would have slapped them hard. These past few days, Shirtingyu had been practicing her painting. Her works varied in size. Seeing Mother Lu staring at her, thinking she was curious, she said, "Mom, should I draw a picture for you?" Mother Lu was excited and surprised. "You can still draw me?" "Of course." Mother Lu felt a little moved but hesitated. "Will it tire you out?" "No, I'll just sit here and move my hands. Drawing other things is the same." Now Mother Lu felt reassured and looked forward eagerly. "Xiaoyu, are you going to use bright colors? Should I change into a more colorful dress?" At this moment, Mother Lu felt just like she was about to take photos. She cared about it even more than going to take pictures. She had heard that her daughter-in-law's painting was worth a lot of money. When she went abroad, she even had to buy tickets to see her paintings. That took great skill. No wonder she was highly valued. Shirtingyu looked at Mother Lu's clothes. They were clean and tidy, so there was no need to change them. Mother Lu was someone who listened to advice. Whatever Shirtingyu said, she followed. She sat properly in front of Shirtingyu's easel. Seeing this, Shirtingyu said, "Mom, relax. It's okay. Just do what feels comfortable." Mother Lu smiled, thinking about her most comfortable position. It was definitely sitting cross-legged on the bed. But since her daughter-in-law's painting was so stylish, and she was an elderly lady, it might not look good to be sitting cross-legged. She lowered her slightly raised leg and chose a comfortable sitting position. Shirtingyu's skill was so good now that she didn't need to sketch first. She marked a few points and started painting. Mother Lu was considerate. After a while, she told Shirtingyu to stand up and stretch her body. Shirtingyu obediently got up and moved around a bit. Mother Lu came to look at the painting but couldn't tell what it was. It was just some color blocks on a small piece of paper. But she had a good opinion of her daughter-in-law and thought the painting was beautiful. By the afternoon, Shirtingyu finished the portrait of Mother Lu. It was a painting of her with a flower wall in her yard as the background. Even though it was winter and there were no flowers, the buds on the vines looked lively and cheerful. When Mother Lu saw the painting, she was stunned. It was obvious it was her, but she thought she looked better in the painting. It was really well done. "Xiaoyu, can I take this painting home when I go back? I want to show my husband and have him put a frame around it to hang on our wall." "Of course," Shirtingyu said, looking at the oil canvas. Once it's completely dry in a few days, I'll have Weigwa make a wooden frame for it, and I'll mount it for you." Mother Lu was delighted and nodded repeatedly. If she took the painting home, her neighbors would surely envy her. It looked much better and more impressive than their bragging photos. That evening, when Lu Weigwa came home, he received a proud report from Mother Lu. He glanced at Shi Tingyu, who hadn't even painted a picture for him yet. But as a mature man, he didn't show any reaction. However, Shi Tingyu's surprise for Mother Lu was not over yet. The next day, the loudspeaker in the residential area announced something: Shi Tingyu's remittance slip and a package. Shi Tingyu knew that the collectible comic book series had been published. When she brought the items home, Mother Lu saw the amount on the remittance slip. Her hands trembled. She was worried she might have seen it wrong. After confirming several times, Mother Lu was finally truly shocked. Wow, her daughter-in-law's gift this time could match what she and Father Weigwa earned in over 3 years without eating or drinking. Mother Lu looked at the recent royalty fee of 5,600. The books they printed before must have sold quite a few, but she didn't ask further. Their family's 2 brothers are already married and have divided their households, so she no longer manages her son's financial situation. Besides, the money was earned by her daughter-in-law, so technically, her in-laws have more right to ask about it. Shi Tingyu opened the package and looked at the sample of the collector's edition sent over. Mother Lu also curiously leaned over to take a look. They saw 3 books wrapped with a belt bearing an image of the wind chaser, and outside, there was a hardcover shell with gold-embossed words "Loyal Dog." Such high-end packaging made Mother Lu hesitant to touch or handle it. "Xiaoyu, your book looks really good." Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "It's the same content as before, just with new packaging, sold as a set of 3. When she agreed to produce the collector's edition, she also drew some exquisite illustrations for the special edition of Loyal Dog, making it very collectible. When she discussed it with the publisher, she asked them to keep a few extra copies for her. Initially, they kept about 5 copies of the picture books, but this time, the publisher sent her 10 sets of the collector's edition. Mother Lu didn't quite understand these details. Shi Tingyu explained to her, and only then did Mother Lu realize. This was essentially getting paid without paying, an indirect way of taking money. Of course, it wasn't that her daughter-in-law didn't contribute at all. It was just that this was a collection of previously published books, so she didn't need to come up with new ideas. Shi Tingyu flipped open the inside of the picture book and noticed that the paper used in the collector's edition was much higher quality and more delicate than before. Whether it was the cross-page images or the clarity and color accuracy, everything was better than the previous single copies. That's the quality of the collector's edition. She couldn't help but admire. Overall, Shi Tingyu was very satisfied. Along with the package, there was also a letter from the chief editor of the publishing house. The letter asked if she planned to continue drawing picture books in the future and whether they should send her the readers' letters received by the publisher. Publishing a book is like launching a TV series. Initially, there was a lot of discussion from readers, and the letters were most frequent then. Now, the letters from Loyal Dog readers have stabilized, so they thought of sending some to Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and then decided to write back to the publisher. She was very grateful to the readers who liked Loyal Dog. Those who sent letters must truly love the book. She was eager to read the letters herself as a way to appreciate the readers' affection. When Lu's mother heard that readers had written letters, she looked proud and thought, "Little Yu is becoming quite famous. Her daughter-in-law is truly impressive." After Lu Weigwa finished his reprimand, Shi Tingyu handed him the letters and the money deposit slip. "Could you please send these letters for me when you have time? Also, deposit the money." Lu Weigwa nodded, "Sure. I need to go to the city tomorrow for some errands, so I can take them then." About a week after the letters were sent, the loudspeaker in the family courtyard crackled to life. Shi Tingyu heard her name and knew that the readers' letters had arrived. When Lu's mother and Shi Tingyu reached the door, they saw several large sacks from afar. Shi Tingyu knew there must be many letters. According to editor Luo, there should be at least 1,000 letters. Considering her comic books, which had printed over 1 million copies, this amount was not too surprising. As they approached and confirmed that the 3 large sacks contained their letters, Lu's mother's eyes widened in shock. Little you said these were reader letters? Why are they in sacks? To Lu's mother, a letter was just a thin piece of paper. How many could there be? Maybe a few dozen at most. She never expected all these letters to be packed in sacks. She reached out to lift one, feeling its weight. It wasn't as heavy as a sack of rice, but it was definitely not light. How many do you think there are? At that moment, others around realized that these sacks contained letters from readers. Wow, with so many sacks, there must be at least 1,000 letters. Everyone looked at her with more respect. How famous must she be to receive so many letters? Feeling everyone's gaze, Lu's mother straightened her back and looked proud. Little you, these are heavy. Mom will carry them back for you. After all, these are the heartfelt gifts from your readers. Tingyu looked at all the letters and knew that relying on Lu's mother alone to carry them was impossible. Mom, let's go back by bike and bring them over. Lu's mother thought it over and agreed. Carrying these sacks back would be quite tiring. If her husband could come along, it would be easier, but doing it alone was a bit difficult. If there are family members living here with carts or unicycles, they can lend them for a quick trip to carry things home. However, the residents here have no space or food, so these carts are not really needed, and no one actually has such vehicles. The guards looked at Tingyu's slightly swollen belly and then at Mother Lu, who was also getting on in years. They said, "Madam, sister-in-law, if you're okay with it, you can leave these letters with us first. When Captain Lu finishes his training, I'll tell him, and he can bring them back." Tingyu didn't really refuse, just worried about causing trouble for the guards. "These are a bit many. Will they get in your way?" The guards smiled and said, "No, it's just taking up a little space." That made the 2 women feel at ease. After thanking the guards, they left. After they left, the several sacks of letters became a small sight at the entrance. People who heard about it even came specifically to see so many letters. When Lu Weigua finished his training and was about to enter the family compound, he was stopped by a nearby guard. "Captain, there are letters from your sister-in-law's readers. There are so many that madam and sister-in-law can't carry them all. We left them here for you to take back." Lu Weigua looked in the direction the guard pointed. "Wow, so many?" Seeing Lu's puzzled look, the guard nodded seriously. "All 3 sacks are full." Lu Weigua didn't say anything and carried 2 of the sacks himself. He would need to come back for the remaining one. They weren't heavy for 3 people, but the size was a bit large, making it hard to lift properly. At this moment, Mother Lu was cooking. When she saw her son carrying 2 sacks, she immediately went over to help. She carefully helped unload the sacks. Lu Weigua said, "These letters are quite heavy." Mother Lu proudly replied, "Of course, they're an honor. Naturally, they're heavy." Carrying the items back to the main hall, Lu Weigua went to the entrance again and finally retrieved all the letters. Tingyu roughly sorted the letters and estimated the number. Less than 2,000, but around 1,000 and a few hundred. This was roughly the result after the publisher's initial screening. They carefully stacked and arranged the letters, then hurried to eat. After 3 months of pregnancy, Tingyu clearly felt her appetite growing, and she couldn't stand being hungry. Fortunately, Mother Lu was there now, and meals were served on time. After eating, the 3 of them started reading the letters. The reader's words of liking and praise in the letter always make people feel happy. She read over a dozen letters in one go without stopping. At this moment, Lu's mother, opening the letter, exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, why is there money in this letter?" Lu Weigua and Tingyu looked at the envelope in Lu's mother's hand, which surprisingly contained several large bills. Lu's mother counted and found there were exactly 5 bills. "That's 50 yuan. Lu's mother was stunned. Whose child is this? Even if they have money, they shouldn't be spending it like this. Lu Weigua took the envelope from Lu's mother and saw that the address was actually their old home at Qianqi Brigade. Looking closer, he recognized the name Xia Jia, that boy who liked reading comics and was a young educated youth. When Lu Zhan once went to play with a sword, he was among the onlookers. Lu's mother also knew about this young educated youth, Xia Jia, but She didn't expect he was still a reader of Xiaoyu. Shi Tingyu also didn't expect that the other person would send money in a letter to her reader. Usually, only military families knew the address of the military area, so no wonder he didn't write directly, but sent it to the publisher instead. There might be another reason. A man writing to a woman alone could easily be misunderstood. Shi Tingyu said to Lu Weigua, "Look at what's written in the letter." Lu Weigua handed the letter to Shi Tingyu. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. This man still sticks to his principles at this time. He openly read the letters from readers, but since Xia Jia was someone he knew, he didn't look at it directly. Shi Tingyu took the letter and read it. Finally, she handed it to Lu Weigua. Xia Jia said this money is for Li Jian to buy good food. Seeing that his wife truly didn't mind, Lu Weigua finally looked at it. The lengthy text in the letter expressed Xia Jia's longing for Li Jian. He also mentioned his plans to return to the city. He said that after returning, he probably wouldn't have a chance to see Li Jian again, so he sent 50 yuan and asked Shi Tingyu to help buy more good food for Li Jian. At the end of the letter, Lu Weigua noticed there was a piece of paper after the salute. When he unfolded it, it was actually a portrait of Li Jian. "Look, wife." Lu Weigua handed the portrait to Shi Tingyu. She only then realized she had overlooked it. This portrait of Li Jian was a sketch, but the strokes were delicate, vividly capturing the texture of the fur on Li Jian's body. It clearly showed good artistic skill, comparable to Han Wei's earlier drawings. Shi Tingyu felt a bit moved and said to Lu Weigua, "Put the drawing away. Later, frame it and put it in Li Jian's nest." Then she looked at the 50 yuan again. It could have been saved until Mother Lu returned to give to the young workers' station, but now that the other person said he had already gone back to the city, she could only give up for now. She also read many letters afterward. Luckily, she didn't put any more money inside. In the following days, Shi Tingyu often took out the letters to read whenever she had free time. Even so, she had only read less than a fifth of them. But there was no rush. She could take her time. It was already the 20th, and only a week left before the new year. Shi Tingyu's belly was over 4 months pregnant now. When she took off her thick coat, she could see her belly slightly rounded, and she also felt the baby's first movement. In her previous life, Shi Tingyu only knew about fetal movement from hearsay. Now that she truly felt it, she realized how exciting those 2 simple words could be. Apart from the initial shock of finding out she was pregnant, she didn't have any special feelings afterward. Oh, right. The only noticeable thing was that her period didn't come, which made her very happy. Currently, there were no sanitary pads available. In China, sanitary pads only became known in 1978, and in 1982, they were imported from Japan and produced locally. Before that, Shi Tingyu used cloth menstrual pads. Cloth pads were like sumo wrestlers' loincloths, stuffed with grass ash or small cloth strips. Better ones used paper. For someone used to modern sanitary pads, using cloth pads during this time was very inconvenient. Fortunately, Lu Weigua helped her wash them frequently. She actually wanted to handle her period herself, but Lu Weigua wouldn't let her get into water those days. She felt disgusted with herself, but Lu Weigua didn't mind at all. Now that she was no longer having periods, she didn't need the cloth pads anymore. She thought that if she could manage to avoid periods during pregnancy and breastfeeding, she could go without them for 7 or 8 years until sanitary pads became available. This fetal movement made Shi Tingyu truly feel that there was a living being inside her belly, something that moved and could be touched. That night, when Lu Weigua came home, she told him about the fetal movement. He was so excited that he didn't sleep well all night. He kept putting his hand on her belly. Sometimes, feeling the movement, his eyes would widen in surprise. Compared to Lu Weigua's reaction, Shi Tingyu felt she was quite calm. While she was peacefully nurturing her pregnancy, good news came from the Weapons Research Institute. Her father and the team had successfully tested a new type of weapon, and it was ready for mass production and use. This achievement made everyone at the Research Institute and the military base very excited. It was clear that Lu Weigua had been much busier these days than usual. But even so, he still kept a smile on his face. The successful development of the new weapon not only increases soldiers' chances of survival, but also boosts the country's military strength. Life in Huagua is really tough now. There are restrictions on technology everywhere. Although the new weapon's development is not as groundbreaking as satellites or missiles, it is still very impressive. With the success of the new weapon, many interviews and reports followed. People from the People's Daily and Huagua Military News kept reporting on it. Recently, many journalists and photographers have been coming in and out of the military base. The names of Sherfusher and Shermu also appeared on major newspapers. For a while, they were the center of attention. Huagua really needs these achievements to show its military power and to scare potential enemies. The results have been announced, and the weapon's performance has been roughly explained, but key data remains tightly kept secret. The military district also assigned 2 skilled soldiers to protect Sherfusher and Shermu. Although the couple could have relaxed for a while for safety reasons, they visited the family quarters less often. However, Tingyu, as the child of Sherfusher and Shermu, was still somewhat affected. The most obvious change was that now, when she went out, everyone around her was kind and friendly, asking about her well-being, smiling warmly. Fortunately, Tingyu is a steady girl, or she might have been carried away by such a friendly environment. Not only Tingyu, but Shermuhan also truly felt the benefits brought by her parents. Her previously blocked promotion path finally opened up. Because of her parents' reassignment, she had struggled in the military and had to fight hard for every task. Now, thanks to her parents' success, she has been promoted. Commander Sher was promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. Based on Shermuhan's military achievements, he could have been promoted a couple of years ago, but it was just when his parents were reassigned. Along with Shermuhan, Instructor Shen Ziming was also promoted. With Shen Ziming's experience, he was just barely qualified for promotion. This time, Shen's father played a big role in helping him. Shermuhan didn't mind continuing to work with Shen Ziming. Apart from Shen's issues with his sister, he considered Shen a competent instructor. They had already worked well together, understanding each other's personalities, which saved a lot of trouble. The order of the military is absolute. He can distinguish clearly between public and private matters. However, when Shen Ziming received the news of his promotion, he was not as happy as others might think. He knew well that with his experience, he would need at least another year or 2 to be promoted. This time, his promotion was definitely thanks to his father's influence. Soldiers all want to be promoted, but he felt uncomfortable about achieving it in this way. That day, he didn't stay in the dormitory, but went back to the family compound. When Shen's mother saw her son return, she smiled warmly. Xiaoming is back. Are you tired? There are oranges over there. Have some first. Mom's dinner will be ready soon. Since the last incident with the girl from the Sher family didn't go well, he had been coming home less often. Shen's mother got up and went to the kitchen. Shen Ziming sat down where she had been sitting. He saw a copy of the Huagua Military News on the table. It was a newspaper their family almost never missed. He picked it up and saw that the front page was about new weapon research achievements. Shen Ziming pursed his lips in silence, thinking how strange fate was. If only his parents had achieved success earlier or hadn't been sent away, maybe he and Tingyu would have a different ending. When Shen's father returned home and saw his son there, his expression softened. He suppressed his happiness and asked, "You're back?" Shen Ziming looked up at his father entering and nodded slightly. Then there was a long silence. When Shen's father sat down across from him and saw the military newspaper in his hand, he asked, "Have you finished reading the paper? Let me see it after you're done." Shen Ziming handed the newspaper to his father. The open pages showed a report about a new type of weapon. Seeing the familiar name of the Sher family, Shen's father subtly glanced at Shen Ziming. He knew his father was watching him, but Shen Ziming pretended not to notice. Shen's father sighed quietly, put down the newspaper, and turned to the kitchen. After his father left, Shen Ziming's clenched fist relaxed. During dinner, the family sat together, supposed to be relaxed and happy, but the table was quiet. Only Shen's mother occasionally served Shen Ziming some food. After dinner, Shen's mother went to wash the dishes. Shin Ziming looked at his father and asked, "Was my promotion arranged by you?" His father's face showed no happiness, and he couldn't help but frown. "What's your attitude? Did I do something wrong to plan this for you?" Shin Ziming felt that these words were very harsh. It's happening again. Planning for him again. Does he even know what he truly wants? Feelings are so complicated now, and he's even getting involved in his career. He takes a deep breath, slowly letting go of his resentment, and coldly says, "Dad, I hope you can respect me in the future. Don't interfere with my career. If I want a promotion, I can earn it step by step." Father Shin scoffs at his words. "Rely on yourself to take it slow? Are you joking? Without me, could you, so young, become a battalion-level instructor? Not to mention you. Even Shurmuhan's promotion this time is because he has good parents." Shun Ziming suddenly stands up, glaring at his father.
Dad, what are you talking about?
He knows very well how hard Shurmuhan has worked. "Dad, you should know the reason Shurmuhan is only now getting promoted is because of his parents' past exile. Otherwise, he would already be at the battalion level. This time, his promotion isn't because of his parents, but because his previous background held him back, and now the way is clear." Father Shun falls silent. He naturally understands the real reason behind Shurmuhan's promotion. It was just a casual remark earlier. But now, being so sharply rebuffed by his son, his pride feels a bit hurt. Hearing the noise in the main hall, Mother Shin quickly comes out of the kitchen. "Old Shin, your son has finally come back. Can't you just control your temper?" Mother Shin's words seem to touch something in Father Shin. He doesn't say anything more. At this moment, he can't help but wonder, did he really make a mistake back then? If he hadn't stopped his son from meeting that child from the Shur family, would the family still be so tense every day? Their father-son relationship has also cooled to freezing. Seeing that his father isn't speaking, Shun Ziming quietly retreats to his room. Later that night, when he gets up to drink water, he hears voices from his parents' room. He approaches the door. Inside the room, Mother Shin, with a hint of blame in her tone, says, "I told you we shouldn't have pushed our son so hard back then. You wouldn't listen. Look at what the family has become now." In front of his wife, Father Shin finally drops his pretense. "I didn't know they would be exonerated so quickly. I was just worried they might drag our son down. It's hard to say he has no regrets. That girl from the Shur family is beautiful and intelligent. If it weren't for her parents' exile, he would definitely be happy about her and Xiaoming. However, the other parent's family was exiled and only returned forcefully after nearly 2 years, which caused a big fuss. In real life, there is no medicine for regret. He not only damaged his child's feelings, but also ruined the family's previous harmony." Mrs. Shin looked worried, but seeing her husband's regretful expression, she didn't say anything further. She just said, "It's in the past, so forget it. In the future, don't talk about the Shur family in front of our son. He can't stand hearing bad things about the Shur family." Mr. Shin understood and agreed. "If our son likes a girl next time, you must not oppose it." "Okay, I understand." Outside the door, Shun Ziming chuckled at himself and turned back to his room. Meanwhile, Jinsheng Deputy Battalion Commander Shurmuhan was busy writing a letter to tell his parents and sister about his promotion. When Shur's father and mother were finally cleared of suspicion, they felt guilty about how their influence had prevented his promotion. Now that he had successfully been promoted, it brought some comfort to his parents. When Shur's parents received the letter, they were very happy, as if they had lifted a heavy weight from their hearts. They knew that Shurmuhan's military achievements were earned through hard work and blood, and because of their influence, they had been doubted. How could they not feel sad? Now he had earned what he deserved. Time quickly passed to the festival. That day, Shur's parents came to the family compound to celebrate the new year with their daughter's family. They didn't think it was wrong to celebrate at their daughter's house and wait until the second day of the new year to visit her parents. Mother Lu was very welcoming. In her mind, the new year should be lively and joyful. Although she was happy here, she still missed her husband at home. Fortunately, the eldest daughter-in-law was at home, so they wouldn't miss the New Year's Eve dinner. After the holiday, she would have to leave on the 4th day. Staying here wasn't a long-term plan. She only took leave for work, and she was worried about what others might say if she stayed too long. And when her daughter-in-law had her baby, she would need to take leave again to help with the confinement. Sure, Muhan hadn't taken a family visit leave for about 2 years because he had brought his parents back and used up his leave. Lu Weigwa finally had some free time and helped out with chores. New year, new beginnings. On this day last year, he and his wife returned to their hometown, carefully avoiding others when visiting his parents-in-law. Today, his wife could finally celebrate the new year openly with her parents-in-law. There are many people to help with chores such as choosing, washing, and cutting vegetables, so everything goes smoothly. Shirtingyu was also very interested and made a big dish. Maybe because the months are passing, she feels she no longer finds the smell of cooking oil as hard to bear as before. Although she hasn't cooked for a while, her skills haven't declined. Even Li Jian is busy running around, looking quite busy but also unsure of what he's doing. Shirtingyu decided to make braised pork, but Mother Lu wouldn't let her do it. Don't worry, I'm here. You can rest for a while and chat with your relatives. Shirtingyu's parents are not good at cooking, and Mother Lu knows this well. She doesn't think cooking is hard work. Of course, her parents are not idle either. They help clean and prepare vegetables. Mother Lu considered the differences between northern and southern diets. She even cooked rice and steamed buns, not minding the extra effort. Shirtingyu watched and couldn't help but admire how hardworking people are nowadays. For modern people, cooking days like this are more like resting than work. Everyone enjoyed the New Year's Eve dinner very much. It truly shows that each year gets better. After dinner, Lu Weigwa secretly took something and handed it to Shirtingyu. She looked at what he gave her, confused, and asked, "What is this?" Lu Weigwa smiled and said, "Didi Jean for you to play with." She examined it closely and saw long, gray, strothic strips that were soft and limp. Getting closer, she could smell a faint gunpowder scent. "Is this fireworks?" "Yes, a couple of days ago, Captain Zhang next door bought some for Damao, and I just brought a few back." Shirtingyu couldn't help but laugh. "That's for kids to play with. I'm too old for that." Lu Weigwa looked at her with gentle eyes. "Damao can play, so can you." He took one and placed it on the stove. The Didi Jean instantly ignited, and silver sparks shone brightly in the dark night. Lu Weigwa walked over and handed the Didi Jean to Shirtingyu. She held the end without gunpowder, watching the sizzling sparks, a smile forming in her eyes. She slowly waved her hand, and the silver sparks created a shimmering silver ring in the air. It wasn't as dazzling as modern fireworks shows, but it had its own charm. Soon, the Didi Jean burned out. This time, Shirtingyu didn't need Lu Weigwa's help. She took one and lit it herself. Shirtingyu discovered that this thing, similar to the fairy stick from later stories, was addictive. Earlier, she was told it was a toy for children, but now she was happily playing with it herself. Shir's father and mother watched, feeling a bit emotional. They thought, "Is our son-in-law raising our daughter like a child?" Thinking this, they felt a little guilty. They had been busy with work and hadn't noticed these small toys that could make children happy before. The shiny golden bead was quickly used up, but Shirtingyu still seemed a bit reluctant to stop playing. "If you like it, I'll buy you more tomorrow." "No need, just play with it during the new year." But was Lu Weigwa so easy to give up? The next day, he bought quite a few more for her. Enough for her to play for a long time. The new year passed with the family's laughter and joy. Soon after, Shir's mother started packing her things. Lu Weigwa bought her train tickets for the 4th day of the new year. She was just thinking about going back, but her worries weren't for Shirtingyu, but for Lu's mother. She looked at Shirtingyu's belly and sighed. "No one is cooking for you now. What will you do later?" If it weren't for her work, she would have waited until after she gave birth. Shirtingyu quickly reassured her. "Mom, it's okay. I've passed the stage where I can't stand the smell of cooking oil. I can take care of myself now. Besides, Weigwa comes back every night to cook, so I'm not that delicate." Lu's mother could only give up after hearing this. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Weigwa and Shirtingyu sent Lu's mother off. At the train station, Lu's mother held Shirtingyu's hand and said, "Suyu, during pregnancy, you should keep a good mood, eat well, Sleep well and walk around more. If anything happens, just find Weigwa. Don't try to be brave alone. Sure Tingyu nodded. Lu's mother thought for a moment and added, our family has mostly boys, so whether it's a boy or girl, I don't mind. As long as it's yours, I like it. Don't feel pressured. I hope it's a sweet little girl. I really want a daughter, so don't worry. She was worried that after returning home, she wouldn't be able to take care of her daughter-in-law, so she wanted to say something to comfort her. Even now, many families still prefer boys, but she had already told her daughter-in-law that their family would never be like that. She wanted to prevent her from overthinking when she was free. As time approached, Lu Weigwa hurriedly urged his mother to get on the train. Lu's mother reluctantly left. Lu Weigwa looked at his wife and said, I've never seen her so reluctant to leave when I leave home. Shirtingyu looked at him and asked, are you jealous? Lu Weigwa. He just said that. After Mother Lu left, Shirtingyu's days returned to how they used to be. She spent her days painting, cooking, and taking care of her small vegetable garden. Life felt full and busy. As the weather gradually warmed, Shirtingyu's belly grew larger. Only then did she truly understand how hard pregnancy can be. When she was younger, her pregnancy was light, and she had few symptoms. Now that her belly was bigger, she sometimes experienced leg cramps, and bending down to put on shoes became difficult. At this moment, she was happy she chose the right time to have her baby. If Weigwa had still been a soldier or a company commander, with him often away on missions, she might not have been so calm. Time flew quickly, and soon it was the end of June, just a few days before her due date. These days, Lu Weigwa felt very anxious. He kept waking up in the middle of the night. When he saw his wife sleeping peacefully beside him, he could finally relax. On the morning of June 28th, after confirming that Shirtingyu was safe, Lu Weigwa got up to do morning drills at the camp. When he finished and came back with breakfast, he saw his wife walking back and forth in the yard. What's wrong, wife? Why did you get up so early today? Shirtingyu didn't say anything. She ate her breakfast first and then said, Weigwa, can you wash my hair later? Lu Weigwa nodded, but he felt something was off. After washing and drying her hair, Shirtingyu said, this morning, I saw some blood. Lu Weigwa was caught off guard. Blood? What kind of blood? I think I might be going into labor. Last night, I had some stomach pain, and this morning I saw blood. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her belly. Her face turned a little pale, and she grabbed Lu Weigwa's arm tightly. Because the weather was hot, Lu Weigwa was suddenly overwhelmed with cold sweat at her reaction. He knew she had stomach pains at night. He thought it was just false labor like before, but this time it was real. He was overwhelmed with so many things to do, and didn't know what to do first. Shirtingyu said, pack the things we prepared earlier. We need to go to the hospital. Yes, Lu Weigwa replied quickly. He looked at his wife, called over Sister Zhang from next door to watch over her, and then ran toward the camp. A few days ago, he had already arranged for transportation with the camp. He needed to ask for leave and also bring the car over. Tingyu now feels okay, and the contractions are not very frequent. She is slowly walking with Sister Zhang's support. When her stomach hurts, she stops, endures the pain, and then continues walking once it subsides. Li Jian walks beside her, looking anxious and whimpering. When Tingyu moves, he follows. When she stops, he stops too. He doesn't dare take his eyes off her. Sister Zhang watches this with surprise. Soon, Lu Weigwa arrives in a car. He helps Tingyu into the car first, then turns to grab the hospital bag, which her wife prepared in advance. The bag contains clean clothes, toiletries, some paper, and clothes and diapers for the baby. As soon as the car door closes, Tingyu says to Sister Zhang, sister-in-law, please watch Li Jian for a couple of days. Sister Zhang quickly replies, don't worry. Go have the baby. I will take care of Li Jian. Now Tingyu feels relieved. In times like this, close neighbors are more helpful than distant relatives. Li Jian watches the car drive away, pacing nervously in circles. Seeing this, Sister Zhang says, Li Jian, don't worry. Your owner is just going to have a baby. She'll be back soon after. Maybe her words helped. Lee Jian stops pacing but looks a bit worried. At the hospital, the doctor examines her. Is just beginning to open. You'll need to wait to give birth. Family members, please go to the registration desk. Lu Weigua quickly handles the hospital paperwork. He is busy running around, worried about the mother and handling everything alone. The doctor asks, is there no one else coming from your family? At this moment, Tingyu remembers she hasn't told her parents yet that she's about to give birth. When Lu Weigua returns, she asks him to call her parents and let them know. Fortunately, the hospital has a phone, so they don't need to go to the post office. When her father and mother receive the call, they are shocked. She's not even due yet, and she's about to give birth. They quickly ask for leave and come over. They are accompanied by 4 soldiers who are there to protect them. Luckily, this is a military hospital, so security is good. When they arrive, Lu Weigua is helping Tingyu walk around. Both of them look very pale. Perhaps Lu Weigua's face is even whiter than hers. He thought giving birth was just stomach pain that would end quickly. He didn't realize there was a process of opening which needs to open to 10 fingers, and this can take 4 to 12 hours. Seeing Tingyu sometimes in unbearable pain, Lu Weigua only felt that time was passing very slowly, as if each moment was a torture. When Shi's parents came over, Lu Weigua felt like he had found a savior. Shi's mother looked anxious as well. She went over and supported Tingyu on the other side, asking Xiuyu, how do you feel now? What did the doctor say? Taking advantage of the brief relief from the contractions, Tingyu gasped and said, I think I can endure it. The doctor checked earlier and said I'm 5 centimeters dilated. Since she was a first-time mother, her labor was slow. Usually, the mother goes into the delivery room when her is nearly fully open. They still had to wait a bit longer. Shi's mother looked at Lu Weigua, who was constantly wiping sweat from Tingyu's face, and said, Xiuyu, it might be a while before you give birth. Rest for a bit. She was a little frightened by how pale and shaky Lu Weigua looked. He responded with a yes, but didn't move much. Seeing his anxious look, like a restless ant, Tingyu thought of the sharp sword circling around her. At this moment, the actions of one person and a dog looked surprisingly similar. Shi's father was also reacting like Lu Weigua, helpless and wandering aimlessly inside the ward. Shi's mother, annoyed, told her husband to go out and buy some porridge or noodles for Xiuyu to eat. Hearing this, Shi's father hurried out. Soon after, he returned with some food. Tingyu had no appetite and only took a few bites before stopping. Lu Weigua was very anxious. His wife usually had a good appetite, but now she couldn't even eat. This situation continued until 4 p.m., when Tingyu was finally taken into the delivery room. Outside the room, Shi's parents and Lu Weigua waited anxiously. Inside, Tingyu's screams of pain could be heard from time to time. The doctor saw her beautiful face, now pale and pitiful, and felt soft-hearted, even for a woman. She gently said, giving birth is like this. Just endure it a little. Don't be afraid or scream. Save your strength, so it won't be so painful. Tingyu nodded slightly. When another contraction hit, she tried her best to endure, letting out muffled whimpering in her throat. The doctor praised her, very good. Then she said, follow my breathing. Use your strength. Tingyu focused on ignoring the pain, breathing in sync with the doctor. When she needed to push, she pushed. When she needed to rest, she rested. At this moment, Tingyu became more rational. She knew that following the doctor's instructions was the best way to reduce suffering. Outside the delivery room, Lu Weigua felt his heart almost stop at each cry of pain from his wife. They had to wait until they couldn't hear any sounds from the delivery room. He became more nervous.
Mom, why is there no sound inside now?
Mother Shi was also anxious. The person inside was her daughter, who was currently going through the pain of childbirth. But as the only one with experience in giving birth, she tried to calm herself and said tremblingly, not calling is better, not calling saves effort, which is good for the delivery. Although she said this, Mother Shi still had tears in her eyes. Having been a mother herself, she knew how painful childbirth was. Now that her own daughter was about to go through it, Her heart felt heavy. Father Sure gently held her hand and patted it softly. He comforted her, saying, Xiao Yu's health has been good. She's been walking almost every day. The doctor said the baby is fine too. Don't worry. Father Sure was worried too, but at this moment, he couldn't lose his composure. His son-in-law was unreliable now, and his daughter still needed comfort. He couldn't fall apart. The family waited outside the delivery room, eyes fixed on the door. Time slowly passed, and by 6 o'clock, there was still no movement inside. Everyone was anxious, but no one spoke. At this time, no one was thinking about dinner either. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the door of the delivery room opened from inside. A nurse carried a small white bundle and came out. The three of them all trembled and quickly stood up. Is this the family of Shirtingyu? The mother has given birth, and her condition is good, she said, holding out the baby for them to see. Here, it's a boy weighing about 6 pounds 8 ounces. She then lifted the blanket to show them the baby's little face. Lu Weiguo finally found his voice and asked, Nurse, when can my wife come out? Is she okay? If the mother hadn't been nearby when she was opening her, the nurse might have been frightened by his face, especially now with his anxious expression, as if she needed to give an answer or he might lose his temper. The nurse carefully held the baby and replied, Don't worry, the mother is fine. Once she's cleaned up inside, she can come out. She also reminded them, the mother just gave birth, so she's exhausted. You can prepare some light, easy-to-digest food for her, like rice porridge or noodle soup. Having finished her instructions and shown the family the baby, the nurse turned around and carried the bundle back into the delivery room. The three of them watched the door of the delivery room close again, feeling relieved. Mother Sure said to Father Sure, Old Sure, go buy some food for our daughter. Lu Weiguo saw this and quickly said, I'll go, I walk fast. Although he really wanted to stay here to watch over his wife, it was late, and he didn't feel comfortable letting Father Sure go out alone. Even though there were soldiers protecting them nearby, it was better to go out as little as possible. If something happened to him, not only would his wife be sad, but the army would also suffer a big loss. Mother Sure thought for a moment and agreed, Xiao Lu, don't worry. Xiuyu should be a little while before she comes out. Lu Weiguo nodded and hurried away. Soon he bought some noodle soup. Luckily, he went in time. If he had gone any later, the government restaurant would have closed. Thinking that Father Sure, Mother Sure, and the 4 soldiers protecting them hadn't eaten, he also bought some buns and rice porridge. They all had a simple dinner first. When he returned, Shirtingyu was just being pushed out. Lu Weiguo placed the packed dinner in the hand of a soldier next to him and rushed to the bed. At this moment, Shirtingyu looked pale, with damp hair sticking to her cheeks, looking very weak. Beside her, the baby was sleeping soundly in a cradle. Wife, Lu Weiguo said, holding her hand as he stood by the bed. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and bent over to follow the bed, which looked a bit uncomfortable. Shirtingyu looked tired just watching him. His obvious worry made even the nurses who were afraid of him think his fierce face looked a little kind now. Shirtingyu forced a small smile, her voice soft and low, clearly tired too. Weiguo, I'm fine. Actually, during childbirth, she had planned to use some spiritual spring water, but the doctors and nurses were very cautious. She was in a lot of pain and worried that if she made a mistake, someone would notice, so she endured it. She thought she would use it after she was discharged. If she recovered too quickly in the hospital, it might cause suspicion. Everyone in the group started busying themselves after arriving at the ward. Taking care of the baby was left to Mother Sure, who had experience with childbirth. Meanwhile, Lu Weiguo was feeding her small bites of noodle soup. Father Sure was a mobile support, going wherever help was needed. The 4 soldiers responsible for the safety of Father and Mother Sure stayed right outside the door. Shirtingyu didn't have much appetite now, but she had to eat for her health. After eating half a bowl, her gaze shifted to the baby still not opening its eyes, and her face was full of tenderness. This boy was never a troublemaker even when he was inside my belly. I thought he would be a well-behaved girl. Lu Weiguo looked at his newborn child. The baby was red and small, with eyes closed now, and his nose and mouth looked like his wife's. Although the baby's eyes were shut, the eye slits were wide, so when he opened them, he would probably have big eyes like his mother. Seeing this, Lu Weiguo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the due date approached, he became more anxious. He worried that if his wife's belly held a girl, what would happen if she looked like him after birth? He had faced many hardships about his appearance before. Although he gradually adjusted his mindset later, some memories stayed with him. He was afraid that if the child looked like him, he would face the same disappointment. Fortunately, the baby was a boy, and he looked like his mother. At this moment, his mother spoke. "It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. You shouldn't have bias against my grandson." Shirini listened and found it both funny and a bit embarrassing, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, she felt a strong surge below. Her face stiffened. Her mother, experienced in these matters, took a tissue and helped her clean up. Lu Weiguo was startled by the dark red color. While her mother handled that, Lu Weiguo went to the bedside and asked nervously, "Why is there still bleeding?" In those days, unlike today's information explosion, you couldn't easily find answers online. Men didn't know much about women's post-birth health. Lu Weiguo only remembered one thing: postpartum heavy bleeding. It was something he saw when he was young. There was a pregnant woman in the village who died from postpartum hemorrhage after giving birth. Shirinyu saw his face turn pale and his hands sweating as he held her hand tightly, so she explained what lochia was. When he heard that women usually have this after childbirth, he felt relieved. Seeing her parents and husband hovering around her, bringing food but not eating, she quickly told them to eat first. The baby was born safely and both mother and child were fine. This time, everyone finally had an appetite. That night, the three of them stayed in the hospital to keep her company. Luckily, it was summer, so they weren't worried about sleeping somewhere cold at night. The next day, Shirinyu felt her chest was a bit swollen. She guessed she might start producing milk. Her mother saw this and poured hot water into a cloth to apply to her chest. After a while, she held the baby to let him suckle. I didn't expect the child to be so lively. He clenched his little fists tightly and used his mouth with effort. His small appearance truly reflects the phrase "giving it your all." Lu Weiguo watched nearby, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Mainly because his mother-in-law was next to him, and he didn't quite know where to put his hands or feet. Father Shi had already been sent out to buy food by Mother Shi. At this moment, Father Shi felt a little regretful about not knowing how to cook. Naturally, the pregnant woman should prepare her own postpartum meals, but unfortunately, there was no one around who could cook. Lu Weiguo snapped out of his thoughts and called Lu's mother. When Lu's mother heard Shi Tingyu was born, her heart floated away with happiness. Without hesitation, she hung up and took leave. Thinking that her daughter-in-law and grandson were still in the hospital and no one at home could make postpartum meals, she felt very anxious. She left the factory, didn't go home, but bought the next train ticket. Once she had the ticket, she hurriedly packed her things. She had already been to Jinling once and taken the train before. She was bold and didn't even think about having her son come to pick her up. She believed her son had better things to do than pick her up. He should focus more on caring for his wife and son. Anyway, she knew which hospital they were in. That night, when Lu's father heard he had a grandson, he was stunned. Isn't the due date still a few days away? It's not that precise. Sometimes it gets delayed a few days earlier or later, she replied. After talking to her husband, Lu's mother began making arrangements for her husband. After explaining everything he needed to know, she finally felt at ease. This time, she didn't have time to prepare chicken or anything. She traveled light, just carrying a bag. The next day, Lu's father personally sent Lu's mother to the train station. When Lu's mother appeared at the hospital ward door, everyone was surprised. "Mom, didn't you say you wouldn't come for a few more days?" Lu Weiguo doubted. He had misunderstood the last phone call. Lu's mother smiled deeply.
"I didn't say that."
"If I didn't come now, you'd have to go to the train station to pick me up. Instead of that, it's better to spend more time taking care of Xiaoyu and the baby." She handed her bag to Lu Weiguo and looked excitedly at her daughter-in-law and the baby. "Xiaoyu, do you feel better now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Tingyu smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine." "That's good. That's good," Lu's mother kept saying happily. At this moment, her gaze was attracted to the baby in the cradle beside the bed. Although the child is still very red and small now, his eyes are already open. Seeing how much he looks like Shi Tingyu, Lu's mother's eyes turned red with emotion. Shi Tingyu wondered, was her mother-in-law really longing for this grandson so much? The next moment, Lu's mother, with tears in her eyes, smiled and said, "That's wonderful, Xiuyu. The baby looks like you. If he looked like his father, I would be worried right now." Lu Weigua. He had thought about this too, but was it really okay for his mother to say such things in front of his wife and mother-in-law? Shi Tingyu was also stunned by her mother-in-law's reaction. Seeing her husband's somewhat speechless expression, she decided to speak up for him. "Mom, Weigua doesn't look ugly at all. He just has a stern face, but who knows, maybe that kind of look will be popular in the future." Lu's mother didn't seem convinced, but didn't argue with her daughter-in-law either. She understood that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Shi Tingyu understood her mother-in-law's gaze and felt a bit frustrated. Why is it that telling the truth makes people not believe you? Lu Weigua's eyes are narrow and slightly cartoonish, very Eastern in style. She thought his eyes resembled the depiction of a powerful and cunning official in novels. It's not that he's unattractive, but his features don't match the current ideal of big eyebrows, large eyes, and a square face that many find beautiful. Plus, since Lu Weigua has been on the battlefield for many years and has scars on his face, he doesn't look like a good person. When he's not smiling, he looks fierce. When he smiles, it feels like a villain is staring at you. In later stories, people would say he has the face of a major antagonist. Lu's mother didn't argue about her son's looks with her daughter-in-law. Instead, she looked at her grandson with love. She initially wanted to hold the baby, but since she had been on a train all day and night, she was worried about getting dirty and didn't dare reach out. Fortunately, Shi Tingyu was also leaving the hospital today. After washing up at home, she would be fine. They returned home in the afternoon. Li Jian heard the noise and immediately got excited, barking loudly outside. Sister Zhang hurried out and saw Shi Tingyu being helped down from the car by her mother-in-law. It was very sunny at this time, so Sister Zhang quickly went to help carry the things into the house. Looking at the baby in the cradle, Sister Zhang praised, "This child is really good-looking." This wasn't just flattery. She had experience with children and could tell the difference between a cute and an ordinary baby. Lu Weigua carefully laid his wife on the bed and then thanked Sister Zhang. Knowing they had just arrived home and were busy, Sister Zhang didn't stay long and simply said goodbye before leaving. Lu Mu quickly boiled water and cleaned herself thoroughly before she dared to reach out and care for her grandson. Shi Tingyu persuaded Shi Fu and Shi Mu to go back home. She stayed in the hospital for a few days, and her parents took a few days off work. She knew her parents were doing important things, so she quickly urged them to return home. Shi Fu and Shi Mu had no choice. They had many tasks to do. Now that Lu Mu was here, they could feel more at ease. Seeing her parents eager to dedicate themselves to the country, Shi Tingyu quickly reminded them, "Mom and Dad, you don't need to go to the office today. Rest at home and get some sleep." They listened carefully to their daughter's advice. Since they do research, they needed to stay alert, and it's better to be cautious. Lu Mu's arrival eased a lot of burden for Lu Weigua and his wife. Lu Weigua took a week off this time. In this era, there's no such thing as paternity leave, so he had to ask for time off. Since the military base was worried about Lu Weigua's parents not being around and Shi Tingyu needing care, they approved his leave. As for Shi Fu and Shi Mu, they are national researchers and very busy. They couldn't ask the other to take care of the new mother or have Lu Weigua go for training. Shi Tingyu stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and Lu Weigua still had 4 days of paternity leave. To feel more comfortable, Shi Tingyu took some Lingquan water. Her body immediately felt much more relaxed. Since Lu Weigua helped her wash herself, Lu Mu didn't know the exact condition of her body. During these 4 days, Lu Weigua explained many things to Lu Mu. These were all from the doctors about the proper way to feed the baby. Lu Mu was not someone who ignored advice. Although there were some traditional methods in the village for feeding children, she understood that young people had their own ways, and she was willing to learn. Only in this way could the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law be harmonious. She had seen many good relationships turn sour over issues with children. The old saying goes, "Those who plant trees today enjoy the shade tomorrow." These are lessons learned from experience. Because of the Lingquan water, Shirtingyu recovered about 70 to 80% in a week. Lumu also thought her daughter-in-law's body was in good shape. Their generation often went back to work just days after giving birth. Recovery speed varies from person to person. Shirtingyu's postpartum period was during the hottest days of summer. She wanted to turn on the electric fan, but both mothers strongly opposed it. They said that during postpartum, women should not wind, and if it was very hot, they should just wear fewer clothes. Shirtingyu. She was only wearing a thin sleep dress, so she couldn't be completely bare. She knew her body had recovered, but the adults in both families didn't know, and insisted she stay in confinement properly. Shirtingyu could only sigh at her sweet burden while secretly sneaking into her space to take a bath and cool off during her afternoon nap. Over the past 2 years, her space had expanded a lot through continuous planting. Inside, fruits and flowers filled the air, and fallen petals scattered beautifully. An amazing sight. This space also gave Shirtingyu the confidence to sit in confinement during the hot summer. Summer makes people sweat easily, and Mother Lu would help her wipe her body with warm water when she felt hot in the afternoon. Even during confinement, with this weather, she couldn't avoid getting wet entirely, or she might get sick. Now, the baby's name hasn't been chosen yet. The family still calls the baby little one. At first, Shirtingyu asked Lu Weigua to help pick a name. During the 4 days Lu Weigua was home on holiday, he couldn't decide on a name. Shirtingyu isn't good at choosing names and didn't want to waste brain power on it. If the baby's father chose a bad name, she would speak up. Naming is hard, and you can tell a good name from a bad one. One day, after Lu Weigua finished his training and saw his wife and child, he sat at the table and started thinking about a name again. He didn't like many children's names he'd heard lately. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the characters Lu Lin on his notebook. He looked at it quite satisfied, then handed it to Shirtingyu and asked, "Wife, what do you think of this name for the baby?" Shirtingyu glanced at it and remained silent for a while, trying to think of how to say it without discouraging Lu Weigua's enthusiasm. "Isn't it good?" Lu Weigua asked. Shirtingyu slowly said, "It's not bad just looking at the name, but don't you think Lu Lin sounds like a brave hero from the forest? When the child goes to school, others might give him teasing nicknames, which wouldn't be good." Hearing this, Lu Weigua immediately crossed out the name. As a first-time father, he really wanted to give his child only the best. Seeing him so anxious, Shirtingyu also started to think. In the end, they decided on the name Lu Yunshin. Only in this mountain, deep in the clouds, unknown. Mysterious and distant, yet with a classical charm, and most importantly, easy to say. Lu Weigua was obviously very happy. He felt that just with this name, his son already had an advantage over others. Still, "My wife is cultured," Lu Weigua praised. Shirtingyu was rarely proud for a moment. "I almost gave up, but my strength didn't allow it." Mother Lu, upon learning her child's name, began to call it softly and repeatedly. During the 2 days that Shirtingyu was resting after giving birth, Li Jian clearly felt a new presence in the house. It smelled very similar to its owner. It knew that was the owner's little one. Several times it wanted to go inside and see, but was stopped by Grandma. However, it understood when to be cautious. Although it couldn't see the little owner, it still wanted to help. For example, when Grandma was washing diapers, it would squat nearby and watch. Sometimes, while Grandma was grabbing soap, it would help by stepping on the diapers. In Mother Lu's eyes, its way of washing diapers was a bit old-fashioned, using its paws to stomp. Every time Li Jian stomped on the diapers, Mother Lu would reapply soap and scrub again, but she still praised Li Jian. Li Jian is such a good big brother. In the past, Mother Lu would never have said such a thing. She only started calling it that after hearing her daughter-in-law do so sometimes. Li Jian is a good dog, always wanting to help with chores. So, Mother Lu genuinely liked it. But even though she liked it, she still carefully cleaned the diapers that Li Jian stepped on. Praising and criticizing coexist, and she handled it well. Li Jian felt more burdened, sensing that its responsibilities had grown. With a little one in the house, it also had to take on the role of a big brother. Sometimes, Mother Lu would see Li Jian struggling to help sweep the floor, holding a broom in its mouth. Though its sweeping was often messy, Mother Lu still believed in balancing praise and criticism. At worst, she would help clean up afterward to avoid hurting the child's confidence. Eventually, Mother Lu found a good task for Li Jian: watering the plants. Now that Li Jian was grown and tall enough, carrying a watering can was easy. In summer, the vegetable garden and flowers needed frequent watering. Morning and evening would be best. Li Jian was busy and happy helping. Besides watering the garden and flowers, it also carried the watering can to sprinkle water on the floor of the main hall. The house's floor was made of red bricks, and no matter how much she swept, dust remained. To prevent dust from flying up during sweeping, she sprinkled a little water on the ground. When Shirtingyu couldn't stay inside anymore, Li Jian also saw the little one. The baby had a faint milky scent, very pleasant, though it was still very tiny. Li Jian tilted its head, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of its mouth, giving off a kind and caring look. Days passed quickly, and soon it was the baby's full moon celebration. Lu Weigua took leave to organize the banquet. The feast was arranged by Lu's mother, who refused to let Shirtingyu help. "You just finished your postpartum rest. You can't do heavy work all at once. Wait a bit longer." Shirtingyu had no choice but to focus on caring for the baby and try to lessen Lu's mother's burden. Besides the invited guests, some people came uninvited. Most came because of the background of the Lu and Shir families. Lu's mother did not accept gifts, but gave everyone a red egg. She had good relations with these people, and if she took gifts, they would expect to return favors later. Once they started visiting often, it would be hard to stop. So, some gifts were not accepted. The day before the full moon, Lu's mother specially wrapped the door frame with cloth. She was worried that the noise from people coming in and out might scare the baby. Seeing the cloth covering the door, visitors would be more careful. Besides the male guests, a few of Shirtingyu's close sisters-in-law were also invited. Lu Weigua hosted the men outside, while the sisters-in-law went inside to see the baby. By now, little Lu Yenshin had completely shed his wrinkled, red, monkey-like newborn appearance and looked like a soft, white balloon. His clear, black and white eyes were big and round, very charming. His eye shape was similar to the Shir families, with beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Since he was still young, his eyes looked a bit round, but as he grew, they would resemble the classic almond shape. Everyone loved how fair and delicate the baby looked. They praised him non-stop, as if words could flow endlessly. After praising, they still couldn't stop. Once outside the room, they kept talking about him to their husbands. Everyone was very curious about how beautiful the baby was, especially since his mother was pretty. But they knew Lu Weigua's face well, and they thought the baby shouldn't resemble his mother entirely. They wondered if the baby would take after his mother completely. They thought about it but didn't want to intrude into someone else's house, so they just felt anxious. Seeing everyone's curiosity and feeling a bit proud, Lu Weigua went into the room and picked up the baby. "Here, this is my Shinshin." Everyone looked.
Wow.
The baby was really pretty, snow-white skin, big, round, clear eyes. When he looked at you, it felt like he was about to melt your heart. This is not a cute child. It clearly looks like a little fairy from heaven. Look at those features. They definitely resemble old Lu's wife more. For a moment, everyone felt both envy and jealousy at the same time. Among them, some children with less striking looks, whose parents look like their fathers, also sighed sometimes. Now, comparing, they can't match old Lu's child. Seeing everyone eager to hold the baby, Lu Weigua quickly handed the child to his wife. All the men's hands were full of strength. He only dared to hold the baby after practicing for a few days. Captain Han looked at Lu Weigua, who seemed very content, and couldn't help but tease. Old Lu is really happy this time. Of course, look at his proud look, Deputy Su also teased in his own joking way. But they truly didn't expect old Lu's child to look so good. Old Lu really struck it rich this time. After the full moon celebration, Lu's mother had to go back. Her train ticket was bought earlier, but when it was time to leave, the usually cheerful Lu's mother had tears in her eyes. She hugged the baby tightly, showing how reluctant she was to part. During this nearly month-long stay, she, her child, and her daughter-in-law had all gotten along well. Once she left, she wouldn't see them for a long time. She had taken too many days off this year, and it was hard to ask for more leave now. Seeing this, Lu Weigua said, "When there's time, I'll take Xiuyu and the baby to the photo studio to take some pictures, and I'll send them to you and Dad later." Hearing this, Lu's mother replied, "Good. Take more photos then. Don't worry about spending money. I'll cover the cost of the photos." Shirtingyu quickly said, "Mom, don't worry. If needed, I'll buy a camera and take photos whenever I can. We're not short of money, you know." Lu's mother nodded, finally showing a small smile. Carefully handing the baby to Shirtingyu, she then turned to Lu Weigua and gave him many instructions. How to wash the baby's diapers, making sure to dry them in the sun, when to give water, when to change the diaper, and so on, every little detail. Lu Weigua and Shirtingyu listened patiently. If this could make Lu's mother feel at ease, they were happy to do it. Seeing the couple listening so attentively, Lu's mother felt a big weight lift from her heart. Lu Weigua went to see Lu's mother off to the train. Shirtingyu took the baby back home. The once lively house suddenly felt quieter without Lu's mother's voice, and it was a bit strange to get used to. On the first night after Lu's mother left, Shirtingyu and Lu Weigua both felt a bit flustered. During the postpartum period, Mother Lu was worried that the rain might disturb her rest, so she placed the baby's cradle beside her bed. Only at night, when the baby woke up to nurse, would she hold the baby next to her. Now that the baby was in their room, it seemed that the grandmother, who usually cared for him, was not there, and Lu Yunshin's little baby cried for a long time during the night. After his wife finished feeding the baby, Lu Weigua took the child to the next room to soothe him to sleep. Since his wife often had to get up once or twice at night to feed the baby, he didn't want the crying to disturb her sleep. Lu Weigua was used to holding the baby, so after rocking him for a while, the baby really fell asleep. He gently placed the baby back in the cradle and then climbed into bed. As soon as he got into bed, Shirtingyu turned around and hugged his waist. Lu Weigua was surprised for a moment, then gently patted her back. "Did I wake you up?" Shirtingyu shook her head. "No, I just couldn't fall asleep." She leaned into his arms and, with a tired nasal voice, said, "Weigua, thank you for your hard work." Lu Weigua smiled and stroked her head. "What are you saying? The baby is ours. You carried him for 10 months and went through so much pain during delivery. I couldn't help much when he was born. This is nothing." Shirtingyu felt comforted and relaxed. She yawned prettily, and Lu Weigua softly said, "Sleep now." This time, the two of them slept until morning, and the baby didn't cry again. Early the next morning, the baby woke up earlier than the morning call. Lu Weigua quickly took the baby to the next room, washed and dried his little bottom, and then put on a diaper. Looking at his tiny son, Lu Weigua started to worry. Now that his mother had gone back home, he was concerned that his wife might be overwhelmed taking care of everything alone. When the morning call sounded, Shirtingyu also woke up. Seeing that her husband and the baby were not nearby, she knew Lu Weigua had taken the baby out again. She put on slippers and got up, then saw the man and the baby in the west room. Shirtingyu took the baby to feed him. Lu Weigua watched silently, not feeling any jealousy. Instead, he was worried that his wife couldn't handle caring for the baby alone. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Wife, should I find someone to help take care of the baby?" Although they couldn't openly hire a nanny, they could say a distant relative came to help for a few months. Shirtingyu couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not that useless. The baby mostly sleeps now, and I can take care of him by myself." Recently, she's been giving the child some spiritual spring water. The child can eat and sleep well, rarely crying or fussing. As for last night, it was probably because Mother Lu went back home. In a few days, the child should be fine. Regarding the child waking up at night to drink milk, this will take some time. She observes how often the child wakes, and she thinks the child will sleep through the night soon. Lu Weigwa still feels a bit worried. Then, you take care of the child for a couple of days. If you can't manage, we'll find someone to help. Shitinju noticed that since having the baby, Lu Weigwa has become more nagging. Okay, I'll listen to you. You go to morning training now. Don't forget to bring me some breakfast, corn, eggs, and porridge. When Lu Weigwa heard what his wife wanted to eat, he didn't delay. He got up and went to morning training at the military camp. After training, he had breakfast with Shitinju. He ate quickly, then went to wash the child's diapers. Usually, he wouldn't go home for lunch, but today he hurried back at noon. He first washed and prepared vegetables, then handed the cooking over to Shitinju and went to wash the used diapers, busy as a bee. Shitinju said she could wash the diapers, and he agreed happily. When he had time, he would wash them himself. She thought, forget it, since this new dad is busy, let him do it. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't feel at ease. As expected, 3 days after Grandma Lu left, the child's sleep returned to normal. Lu Weigwa breathed a sigh of relief. In the first few days, Shitinju was a bit overwhelmed. Before, with Grandma Lu helping, she didn't have to do much. Now that she was gone, she had to manage everything herself. She felt she was busy all day, but couldn't see what she had actually accomplished. Fortunately, because of the spiritual spring water, Shitinju's health was completely restored. Lu Weigwa noticed this too, but he didn't say anything. He still came home every noon as usual and kept busy with his work. When Lu Weigwa was not around, Shitinju would take the child into the space. Inside the space, the temperature was just right and spiritual energy was abundant, which was very good for the child. Usually, when she entered the space, she would turn on the scan function so she could know if someone was coming. This feature was very useful now. The little one seemed to really like the space. When inside, he didn't cry or fuss. He just liked to look around. However, the child is still very young and usually lies in the cradle, so his perspective is a bit strange. One day, Shitingyu was cooling off with her child in the space. The space scanning feature warned her that someone was approaching. She took her child out of the space. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. Shitingyu went to open it and was surprised to see Hanwei. Hanwei said, "Teacher Shi, your phone just called the school. Do you have time to come over now?" Shitingyu replied, "Okay, I'll bring the child with me." She first invited Hanwei inside to sit, then tidied up her child and carried him out, wondering who might be calling her at this time. She had only given the school's phone number to the art publisher in Jing City. Is the publisher looking for her for some reason? Seeing Shitingyu come out with her child, Hanwei hesitated and stretched out his hand. "Teacher Shi, do you want me to help hold him? Kids can be heavy, and it's really tiring in the hot weather." Shitingyu smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm used to holding him." Hanwei withdrew his hand and walked with Shitingyu toward the school. As they walked, Shitingyu asked, "Xiaowei, how are you doing at school?" Hanwei scratched his head and said, "Not bad. It's just that when you left earlier, I didn't feel very confident." Shitingyu thought to herself, he's still just a kid. That's normal. With more practice alone, you'll get better.
Hanwei nodded.
He had indeed improved a lot since he first became a teacher. His voice was no longer trembling when he lectured, and he was becoming more natural when talking to students. He looked at Shitingyu, seeming to have something to say. Shitingyu, who always observes people carefully, spoke first. "Xiaowei, do you have something you want to tell me?" Hanwei's face turned red, visibly nervous. "Teacher Shi, I heard that you caught a murderer using a portrait. Can I learn that too?" Shitingyu didn't expect him to have this idea. "Are you serious?"
Hanwei nodded heavily.
"Yes, my dad originally wanted me to join the army, but I like drawing. Since I found out that drawing can also be used in criminal investigations, I felt like I found my path." He grew up in a military compound, surrounded daily by soldiers defending the country and the ideas of patriotism. Compared to joining the military, He prefers painting. Now he has a job. Although it doesn't protect the country like a soldier's, it still helps maintain local safety and allows him to use his love for painting. He thinks this is very good. However, he has never had much confidence in himself. He once secretly tried to draw based on others' descriptions, but the results looked nothing like the real thing. At that moment, he realized how difficult portrait drawing really is. Shi Tingyu thought for a moment and said, "To make a good portrait, you need a solid foundation and enough practice. Only by drawing many faces can you find the patterns and features." Crime scene portraits are mainly based on knowledge of bones and muscles and general rules of human features. They also use psychology and criminal investigation skills to create images that match witnesses' memories. This is not something that can be done overnight. Seeing Han Wei look a bit discouraged, Shi Tingyu encouraged him, "Don't be sad. Keep studying, practicing, and you'll get better." Han Wei nodded and said, "I will practice more from now on." Shi Tingyu smiled and said, "Having a goal means working towards it. Portrait drawing is quite different from regular art. Normal painting focuses on beauty and art, but criminal portraits aim to match features, so a good foundation is very important." Han Wei remembered Shi Tingyu's words carefully. Most portrait artists come from universities like the Police Academy, Law and Police University, or similar schools, but currently there is no specialized program for this profession. So, the development of portrait artists still has a long way to go. The two of them continued talking as they arrived at the school. The school's phone is installed in the principal's office. When Shi Tingyu arrived, Principal Ren was there too. Although it was summer vacation, the principal still came every day. Han Wei was helping the school with promotional posters, which is why he was there during the break. Principal Ren was very happy to see Shi Tingyu. He was especially pleased to see the child she was holding. He played with the child, and Lu Yunshin smiled happily, showing his cheerful personality. Principal Ren, now a grandfather, was very envious when he saw such a big baby. Unfortunately, his own son still doesn't have a partner. After looking at the child, Principal Ren said, "It seems to be from the publishing house. I'll ask them to call later. You can sit and rest for a while." Shi Tingyu agreed and sat down comfortably. Han Wei, seeing that there was nothing else to do, went off to his own tasks. Shi Tingyu and Principal Ren casually chatted about school matters. Soon after, the phone rang again. Principal Ren got up and left, giving space for Shi Tingyu. Shi Tingyu answered the call. The baby saw Mom holding the black phone receiver and reached out to grab the phone cord, but Shi Tingyu moved it away. At that moment, the voice of Editor Luo came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Teacher Shi. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Shi Tingyu exchanged a few words with the other person before asking, "Editor Luo, is there something you wanted to talk about this time?" There was a pause from Editor Luo. Then he spoke, his voice trembling with excitement. "Teacher Shi, do you want to take the university entrance exam?" Shi Tingyu was surprised. Today is August 10th, and there are still more than 2 months until the announcement of the college entrance exam results on October 21st. Could it be that Editor Luo has received some news? "Did you hear some rumors, Editor Luo?" Shi Tingyu asked. Editor Luo took a deep breath and said, "Teacher Shi, brighter days are coming for students. If you want to continue to attend university, you should start reviewing now." Shi Tingyu felt very touched. Such important news. If the other person didn't truly care about you, they wouldn't share it. This isn't just a piece of news. For many students, having an extra 2 months to prepare greatly increases their chances of getting into university. However, she would have to decline Editor Luo's kind offer. "Thank you for remembering me," Shi Tingyu said, then added, "Actually, I graduated from university when I was 18. Editor Luo was shocked. He knew that Shi Tingyu had held an art exhibition in the United States, but he didn't have much other information. Shi Tingyu explained, "I have a talent for painting. I was specially recruited to the Chicago Art Institute, and I graduated early when I returned to the country at 18. Shi Tingyu had memories of the original owner in this regard. The original owner was recruited at 16 and finished all her studies by 18, graduating early. She was able to complete all university courses in 2 years because her parents, Shi and Li, pushed her hard. Her parents had long wanted to return to their home country, But things in the U.S. were complicated and they couldn't go back themselves. They were always preparing to return. One of their preparations was to support their child's education. If they suddenly returned to their country, their child would have to go with them. They couldn't leave the child behind in the U.S. as a hostage. So, finishing university courses early allows you to get your diploma sooner. This way, even if you return to your home country later, you will still be considered a university graduate, not a dropout. At that time, the main character truly studied tirelessly. Fortunately, Chinese people seem to have a natural talent for studying. The main character completed university at 18, and only after graduating did she hold her art exhibition. However, she was too sensitive and delicate in her thoughts, which later made her unable to handle the bad news, and she passed away peacefully. Being overly sensitive seems to be a common problem among many artists. Shi Tingyu believes she is stronger than the main character because of her upbringing. She grew up without parental love, like a wildflower, so she could withstand pressure and hurt. When editor Luo heard Shi Tingyu's words, he felt numb. The fact that Shi Tingyu graduated from a foreign university was known to some high-level leaders in the military district, and it was recorded during her marriage background check. But apart from these people and close friends, even the former principal who recruited her into the school didn't know. Principal Ren only knew that Shi Tingyu graduated from high school. When she first came for an interview as an art teacher, Shi Tingyu used her high school diploma. This high school diploma was issued because her parents, worried about the political situation, thought her foreign university diploma might not be accepted, so they made her take the high school exams to get it. They publicly said she graduated from high school. Because of this, editor Luo thought about telling Shi Tingyu the news about the resumption of college entrance exams. He valued talent and believed that with her abilities, she could have a higher level of education. He knew about the City of Arts College, a famous American art school that has produced many international celebrities. After a long while, editor Luo smiled and said, "Since you graduated from City of Arts, you definitely don't need to take the college entrance exam." Shi Tingyu also never planned to take the exam. After the reform and opening up, foreign diplomas became very popular, which is why there was a trend of studying abroad and gaining experience overseas. Now that the large sports event has ended, Shi Tingyu can slowly reveal that she has graduated from a foreign university. "Thanks again to editor Luo for thinking of me," she said gratefully. Since Luo is from the publishing house, Shi Tingyu feels she can repay his kindness. Editor Luo, once the news about the resumption of college entrance exams is announced, review materials will definitely be in high demand. I think the publishing house can start printing some review materials. Currently, many review materials are hard to find, but I believe, with the publishing house's capacity, it shouldn't be difficult. On the other end of the phone, editor Luo was very surprised. The news about the resumption of the college entrance exam shocked him completely. He hadn't expected this at all. Thinking that time was tight, editor Luo didn't bother with Shi Tingyu. He simply said goodbye and hung up. Although Shi Tingyu didn't take the college entrance exam, she couldn't help feeling excited inside. She didn't know the detailed process of how the exam was restored, only that it was reinstated on October 21st, 1977. She didn't know much beyond that. She was also curious about how editor Luo found out this news. Actually, editor Luo learned about it by chance. The Beijing Art Publishing House had connections with many scholars and professors. On August 4th, one of his old friends was invited to Beijing to attend a seminar. This seminar was organized by the D Corporation and focused on science and education. It lasted 5 days. During the seminar, a Professor Cha, whose family was from Jinling, pointed out the problems with the current college admission system. In the end, the decision to restore the college entrance exam was made by D Corporation. After the seminar, Luo's old friend was very excited. Since the decision had been made, the news would definitely spread to higher levels. So he told Luo about it. When he spoke, tears were in his eyes, showing how emotional he was at that moment. When Shi Tingyu left her office, Principal Ren also came by. She thanked Principal Ren and was about to take the children home. She didn't plan to tell others about the news yet. The official notice of the exam's restoration hadn't been issued, and if she shared it, there might be trouble. As she walked to the notice board, she stopped and watched Han Wei busy working there. She went over and called out to him. Xiao Wei, I remember you graduated from high school, right? Han Wei looked confused and nodded. Yes. Seeing his simple expression, Shi Tingyu smiled. If you want to learn how to draw well, you need to build a good foundation. Also, don't neglect your cultural classes. If there's a chance for further study in the future, a good education will be important. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Although Han Wei was puzzled, he trusted Shi Tingyu. He said seriously, Teacher Shi, I will work hard. She nodded and waved her hand. All right, keep working. I'm going to take the kids home first. After saying that, she carried her child and left. Han Wei continued working at the notice board. After returning home, Xiu took the child into the space. She didn't have close family or friends to worry about for the college entrance exam, so she put that matter aside. Han Wei finished his work and went home, then started his daily drawing practice. But thinking about what Xiu said before leaving today, he took out his high school textbooks again. Han's mother saw her son looking at high school textbooks and was a bit confused. Why are you still looking at high school books? You've already graduated, haven't you? Han Wei replied without looking up, I feel my theoretical knowledge isn't solid enough. Teacher Shi said that opportunities are for those who are prepared. Hearing this, Han's mother stopped talking, trusting Teacher Shi blindly. Xiu was very touched. Such important news. If the other person didn't truly care about you, they wouldn't share it. This isn't just news. For many students, having an extra 2 months of review time greatly increases their chances of getting into university. However, she had to decline Editor Luo's kind offer. Thank you for remembering me, Xiu said to Editor Luo, then added, Actually, I graduated from university when I was 18. Editor Luo was shocked. He knew Xiu had held an art exhibition in the US, but he didn't know much more. Xiu explained, I have a talent for painting. I was specially recruited into Chicago Art Academy, and I graduated early at 18 when I returned to China. Xiu had the memories of the original owner. The original owner was recruited at 16 and finished all her studies early, graduating at 18. She was able to complete all university courses in 2 years because her parents, Shi and Shi's wife, pushed her hard. Her parents had long wanted to return to China, but due to restrictions in the US, they couldn't go back themselves. They were always preparing for their return. One part of their preparation was pushing their child's education. If they suddenly returned to China, the child would have to go with them. They couldn't leave her in the U.S. as a hostage. So, finishing university early meant she could get her diploma sooner. Even if she returned to China later, she would still be a university graduate, not a dropout. At that time, the original owner studied tirelessly. Fortunately, it seems that Chinese people are very talented in learning. The main character finished university at 18 and only held her art exhibition after graduation. However, she was too sensitive and delicate in her thoughts, which made her unable to handle the bad news later, and she passed away peacefully. Being overly sensitive is a common problem among many artists. Shi Tingyu believes she can be stronger than the main character because of her upbringing. She grew up without parental love, like a wildflower, so she could withstand pressure and hurt. When Editor Luo heard Shi Tingyu's words, he felt numb. The fact that Shi Tingyu graduated from a foreign university was known to some senior leaders in the military district, and it was recorded during her marriage background check. But besides these people and close friends, even the principal who once recruited her knew nothing. Principal Ren only knew that Shi Tingyu had graduated from high school. When she came for an interview as an art teacher, she used her high school diploma. Her high school diploma was obtained because her parents, worried about the usefulness of her foreign university degree due to national policies, made her take the high school exams. They told others that their daughter had only finished high school. Because of this, Editor Luo thought about telling Shi Tingyu the news about restoring the college entrance exam. He valued talent and believed that with her ability, she could achieve a higher level of education. He knew about the City of Art College, a famous American art school that has produced many international celebrities. After a long while, Editor Luo smiled and said, Since you graduated from City of Art College, you don't need to take the college entrance exam. Shi Tingyu also never planned to take the exam. After the reform and opening up, foreign degrees became very popular, which is why many people wanted to study abroad and gain experience overseas. Now that the large-scale sports event has ended, Shi Tingyu can slowly reveal that she graduated from a foreign university. "Thank you very much, Editor Luo, for thinking of me," she said again. Since Luo is from a publishing house, Shi Tingyu feels she can return his kindness. Editor Luo, once the news of restoring the college entrance exam is announced, review materials will definitely be in high demand. I think the publishing house can start printing some review materials. Many review materials are hard to find now, but I believe it shouldn't be difficult for a publishing house like yours. Luo, on the other end of the phone, was pleasantly surprised. The news of the college entrance exam's restoration shocked him. He hadn't expected this at all. Knowing the time was tight, Luo didn't bother with formalities and simply said goodbye before hanging up. Although Shi Tingyu did not participate in the college entrance exam, she couldn't help feeling excited inside. She didn't know many details about the process of restoring the exam, only that it was reinstated on October 21, 1977. She wasn't sure how Editor Luo learned about this news. Actually, Luo's knowledge of this was accidental. Their Beijing art publishing house has contacts with many scholars and professors. In August, during the West Festival, an old friend of Luo was invited to Beijing to attend a seminar. This seminar was initiated by Di Gong and focused on science and education. It lasted 5 days, and at the end, Professor Cha, whose surname was Cha, pointed out the flaws in the current university admission system. Di Gong then decided to restore the college entrance exam. By the way, Professor Cha was from Jinling. After the seminar, Luo's old friend was very excited. Since the decision to restore the exam was made, it couldn't be kept secret at higher levels, so Luo's friend told Luo about it. When speaking, his eyes were full of tears, showing how emotional he was at the time. When Shi Tingyu left the office, Principal Ren also came over. Shi Tingyu thanked Principal Ren and was about to take the children home. She didn't plan to tell others about this news yet. The notice about restoring the college entrance exam hadn't been officially issued, and if she shared it, there might be trouble. However, when she reached the notice board, she stopped and watched Han Wei busying himself there. She stepped forward and called him. "Xiao Wei, I remember you graduated from high school, right?" Han Wei looked confused and nodded.
Yes.
Seeing his simple expression, Shi Tingyu smiled. To learn how to draw well in the future, you still need a good foundation. Also, don't neglect your cultural courses. If there are opportunities for further study later, a good education will be important. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Although Han Wei was puzzled, he trusted Shi Tingyu very much. He said seriously, "Teacher Shi, I will work hard." Shi Tingyu nodded and waved her hand. "All right, you can continue working. I'll take the children home first." After saying that, she hugged her child and left. Han Wei continued working at the notice board. When she returned home, Shi Tingyu took the children into the space. She didn't have close relatives or friends to take the college entrance exam, so she decided to set the matter aside. After work, Han Wei started his daily drawing practice. Just thinking about what Shi said when leaving today, he took out his high school textbooks again. Han's mother saw her son looking at high school books and was a bit confused. "Why are you still looking at high school textbooks? You've already graduated." Han Wei didn't lift his head and said, "I feel my theoretical knowledge isn't solid enough. Teacher Shi said that opportunities are for those who are prepared." Hearing this, Han's mother stopped talking, as she had complete confidence in Teacher Shi. The baby grows quickly, changing almost daily, growing taller with the wind. Now Lu's baby is over 3 months old and looks even whiter and more delicate. Today, Lu Weigua happened to be off work. He took out the Seagull DF camera he bought earlier and planned to take some photos of the baby to send back home. He still remembered promising his mother that he would do this. The camera cost them about 150 yuan, which was affordable for them. To take family photos together, they even asked Han Wei to come help. Han Wei held the camera and couldn't help swallowing nervously. He knew this camera was very expensive outside, and he was worried he might break it and not be able to afford to replace it. Yu taught him how to use it, and Hanwei listened carefully. They used up the entire roll of film before stopping. Hanwei secretly marveled. He had never seen someone so crazy about taking photos. Carefully, he returned the camera to Teacher Shi and then left. Lu Weiguo stored the film and planned to take it to the photo studio in the afternoon to develop the pictures. Since there was no darkroom, chemicals, or photo paper at home, it was better to take it to the studio and ask the master there for help. When he returned after dropping off the film, he saw the entrance to the residential compound blocked. Besides military personnel, 3 men were talking to the guards at the gate. The guards were the first to notice Lu Weiguo. He saluted him and said, "Captain Lu, these 3 say they are from Jinling Art College and want to see my sister-in-law." Lu Weiguo raised an eyebrow and looked at them. The 3 men looked to be in their teens, all dressed in Zhongshan suits, with pens in their pockets and watches on their wrists. When they saw the guard call him captain, they thought he was a military leader. They didn't expect him to be the husband of Teacher Shi they were looking for. They quickly forgot about his fierce appearance and hurriedly said, "Captain Lu, is that right? We are teachers from the Jinling Art College admissions team, also working with the provincial admissions office. Sorry to bother you unexpectedly, but this is an urgent matter. Would it be possible to speak with your wife?" Lu Weiguo checked their identification, confirmed it was valid, then asked the guards to record their details and took them away. Today is a day off, and many people are coming and going at the residential gate. When the guards saw Lu Weiguo leaving with the 3 people, they surrounded him. "Li, are those university teachers who just left with Captain Lu?" Li, the guard, instinctively stepped back and hesitated, saying, "Didn't you hear what they said just now?" Everyone was feeling anxious, sensing that this was a big deal. It's already October, and some well-informed people have heard whispers about the resumption of college entrance exams. Now that university teachers have come to Captain Lu's house, everyone's curiosity grew. They highly approve of Teacher Shi's painting skills, and now that university teachers are here, it must be for an important reason. The 3 men just mentioned that they are from the provincial admissions office. "Do you know what these people came to see Teacher Shi about?" One sister-in-law asked curiously. Although Shi Tingyu has resigned from the government elementary school, everyone still calls her that. This sister-in-law has a child in high school. If the college entrance exam is restored, her child will definitely take the test, so she's more concerned than others. Li quickly shook his head. "I really don't know. Sisters-in-law, you should go back. They just asked if Teacher Shi was home. After that, Captain Lu arrived. I don't know anything else." Li is a bit afraid of people asking too many questions. Honestly, he doesn't know why those 3 teachers came to see Teacher Shi. Seeing that they couldn't get any more information, everyone dispersed. Some smart people quickly went home to talk with their families and planned to ask Captain Lu later. Meanwhile, the 3 provincial admissions office teachers followed Lu Weiguo to his house. At this moment, the child was still sleeping, and Shi Tingyu was painting. When Li heard the door open, he sat up quickly. Shi Tingyu looked at him strangely. Now that there's a child at home, Li Jian usually doesn't bark much. He's afraid of scaring the little one or waking him during sleep. Usually, he can tell who's coming by the sound of the door. So he was very calm, but today he suddenly got up. When Lu Weiguo opened the door and entered, Shi Tingyu realized that 3 men were following behind him. She stood up and looked at the few people who came in with her husband, with a puzzled expression as she looked at Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo first reached out and touched the head of the sword. In his home, the sword was not tied with a rope. He was worried about guests and dogs, so he kept the sword close to him. Then he said to Shi Tingyu, "Wife, these 3 are teachers from Jinling Art College and also colleagues from the provincial admissions office. They came here to see you." Lu Weiguo was actually a bit curious. He wondered if these 3 people were here to persuade his wife to take the college entrance exam. He knew that his wife usually said she only finished high school. Also, her painting skills had become quite famous in the past 2 years. Her mural on the wall was even featured in the newspaper, not to mention the police used her portrait to find the culprit later. Moreover, Hanwei, who participated in the clay sculpture contest, was also credited with her name as the instructor. He thought talented people deserved special treatment, which was normal. When Shi Tingyu heard that the three were teachers from Jinling Art College and colleagues from the provincial admissions office, she also thought the same, that they came to persuade her to take the college entrance exam or, even more daringly, to become a teacher. She didn't know what the first college entrance exam after the restoration of the college entrance exam was like, so she just assumed things. "Comrades, please come inside and sit," she said, taking the sword herself, wanting Lu Weigua to get the leash. Unexpectedly, Wang Laoshi, the leader of the three, stopped her, saying, "Miss Shi, no need to trouble yourself. We know the name of your family's military dog. We're not afraid of dogs." Shi Tingyu was surprised this time. Wang Laoshi explained with a smile, "We've all seen your painting, Loyal Dog, and really liked the character of the Chasing Wind." She was a bit surprised that these teachers knew about Chasing Wind, but since they mentioned it, she didn't ask Lu Weigua to find the leash anymore. She patted the sword's head and said, "Loyal Dog, go back to your nest and rest for a while." The dog obediently turned around and went back to its den. Shi Tingyu originally wanted to invite the three inside to talk, but unexpectedly, they started looking at her painting on the easel. They looked very focused and appeared very happy. From the brushwork and technique to the use of light and shadow and the color choices, they discussed enthusiastically. Shi Tingyu thought they were just appreciating her professional skills. Seeing that their discussion seemed endless, she asked Lu Weigua to bring some chairs so the three could sit on the porch and enjoy the viewing slowly. At this moment, the three realized they had been a bit rude in their excitement. 3 people sat down and Lu Weigua poured 3 cups of tea for them. The teachers exchanged glances and realized that this Captain Lu was not as intimidating as he seemed on the surface. His way of dealing with people was quite thoughtful. Lu Weigua frowned deeply, feeling unhappy as he looked at these sisters-in-law with their flattering and cautious expressions. It had only been a short while since the 3 provincial admissions officers left, and these people had already come over. It was obvious they were paying close attention to their side. "My wife is tired from taking care of the children and is resting now. It's not convenient to entertain all of you, sisters-in-law." Lu Weigua looked at the basket the other person was carrying. "You should take these things back. We need to be mindful of our influence." The sisters-in-law were always paying attention to the situation here. They knew the 3 university teachers had just left, and at this moment, listening to you was definitely not resting. Captain Lu was indirectly telling them to go back. But how could they give up so easily? Any matter related to the college entrance exam, they had to find out the details. Maybe just this piece of information could change a child's life. Lu Weigua still underestimated how persistent people could be about the college entrance exam. "I saw your guests just now. I noticed they left recently, so I think the teachers probably didn't have time to rest," Sister Qian said openly. Lu Weigua didn't expect these sisters-in-law to be so persistent. He definitely wouldn't let them bother his wife. Since they no longer needed that cover-up, he was straightforward. "If you want to ask anything I know about the college entrance exam, I believe you've all heard the news. Otherwise, you wouldn't be coming to our house now." The sisters-in-law looked at each other, surprised that Lu Weigua was so direct. "I want to say that my wife doesn't know any news. If you want her children to do well in the future, just encourage them to study hard. Your children knew the news earlier than many others. You have an advantage. The first exam after the college entrance exam was reinstated is very important. The authorities are paying close attention. Don't think of any tricks. There are no shortcuts to success." The sisters-in-law's faces turned red. They did have thoughts of taking shortcuts, but those words didn't sound very nice. "Little Lu, your words are a bit harsh. You're now a parent yourself, so you should understand how much we care for our children. If you know any news, just tell us. We're all from the same big community, and we share some feelings." Sister Qian's husband's position is similar to Lu Weigua's, so she feels more confident than the other 2 sisters-in-law. She still doesn't want to give up. Lu Weigua's cold smile made his face look much harsher. "If my child ever needs to rely on shady methods to succeed, I will be the first to break his legs." His expression was a bit too intense, causing the other 2 sisters-in-law to start hesitating. Sister Qian pursed her lips, looking conflicted. Lu Weigua didn't give them a chance to speak again, and immediately shut the door. Sister Qian almost bumped her nose on the door. She stomped her foot and returned with a serious face. The other two sisters-in-law, seeing this, also left quietly. After returning to his room, Lu Weiguo listened as Shirtingyu sat him down and patted his shoulder. "You worked hard, Captain Lu." Lu Weiguo reached out and held her small hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "I won't let them bother you." Shirtingyu nodded. Although she found those people annoying, she knew how to refuse politely. She understood how important the college entrance exam was for young people eager to learn. As soon as the news of restoring the exam was announced, people started lining up overnight to buy books. Their intense dedication to studying was unmatched by most in later generations. They had been suppressed for too long, and their desire for knowledge and the chance to change their fate was strong. It was no exaggeration to say that this exam was a lifeline for many. The news about restoring the college entrance exam was also known to Captain Han's family. When Captain Han told his wife that the exam might be restored, she was stunned. Then she was filled with joy. Last month, their son, Xiaowei, had already started reading books nonstop. Seeing his wife so excited, Captain Han smiled. "Are you so happy that you're silly?" His wife hit him lightly. "What are you talking about?" "I'm happy the exam is coming back, but I'm even happier that our son has already started reading." Captain Han became interested. "Did you already get the news?" His wife told him about Shirtingyu telling Xiaowei to study hard. That was when Xiaowei started really focusing on his books. Captain Han didn't expect Shirtingyu to have a hand in this. He sighed, "Our Xiaowei has met a good person." His wife agreed. Since meeting Shirtingyu, their son, who used to just play with mud at home, found a teacher's job, participated in a clay sculpture contest and won, and now with the exam possibly restored, he had already started studying earlier than others. All of this must be thanks to the help of a kind benefactor. That day, when Captain Han returned home, he saw his wife looking distracted while cooking. He couldn't help but ask. Sister-in-law Han immediately turned off the stove fire, stopped cooking the half-finished dish, and sat beside Captain Han with a serious look, as if she had important things to discuss. Captain Han was startled, thinking something serious had happened. Sister-in-law Han mysteriously said, "Old Han, I heard that today a university teacher went to visit little Lu's wife." Captain Han didn't know about this, but he wasn't too concerned. Little Lu's wife is capable. Maybe she wants to teach somewhere? Sister-in-law Han looked at him, as if he had guessed wrong. "I heard that those three are not only university teachers, but also people from the provincial admissions office. I think it's not that simple." Hearing it was related to the provincial admissions office, Captain Han became serious. When the provincial admissions office came looking just before the college entrance exams, it was definitely not a simple matter. It was probably connected to the exams. What else could it be related to? Mainly question setting and grading. Sister-in-law Han, feeling a bit interested, said, "Do you think we should visit little Lu's house tonight to find out more?" As soon as she said that, Captain Han immediately frowned and said, "You dare." Captain Han was very straightforward and disliked things like favoritism or backdoor dealings. If little Lu's wife was really involved in setting questions or grading, they definitely couldn't let her fall behind. "Why do you keep thinking about these sneaky schemes? Didn't little Lu's wife already advise Xiaowei? He's been reviewing for over a month longer than others. What more do you want?" Hearing Captain Han's loud voice, sister-in-law Han was startled and felt wronged. "Why are you suddenly so loud?" "I'm just doing this for Xiaowei's good." Captain Han took a deep breath, still looking serious. "Anyway, you better behave. We've already gained some advantage. We can't push our luck." But he was thinking even more than sister-in-law Han. His son Xiaowei's situation was not just about reviewing for over a month longer. When he learned through channels that the college entrance exams would be restored, Xiaowei said he wanted to apply to an art college. If Teacher Shi was really involved in setting the exam questions, she would also be responsible for the art exam questions. And as a grader, she would likely see Xiaowei's artwork. Xiaowei had been working with Teacher Shi for quite some time and had even received her guidance. He knew her aesthetic preferences very well. This would be a huge advantage in the exam.